Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1601. Chapter 1601, 1601. Chapter 1601, the key to entering the main rune space. The rune array is the core of the entire ancient battlefield, and there are two key components to the rune array. One is the main rune, Lin. The main rune is a necessary condition for the rune array to function properly. The second component is the soul fire rune within the rune array. The main rune must be connected to the soul fire rune. If the main rune collapses, the space where the soul fire rune is located will naturally collapse as well. Now, the independent space still exists, and although the soul fire rune inside has been damaged, it can still perform some basic functions. This indicates that the main rune has not been severely damaged. At the same time, the power of the main rune can still communicate with the outside world, maintaining basic operations. This means there must be a path to enter the area where the main rune is located. Lin Moyo had already explored all the passages inside the ancient battlefield, using a large number of skeleton god warriors, leaving no corner unchecked. Therefore, this path is not inside but outside, on the surface of the ancient battlefield. Lin Moyo left the internal passages and returned to the surface of the ancient battlefield. He began to carefully examine the battlefield. A desolate and bleak atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield, with ruins and piles of rubble everywhere. Even if a meteor from the starry sky struck it, it wouldn't cause even a slight damage to the ancient battlefield, leaving no mark. But now, the ancient battlefield was full of huge pits and cracks in the ground. These were all created by fists, palms, and weapons. If the ancient battlefield were not sturdy enough, far surpassing ordinary stars, it would have been shattered long ago. The material that Lin Moyo couldn't damage even with all his strength was riddled with holes, indicating how intense the battle was at that time. Lin Moyo flew over the ancient battlefield, comparing it with the array diagram in his mind, searching for the entrance. During this time, evil spirits attacked, but the pure white sword energy swept through the starry sky, wiping out all the evil spirits. Mere evil spirits could no longer interfere with Lin Moyo. After flying around the ancient battlefield several times, he still couldn't find the corresponding entrance. Another evil spirit attacked, only to be easily killed by the skeleton god general. Evil spirits. Rune blade. Lin Moyo suddenly remembered that Xiao Jingyuan had mentioned finding a previously undiscovered passage in the ancient battlefield. From there, he had obtained the rune blade. A previously undiscovered passage must be very hidden. Unfortunately, he was targeted by an evil spirit at that time and had to escape, so he didn't remember the exact location. But it didn't matter, evil spirits were the best guides. In the vision of the undead, evil spirits appeared as soul fires filled with impurities. Normal soul fires, regardless of strength, are pure and clean. Even the soul fire of a small flower is pure. But the soul fire of an evil spirit is filled with impurities, appearing as a kaleidoscope of colors, very dazzling. The skeletons conducted a carpet search in the ancient battlefield, and in the vision of the undead, evil spirits had nowhere to hide. Soon, Lin Moyo found a place where a large number of evil spirits were gathered. This was where Xiao Jingyuan had found the rune blade. Judging by the strength of the soul fires, the evil spirits inside were mostly at the God King level. No wonder Xiao Jingyuan had to escape. With his 6th level true god cultivation, he would have died if he hadn't escaped. The skeleton god general rushed ahead, following the trajectory in the vision of the undead, and found the place where the evil spirits were clustered. Then, sword energy swept through, eliminating all the evil spirits. This passage was located at the bottom of a crack. The crack was 10,000 meters deep, forming a large canyon, a sword mark. That sword strike had almost split the ancient battlefield in half. Even now, Lin Moyo could still feel the sword energy left on both sides of the canyon. The sword energy had not dissipated after countless years, indicating how terrifying the owner of that sword was. By comparing the terrain, Lin Moyo found the position where the sword mark corresponded to the rune array. That sword strike had not only almost split the entire ancient battlefield but also cut the rune array in half. Although the runes had suffered many damages, this sword strike accounted for a large part. Feeling the sword energy, Lin Moyo flew to the bottom of the canyon. Following the steps of the skeleton god general, he found a cave hidden behind the rubble. The skeleton god general had already rushed into the cave, and the evil spirits inside had been eliminated. This passage was actually part of the rune array and was very close to the central main rune. Moreover, this passage had only one entrance, at the bottom of the canyon. Previously, he hadn't thought of this, so he missed it. Finally, at the end of the passage, he saw a stone wall. The stone wall, like other parts of the passage, was covered with runes. But Lin Moya noticed its special nature. The runes on it were different from those in other places. They were somewhat similar to the runes on the floor of the previous room. These runes represented one meaning, door. Behind it, there was space. Judging by the terrain map, the space behind it was where the main rune of the ancient battlefield's rune array was located. The method to enter was also simple, the same as in the room, using the corresponding rune blade to open it. It was the rune blade that Xiao Jingyuan had obtained. Lin Moya felt a bit speechless. He had returned the rune blade to Wang Xing, and now it should be in the hands of the Wang family. He hadn't expected this, but it wasn't a big problem. He just needed to go to the Wang family to get the rune blade back. Moreover, he also needed to find Wang Xing to inquire about joining the Rune Master Association. The Rune Master Association had a lot of information about rune masters, which he needed. Some information wasn't available in the Human Emperor Network, even if you paid for it. It could only be found within the Rune Master Association. When learning about runes, Lin Moyo had already decided to join the Rune Master Association. Leaving the ancient battlefield, he flew towards the 12,301 star system. The main rune was something he had to see. On 12,301 to 1 star, the Wang family was the undisputed overlord. Although they also had to act within the rules of the Human Emperor Network, they had some privileges. After all, they were the administrators of this star system. Moreover, in the higher regions, there was another Wang family, the main family, which was extremely powerful. In the Wang family, Wang Xing had already returned. He had reported the previous events in detail and handed over the rune blade. In his eyes, the previous matters involving the Lu and Xiao families were trivial. Only the unknown God King had impressed him. He occasionally thought about it over the past few days. He hasn't joined the Rune Master Association yet. If I can become his introducer, I might gain some benefits. He went to the ancient battlefield. I wonder when he will return. Wang Xing was drinking tea in his courtyard when he suddenly heard a voice, "Brother Wang." Looking up, he saw someone watching him from 10,000 meters in the air. It's him. Wang Xing was surprised. He had just thought about him, and he had returned. Surprise aside, he was also shocked. The Wang family was protected by an array, not a defensive array, but one that concealed their presence. From outside the array, one couldn't see inside. But Lin Moyo had easily found him, making him question Lin Moyo's strength. Was this guy really just a god king? Wang Xing flew up to Lin Moyo with a smile, very polite. I was just wondering when you would return. Come down and have some tea, let's talk. Chapter 1602. Chapter 1602, 1602. Chapter 1602, hard to go from luxury to frugality. Wang Xing did not know Lin Moya's name, but the Human Emperor Network does not lie. Lin Moya's realm was indeed at the 4th level of the God King, and this was not wrong. According to the rules, addressing him as junior brother was not incorrect. However, their relationship seemed somewhat reversed, with Wang Xing being extremely polite to Lin Moyo. Wang Xing led Lin Moyo back to his courtyard. The Wang family was very large, like a small city. It housed tens of thousands of Wang family members, and including the staff, the total number exceeded 100,000. In the human race, there is no concept of servants or slaves. There are only regular workers who are paid for their labor, and everyone is treated fairly. With the Human Emperor Network in place, there is no exploitation. Violating the rules would have severe consequences. Over time, the major families no longer had any spoiled brats. Those unreasonable individuals generally met with misfortune and passed away. Wang Xing brewed some tea in the courtyard. The tea's aroma was somewhat faint, but Lin Moya took a sip and slightly frowned. Wang Xing noticed and asked, "Junior brother, is the tea not to your liking?" Wang Xing knew his tea was not bad, already considered quite good. But clearly, Lin Moya did not like it. Either Lin Moya did not like tea, or his tea was too poor. Lin Moyo had not been particular about tea before, but after spending time with Zhu Kaiwu and Zhu Tian, he had been drinking Dao tea daily. After drinking the authentic tea that only those in the other Sure realm could enjoy, his taste had changed. Now, drinking ordinary tea felt unsatisfactory. Truly, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Lin Moya mocked himself inwardly, realizing he had unknowingly developed a bad habit. However, he did not plan to change this habit. He would follow his heart and saw no need to correct it deliberately. After all, it was not a big deal. Lin Moya smiled apologetically. "My taste buds are not very good. How about trying my tea, senior brother Wang?" Wang Xing understood that his tea was indeed not good enough and was curious to see what kind of tea Lin Moyo had. Of course. Wang Xing waved his hand, and the tea set on the table was replaced with a new one. Then Wang Xing took out a jade bottle, which contained clear water with shimmering golden light. Wang Xing said, "Good water for good tea. This is golden radiance spring from the golden water secret realm, excellent for brewing tea." Wang Xing poured the water into the teapot, which was also a magical treasure, and a flame appeared at the bottom to heat the water. The golden radiance spring was not easy to boil, taking 2 minutes to show some bubbles. The higher the quality of the water, the harder it was to boil. For example, Dao water could not be boiled by ordinary beings in the other Sure realm. It required a saint to do so. Wang Xing continued to heat the water, while Lin Moya waited patiently. After 10 minutes, the water boiled, emitting beautiful golden light. Even before the tea was added, a faint fragrance could be smelled. Lin Moya then took out the tea leaves, a slender leaf about the length of a finger, and placed it into the boiling water. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the courtyard and began to spread outward. Wang Xing was stunned, staring at Lin Moya. "Is this Dao tea?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, evergreen tea." He had obtained it from Zhu Kaiwu, who had given him a lot of Dao tea when in a good mood. Shu Kaiwu, though stationed for 1,000 years without moving, had his avatars travel to many places. In dangerous areas of the battlefield, there were Dao tea trees. Zhu Kaiwo had collected a considerable amount over the millennia. Wang Xing did not know where evergreen tea came from, but knowing it was Dao tea was enough. Dao tea was something only those in the God-sovereign realm could enjoy, and not all of them could obtain it. Even the head of his family had only occasionally gotten some. In Wang Xing's eyes, Lin Moya became even more mysterious. He was almost certain that Lin Moyo had a powerful family behind him. Otherwise, a mere god king, no matter how powerful, could not obtain Dao tea. Wang Xing's smile grew wider, filled with genuine joy. Dao tea was a great temptation for any cultivator. Not all god sovereigns like tea, but they all liked Dao tea, because Dao tea could enhance the soul and improve one's realm. Dao tea needed to be brewed for a while, and Lin Moya took the opportunity to ask, "Senior brother Wang, is that rune blade still here?" Lin Moya did not like to beat around the bush and ask directly. Wang Xing replied, "I handed it over to the family. It should now be with the Rune Master Association. My Wang family is a family of rune masters, and rune blades like this are usually handed over to the Rune Master Association. Let me check for you." Wang Xing closed his eyes, seemingly searching. A few seconds later, he reopened them. Indeed, it has been sent to the Rune Master Association. The rune blade was identified as a 5th level rune blade, and I received some rewards for it. Junior brother, do you want this rune blade? Lin Moya nodded slightly, yes. Wang Xing looked troubled. This is difficult. If you had asked earlier, giving you the rune blade would have been no problem. But once it enters the Rune Master Association, it must follow their rules, which no one can break. Lin Moya did not understand the rules of the Rune Master Association. Please explain, Senior brother Wang. Wang Xing had his own motives and explained the rules of the Rune Master Association. Rune Masters in the association are ranked by their level. The resources they can access depend on their rank. The ranks range from 1 to 9. Wang Xing, a 3rd level Rune Master, could only access resources up to the 3rd level. By handing over the 5th level Rune Blade, he received some rewards, bringing him closer to becoming a 4th level Rune Master. According to Wang Xing, he was confident he could be promoted to the 4th level within 6 months. However, to obtain the Rune Blade from the association, one must be at least a 5th level Rune Master. Moreover, the rune blade might be borrowed by other 5th level rune masters, making it even harder to obtain. Alternatively, a higher level rune master could use their rank to retrieve the rune blade from another rune master. The hierarchy in the Rune Master Association was strict, with each higher rank having significantly more authority. Lin Moya frowned, not expecting it to be so complicated. This meant he had to join the Rune Master Association and reach at least the 5th level to get the rune blade. He never considered forcibly taking it. Such a thing was impossible. He had another option, asking Ancestor Su. He believed Ancestor Su was a member of the Rune Master Association, likely a 9th level rune master. If Ancestor Su intervened, the rune blade would be his. But it seemed unnecessary to trouble Ancestor Su for such a small matter. At this moment, the tea was ready, and the aroma became even richer. The entire Wang family was enveloped in the fragrance, with many exclamations of surprise. Some members of the Wang family, even those at the super god level, smelled the tea and entered a state of enlightenment. Dao tea, exclusive to god sovereigns, was indeed extraordinary. Wang Xing could not wait any longer. With a thought from Lin Moyu, a stream of tea naturally flowed into Wang Xing's cup. Wang Xing did not care about the heat and drank it in one gulp. This was Dao tea, and Wang Xing felt incredibly fortunate to drink it at the God King level. The hot tea exploded within him, flooding him with insights, and Wang Xing instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Chapter 1603. Chapter 1603, 1603. Chapter 1603, You are really Lin Moyu who cleared the secret realm. A strange scene appeared in the Wang family. Lin, many young disciples, who were originally chatting and even walking around, suddenly closed their eyes and entered a state of cultivation after smelling the tea fragrance. Many of them started practicing martial arts and spells on the spot, each doing their own thing. The situation was slightly better for those in the true god realm. Although they also had many insights after smelling the tea fragrance, they did not enter a state of sudden enlightenment like those in the super god realm. They had an additional question: this fragrance is so peculiar, where does it come from? The disciples in the god king realm felt something was off. For a moment, they couldn't identify the source of the tea fragrance or determine whether it was good or bad. Everyone, stay on guard. A low voice echoed throughout the Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family knew who the voice belonged to and responded in unison, understood. The person who spoke was Wang Bo, the head of the Wang family, a god sovereign. Lin Moyo also heard this voice and sensed a god sovereign's aura rapidly approaching. The speed was very fast. While the voice was still echoing in the house, Wang Bo had already appeared in front of Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo slowly stood up and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Junior greets the head of the Wang family. Wang Bo did not say anything at first. He glanced at Wang Xing, who was in a state of enlightenment, and then at the still boiling teapot. It is indeed Dao tea. Lin Moya smiled. Would the head of the Wang family like a cup? Sure. Wang Bo readily sat down and poured himself a cup of tea without any hesitation. Lin Moya noticed that Wang Bo's sleeve was also embroidered with a rune, representing the number 4. This indicated that he was a 4th level rune master. A god sovereign being only a 4th level rune master showed that advancing in the Rune Master Association was not as easy as he had thought. Wang Bo took a long breath and praised repeatedly. Good tea, this tea is even better than my Dao tea. As he spoke, he poured himself another cup, showing no reservations. Lin Moyo did not stop him. For a god sovereign, the substances in Dao tea had little effect, mostly satisfying the palate. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Wang Bo finally spoke. Are you the one who saved Lu Ji in Fenglan City a few days ago? Lin Moya nodded. It seems senior brother Wang has already informed the head of the family. Wang Bo asked, may I know your name? Lin Moya revealed his hidden name, and Wang Bo's eyes widened in surprise. So, it's you, Lin Moyo. You are indeed a remarkable person. In his view, someone like Lin Moyo would surely achieve greater accomplishments than himself in the future. The person standing behind Lin Moyo might not just be a god sovereign but possibly someone in the other shore realm. Therefore, it made sense that Lin Moyo had Dao tea. Wang Bo asked, did you come to see Wang Xing for something? Lin Moyo explained the matter of the rune blade. He did not mention what he intended to do with it but made it clear that he needed it. Wang Bo also showed a troubled expression, similar to Wang Xing's. If you had mentioned it a few days earlier, I could have given you the rune blade. But now that it has entered the Rune Master Association, retrieving it won't be easy. Even I have to follow the rules. Lin Moyo understood. Senior brother Wang has already told me that I need to reach the corresponding rank to retrieve the rune blade. Wang Bo nodded and glanced at Wang Xing. You can have Wang Xing as your introducer to join the Rune Master Association. Lin Moyo asked, is an introducer necessary to join the Rune Master Association? Wang Bo replied, it's not mandatory, but it would be more troublesome without one and might waste a lot of time. With an introducer, you can join directly. If you achieve good results, the introducer will also be rewarded. Lin Moyo understood and appreciated that Wang Bo did not try to take credit from Wang Xing. At this moment, Wang Xing's aura fluctuated, indicating he was about to come out of his state of enlightenment. Wang Bo smiled slightly. For matters related to the Rune Master Association, you can ask Wang Xing. He is well informed. I won't disturb you two any longer. Lin Moyo cupped his hands. Safe travels, head of the Wang family. Wang Bo's figure flickered and disappeared. A few seconds later, Wang Xing slowly woke up. His aura had improved significantly, seemingly on the verge of reaching the 7th level of the God King realm. The recent enlightenment had greatly benefited him, saving him several years of effort. However, the Dao Tea's effect was most potent the first time. Subsequent effects would not be as significant. Wang Xing exhaled deeply and smiled apologetically. I just had an enlightenment. Dao Tea truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Moya smiled. Congratulations, senior brother Wang, on your insights. You will likely reach the 7th level of the God King realm soon. This is all thanks to you, junior brother. Wang Xing suddenly paused, his eyes growing brighter and his expression becoming more peculiar. Lin Moya knew what he had seen because he had revealed his name. Wang Xing's voice became strange and stuttered. You are Lin Moyo, the one who won first place in the 4-star domain competition. Lin Moyo hid his name again. Senior brother Wang, please keep your voice down. He did not want to attract a crowd, and Wang Xing's reaction could draw people in. Wang Xing immediately quieted down. Are you really that Lin Moyo? Lin Moyo confirmed and poured Wang Xing another cup of tea. Senior brother Wang, have some tea to calm down. Wang Xing, feeling honored, took the cup and couldn't help but ask, are you really the Lin Moyo who cleared the secret realm? Like Wang Bo, he drank 3 cups in a row before calming down. Seeing Wang Xing's excitement, Lin Moya felt that hiding his name was the right decision. People in the Divine City seemed overly excited about him, even though he hadn't done much. Wang Xing explained, you may not know, but in the Divine City, those who can clear secret realms are highly respected. Believe it or not, the star system you were in before is probably overcrowded now, with many people going there to find you. After Wang Xing's lengthy explanation, Lin Moyo understood. In the Divine City, clearing a secret realm was a great honor. Such individuals would become focal points in the Divine City. It was a far greater achievement than winning first place in the 4-star domain competition. After Wang Xing calmed down, Lin Moya spoke, Senior brother Wang, could you be my introducer to join the Rune Master Association? Wang Xing agreed without hesitation. Of course, no problem. Let's go right away. No rush, you can finish the Dao tea first. Wang Xing was more eager than Lin Moyo, gulping down the tea and even eating the tea leaves. Finished, let's go. Wang Xing grabbed Lin Moyo and flew out of the Wang family. The Wang family was not in the city but in the wilderness. About 1,000 kilometers from the Wang family was a large city, the main city of this star. The main city was named Jinhui City, reportedly named after the Jinhui Secret Realm. The Jinhui Secret Realm was a nearby secret realm in the 12,301 star system. The Jinhui spring used by Wang Xing to brew tea came from the Jinhui Secret Realm. Before entering the main city, Lin Moya saw the familiar faith towers. The city was large, with 5 faith towers placed at the 4 corners and the center. There seemed to be several observation halls as well. In the center of the city stood a massive building, the Rune Master Association. Chapter 1604. Chapter 1604, 1604. Chapter 1604, Blowing Up the Rune Master Association. The architecture of the Rune Master Association was extremely irregular. From the outside, it looked like a huge rune. To those unfamiliar with runes, it appeared crooked and unsightly. However, those with an affinity for runes could appreciate its charm, because it was indeed a rune, containing the meaning of enlightenment or awakening. Those with an affinity for runes would resonate with this main rune. Wang Xing explained, the first test of the Rune Master Association is to resonate with their architecture. If you resonate with it, it means you are qualified to join the Rune Master Association. Lin Muyo asked wordlessly, but this could lead to mistakes. Some people have an affinity for runes but may not resonate. Judging if someone is suitable to study runes based solely on one rune seems too arbitrary. Wang Xing continued, that's true, so this is only the first test. The Rune Master Association will have more detailed tests afterwards. But in reality, if you can't resonate, even if later tests show you have an affinity for runes, that affinity won't be very strong. Those people don't really need to become rune masters. Studying runes is not simple and can even affect one's cultivation. Lin Muyo naturally understood the reasoning. Time is limited, so if you know your affinity is not strong, forcibly studying runes is meaningless. Many say that runes are versatile tools, but reality is not so rosy. The two arrived at the square in front of the Rune Master Association, and Wang Xing said, Junior brother Lin, you can try it. He naturally knew that Lin Muyo could trigger a resonance. The strength of the runes Lin Muyo had displayed far surpassed his own. He just wanted to see what level of resonance Lin Muyo would trigger. The stronger one's affinity, the more intense the resonance would be. Wang Xing continued, the resonance will summon thunder. 1 thunderclap indicates an ordinary affinity, 3 thunderclaps a superior affinity, and 9 thunderclaps an extraordinary affinity. Supposedly there are more thunderclaps beyond 9, but no one has witnessed it. Lin Muyo asked, how do I resonate? It's simple, just channel your soul force into it. Even with Wang Xing as the introducer, which skipped many steps, this basic test still had to be done. Following Wang Xing's instructions, Lin Muyo channeled his soul force into the Rune Master Association's architecture. The rune immediately radiated light and began vibrating, followed by a thunderclap. So fast. Junior brother Lin, your soul is truly powerful. Wang Xing was shaken. When channeling soul force, the speed of resonance varied. Generally, the stronger one's soul force, the faster the resonance. Lin Muyo triggering a resonance was expected, but this speed was too fast. It took less than a second from channeling his soul force to the thunderclap. Wang Xing recalled when he had triggered the resonance years ago. It had taken him about 5 minutes to summon the first thunderclap. 5 minutes versus less than a second, the difference was immense. The thunderclap exploded in the city, but the residents were unfazed. They knew someone was resonating with the Rune Master Association's rune. But what happened next made everyone question life itself. That first thunderclap was just the beginning of something magical. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderclaps rang out one after another. The sky suddenly darkened, covered in dense thunderclouds that churned and roiled. Incessant thunderclaps echoed as countless lightning snakes danced through the clouds. The thunderclaps never stopped, growing faster and more frequent. Wang Xing was completely dumbfounded. He had said 1 thunderclap was a pass, 3 was superior, and 9 was an extraordinary affinity. But Lin Muyo went far beyond 9, 18, 36, he couldn't even count anymore, it was at least in the hundreds. He even wondered if these thunderclaps were caused by Lin Muyo or if it was simply thundering. People from the Rune Master Association rushed out in alarm. Suddenly someone shouted, watch out. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the Rune Master Association's architecture. With a tremendous boom, the crooked rune building shattered, collapsing into rubble. Figures flew out from inside, each with a powerful aura, some god kings, some lesser god sovereigns. Finally, a god sovereign emerged as well. What happened? Why did it explode just like that? What's with those thunderclouds in the sky? These people were either in secluded meditation studying runes or in deep contemplation, unaware of the earlier thunderclaps. The thunderclouds in the sky also dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace. The group hovered in the air, looking dazed. Lin Muyo glanced at the god sovereign, whose sleeve was also embroidered with a rune representing the number 4. This was a 4th level rune master, the same as the head of the Wang family. The other rune masters were either 2nd or 3rd level, with none higher. Lin Muyo had an ominous guess, the 5th level rune blade might no longer be here. The rune blade had been identified as 5th level, but here the highest rune master was only 4th level. This meant the identification was likely not done by anyone present. The rune blade was probably no longer here. Wang Xing came to Lin Muyo's side. He is the elder in charge of this branch. The Rune Master Association had a main branch as well as countless sub-branches. The sub-branches were further divided into lower and higher tiers. Each sub-branch was overseen by an elder. This city was in a lower region, so the Rune Master Association here was naturally just a lower sub-branch, led by a god sovereign 4th level Rune Master elder. His level was equivalent to the head of the Wang family. The other rune masters were either 2nd or 3rd level. Lin Muyo saw the information displayed: Sushan, 4th level rune master, 1st level god sovereign. When Lin Muyo saw his name, he wondered if Sushan was related to ancestor Su. After all, they shared the same surname Su, but the surname Su was extremely common, so it was likely just a coincidence. Sushan also realized what had happened and turned to look at Lin Muyo. His eyes lit up, as if gazing at a priceless treasure. Kid, was that resonance triggered by you? To trigger 9 thunderclaps meant an extraordinary affinity. Lin Muyo had triggered an unknown number far beyond 9, shattering the Rune Master Association's building in the process. His affinity had reached a legendary, almost unbelievable level. Compared to that, destroying a sub-branch's building was trivial. Such a building could be rebuilt in no time. Sushan hurried over to Lin Muyo. Child, have you studied runes before? Lin Muyo admitted honestly, I've been self-studying for about 20 years. He was referring to the time he spent in the human emperor cultivation world, which amounted to over 6,000 days or nearly 20 years. Sushan nodded repeatedly. Self-studied for 20 years, so you should be able to draw runes. How many runes have you mastered? Lin Muyo thought for a moment. I've mastered most of the basic runes and dozens of advanced runes. Sushan's expression changed instantly, his voice rising sharply by 10 degrees. You said what? Chapter 1605. Chapter 1605, 1605. Chapter 1605, Self-taught in 20 years. Su Shan was full of disbelief. Not only him, but Wang Xing beside him also couldn't believe it. Learning runes is very difficult, even getting started is hard, and mastering each rune takes a lot of time. In 20 years, being able to get started and master 3 to 5 runes would already be considered a genius. Lin Moyo actually said he had mastered all the basic runes and even dozens of advanced runes. This isn't just genius, it's monstrous. Naturally, no one believed Lin Moyo's words. Boasting shamelessly, self-taught for 20 years and you think you can master all the basic runes? Even the most talented person couldn't do that. A lesser god sovereign said in a low voice, "It took me over 800 years to barely master all the basic runes." Young man, if you're going to boast, at least make it believable. 800 years is already fast, it took me over 1,000 years. 8,000 years is normal. No matter how talented, it's impossible to master all the basic runes in 20 years. No one believed him, and they subconsciously ignored Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya's original words were that he had mastered all the basic runes, plus dozens of advanced runes. They only remembered the basic runes and completely ignored the advanced runes. Mastering advanced runes is even harder. Mastering 1 or 2 in 20 years would be impressive. Wang Xing initially didn't believe it either, but then he remembered Lin Moyo had previously used the suppression rune. At that time, Lin Moyo had used the suppression rune effortlessly, the entire process filled with grace. Is there really such a genius in the world? Self-taught for 20 years and can reach this level? Maybe there is. This resonance has already surpassed the legends. Compared to him, I'm far behind. Wang Xing sighed, wanting to say something to defend Lin Moyo. He wanted to prove Lin Moyo's words. Su Shan spoke, "Child, although you are very talented, runes." Before he could finish, Lin Moyo casually drew one rune after another. His movements were graceful, effortless, without any pause. He drew all basic runes, which were no challenge for Lin Moyo. The only difficulty was controlling the power and strength of the runes. If he drew with full power, a fireball rune might turn into a rain of fire. An ice rune might freeze the entire Jinhui city. One by one, the runes flew into the sky and exploded, releasing various spells. Each spell represented a law, but most had little attack power, just visually appealing. Over 100 runes were drawn almost instantly, presenting a spectacular rune show. Lin Moyo used over 100 runes to prove he wasn't lying. After finishing the basic runes, he started drawing advanced runes. This was a giant peak rune, representing a spell. Compared to basic runes, it was much more difficult. But Lin Moyo still drew it quickly, his movements just as smooth and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Everyone fell silent, watching Lin Moyo's performance intently. Their previous disbelief and ridicule had long vanished. They swore they had never seen such a beautiful rune drawing process. The advanced rune, the giant peak rune, was completed in just a few seconds. The rune flew into the sky, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Then the rune exploded, causing the entire star to tremble for a moment. A massive mountain peak appeared in the starry sky, falling towards the star. The mountain was enormous, and if it hit the star, it would be a disaster. The entire star would be destroyed. Cultivators might survive, but all ordinary people would perish. Su Shan's face changed drastically, almost instinctively preparing to act. At that moment, another rune flew out, transforming into a giant hand that slapped the mountain peak, shattering it. The mountain and the hand both disintegrated, turning into 2 runes that exploded simultaneously. Su Shan stared at Lin Moyo in disbelief. Lin Moyo glanced around at everyone. Those who had mocked him earlier were now ashamed, unable to lift their heads. Compared to Lin Moyo, they felt like they had wasted their years. No, some dogs might even be smarter than them. Lin Moyo's graceful rune drawing was something they couldn't even dream of. Among everyone, Wang Xing was the happiest. The better Lin Moyo performed, the more rewards Wang Xing would receive as his introducer. Lin Moyo calmly asked, "Can I join the Rune Master Association now?" Su Shan finally reacted, repeatedly saying, "Of course, of course." As an elder of the Rune Master Association and a god sovereign, he had never been so flustered. But he was also excited. This young man was a true genius, far surpassing the top talents in the main association. Su Shan took out a jade token and handed it to Lin Moyo. "This is your membership token. Use it to register in the Human Emperor Network." Lin Moyo nodded, taking the token and activating it. The membership token was just a credential, granting membership eligibility. He heard a prompt from the Human Emperor Network. "Su Shan invites you to join the Rune Master Association. Do you accept? If you accept, your name, realm, and other basic information will be synchronized with the Rune Master Association. If you accept, please provide additional information." Along with the prompt, a registration form appeared. It included some basic information about Lin Moyo, mostly synchronized from the Human Emperor Network, except for the introducer, which Lin Moyo needed to fill in. Of course, he could choose not to fill it in, but then Wang Xing would receive no benefits. In the introducer field, Lin Moyo filled in the information for Wang Xing, a third-level rune master from the Jinhui City branch of the 12,301 star system. Then he chose to accept. Su Shan also received a prompt from the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyo has joined the Rune Master Association. Introducer, third-level Rune Master Wang Xing. Su Shan smiled, "Congratulations, Rune Master Lin, on joining the Rune Master Association." He felt Lin Moyo's name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, exclamations erupted around him. "You're Lin Moyo. Are you the Lin Moyo who won first place in the 4-star domain competition? The Lin Moyo who recently cleared the Poison Bee secret realm?" The exclamations continued, and Sushan finally realized who Lin Moya was. The most famous person recently was none other than him. Even someone like Sushan, who spent all his time studying runes and ignored the outside world, had heard of Lin Moya. It was clear how famous Lin Moya had become. In recent decades, Lin Moya was the only one to clear a secret realm, making his fame unsurprising. Sushan asked, "Rune Master Lin, are you that Lin Moya?" Lin Moya nodded, "Yes, Elder Su. I want to ask, how can I advance my Rune Master rank?" Sushan immediately answered, "To advance your Rune Master rank, you need to meet two conditions. First, you must be able to draw the corresponding runes. With your ability, you can already advance to the 4th level. Second, you need the corresponding Divine City merits." Sushan then explained the requirements in detail. To advance to the 3rd level, you need to draw 100 basic runes. Starting from the 4th level, you need to draw advanced runes, with a low quantity requirement of just 1. For the 5th level, you need to draw 10 advanced runes, and for the 6th level, 100. After meeting the rune drawing requirements, you also need Divine City merits. Divine City merits are the gold standard set by the Human Emperor Network and are very important in the Divine City. The Rune Master Association also recognizes Divine City merits. To advance to the 5th level, Lin Moya would need at least 1,000 Divine City merits. Chapter 1606. Chapter 1606, 1606. Chapter 1606. If you don't have enough merits, go earn them. To become a 5th level rune master, one must master 10 advanced runes and have 1,000 points of Divine City merits. Lin. Sushan said, "Rune Master Lin, now that you have joined the Rune Master Association, if you want to advance, you just need to enter the Human Emperor Network to participate in the verification." In the Human Emperor Network, our Rune Master Association has its own section, which you can visit anytime. If you need to look up any information, you can also go there. Most of the information is available, except for a few rare copies. With Rune Master Lin's ability, becoming a 5th level Rune Master should not be a problem. Lin Moya nodded, "I still lack some Divine City merits." To purchase the Faith Array, Lin Moya had used up most of his Divine City merits, leaving only 355 points. However, for Rune Masters, it only matters that you have had the required amount of Divine City merits at some point in time. It doesn't matter if you currently have them. This is similar to the level upgrades and point permissions in the Divine City. The amount of Divine City merits you have generally indicates how much you have contributed to the Divine City. Clearing secret realms is equivalent to contributing to the Divine City, which earns you Divine City merits. After deducting what he had used, Lin Moya had accumulated a total of 860 points of Divine City merits, so he only needed to earn another 140 points of Divine City merits. For others, earning 140 points of Divine City merits is not easy. A single task might reward 10 points, 20 points, or at most 30 points. At least several tasks would be needed to earn 140 points of Divine City merits. But what if he could clear another secret realm? Lin Moya had an idea. "Elder Su, the nearest secret realm to this place is the Jinhui secret realm, right?" Sushan said, "There are 2 secret realms near the 12,301 star system. One of them is too dangerous and requires a god sovereign to enter. The other one, which is relatively safer, is the Jinhui secret realm. As long as you are above the God King level, you can enter. However, even though it is considered safe, people still die inside. Rune Master Lin, if you go, you must be careful and prepare an escape talisman first," Sushan sincerely advised. Without delay, Lin Moya, thinking about the rune blade, immediately connected to the Human Emperor Network and opened the task list. Several tasks appeared before him. Most of these tasks were point-based tasks, which were simple and relatively safe. One task was to go to the 301 ancient battlefield and hunt an evil spirit. This task rewarded 5,000 points. For a true god, this task was somewhat challenging, but with effort, it could be completed. There were also tasks to go to resource stars and find specific materials. These tasks were very safe but offered low rewards, generally around 1,000 points. There were 2 tasks that could earn Divine City merits, both involving secret realms. One task for the Figzu secret realm was grayed out, meaning it could not be selected or viewed. The reason was that Lin Moya's realm was not high enough. The minimum requirement for the Figzu secret realm task was Lesser God Sovereign, but it was not recommended. It was recommended to attempt it after reaching the God Sovereign level, indicating that it was very dangerous for a Lesser God Sovereign. The other task that could be taken was for the Jinhui secret realm. This secret realm was relatively safe, and those above the God King level but below the Lesser God Sovereign level could enter. From the task requirements, it seemed safer than the Poison Bee secret realm. But this was not absolute, there might still be undiscovered dangers inside. After experiencing the Poison Bee secret realm, Lin Moya understood one thing. In the secret realms of the Divine City, anything could happen. Past experiences might not always be effective. Ultimately, one had to rely on their own adaptability. He also gradually understood why the Human Emperor Network did not publish strategies for the secret realms. If there were strategies, and everyone followed them, the tasks would lose their meaning. Exploration would become monotonous, and progress would slow down significantly. For the entire human race, this would be harmful. So, to increase the challenge, the Human Emperor Network chose not to publish strategies. At most, some information would be passed around by word of mouth, but it wouldn't be widely known. Lin Moya accepted the Jinhui secret realm task. Divine City task, explore the Jinhui secret realm. Enter the Jinhui secret realm and collect Jinhui stones. Restrictions, only those above the God King level and below the Lesser God Sovereign level can enter. Completion requirements: collect 10 Jinwi stones. Task reward: 10 points of Divine City merits, no penalty for failure. Note: do not forcibly collect Jinwi stones before they are detached, as it will be dangerous. There is a Jinwi spring in the Jinwi secret realm. Do not drink from it inside the secret realm, as it will be dangerous. You can use Divine City merits to purchase an escape talisman. If you encounter danger, you can use the escape talisman to leave the secret realm. After reading the task details, Lin Moya thought of the Jinwi spring he had just drunk. The Jinwi spring contains specks of golden light, making it excellent for brewing tea. It enhanced the tea's aroma without overpowering it. The Jinwi spring could be drunk, just not inside the secret realm. Once brought out, it was safe to drink. However, Lin Moya knew that the task information only represented the first stage of the Jinwi secret realm. The second stage would not be revealed in the task details, let alone the possible third stage. The Jinwi secret realm was likely not easy to clear, otherwise, it wouldn't still exist. With the task accepted, Lin Moya planned to set off. Before leaving, he wanted to ask Wang Xing about the Jinwi secret realm. More information is always better. After bidding farewell to Su Shan, who was indifferent to the Rune Master Association being struck by lightning, even calling it an honor, Lin Moya returned to the Wang family. In Wang Xing's courtyard, Lin Moya asked, "Senior brother Wang, can you tell me about the Jinwi secret realm?" Wang Xing had naturally been to the Jinwi secret realm and knew some details and precautions. He had been there 3 times. The first time was for a task, and the other 2 times were for the Jinwi spring. The Jinwi secret realm had no major dangers, as long as a few points were noted. First, do not forcibly collect Jinwi stones before they are detached, or you will be attacked. Wang Xing didn't know the specifics of the attack, but most people who died inside had not followed this rule. Second, do not enter the Jinwi spring. There were giant beasts in the Jinwi spring that would eat people. However, it wasn't necessarily fatal. Someone had once fallen in and escaped, but that person's soul was severely damaged and couldn't be healed. After coming out, their realm dropped significantly, from the God King level to the Super God level. Eventually, they died over time. As long as these 2 points were noted, the Jinwi secret realm had no other dangers. As for the second stage of the task, Wang Xing had never heard of it and didn't know about it. In the core area of the Divine City, the tea party of the Other Shore realm continued for a long time and had not ended. Ancestor Su suddenly raised an eyebrow. Lin Moyo has joined the Rune Master Association. I guessed he would join, but this is too fast. Did he test his talent and cause a resonance? Ancestor Su carefully reviewed the information he had just received, his expression becoming extremely interesting. Chapter 1607. Chapter 1607, 1607. Chapter 1607, The Erupting Jinwi Secret Realm. The big shots of the Other Shore realm were all somewhat surprised. Ancestor Su had just mentioned something unbelievable. Lin Moya tested for resonance and attracted countless thunderclaps, with one bolt of lightning even blowing up the Rune Master Association. Old Lin laughed heartily. Old Su, when you tested your talent back then, it seemed like you had 36 thunderclaps, right? It seems Lin Moya's talent surpasses yours. He didn't need to give Ancestor Su any face and spoke bluntly. Ancestor Su blew his beard and glared at Old Lin. Drink your tea, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Old Lin laughed even louder. Previously, Ancestor Su only thought Lin Moya's talent was extremely strong, not inferior to his own. Now it seemed that Lin Moya's talent in runes far surpassed his own. The resonance test of the Rune Master Association wouldn't be wrong. This crooked rune, which looked like a basic rune, was actually a fusion rune. It was a rune he had personally created. The result obtained through this rune, 130, was basically not wrong. He sighed softly, feeling that he had still underestimated Lin Moyo. In the starry sky, Lin Moyo once again flew away from the 12,301 star system, heading towards the Jinwi secret realm billions of kilometers away. The starry sky was very quiet, occasionally encountering a few people returning from the Jinwi secret realm. Occasionally, he would also pass by a few people heading towards the Jinwi secret realm. As he got closer to the secret realm, the number of people he encountered gradually increased. Soon, the Jinwi secret realm came into view. The Jinwi secret realm was shining with dazzling golden light, with a large amount of golden brilliance spraying out from the entrance, spreading out in the starry sky like fireworks. In the center of the golden light, there was a pitch-black vortex. For some reason, people around were scattered far away and did not gather at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone seemed to be avoiding the spraying golden brilliance, not wanting to come into contact with it. Lin Moya's arrival did not attract much attention, but when he tried to approach the secret realm to enter, someone immediately stopped him. A middle-aged man at the 7th level of the God King realm suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moya. You can't go in now. Why? Lin Moya looked at him and then at the secret realm. He guessed that the reason for not being able to enter should be related to the golden brilliance. The middle-aged man said, now is the eruption period of the golden brilliance. If it touches you, it will be very troublesome. You can wait a few days until the entrance of the secret realm stabilizes before going in. Lin Moya did not sense any danger from the golden brilliance, but since everyone was avoiding it, there must be a reason. He asked, this is my first time here. Could you please explain, senior? The middle-aged man shook his head. There's not much to explain. Anyway, if the golden brilliance touches you, it will be very dangerous once you enter the secret realm. In fact, the middle-aged man didn't know where the danger came from either. He had just heard it from others. He only knew that you couldn't touch the golden brilliance. Once it touched you, entering the secret realm would lead to bad things. Many people had died in the secret realm because of this. Lin Moya sincerely said, Thank you for the explanation, Senior. How long will the eruption of the secret realm last? The middle-aged man said, it's hard to say. It could be as short as 10 days to half a month, or as long as 1 or 2 years. But this eruption has just begun. I estimate it will last at least 10 days. At least 10 days, possibly a few months, or even a year. Lin Moyo couldn't wait that long, but he still thanked the middle-aged man for the reminder. The middle-aged man only advised him out of goodwill. If Lin Moyo didn't appreciate it, that was his choice. Lin Moyo looked at the secret realm not far away. The secret realm was like a fountain, continuously spraying golden brilliance. After watching for a while, he noticed that the golden brilliance not only didn't decrease but seemed to be increasing. From the conversations around him, Lin Moyo gathered that this eruption wouldn't be short. If it were only a few days, Lin Moyo would be willing to wait. After all, no one likes to gamble with their life. But now, with the rune blade on his mind, Lin Moyo didn't want to waste time. Moreover, he had another guess. Why was the Jinhui secret realm spraying golden brilliance? Was something changing inside the secret realm during the eruption? Lin Moyo's goal was different. He didn't just want to complete the task. The mere 10 points of Divine City merits were a drop in the bucket for him. He hoped to clear the secret realm and earn more Divine City merits. Otherwise, doing a task worth 10 merits each time would require 14 tasks to meet the requirements for advancing to a 5th level rune master, which was too slow. With a different starting point, his perspective naturally differed. While others saw the golden brilliance and hesitated, Lin Moyo wondered if it was only during the eruption that the second stage could be accessed. The rules of the secret realm were strange, and anything could happen. After learning about the 2 precautions from Wang Xing, Lin Moyo had speculated whether entering the Jinhui Spring and killing the giant beasts inside might unlock the second stage. Now, with the secret realm spraying golden brilliance, it might also be a possibility. With a thoughtful look, Lin Moyo flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. He was enveloped in a thin layer of gray-white gas, causing the space around him to slightly distort. The bone hell from another world formed an independent space, firmly protecting Lin Moyo. Seeing Lin Moyo fly towards the golden brilliance, someone immediately shouted, "You can't go. Come back, it's dangerous. You can't let the golden brilliance touch you, you'll die." The middle-aged man who had previously stopped Lin Moyo sneered, "He really doesn't know what's good for him, wasting my breath." Someone beside him added, "Some people seek death, and no one can save them." The middle-aged man snorted, "Let him be. If he dies, he dies. People die every day anyway." He had a good heart but a bad temper. Seeing Lin Moyo ignore his advice, his first reaction was anger. Then he felt a bit regretful. Lin Moyo ignored the words of the crowd. At this moment, he had already flown into the area where the golden brilliance was spraying. The golden brilliance, like fireworks, sprayed out from the secret realm, dazzlingly beautiful. The golden brilliance, which others avoided like the plague, fell on Lin Moyo, blocked by the bone hell. The mist around Lin Moyo continuously twisted, and the golden brilliance did not touch him. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that a large amount of golden brilliance had appeared inside the bone hell. The golden brilliance lasted for several seconds before disappearing, having no effect on the bone hell. However, where the golden brilliance disappeared, some marks seemed to appear. These marks were like symbols, difficult to erase. The bone hell, relying on its own power, would need considerable time to erase these marks. It seems my guess was correct. The golden brilliance itself is not harmful. Its main function is to act as a marker. Once inside the secret realm, these markers will be locked onto and attacked by something inside. Lin Moyo pondered as he moved through the golden brilliance, reaching the entrance of the secret realm. With a slight movement of his soul, he activated the black vortex at the entrance. In the next second, Lin Moyo disappeared into the starry sky. Outside the secret realm, nearly 100 people watched Lin Moyo enter. Someone sneered, "He really doesn't know what's good for him." Every time the golden brilliance erupts, the secret realm changes drastically. People inside can't escape fast enough, and yet he goes in. Truly, ignorance is bliss. There are countless secret realms, and while the Jinhui secret realm is usually safe, it's not safe at all during eruptions. That's not entirely true. As long as it's not during the eruption period and you follow a few precautions, the Jinhui secret realm is the safest. Just watch, the sky is doomed. Chapter 1608. Chapter 1608, 1608. Chapter 1608, the possibility of clearing the secret realm. Years of experience have taught everyone outside the secret realm that no matter how safe the Jinhui secret realm usually is, as long as you enter during the eruption period, it's a death sentence. Unless someone is intentionally seeking death, no one enters the Jinhui secret realm during the eruption period. Moreover, once the Jinhui eruption occurs, even those inside the secret realm can only use escape talismans to leave. The interior of the secret realm also becomes unsafe. Tasks can fail, but life is only one. After all, failing a task doesn't result in any loss, at most just the loss of an escape talisman. Inside the secret realm, Lin Moyo stood on the ground, looking at the sky. The sky seemed to be leaking, with beams of golden light shooting down. Before the golden light could reach the ground, it exploded in mid-air. It seemed as if there was an invisible force in the air blocking the golden light. The exploded golden light scattered into countless golden splendors. But the golden splendor was still blocked by the invisible force, unable to truly fall. The sky was filled with golden splendor, drifting like clouds. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled his experience in the Poison Bee secret realm, where he lost contact with the skeleton god general under the golden rain, leading to its complete death. If this golden splendor were to fall, it would cause him some trouble. He stomped on the ground, creating a crack. Fortunately, the ground isn't too hard, it can be used. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. From the place he had cracked, a large amount of golden splendor erupted. Lin Moya's eyes showed disappointment. He couldn't use the ground as a shield like in the Poison Bee secret realm. The ground here also contained a large amount of golden splendor. At this moment, he saw golden splendor falling from the sky, forming a thin line connecting heaven and earth. The invisible membrane in the sky that blocked the golden splendor seemed to have a hole, and this hole corresponded to the cracked ground he had stepped on. The falling golden splendor formed a straight line, connecting heaven and earth. However, the golden splendor did not spread outward, always maintaining this straight line. Lin Moyo had a thought and took out a true God Realm battle blade. He casually threw it, and the battle blade passed through the golden splendor, seemingly unaffected. But Lin Moyo noticed something wrong. The battle blade was covered in golden splendor. The golden splendor continued to spread, eventually turning the entire battle blade golden. This scene felt familiar. Roar! A roar interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts as two giant beasts charged from afar, looking like lions and tigers. Halfway through, the two beasts started fighting, rolling in the air. They bit and fought fiercely. Golden red flames spewed from their mouths, raising the temperature by thousands of degrees within a radius of several kilometers. Flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. The two beasts fought even more fiercely in the sea of fire, becoming more frenzied. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched, unable to overpower each other. Lin Moyo watched silently, not intervening. The two beasts fought while approaching. They almost simultaneously pounced on the now golden battle blade. Are they fighting over the battle blade? Two giant beasts in the secret realm fought endlessly over a true God Realm battle blade. These two beasts had combat power surpassing the God King realm, at least at the 5th or 6th level of the God King realm. A true God Realm treasure was useless to them. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing the two beasts were after the golden splendor, not the battle blade. The battle blade, contaminated by the golden splendor, had changed its nature, becoming something else. This new thing was extremely attractive and important to them. Moreover, the golden splendor on the battle blade formed a mark, allowing them to accurately locate it. The two beasts fought fiercely over the battle blade, eventually splitting it in half, each taking a piece. The lion-tiger-like beasts quickly devoured the battle blade. The battle blade crumbled like a cookie under their sharp teeth. The beasts were over 5 meters tall, and the battle blade was just a toy to them, too small to even be a snack. After eating, they turned their gaze to Lin Moyo and approached him. Strangely, they avoided the golden line connecting heaven and earth, not touching the golden splendor. Lin Moyo realized the beasts needed the golden splendor but couldn't consume it directly. They needed a medium to change the nature of the golden splendor before they could eat it. Lin Moyo also understood why those contaminated by the golden splendor would die upon entering the secret realm. The golden splendor changes the nature of anything it touches, attracting the beasts in the secret realm. The golden splendor also has a marking ability, making it impossible to escape as long as one remains in the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, there should be many such beasts in the secret realm. Running away will only attract more beasts, eventually leading to death. Moreover, the golden splendor might not only change nature but also affect strength. Otherwise, even a 9th level God King wouldn't fear these beasts. Lin Moyo quickly made a judgment and had other speculations. Seeing the beasts approaching, Lin Moyo threw out 2 more true God Realm treasures. The treasures passed through the golden line, becoming contaminated with the golden splendor. The two beasts turned their heads simultaneously, looking at the new treasures. To them, the treasures were the most delicious food, far more attractive than Lin Moyo. They cautiously approached the treasures, each taking one. Once the treasures turned completely golden, the beasts eagerly devoured them. After eating, they turned back to Lin Moyo, their eyes filled with cruelty and bloodlust, driven by instinct, devoid of intelligence. Lin Moyo thought, as expected, their instinct is to eat treasures contaminated by the golden splendor. These beasts have no intelligence, only instinct. This instinct is brought by the runes. The golden splendor here is very similar to the golden rain in the Poison Bee secret realm, clearly from the same rune. Although the ancient rune is broken, its fragments can still operate independently, forming separate secret realms with some power. Whether it's rune 130 or the rune's controller, they are terrifying existences. Far beyond the other shore realm. Lin Moyo concluded and didn't hesitate. Several skeleton god generals appeared beside him, their swords glowing, instantly killing the two beasts. The beasts disintegrated in the sword energy, turning into golden light and disappearing. Lin Moyo used the soul eye to observe the golden light left by the beasts. He saw rune fragments in the golden light. The fragments were very similar to those in the Poison Bee secret realm but slightly different. This indicated that both came from the same rune but different parts. With this, the two secret realms became traceable. The rules might differ, but not by much. Lin Moyo felt confident, knowing how to clear this secret realm. He was at least 70% sure he could clear it. I was right to clear this secret realm. You must wait for the eruption. Normally, the secret realm's rules are hidden. The golden splendor and beasts rarely appear, making the secret realm seem safe. Now that they have appeared, the rules are revealed, and I can attempt to clear it. Luck is on my side. Feeling confident, Lin Moyo took out over a dozen true God Realm treasures, contaminating them with the golden splendor to change their nature. The ground trembled slightly, and another crack appeared not far away. Golden splendor gushed from the crack, and a hole appeared in the corresponding sky, allowing the golden splendor to fall, forming a second golden line. Chapter 1609. Chapter 1609, 1609. Chapter 1609, Seeking the Way to Clear the Secret Realm. The number of golden lines increased, meaning something was happening. Lin Muyo pondered for a few seconds and guessed one possibility: the golden brilliance would gradually fall, increasing in quantity, like a timer counting down. After a certain time, the secret realm world might be covered in golden brilliance. At the extreme limit, all the golden brilliance in the sky would fall to the ground, and the eruption of the secret realm would cease. At that point, the secret realm would return to its normal state. In that state, it would be impossible to clear the secret realm or activate the second stage. Based on his experience, Lin Muyo felt his judgment was likely correct. Although the eruption stage was dangerous, it also presented an opportunity to clear the secret realm. Currently, more than a dozen treasures had been contaminated by the golden brilliance, changing their nature into golden objects. The treasures lost their original functions and were no longer treasures. Instead, they became food for the giant beasts in the secret realm to compete over. One skeleton god general tried to touch and pick up the golden food but found no effect on itself. Then, more than a dozen skeleton god generals each picked up a piece of golden food and flew off in different directions in the secret realm. They would act as bait, luring out the giant beasts. Even more skeleton god generals flew out to search for paths in the secret realm. Currently, Lin Muyo did not know the true mechanism for clearing the secret realm, so he could only proceed step by step with experiments and tests. Based on past experiences, Lin Muyo analyzed two possibilities. One was that killing enough giant beasts in the secret realm could trigger the next stage. The other possibility, like the poison bee secret realm, was finding and killing a special giant beast to trigger the next stage. Both possibilities existed, so Lin Muyo did not waste time and pursued both paths simultaneously. Roars echoed from various parts of the secret realm as the giant beasts quickly sensed the presence of food. From afar, numerous giant beasts could be seen flying out of the secret realm. The giant beasts headed towards the food held by the skeleton god generals. Their targets were clear and unified: the golden food held by the skeleton god generals. As for the skeleton god generals without food, they were completely ignored. The giant beasts were extremely frenzied. Even before obtaining the food, they had already erupted into battles, fighting fiercely in the air. For a time, chaos reigned in the secret realm as the great battle raged on. Powerful auras lingered in the secret realm world, with some giant beasts being extremely powerful, reaching the 9th level of the god sovereign realm, suppressing the other giant beasts. But the other giant beasts, driven by the desire for food, would resist to the death even if outmatched. Lin Muyo watched the frenzied giant beasts, his gaze flickering as he pondered whether a third possibility existed. He did not instruct the skeleton god generals to kill these giant beasts. He had a vague feeling that eliminating all the giant beasts might not be the correct choice. The Golden Brilliant Secret Realm and the Poison Bee Secret Realm originated from fragments of the same rune, so they should share similar characteristics. There should also be one or several special giant beasts, like the Poison Bee Mother in the Poison Bee Secret Realm. Just like the boss monsters in the subrealms of the small world, only by killing the boss monster could one proceed to the next stage. For some reason, Lin Muyo always felt that the subrealms in the small world and the secret realms in the Divine City Star region had astonishing similarities. The skeleton god generals discovered a forest filled with golden brilliance, with trees covered in a large amount of golden brilliance. Some golden brilliance flowed on the surface, while some had already protruded, forming golden stones the size of a fist. These were Jinhui stones. One of the ways to obtain them was from this forest. However, one could only safely collect the Jinhui stones after they had fallen from the trees. If collected before falling, an attack would occur. Some people had done this before, and without exception, they all died, without even knowing how they died. Initially, others did not know what had happened to them, until the Human Emperor Network later revealed this information. Only then did people realize they had died from forcibly collecting the Jinhui stones. For those who forcibly collected the Jinhui stones, even escape talismans could not be activated, and they were doomed. Afterwards, others obediently followed this rule and never forcibly collected the Jinhui stones, always waiting for them to fall naturally before obtaining them. This was the correct approach, but now Lin Muyo wanted to clear the secret realm, so he had to do something abnormal. The skeleton god generals directly swung their bone swords, forcibly cutting down the Jinhui stones. The Jinhui stones immediately exploded, erupting countless golden brilliance, instantly enveloping an area of thousands of meters. Everything happened too suddenly, and the skeleton god generals had no time to react, directly covered by the golden brilliance. The skeleton god generals were coated in gold, rapidly undergoing a transformation, turning into golden skeletons. In less than half a second, Lin Muyo lost contact with the golden skeletons, just like the situation in the Poison Bee Secret Realm. Lin Muyo finally understood how those who forcibly collected the Jinhui stones had died, and why they couldn't even use an escape talisman. Under the golden brilliance, the rules were changed, and the nature of all items, including living beings, was transformed. Even if they took out an escape talisman, it would also turn into golden food, losing its original function, making escape impossible. The golden skeletons stood motionless, becoming the largest and most delicious-looking existence among all the golden food. Strangely, the frenzied giant beasts in the air, competing for the food, did not even glance at the golden skeletons. Their battle for food continued, but they ignored the largest and most delicious-looking golden skeletons. Lin Muyo's confusion lasted only 3 seconds before he received the correct answer. In the forest, countless vines suddenly rose up. These vines, carrying mottled golden light, wrapped around the golden skeletons. In the center of this forest, a large tree stood out prominently, much larger than the other trees. The vines were also raised by this tree, pulling the golden skeletons back to itself. A crack appeared on the tree trunk, swallowing the golden skeletons. A special giant beast? Lin Mui's heart moved, and a large number of skeleton god generals immediately flew over, unleashing sword energy from tens of thousands of meters away. The sword energy plowed through the forest like a plow, flattening it. Countless trees collapsed under the sword energy, and countless Jinhui stones that had not yet formed exploded, erupting countless golden light, creating a magnificent scene. The large tree in the center of the forest raised countless vines, carrying golden brilliance, spanning tens of thousands of meters to strike the skeleton god generals. The skeleton god generals reacted swiftly, quickly dodging. The golden brilliance from the vines scattered, unable to touch them. The skeleton god generals opened the distance and counterattacked with sword energy. 100 skeleton god generals were not enough, so 200 were sent. If 200 were not enough, then 1,000 would be sent. There were plenty of skeleton god generals, wave after wave. No matter where, even in the realm of runes, the vitality of plant life was extremely powerful. This large tree was only at the 9th level of the god sovereign realm, but it was difficult to destroy. It took nearly 1,000 skeleton god generals continuously unleashing sword energy for a full minute to finally kill it. Fortunately, it could not move, otherwise if it tried to escape, it would truly be a troublesome foe. As the giant tree died, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, drawing down a golden line from above. At this moment, another crack appeared elsewhere, revealing another golden line. The number of golden lines increased from 2 to 4, with more golden brilliance falling. Following Lin Mui's thoughts, once the golden brilliance fell completely, the secret realm would return to normal, making it impossible to clear. He had to seize the opportunity. After the giant tree died, apart from one golden line, there was no other movement. It was clear that the giant tree was not the key to entering the next stage. Lin Mui fell into contemplation again. Chapter 1610. Chapter 1610, 1610. Chapter 1610, perhaps, it is like this. The skeleton god generals continued their search, finding large and small forests one after another. In the larger forests, there were tens of thousands of tree-shaped giant beasts. In the smaller ones, there were hundreds. Each forest had a giant tree, considered the king of the trees. The forests had a characteristic: if you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't initiate an attack. In the forests, they found several Jinhui stones, which served as a baseline, completing the basic task first. If they couldn't find a way to clear the secret realm, at least they wouldn't leave empty-handed. More and more giant beasts filled the sky, forming a dark mass like clouds. The skeleton god generals used their speed advantage to race with countless giant beasts. The giant beasts tirelessly chased the skeleton god generals but could never catch up. The giant beasts had no intelligence, only instinct. As long as the skeleton god generals held the golden food, the bait, the giant beasts would relentlessly pursue them, never stopping. The ground gradually cracked, and more golden lines fell from the sky. The secret realm seemed to be draped in golden threads, becoming increasingly splendid and simultaneously more dangerous. The golden lines were composed of the fragmented power of ancient runes, containing terrifying rules that could change the nature of anything they touched. They were untouchable, touching them meant death. Finally, on the second day of entering the secret realm, the skeletons discovered a clear spring, with golden brilliance flashing in the water, like the golden splendor in the sky reflected in the water, mesmerizing. But Lin Muiya knew that it wasn't a reflection from the sky, it was truly in the water. If one wanted to enter the water to retrieve the golden splendor, they would be attacked by the giant beasts in the water. It was said that there were many Jinhui stones at the bottom of the spring, along with other treasures. Some people had ventured down before, suffering brutal attacks. Some died inside, while others were lucky enough to escape. But those who escaped all had their souls damaged, their realms significantly regressed, and they eventually died. What was dangerous for others, Lin Muiya was determined to explore. That day, he killed several tree kings but still couldn't find the way to the next stage. The tree kings were not the correct method, so he had to seek another path. The skeleton god generals plunged into the spring, seeing more golden splendor. However, in the eyes of the skeleton god generals, the undead vision only showed shades of gray. The golden splendor appeared as a deeper gray. The skeleton god generals, being in the water, inevitably came into contact with the golden splendor, but no transformation occurred. The golden splendor in the water was different from that outside, it didn't cause transformation. Lin Muiya suddenly realized that if the golden splendor outside was unavoidable, then the spring was the best refuge. However, the water also contained giant beasts, making it not a guaranteed safe place. As the water rippled, the skeleton god generals gradually sank to the bottom of the spring, discovering a large number of Jinhui stones. Indeed, many Jinhui stones were piled at the bottom, glowing brightly. Amidst the glow, runes seemed to be dancing. Unfortunately, they were all broken runes, mere fragments. At that moment, the water rippled, and the skeleton god generals became alert. Before they could react, an attack had already arrived. The soul fire of the skeleton god generals flickered violently, their aura plummeting. The soul fire in their heads dimmed instantly, almost extinguishing, but then returned to normal in the next second. All the damage was shared, with the entire undead army simultaneously bearing the attack. The attack injured the souls of the skeleton god generals but wasn't enough to kill them. They quickly recovered. The skeleton god generals scanned their surroundings but saw no trace of the enemy. There was nothing in their vision, nor in the undead vision, no soul fire. A soul attack, but no target. Lin Muiya's heart trembled slightly. It was another strange occurrence. The attack was real and extremely powerful, a soul attack. Under such a soul attack, a third-level god king would die instantly unless protected by a powerful soul treasure, otherwise certain death. Even with a soul treasure, the soul would still be injured. A drop in realm was inevitable, almost unavoidable. Only a soul at the God Sovereign level, a 4th grade soul, could resist such an attack. For the Skeleton God Generals, the attack wasn't a big deal, but the key was they couldn't find the source of the attack. The soul fire flickered silently again, almost extinguishing, but quickly returned to normal. Still, they couldn't find the source of the attack. At that moment, more Skeleton God Generals arrived at the bottom of the spring. Whoosh! The attack came again, and not just one Skeleton God General was attacked, all the Skeleton God Generals that entered the spring were attacked. The attack intensity was the same, an indiscriminate attack. The situation became increasingly strange, and Lin Moya pondered for a moment before giving an order. The Skeleton God Generals raised their bone swords and unleashed sword energy at the pile of Jinwi stones at the bottom of the spring. The Jinwi stones were very sturdy, and the sword energy couldn't break them. However, the sword energy was enough to scatter the pile of Jinwi stones. The mountain of Jinwi stones was blasted apart, and the spring water erupted into a towering column. The true bottom of the spring was revealed, along with countless algae-like plants. These algae were transparent, extending countless barely visible filaments, floating in the water. Lin Moya finally understood the source of the attack. The souls of these algae were hidden at the bottom of the spring, well concealed, shielded by the Jinwi stones, making them undetectable by the undead vision. Their tendrils were transparent and invisible, blending with the spring water. Because they were invisible and too delicate to be felt, even the undead vision didn't detect them initially. They had already attached themselves to the Skeleton God Generals, and the soul attacks came from them. Knowing this made things easier, the Skeleton God Generals launched an attack on the algae. Sword energy rained down, destroying them. The algae seemed to sense danger, and their survival instinct drove them to attack the enemy. A wave of soul attacks hit the Skeleton God Generals, causing their soul fire to flicker, almost extinguishing. The damage was quickly shared among the undead army, making them nearly indestructible. More Skeleton God Generals entered the spring, joining the battle. The algae fought back fiercely but to no avail. The bottom of the spring was shattered by the sword energy, and the ground cracked open. Countless golden splendors surged from the lakebed, causing the lake water to solidify and turn golden. A massive golden line descended from the sky, falling into the spring. The nature of the spring water changed rapidly. Not good. Lin Moya's heart tightened, and he tried to recall the Skeleton God Generals. But he found that the Skeleton God Generals didn't return. They were still fighting in the spring, unable to come back easily. As the golden splendor grew stronger, his connection with the Skeleton God Generals weakened. Eventually, the entire spring became an independent world, and everything inside lost contact. Lin Moya completely lost contact with hundreds of Skeleton God Generals. He knew those Skeleton God Generals were done for, having merged with the spring water, left behind. What is this? Clearly, the algae at the bottom of the spring were not the key to clearing the secret realm. So what was the key? Lin Moya had to rethink. He had considered all possibilities that day but still couldn't find the answer. The Poison Bee secret realm had been cleared to the second stage before, but no one had ever reached the second stage of the Jinwi secret realm. Even asking the Human Emperor network yielded no results. Roars echoed from the sky as several giant beasts, previously chasing the Skeleton God Generals, suddenly left the group and rushed towards the spring. Their target wasn't the spring but the Jinwi stones that had fallen from it. They scrambled to snatch the Jinwi stones, just as they had chased the golden food held by the Skeleton God Generals. Seeing this, Lin Moya suddenly understood. Perhaps, it is like this. Chapter 1611. Chapter 1611, 1611. Chapter 1611, For Your Sake. Under Lin Moya's watchful eyes, several giant beasts devoured the Jinwi stones. After consuming the Jinwi stones, the giant beasts let out excited roars, their eyes filled with excitement and cruelty. Simultaneously, their bodies grew larger, and their auras also increased. These giant beasts consumed a few more Jinwi stones and became even stronger. Then they returned to their group, seemingly ready to continue chasing the golden food held by the Skeleton God Generals. But they didn't do that. Instead, they began attacking their own kind. Although they had previously fought each other for food, it was generally a balanced fight. Now, however, the giant beasts that had consumed the Jinwi stones were clearly stronger than the others. Some giant beasts were injured and then killed. The golden light from the slain giant beasts was absorbed by the victors, making them even stronger. The giant beasts became more frenzied, starting to slaughter their own kind to enhance themselves. Lin Moya watched the transformation of the giant beasts and began to understand what to do. The key to the problem lay in the Jinwi stones. To the giant beasts, the Jinwi stones were both food and a drug that excited them. Consuming the Jinwi stones would trigger their instincts, causing them to lose their minds and kill each other. After killing their kind, they could absorb the golden light from the dead, becoming stronger. This is like raising goo, raising the strongest one. By killing the strongest one, can the second stage be activated? Lin Moya had an idea. Since other methods were ineffective, why not try this? After all, these giant beasts would have to be killed eventually. In hindsight, not killing them earlier turned out to be the right decision. It's just a pity about the hundreds of Skeleton God Generals that died in the spring. If he had discovered this earlier, they wouldn't have died in vain. He found another clear spring, and a large number of Skeleton God Generals rushed in. The Skeleton God Generals unleashed sword energy, blasting all the Jinwi stones from the bottom of the spring. A large number of Jinwi stones flew out of the spring, scattering in all directions. Instantly, a large number of giant beasts were attracted. The giant beasts frantically scrambled for the Jinwi stones, becoming even more frenzied after consuming them. The giant beasts began to slaughter each other madly, turning the entire secret realm into a terrifying battlefield. Lin Moya watched the scene as if watching a play. At the same time, he had the skeleton god generals find more Jinwi springs, gather more Jinwi stones, and make the scene even more chaotic. The giant beasts continued to slaughter each other, and the battle lasted for several days. The number of giant beasts gradually decreased, and the victorious ones grew stronger. Lin Moya was very patient, waiting quietly. He didn't intervene, fearing that his intervention would disrupt the outcome. The cracks in the ground continued to increase, and the golden brilliance in the sky continued to condense into golden lines and fall. This situation became more frequent, and within a few days, the golden brilliance in the sky had decreased by a third. Lin Moya estimated that in about 10 days, the golden brilliance would completely fall. By then, the secret realm would return to normal, and clearing it would have to wait until the next eruption. It was said that the Jinwi eruption could occur as frequently as every few months or as infrequently as every few years. He didn't want to waste that much time. Looking at the remaining dozen or so giant beasts, Lin Moya muttered to himself, I hope this works. If not, I'll have to try another secret realm. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so giant beasts had all reached the 9th level of the God King realm. If the slaughter continued, the last remaining giant beast would likely reach the Lesser God Sovereign level. A Lesser God Sovereign level giant beast was not a big deal for Lin Moya. If viewed from the secret realm's restrictions, the highest level allowed to enter the secret realm was the Lesser God Sovereign. Even for a Lesser God Sovereign, dealing with the giant beasts would be challenging. Moreover, there was still the second stage. Unless one was a genius capable of fighting above their level, there was almost no chance. Not to mention the combat power, even finding the way to the second stage was as difficult as climbing to the sky. If Lin Moya hadn't relied on the large number of people, it would have been very difficult to complete. Another day passed, and the slaughter among the giant beasts finally had a result. When the final victor roared, its aura suddenly surged, reaching the Lesser God Sovereign level. Simultaneously, its entire body swelled, growing to over 20 meters tall. Its fur shook, shedding golden brilliance, with runes flashing within, all fragmentary runes. A pair of fleshy wings grew from its back, spreading over 30 meters. Its roars shook the secret realm, as if declaring itself the king of the secret realm, the supreme existence. Suddenly, a law galaxy composed of white bones appeared above its head. The law galaxy poured down, and countless skeletons appeared within, all raising their long swords and slashing at the giant beast. Countless sword lights lit up on the giant beast, cutting its fur, skin, and bones. The roars turned into wails in an instant. Before it could react, an even brighter sword light appeared. The bright and dazzling sword light almost tore the giant beast's powerful body in half. The wails turned into screams, and the giant beast fell to the ground amidst the screams. A beam of golden light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the sky and revealing a dark gap. Simultaneously, a vortex appeared beside Lin Moya, exuding the aura of the Great World. The vortex was the exit, allowing one to leave the secret realm and return to the Great World. The gap in the sky was the entrance to the second stage. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was right, he had found the way to the second stage. As the giant beast died and the entrance to the second stage opened, the golden brilliance in the sky increased several times. This indicated that the time to clear the stage had become more ample. At this moment, the ground shook, and a giant hand covered in runes emerged from the ground. But it only extended a palm before stopping. Lin Moya had seen this hand before. When the Poison Bee secret realm was fully cleared, it had appeared in the sky and taken away the rune pillar. Afterwards, he had thought that this hand should belong to the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network had answered that clearing the secret realm was beneficial to it. The benefit was likely obtaining the final rune pillar. In fact, it wasn't beneficial to the Human Emperor Network but to those big shots in the Other Shore realm. The ones who answered him back then were probably those big shots in the Other Shore realm, possibly even Ancestor Su or Saint Hao. This wasn't hard to figure out. The events of ancient times were of utmost concern to the big shots in the Other Shore realm. Studying ancient runes could likely yield information from ancient times. Even if they couldn't obtain information from ancient times, ancient runes still had great utility. This was the greatest benefit. The Human Emperor Network's reminder sounded in his ear. Exploring the Jinwi secret realm, the first stage task has been completed. You can choose to continue exploring and complete the second stage task for more rewards. Please note, the second stage of this secret realm is an unknown area. No one has ever reached it, and its danger is unknown. Escape talismans will lose their effect. Do you wish to continue? Please decide within 1 minute. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Do you want me to continue exploring? After waiting for 10 seconds, the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded again. It's your decision. Lin Moya understood that the one answering him wasn't the Human Emperor Network but a big shot in the Other Shore realm. And this big shot should have some connection with him. Lin Moya smiled and said, Are you Ancestor Su, Old Lin, or Saint Hao? After another 10 seconds, the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded again, with only one word, Su. Lin Moya understood. Alright, for your sake, I'll continue. With that, he flew up and rushed into the gap in the sky. Chapter 1612. Chapter 1612, 1612. Chapter 1612, The Unknown Land of Emptiness. In the core area of the human race Divine City Star region, Ancestor Su was somewhat exasperated. Lin, this brat actually tricked me into owing him a favor. Several big shots of the Other Shore realm stood by, smiling as they watched the frustrated Ancestor Su. A favor from someone in the Other Shore realm is not easily obtained. But with just a few words, Lin Moya managed to trick Ancestor Su into owing him a favor. Lin Moya's response was, "For your sake." Meaning, if it weren't for Ancestor Su, he wouldn't have continued exploring. Yet, just by clearing the stage, he could earn a large amount of Divine City merits, and the original rewards were already substantial. Now, Ancestor Su had also added a favor, making this deal somewhat unprofitable. Lady Yu elegantly sat nearby, exuding grace and nobility. Lin Xiao is truly interesting. Ancestor Su paused for a moment. This kid is cunning. Be careful when dealing with him in the future. Old Lin laughed heartily. That's because you're too naive. Ancestor Su glared at him. Yes, you're the smart one. Old Lin laughed even more heartily. Of course, believe it or not, even if you hadn't said it was for your sake, he would have continued exploring. Thinking back, it seemed to be true. Lin Moya originally aimed for the Divine City merits, or rather, he also wanted to see the ancient runes. No rune master could resist the allure of ancient runes. Ancestor Su knew this well but wouldn't admit it. Of course, I knew that. I just intentionally owed him a favor. You should know, my family has several talented and good-looking descendants. The others were stunned, unable to believe Ancestor Su would say such a thing. Old Lin gave a thumbs up. Old Su, I have to say, I admire you for thinking this way. To win over Lin Moyu, you're even willing to offer your descendants. Ancestor Su waved his hand, his old face as thick as a city wall. Don't make it sound so bad. It's for the benefit of my descendants. If you had descendants, I don't believe you wouldn't think the same way. Old Lin snorted. You managed to insult me twice with one sentence. He angrily drank his tea, ignoring Ancestor Su. Lady Yu's eyes sparkled as she thought, Yuju seems to have a good relationship with Lin Moyo. Should I call her back? Lin Moyo entered the second stage of the secret realm, an unknown land where no one knew what to expect. This was a completely independent world, entirely disconnected from the human emperor network and the Divine City Star region. Escape talismans were no longer effective. If danger arose, one could only rely on themselves. This was a golden world, filled with floating golden light spots that provided illumination. Lin Moyo maintained the bone hell, moving cautiously through the secret realm, knowing that any unexpected event could be fatal. However, he noticed that the golden light spots here were different from the golden brilliance in the first stage. They posed no danger and were purely for illumination. Lin Moyo had learned to distinguish between the two. Whether there was danger could be determined by the presence of rune fragments. The golden brilliance contained rune fragments. All dangers stemmed from the rune fragments. The entire secret realm was formed because of a fragment of a rune. In the Poison Bee secret realm, the giant hand took away the rune pillar, and once the rune fragment was removed, the entire secret realm disappeared. The rune pillar could be considered the core of the secret realm, even its essence. Lin Moya fully understood that clearing the secret realm meant allowing the power of the human emperor network to permeate the entire secret realm, thereby gaining control over it. Only the big shots of the other shore realm could achieve this. Lin Moya observed the unknown land, a golden plain with no flowers, no grass, and no clouds in the sky, seemingly empty. In an unknown land, there could be no precedents or clues. In such a situation, Lin Moya released the skeleton god generals to explore. The skeleton god warriors were no longer sufficient. The dangers here were beyond their capabilities. The skeleton god generals were much stronger, capable of gathering more information even if they encountered danger. In an unknown land, information was the most crucial. Only by obtaining enough information could one solve the puzzles and clear the secret realm. If the puzzles couldn't be solved, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. A large number of skeleton god generals flew in all directions, exploring the unknown land. Without any interference, the skeleton god generals explored quickly. Soon, the general terrain of the unknown land was mapped out. It was a plain, unnaturally flat. The entire ground was as smooth as if it had been sliced by a sharp sword, with a faint mirror-like quality. If polished, it could definitely be used as a mirror. The skeleton god generals not only explored the surroundings but also flew into the sky. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, the skeleton god generals hit an invisible wall and were forcefully bounced back. Despite repeated efforts, they couldn't break through. Soon, the skeleton god generals exploring other directions encountered the same issue. They touched the edge of the secret realm, blocked by an invisible wall. There's nothing here, Lin Moyo muttered to himself. In this space, apart from the mirror-like ground and the omnipresent golden light spots, there was nothing else. It felt like a transparent cage, trapping him inside. Lin Moyo even wondered if the rune had lost its function and become completely desolate. If that were the case, he might be trapped inside, which was not good news. However, he thought it unlikely. If that were the case, this space shouldn't exist, and the golden light spots shouldn't exist either. The golden light spots moved without wind, gently floating in the air, seemingly following some pattern that Lin Moya couldn't decipher. Since there was nothing around or above, he could only explore downward. Lin Moya chose the most straightforward method. The God King golden body shone brightly as he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. With a thunderous boom, Lin Moya was sent flying, uncontrollably soaring into the sky. He felt the force of his stomp completely rebound. Useless. The spot he stomped on remained unscathed, not even a mark left. Lin Moya frowned slightly. None of this works. It shouldn't be. With a thought, the skeleton god generals unleashed sword energy at the ground. The sword energy struck the mirror-like ground, which reflected all the sword energy. The sword energy ricocheted through the space, scattering countless golden light spots. Finally, the entire space seemed to awaken, emitting a roar. The golden light spots suddenly swirled like a storm, flying everywhere. Countless golden light spots flew towards the ground, and a rune suddenly appeared on the ground. Lin Moya's face changed dramatically. Chapter 1613. Chapter 1613, 1613. Chapter 1613, the skeleton god general becomes a puppet? The rune appeared directly below Lin Moyo, just 1,000 meters away. Lin. The rune appeared extremely quickly, almost suddenly. The moment the rune appeared, Lin Moya sensed danger. He instinctively flew back, and a golden light brushed past his body, shooting up into the sky, finally disappearing at the invisible barrier at 100,000 meters. Lin Moya didn't know what would happen if he was hit by the golden light, but he imagined it wouldn't be anything good. It was better not to try. He trusted his intuition, which told him that danger was never a good thing. Although he narrowly avoided danger, there was some good news. The space finally showed some changes. As long as there were changes, he could find clues and a breakthrough point. The worst thing was a dead silence with no changes at all. Another rune appeared on the ground, still directly below Lin Moyo. The sense of danger reappeared, and Lin Moyo quickly retreated. Another golden light brushed past his body, shooting into the sky. In less than a second, another rune appeared. This time, the two runes were not in the same position, but Lin Moyo felt they were still targeting him. Without hesitation, he changed his position, and two golden lights shot through the space where he had been. Lin Moyo was slightly alarmed. The rune attacks now had a sequence. They didn't attack simultaneously. If he had stopped after dodging the first attack, he would have been hit by the second rune's attack. In the next second, 4 runes appeared. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. The number of runes had increased again. He kept flying in the air, dodging the rune attacks. The 4 runes also had an attack sequence, forcing Lin Moya to keep moving without stopping. Then 8 runes, 16 runes, and more appeared, increasing in number. Without exception, all the runes targeted Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo kept dodging, avoiding all the attacks. Will this ever end? Lin Moyo was a bit frustrated. The runes seemed endless, continuously increasing. If this continued, with thousands or tens of thousands of runes, he wouldn't be able to dodge and would be doomed. Finally, when the number of runes increased to 108, it stopped, giving Lin Moyo a sigh of relief. The 108 identical golden runes on the ground flashed continuously, launching relentless attacks at Lin Moyo. The 108 runes attacked in a continuous cycle. Lin Moyo relied on his incredible speed and sharp intuition to keep dodging. After 10 rounds of attacks, the runes finally stopped. The runes gradually faded, and Lin Moyo remained vigilant, not daring to relax. After waiting for 10 seconds without any new runes appearing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. What was the purpose of those attacks, and how can they be resolved? It can't be just enduring the attacks. There must be some rules. The number of runes increased in multiples, 1, 2, 4, 8, up to 108. But this doesn't seem to reveal any pattern. Lin Moyo recalled the entire process, his mind racing. Unfortunately, there was too little information to find a corresponding pattern. Suddenly, a large number of golden light spots flew towards the ground. Lin Moya's expression changed. Earlier, it was the golden light spots sinking into the ground that triggered the rune attacks on him. The golden light spots seemed to be the trigger mechanism for the runes. At that time, the number of golden light spots sinking into the ground wasn't many, but now there were at least hundreds of times more. With so many golden light spots, how many runes would be triggered? Was this meant to kill him? He wanted to curse, but it was too late. The golden light spots had already sunk into the ground, and runes appeared on the ground. Not just one rune, but thousands of identical runes appeared instantly. Thousands of runes, all appearing not under his feet but under the skeleton god generals. Each skeleton god general corresponded to a rune. Very fair, none were left out. Dodge! Lin Moyo commanded quickly. The skeleton god generals couldn't think. They only executed commands. They immediately dodged to the side, and the first attack missed them all. Then the second attack appeared, and they dodged again, missing the second attack. In the next second, the runes doubled. Lin Moya's heart pounded. This scene was exactly like his own experience. Next, there would be 4, 8, 16 runes, up to 108 runes, and the attacks would last for 10 rounds. He could dodge, but that didn't mean the skeleton god generals could. Lin Moya tried to recall the skeleton god generals, but he found they were locked by some invisible force and couldn't be recalled. Dodge, don't stop. With no other choice, Lin Moya commanded. The skeleton god generals received the command and began dodging the attacks. The skeleton god general's soul sensitivity was far inferior to his own. Although they kept moving, some were inevitably hit. Moreover, with thousands of skeleton god generals in the air, the increasing number of runes would create cross-attacks, possibly causing friendly fire. Thinking about it was pointless. Since it was destined, he might as well take the opportunity to observe. The key to breaking through the second stage might lie in these runes. Lin Moyo observed the ground, watching the changes. The ground was smooth as a mirror, seemingly empty. But in the next second, runes would suddenly appear on the ground and then launch attacks. It seemed chaotic and without pattern, but Lin Moya knew there must be a pattern. The runes kept appearing, and the attacks continued densely. Soon, the number of runes increased from 8 to 16. With each doubling of runes, the attack density increased several times, making dodging several times harder. Finally, a skeleton god general was hit. It was only grazed, but its entire body turned golden and fell from the sky. Simultaneously, Lin Moya's connection with it was completely severed. Lin Moyo had anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't surprised. The golden rain in the Poison Bee secret realm and the previous golden brilliance had the same effect. This result was normal. But to his surprise, after the skeleton god general fell to the ground, its body glowed with golden light, and various runes appeared on it. Then the golden skeleton god general shot into the sky, attacking the other skeleton god generals. Damn it! Lin Moyo felt like cursing. His own skeleton god general had been controlled by someone else. To be precise, it wasn't someone else but the runes. The runes first changed the nature of the skeleton god general, then controlled it, turning it into a puppet to attack the other skeleton god generals. The whole process was eerie. Lin Moyo gritted his teeth, about to command the other skeleton god generals to attack. But the controlled golden skeleton god general suddenly stopped in mid-air and then exploded. Chapter 1614. Chapter 1614, 1614. Chapter 1614, the method to break through the second stage. The spell resisted. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, then realized something. His soul opened its eyes and saw the high and mighty, infinite fusion, spell. His soul opened its eyes and saw the high and mighty, infinite fusion, spell. At some point, it had recovered from its weakened state. Since it forcibly fused the bone hell, it had been in a weakened state. After several years, it had finally recovered. And it brought a surprise to Lin Moyo. Summoning the skeleton god general was originally a spell born from it. Compared to other stellar level spells, Infinite Fusion had absolute control over the spells it created. It could summon the skeleton god general and also unsummon it. Even now, Lin Moyo clearly felt he had lost contact with the golden skeleton god general, but within Infinite Fusion, this control still existed. Infinite Fusion did not allow the skeleton god general to betray Lin Moyo. This was blasphemy. The skeleton god general completely exploded, leaving nothing behind. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. Infinite Fusion had solved a problem for him. He could focus more on observing the changes in the runes. The runes on the ground continued to appear, increasing in number. The attacks became more frequent, and more skeleton god generals were hit by the runes, turning into golden skeleton god generals. Then, under the control of Infinite Fusion, they exploded on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Infinite Fusion was like a high and mighty king, firmly controlling the life and death of its spells. 32 runes. 64 runes. Lin Moyo finally discovered a clue. He found that the seemingly smooth ground was actually divided into sections. The ground was divided into grids, and the runes appeared within these grids. Based on the positions of the runes, Lin Moyo drew horizontal and vertical lines on the ground, forming grids of the same size. It looked like the grid paper children use when learning to write. With the discovery of the grids, more patterns appeared in his vision. No matter how the runes appeared or how their numbers changed, there were always some grids where runes did not appear. If I'm not mistaken, these grids where runes do not appear are the key to breaking through. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and the skeleton god generals, who were dodging, suddenly swung their swords, attacking the positions Lin Moyo specified. The sword energy fell on the ground, but the smooth mirror surface reflected it back, causing no reaction. Sword energy doesn't work. Lin Moyo believed in his judgment. Just because sword energy didn't work didn't mean his judgment was wrong. He personally went to a nearby grid. He remembered that when he was attacked earlier, many runes lit up, but some grids never had runes appear. Lin Moyo stomped on the ground, and with a loud bang, he was bounced into the air, just like with the sword energy. The huge recoil made it difficult for Lin Moyo to control himself. A golden beam of light from elsewhere almost grazed his body, nearly hitting him. Lin Moyo was not flustered and quickly dodged. Physical attacks don't work either. Let's try laws. He unleashed an undying law, which fell on the ground like a sharp arrow but was also reflected back, having no effect. Laws didn't work either, so he tried something else. A delicate small bow appeared above Lin Moyo's head. The soul-shooting bow. Sword energy, physical attacks, and laws were all ineffective. There was still soul attacks to try. If even soul attacks were ineffective, it would mean his judgment was wrong. Lin Moyo was confident but not arrogant. He infused soul power into the soul-shooting bow, forming a purple-glowing soul arrow. The soul arrow silently entered the void and appeared on the ground in the next moment, directly shooting into it. This time, the soul arrow was not reflected back. The ground rumbled and vibrated, making a different sound. Some nearby runes that had just lit up suddenly extinguished. Indeed. Lin Moyo was delighted and immediately took action. He locked onto a large area of grids where no runes had appeared and began attacking with soul arrows. With each arrow, a large number of runes extinguished, no longer glowing or attacking. Lin Moyo shot arrow after arrow, not stopping for a moment. He attacked every grid where no runes had appeared. Better to shoot wrong than to miss any. Lin Moyo controlled the soul-shooting bow, shooting thousands of arrows. If it were another cultivator, their soul would have been exhausted long ago. But for Lin Moyo, it wasn't a problem as long as his soul power didn't suddenly deplete. With the giant tree of talent replenishing him, and since he wasn't attacking with full force, just shooting ordinary arrows, he could continue indefinitely. Finally, all the runes on the ground extinguished, and the area returned to calm. The golden light spots that had sunk into the ground no longer appeared. Looking around, except for the distant golden light, the area he was in was completely devoid of golden light spots. After thinking for 2 seconds, Lin Moyo roughly knew what to do next. He needed to activate more runes and then extinguish them. The goal was to make all the golden light spots in the sky sink into the ground. Not necessarily all, but most of them. With this in mind, Lin Moyo had the skeleton god generals fly into those areas and attack the ground with sword energy. The attacks activated the ground, causing it to absorb the golden light spots and trigger the runes. As he expected, after the sword energy attacks, the ground rumbled, and the golden light spots quickly sank into the ground. Then runes appeared and began attacking the skeleton god generals. Lin Moyo observed the ground, noting which areas did not reveal runes. These were his targets. After several rounds of operations, the golden light spots in the secret realm decreased. Until most of the golden light spots had sunk into the ground, the entire space suddenly shook. Lin Moyo heard a deafening roar, which continued as if it would crack the ground. Amidst the roar, the remaining golden light spots also sank into the ground. Then the entire ground revealed golden patches, and the world turned upside down, with the ground becoming the sky. Lin Moyo felt as if everything was reversed, feeling uncomfortable. He knew the rules had changed, and many rules had been altered. His body couldn't adapt immediately, causing the discomfort. The ground was now above, and the golden light in the ground turned into starlight, falling down. Lin Moyo was startled and quickly dodged the falling starlight. Who knew if the falling starlight would be harmful? The bone hell remained shrouded around him, and the feedback from it indicated that the starlight was not harmful. The starlight condensed in the void, forming tadpole-like golden runes. These runes were fragments, quickly combining and merging into a corner of a rune. It was similar to the rune pillar in the final stage of the Poison Bee secret realm, but this was just a corner of a rune. Chapter 1615. Chapter 1615, 1615. Chapter 1615, Rune Beast, Quick Battle. The appearance of the beast was not much different from the giant beast seen in the first stage. It had the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, covered in fur. But fundamentally, this beast was purely composed of runes, a fragment of an ancient rune. Tracing its origin further, this ancient rune came from the severed finger outside the Divine City Star region. Lin Moyo couldn't imagine the level of power the owner of that severed finger had when alive, but it was certainly beyond the other shore realm. Lin Moyo had only seen two beings of such a level in his life. The owner of the severed finger was one of them, and the other was the old green ox in the primal secret realm. At this point, Lin Moyo suddenly paused. He realized he had overlooked someone. Actually, Lin Moyo didn't know if the other party was human or even real. But thinking about it, they should exist. Otherwise, Kangwon Buddha wouldn't have died. Although the other party was a system, Lin Moyo now realized that the system might just be a manifestation. During skill demonstrations, the mysterious system had shown astonishing combat power. An effortless finger could annihilate a clan. These three could be considered the strongest beings Lin Moyo had ever seen. A roar interrupted Lin Moyo's thoughts. The golden light spots had all combined, forming a giant beast. The beast was a fragment of an ancient rune, exuding an aura comparable to a god sovereign. But in reality, due to the special nature of the ancient rune, it was stronger than an ordinary god sovereign. Ancient Rune 130 could change rules, a power belonging to the other shore realm. Even a tiny fragment was extremely dangerous. The rune-composed beast opened its giant mouth, and a golden beam shot out. Lin Moya's face changed slightly, quickly dodging. Several more beams followed, and Lin Moya continued to dodge while commanding the skeleton god generals to attack. Sword energy crisscrossed, the white sword energy struck the beast but was deflected. The beast not only inherited the rune's attack but also had the earth's defense, seemingly able to reflect most damage. The beast's fur began to glow. Lin Moya's face changed, quickly pulling back. In the next moment, golden light illuminated the secret realm world. Countless golden beams shot out in all directions. The beast's entire body, every strand of fur, became a weapon, capable of firing beams. The skeleton god generals had nowhere to hide, all being hit by the beams and turning into golden skeletons. After becoming golden skeletons, they were covered in runes, on the verge of becoming rune puppets. The infinite fusion spell hummed, and the golden skeletons collectively exploded. Lin Moyo had already moved away, dodging through the gaps in the golden beams. He was shocked. This level of beast was impossible for an ordinary small god sovereign to defeat. Even an average god sovereign would find it very troublesome. The beams carried the power of runes, with a hint of rule power, making them difficult for even a god sovereign to withstand. After a wave of area attacks, the beast stopped, its eyes fixed on Lin Moyo. Its eyes were filled with nothing but a murderous instinct. Lin Moyo felt he was locked on, and in this secret realm space, he couldn't escape. He had only two options, life or death. After a 2-second pause, the beast attacked again. Its entire body glowed, its fur shining with golden light, countless rune fragments appearing. A barrage of beams shot out, most targeting Lin Moya's area, leaving him almost no room to dodge. Lin Moya's face changed, spreading his undead wings, pushing his soul power to the limit. A tearing sound came from the space, and a trace of space law appeared on the undead wings. This trace of space law allowed Lin Moya to move like teleportation, avoiding the densest part of the beams. But some attacks still hit him. The bone hell hummed, slightly distorting. The beams were absorbed by the bone hell, not reaching Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya felt some material in the bone hell turning golden but was then neutralized by the bone hell's power. Two powerful forces clashed continuously, with the bone hell ultimately prevailing. The rule power in the beams, lacking a source, quickly depleted. In Lin Moya's consciousness, the beast was marked and locked by his soul. He pointed to the sky. Stellar level spell, summon Skeleton King. The undying flame burned fiercely, and the skeleton throne emerged from the flames. The armored Skeleton King rose, reaching out to grab the skeleton throne, which transformed into a powerful and exquisite giant bone sword. Simultaneously, Lin Moya's aura surged, quickly breaking through to the god sovereign realm, and he took a bone sword from a skeleton god general. He used the power gathering spell. This time, he aimed for a quick battle. Against an opponent with rule power, dragging out the fight was not an option. He and the Skeleton King raised their bone swords simultaneously. Spell, God Slaying. Two brilliant star rivers appeared before the rune beast, the power of the Lost Star rivers pouring down. In the Skeleton King's white bone Lost Star River, countless bones turned into skeletons, raising their swords like the Skeleton King, slashing with the God-slaying spell. In Lin Moya's undying Lost Star River, grey death power turned into swords, falling on the rune beast. The rune beast's body lit up with dazzling sword light. Fur flew, runes shattered. The rune beast was almost torn to pieces, its body nearly collapsing, only its head remaining intact. The Skeleton King, after slashing, pounced on the rune beast, raising its bone sword to strike its head. As the giant sword fell, the rune beast spewed a golden beam at the Skeleton King. Both sides were fearless, choosing a mutually destructive approach. Lin Moya's heart trembled, watching the Skeleton King closely. He didn't know if the Skeleton King could withstand the golden beam, which was crucial for clearing other secret realms. The armor on the Skeleton King shone with white light, resisting the golden beam. The white bone Lost Star River appeared above the Skeleton King, countless bones falling like raindrops, merging with the Skeleton King, blocking the beast's attack. The Skeleton King didn't turn into a golden skeleton like the skeleton god generals. Lin Moya felt relieved. It seems a god sovereign can withstand this rule power. Although rule power is strong, surpassing god sovereign power by a level, the amount of rule power in the rune fragments is too small, unlike a god sovereign who can draw from the Lost Star River, with endless power. With just a trace of rule power, killing a god sovereign is still far off. With this, Lin Moya felt confident about future encounters. The Skeleton King's giant sword swung like the wind, completely tearing the rune beast to pieces. Chapter 1616. Chapter 1616, 1616. Chapter 1616, Clearing the Secret Realm for the second time. The rune beast collapsed, transforming into countless golden beams that danced in the secret realm. Lin. The sky cracked open, and a massive rune pillar extended out. Golden light spots flew into the rune pillar, forming a rune. Lin Moya merely glanced at it and then looked away. Although this rune was just a fragment and already damaged, it was still beyond his reach. At this moment, a huge rift tore through the space, and a giant hand broke through, reaching in. The hand was covered in runes, exuding a powerful aura as it tore through the space, flying over to grasp the rune pillar. Simultaneously, a vortex exit appeared beside Lin Moya. Leave now. The Human Emperor Network's reminder arrived as expected, similar to the Poison Bee secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the previously erupting golden brilliance suddenly stopped. Hey, the eruption stopped. Why did it stop so suddenly this time? It's different from before. Who cares, the eruption stopped, so we can go in and do our tasks. Let's go. It's said that right after the eruption stops, there are a lot of Jinhui stones, making it easy to complete tasks. Hurry up, let's go. The people who had been waiting outside the secret realm for days rushed over, eager to enter. The vortex at the entrance of the secret realm was still slowly rotating, looking no different from usual. But when people tried to enter the vortex, they found they couldn't get in. What's going on? Why can't I get in? I can't get in either. This is strange. It seems like the secret realm is closed. Could something have happened inside the secret realm? Maybe the changes inside the secret realm haven't finished yet. Let's wait a bit longer. There's nothing else we can do but wait. A group of people gathered around the entrance of the secret realm, discussing animatedly. Thousands of kilometers away in the empty starry sky, a slight spatial distortion occurred, and Lin Moya appeared. Everyone's attention was focused on the secret realm, so no one noticed Lin Moya's silent appearance. Lin Moya was pleased with this and immediately transformed into a stream of light, leaving quickly. Otherwise, once the Human Emperor Network released the announcement, he would become a rare spectacle, surrounded by people, which was not a pleasant feeling. Someone noticed Lin Moya leaving but only saw a streak of light. Lin Moya's speed was too fast, covering 150,000 kilometers in a second, disappearing from sight in 2 seconds. Amidst the crowd's confusion and various speculations, the entrance of the secret realm suddenly shrank, the light ball burst like a bubble, and then disappeared without a trace. As the secret realm vanished, Lin Moya, who was flying, received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the Jinhui Secret Realm task, earning 10 points of Divine City merits. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the Jinhui Secret Realm task, earning 200 points of Divine City merits. Congratulations on clearing the Jinhui Secret Realm, earning 300 points of Divine City merits. The Jinhui Secret Realm had only 2 stages, one less than the Poison Bee Secret Realm. The clearing reward was the same as the Poison Bee Secret Realm, 300 points of Divine City merits. The total reward was 510 points of Divine City merits, 50 points less than the Poison Bee Secret Realm, but overall, the difference was not significant. Divine City merits are enough. After receiving the reminder, Lin Moya chose a nearby small meteorite. With a casual punch, he created a large hole in the meteorite and crawled inside. Connecting to the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya's consciousness entered the network and headed to the Rune Master Association. He was going to get certified as a 5th-level Rune Master. Upon entering the Human Emperor Network, he saw a huge announcement. Divine City announcement: Junior member Lin Moya has successfully cleared the Jinhui Secret Realm in the 12,301 star system. This secret realm will now be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. As expected, the Human Emperor Network released a new announcement. If he had stayed outside the secret realm, he would have been surrounded by people. These cultivators were not fools, they would definitely guess his identity. Casually closing the announcement, Lin Moya transmitted his will in the Human Emperor Network, teleport to the Rune Master Association. Outside the original site of the Jinhui Secret Realm, everyone was in an uproar. The secret realm had disappeared, a once-in-a-lifetime event for most people. Then someone exclaimed, "Check the Human Emperor Network announcement." After reading the announcement, everyone was speechless. No one expected the secret realm to disappear because someone had cleared the entire Jinhui secret realm. Lin Moyo. I remember he also cleared the Poison Bee secret realm in the 12,998 star system not long ago, right? Yes, that's him. Many people went to the 12,998 star system to find him, but no one succeeded. Who would have thought he came here and cleared the Jinhui secret realm? Do you think the person who entered during the eruption was him? Who else could it be? The eruption was so intense, and he was the only one inside. I saw someone leave just now, it should be him. He cleared the secret realm and then left. Probably. He's really impressive. Anyone who can clear a secret realm is beyond our imagination. This sentiment was shared by everyone present. In the history of the human race, there have been many first-place winners in the 4-star domain competition, with one emerging every year. Although the first-place winners are all geniuses, there are differences among geniuses. The true measure of a top genius, in the eyes of Divine City cultivators, is the ability to clear a secret realm. Lin Moyo was such a top genius, not only winning first place in the 4-star domain competition but also clearing 2 secret realms consecutively. The Divine City was abuzz once again. Everyone in the Divine City saw the announcement and knew that Lin Moyo had cleared a secret realm for the second time. Lin Moyo's popularity soared once more. Almost all discussions revolved around Lin Moyo. In a star in the primary area of the Divine City star region, Dongfang Zi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with intense jealousy. "Lin Moyo, it's you again. Why do you always get the spotlight? I don't believe I can't surpass you. I don't believe it. I will also clear a secret realm. If you can do it, so can I." Dongfang Zi was very dissatisfied. Why could Lin Moyo clear a secret realm? He believed he could do it too. In another area, Su Jianxing had just completed a task. Seeing the Divine City announcement, he couldn't help but smile. Senior brother Lin is getting more and more impressive. He felt no jealousy, instead seeing Lin Moyo as his goal and feeling happy for him. At this moment, someone approached Su Jianxing, wearing luxurious armor and exuding the aura of a lesser god sovereign. Su Jianxing had seen many lesser god sovereigns, but he instinctively felt that this person was the strongest among them. Especially the mark on this person's armor made Su Jianxing's eyes narrow, guessing the person's identity. "Hello, junior brother Su. My name is Gu Wenchen. I want to ask you about Lin Moyo." Chapter 1617. Chapter 1617, 1617. Chapter 1617, Certification, 3rd level Rune Master. In the Human Emperor Network, a magnificent golden tower stood tall. Lin. To others, it was just a very exquisite and luxurious tower. But in Lin Moyo's eyes, he saw deeper information. No matter where you are, this world is full of rules and restrictions. Even in the Human Emperor Network, it is the same. Many forces and families have corresponding territories in the Human Emperor Network. But the splendor of the buildings is not something you can decide at will. What determines all this is Divine City merits, the total Divine City merits of the force. The more Divine City merits, the more territory and permissions you can have. From the Tower of the Rune Master Association, it was clear that the association's Divine City merits had reached an astonishing level. This also indicated that the Rune Master Association had countless strong individuals. The tower was covered with countless runes, all of which were shining brightly. Lin Moyo glanced at it with his 130 eyes, knowing that these runes were virtually created by the Human Emperor Network, and they possessed powerful abilities within the network. The entire tower was actually a powerful rune array. Once activated, its combat power would be astonishing. Lin Moyo believed that there must be a similar tower in the real world. In fact, many affairs in the Human Emperor Network could find their prototypes in reality. Lin Moyo approached the tower, and the door automatically opened. He was a member of the Rune Master Association. Although he had no rank, he was already qualified to enter. As he entered the tower, various rules of the Rune Master Association appeared before his eyes. The tower had 9 floors, and only Rune Masters of the corresponding rank could enter each floor. Rune Masters like Lin Moyo, who had no rank, and first-level Rune Masters could only operate on the first floor. There were no staff members here. If you needed anything, you could directly contact the Human Emperor Network. In other words, all affairs of the Rune Master Association here were managed by the Human Emperor Network. This way, it wouldn't affect the daily cultivation and research of the Rune Masters, nor would it affect the certification and assessment of new Rune Masters. If there was anything that required other Rune Masters, the Human Emperor Network would naturally notify and summon them. This was good for Lin Moyo, as he didn't have to interact with too many people. He carefully read the specific details of the Rune Master certification. The certification for Rune Masters was actually very simple. For 1st to 3rd level Rune Masters, you only needed to be able to draw the corresponding basic runes. Drawing 100 basic runes was not difficult. Basically, any Rune Master could do it. If you couldn't even do that, you didn't deserve to be a Rune Master. Starting from the 4th level, in addition to drawing advanced runes, there were also requirements for Divine City merits. To become a 4th level Rune Master, you needed to draw 1 advanced rune and have 100 points of Divine City merits. To become a 5th level Rune Master, you needed to draw 10 advanced runes and have 1000 points of Divine City merits. To become a 6th level rune master, you needed to draw 100 advanced runes and have 5,000 points of Divine City merits. As for the 7th level rune master, the specific requirements were not written. It should be said that Lin Moya's permissions did not allow him to see the specific requirements. Lin Moya guessed that it might require drawing rune arrays, and the Divine City merits would likely need to reach 10,000 points, or you might need to become a mid-level personnel. In the empty first floor of the tower, dozens of people were scattered around. They were all holding books, reading them with great interest. Lin Moyo had just finished reading the rules and knew what they were doing. They were looking up information related to runes. In the Rune Master Association, there was a very peculiar rule: you could only view this information within the association. Once you left, you couldn't access this information. You could only memorize it, you couldn't copy it. This ensured that the information wouldn't be leaked to a certain extent. Lin Moyo moved his thoughts. Apply for Rune Master rank certification. Please select the rank you want to certify. The Human Emperor Network quickly responded, giving Lin Moya 3 choices. Certify as a 1st level rune master, certify as a 2nd level rune master, certify as a 3rd level rune master. There were no more choices. Lin Moyo understood that he had to certify as a 3rd level rune master first to be eligible to continue certifying. This was to prevent some people from accidentally mastering an advanced rune and directly skipping the first 3 levels to certify as a 4th level rune master. This had happened in history. Such rune masters, who only mastered one advanced rune, were considered unqualified, and the Rune Master Association didn't need such people. Certify as a 3rd level rune master. After Lin Moyo made his choice, a rune lit up in the tower. Then he was teleported into an independent space. In front of him was a dark void, seemingly empty. Now begin the 3rd level rune certification. Please draw 100 different basic runes within 100 minutes. A countdown appeared in the dark void. 5,999, 5,998, 100 minutes, exactly 6,000 seconds. The countdown was displayed in seconds, constantly decreasing, creating a sense of urgency. Drawing 100 basic runes in 100 minutes. On average, you had to draw 1 rune per minute, which wasn't easy for many newly mastering rune masters. Perhaps the most familiar runes could be drawn in a few seconds, but for those unfamiliar runes, it might take several minutes to draw one. Moreover, drawing runes wasn't just about drawing the shape, it also required divine power. Every stroke needed divine power, otherwise, the rune would be judged as a failure and would have no effect. The Human Emperor Network was responsible for certification, fair and strict, with no favoritism or personal feelings. Lin Moyo began drawing runes. His fingers gently traced through the void, and his soul power flowed steadily, quickly drawing a rune. His movements were graceful and smooth, pleasing to the eye. In just 5 seconds, a rune was completed and then flew out, stopping in the dark void in front of him. The rune glowed brightly, stable and intact, indicating that it had been successfully drawn and verified by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya continued drawing runes without stopping. Every 5 seconds, a basic rune was completed and quickly flew out. In no time, the dark void was filled with various basic runes. Lin Moya's speed remained constant, maintaining a pace of 1 rune every 5 seconds. This wasn't his fastest speed, this was just a rune certification test, not a battle, so there was no need to rush. If he really wanted to hurry, drawing 1 rune per second wouldn't be difficult. In just 500 seconds, all 100 runes were completed. The countdown stopped at that moment. 100 runes glowed brightly in the dark void, like a beautiful painting. Certification complete. Congratulations on passing this certification. Congratulations on becoming a 3rd level rune master. Lin Moya received the notification from the Human Emperor Network, confirming that he had become a 3rd level rune master. He applied again. Apply for Rune Master rank certification. Chapter 1618. Chapter 1618, 1618. Chapter 1618, want to see my fastest speed? The first certification had just ended, and Lin Moyo immediately applied for the 2nd Rune Master rank certification. After verification, you meet the qualifications for the following Rune Master rank certifications. Please select the rank you want to certify for. 4th level Rune Master, 5th level Rune Master. The Human Emperor Network gave him 2 choices. If Lin Moyo had over 10,000 Divine City merits at this moment, he could directly apply for the certification of a 6th level or even 7th level Rune Master. Proceed with the 5th level Rune Master certification. Lin Moyo made his choice. For now, becoming a 5th level Rune Master was enough for him. The Human Emperor Network accepted his choice. This time, it didn't even teleport him. The 100 basic runes in front of him disappeared, and the countdown switched to minutes. Please draw 10 advanced runes before the countdown ends. Drawing 1 advanced rune every 10 minutes was not easy for many rune masters. Advanced runes are called advanced runes because their difficulty is incomparable to basic runes. Often, a single advanced rune contains multiple laws and various functions. Many advanced runes can be considered the fusion of basic runes, with the difficulty increasing exponentially. The rune language Jade Book records all advanced runes, which are the general principles of advanced runes. Some runes in it can even be divided into multiple advanced runes. After mastering the basic runes, Lin Moya directly studied the advanced runes in the rune language. Although the difficulty increased significantly, his starting point was also very high. With his astonishing talent, Lin Moya grasped dozens of runes from the rune language. From these general principle runes, he could derive over 100 advanced runes. Lin Moya's fingers moved lightly, quickly drawing an advanced rune. Advanced runes were several times more complex, and his drawing speed was not as fast as the basic runes. This time, it took Lin Moya 10 seconds to draw an advanced rune. The advanced rune flew into the dark void, awaiting verification from the human Emperor network. After a few seconds, the rune remained, indicating successful verification. 10 seconds later, another rune flew out. Lin Mui's drawing speed changed from 5 seconds per basic rune to 10 seconds per advanced rune. In just 100 seconds, all 10 advanced runes were drawn. The countdown froze at 5,900 seconds. Certification complete. Congratulations on passing the certification. Congratulations on becoming a 5th level rune master. Everything went smoothly, without any surprises. For the 5th level rune master certification, Lin Mui didn't expect any surprises. After all, his rune drawing ability was evident. It would be abnormal if there were any surprises. In the core area, Ancestor Su suddenly received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. New 5th level Rune Master added to the Rune Master Association. Name, Lin Muiyu. Rune Talent Evaluation, Legendary. Ancestor Su, who was studying runes, suddenly stopped, his expression turning strange. Old Lin beside him asked curiously, what happened? Ancestor Su said in a low voice, the kid Lin went to take the Rune Master certification. Old Lin didn't find it strange. His rune talent is very strong, and he has already joined the Rune Master Association, so it's normal for him to take the certification. Ancestor Su said, I know his rune talent is strong, but what? Which Rune Master rank did he certify for? Old Lin raised his eyebrows and asked, 5th rank, in 100 seconds. This time, even Old Lin was a bit shocked. You mean he drew 10 advanced runes in 100 seconds? The conversation between the two attracted the attention of other big shots in the other shore realm, and one by one, they looked over curiously. Drawing 10 advanced runes in 100 seconds was not difficult for existences at their level, but for a newcomer who had just started learning runes, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They all had the same thought, could Lin Mui's talent be that strong? Ancestor Su nodded and tapped his finger, projecting a scene. It was Lin Mui taking the certification. In the scene, Lin Mui drew runes effortlessly, the entire process extremely smooth, without any pressure. It was normal for him to feel no pressure. These big shots all knew that with Lin Mui's soul realm, feeling pressure would be abnormal. They were watching Lin Mui's movements, which were as skilled as a veteran's. Moreover, drawing one rune every 10 seconds was clearly not his limit. The feeling Lin Mui gave was that he was just playing around. Old Lin suddenly spoke, let's test his limit. Ancestor Su nodded, I'm also a bit curious. Lady Yu smiled, Lin Xiaowo has cleared the second secret realm. Aren't you going to give him a reward? Rules are rules, but rules are dead, and people are alive. I think this is a good opportunity to give him a reward. Otherwise, he might not bother next time. Inside the Rune Master Association Tower, Lin Mui was a bit puzzled. Even though the certification was over, he was still in the certification space and hadn't been teleported out. What's going on again? Lin Mui didn't know what had happened and didn't bother guessing. After all, he couldn't guess it even if he tried. After waiting for 10 minutes, the Human Emperor Network's voice sounded again. After detection, your rune drawing speed has tied the highest record in the 5th level Rune Master certification. You can try to challenge and create a new record. If successful, you will receive additional rewards. If you fail, there will be no punishment. Do you accept? There's such a good thing. Lin Mui felt that the situation seemed a bit strange. This didn't seem like something the Human Emperor Network would do. If there were such conditions, they should have been mentioned earlier, not after 10 minutes. Saying it suddenly now showed that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. As for who was manipulating it, Lin Mui wasn't stupid and could naturally guess. However, since it was a reward being offered, Lin Mui wouldn't be polite. He chose to accept the challenge. The Human Emperor Network issued another reminder. Please note, the better the new record you create, the more additional rewards you will receive. Lin Mui nodded, I understand. This sentence sounded even less like the Human Emperor Network's doing. Lin Mui was now 100% certain that there was a group of big shots from the other shore realm watching him. You just want to see my rune drawing speed, right? Then let me show you. Lin Mui's gaze seemed to penetrate the dark void, as if looking at the big shots in the other shore realm from an infinite distance away. Please begin your challenge. The timer will start after you take action. The dark void was cleared, and the timer reset to 0. This time, it wasn't a countdown but a regular timer. The time was also accurate to 3 decimal places instead of seconds. The moment Lin Mui started drawing runes, the timer began jumping rapidly. Chapter 1619. Chapter 1619, 1619. Chapter 1619, borrowing a name, giving a reward. Lin Mui's drawing speed was astonishingly fast, with his fingers creating numerous afterimages. Lin. At this moment, his soul power was no longer flowing slowly but had turned into a surging river, rushing forth. In the eyes of outsiders, such soul power, fluctuating like waves, was a major taboo in drawing runes. Runes require stable power. The entire rune needs a special balance. Lin Mui guessed correctly. In the core area, a group of big shots from the other shore realm was watching him. Everything about Lin Mui's rune drawing was displayed before their eyes. Terrible, he's too impatient. His soul power seems a bit out of control. It shouldn't be like this. Using soul power like this will make the runes unstable and not worth the effort. One by one, the big shots from the other shore realm expressed their opinions. Ancestor Su chuckled, what do you know? Just watch. From his understanding of Lin Mui, it was impossible for Lin Mui to truly lose control of his soul power. If he was doing this, there must be a reason. In his eyes, Lin Mui's calmness far exceeded that of most people. He didn't seem like a young man at all, more like an extremely experienced elder. He did everything with a sense of proportion. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, his soul power. This kid has such strong control, how is he doing this? His control over his own power has reached a microscopic level, even ordinary god sovereigns can't match him. In the scene, the surging soul power suddenly became stable as it merged into the runes. The quantity didn't change, it was still astonishingly large, but it became stable. The huge waves disappeared, and for a moment, everything was calm. A large amount of soul power was controlled by Lin Moyo, transforming into the essence of the runes. In just 3 seconds, an advanced rune was born and flew into the dark void. Lin Moyo didn't even bother to look at the verification result and continued drawing runes. Runes appeared one after another, with a new rune appearing every 3 seconds. In just 30 seconds, 10 advanced runes were completed. The time stopped at the completion of the last rune, 29.988 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. This speed made even the big shots from the other shore realm have to praise so fast. Of course, they couldn't compare to themselves, but it was enough to outshine most rune masters. Even 7th level rune masters might not be faster than Lin Moyo. The speed of drawing runes not only proves proficiency in runes but also indicates control over power. The two need to be perfectly combined to ultimately translate into drawing speed. Ancestor Su chuckled, see, I told you he had no problem. This kid's talent in runes is ridiculously strong. Lady Yu laughed softly, it's a pity the Saint Sovereign won't let you take him as a disciple. Old Lin blew his beard, with Lin's level, who was qualified to be his teacher. Ancestor Su's expression didn't change, don't talk about me, even the Saint Sovereign didn't plan to take him as a disciple. I suspect the Saint Sovereign doesn't dare, fearing he can't teach him. Lady Yu laughed even more melodiously, you only dare to say this because the Saint Sovereign isn't here. I'll relay your words to the Saint Sovereign later. Ancestor Su, with his thick skin, wasn't afraid at all, I'm just telling the truth. As he spoke, his soul stirred, communicating with the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network's reminder sounded in his ear. Congratulations on creating a new record for the 5th level Rune Master certification. The new record is 29.988 seconds. Congratulations on receiving an additional reward, 1000 points of Divine City merits and access to 6th level Rune Master information. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised upon receiving the reward. This reward was unexpectedly generous. Access to 6th level Rune Master information was already a great reward for him. The 1000 points of Divine City merits were completely unexpected. Given his understanding of the difficulty of obtaining Divine City merits, it was impossible to receive such a high reward. Even creating a new record shouldn't warrant such a reward. Clearing a secret realm only gives so much reward. Secret realms are fraught with danger, and a single misstep can lead to death. Under the threat of life and death, the reward is only about 500 points. Creating a new record shouldn't reward 1000 points. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and roughly understood the reason. This reward was specifically given to him. As for why, it was easy to understand. It was because he had cleared 2 secret realms. Although there were rewards for clearing them, the rewards were clearly insufficient. But under the rules of the Human Emperor Network, Divine City merits couldn't be given out freely. This time, they used the pretext of a new record to give him a reward. From this, it could be inferred that although these big shots from the other shore realm could interfere with the Human Emperor Network and manipulate it to some extent, they couldn't completely violate its rules. Why this was the case could only mean that the Human Emperor Network had its own will. This was something he had discovered and even tried to prove before. Forcibly violating the will of the Human Emperor Network might trigger some unpredictable consequences. So even the big shots from the other shore realm had to act within certain rules. In a flash, Lin Moyo returned to the Rune Master Association Tower. After checking his permissions, he knew he could freely move between the 1st and 5th floors. Each floor represented the corresponding rank of Rune Masters, each with its own rune information that he could view. He could also access 6th level Rune Master information. This information included various runes, materials related to runes, and rune blades. Lin Moyo immediately searched for the rune blade submitted by Wang Xing. With the Human Emperor Network, everything became simple. With just a thought, the Human Emperor Network could help him find the corresponding information. He quickly found the rune blade submitted by Wang Xing. Fortunately, the rune blade hadn't been borrowed and was still in the Rune Master Association's warehouse. Lin Moyo immediately applied to use it. In the starry sky, inside the meteorite, a ball of light suddenly appeared before Lin Moyo. A rune blade appeared within the light ball. In the Divine City Star region, the power of the Human Emperor Network was immense, and interfering with reality was effortless. For items like rune blades, the Human Emperor Network could directly teleport them. Unlike in the 4-star domains, where special warships were needed to deliver items, the two were vastly different in convenience. The rune blade could be borrowed for 10 days, after which it would automatically be returned. However, one could apply to borrow it again, with each borrowing period being 10 days. During this time, the rune blade must not be damaged. If damaged, compensation was required. Either compensate with an item of the same rank or deduct the corresponding amount of Divine City merits. Lin Moyo put away the rune blade, burst out of the meteorite, and shot towards the ancient battlefield. In the core area, Ancestor Su finally finished studying the newly obtained ancient rune. Chapter 1620. Chapter 1620, 1620. Chapter 1620, seeing the main rune, wish fulfilled. Several strong beings of the other shore realm were all staring at Ancestor Su. Lin, Among them, Ancestor Su had gone the furthest in the path of runes. Even the saints were not as proficient in this area as Ancestor Su. Ancestor Su sighed, the runes in the Radiant Secret Realm are also third-class ancient runes, and they are fragments, just like the runes in the Poison Bee Secret Realm, originating from the same source. Although there aren't many findings, I can deduce that this complete ancient rune should be a peak 4th level ancient rune, possibly even a 5th level ancient rune. Upon hearing about the 5th level ancient rune, everyone showed expressions of shock. They were well aware that the difference between levels of ancient runes was like the difference between heaven and earth. The gap far exceeded the difference between basic runes and advanced runes. Old Lin murmured, if we can truly restore the 5th level ancient rune, could we then enter the ancient ruins? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. Ancestor Su continued, we can only say there is hope. At that time, we can give it a try. The specific outcome will depend on the power and function of the ancient rune. From the situations in the Poison Bee and Radiant Secret Realms, this rune should be an attack-type rune. It might contain some earth-shattering ancient forbidden technique. Mentioning ancient forbidden techniques, everyone showed respect, their expressions becoming very serious. Lady Yu sighed, I hope Lin Moyo can clear more secret realms. Perhaps then we can restore the entire ancient rune. Old Lin frowned, should we tell Lin Moyo and have him specifically seek out secret realms to clear? Ancestor Su shook his head, I don't think that's appropriate. We both know that some things cannot be forced. Lady Yu furrowed her brows, what if we don't tell him but just guide him? Ancestor Su still disagreed, let's wait for Saint Hao to return and ask him. He will decide. Lady Yu also knew this matter couldn't be rushed. I wonder how Saint Hao is doing. The starry sky giant tree is not easy to deal with. Trust in Saint Hao. With the power of a saint, there should be no problem. Indeed, the power of a saint is beyond our comparison. If only our human race could have a few more saints. Lin Moyo quickly returned to the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was as silent as snow, with no movement. Returning to the bottom of the cliff, he found the correct entrance and reached the bottom of the cave. Runes appeared on the rock wall before him. Lin Moyo held the rune blade and found the corresponding runes on the rock wall. He gently inserted the rune blade into the corresponding rune on the rock wall. The extremely sturdy rock wall became as soft as tofu before the rune blade. The runes on the rock wall emitted a dazzling light, and a pitch-black passage appeared. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo walked in. Passing through a membrane, he entered another space. Roars echoed in his ears, and countless evil spirits appeared before him. Hundreds of evil spirits, large and small, roared and bared their fangs. The weaker evil spirits were only at the true god realm. The larger evil spirits had reached the lesser god sovereign level, some even touching the edge of the god sovereign level. They bit and tore at Lin Moyo, but all were blocked by the bone hell. The bone hell automatically activated under the evil spirits' attacks. The hell enveloped all the evil spirits, and the slaves within began to fight the evil spirits. Many of the evil spirits were close to the god sovereign level, and the slaves in the bone hell were no match for them. Lin Moyo coldly glanced around, and the soul-shooting bow appeared above his head. All the evil spirits sensed the terror of the soul-shooting bow and screamed in retreat. Purple soul arrows shot out like lightning, and none of the hit evil spirits survived. Lin Moyo only killed the strongest evil spirits, leaving the rest to the bone hell. He began to examine the space and saw the still-glowing main rune. Finally, I see it. Lin Moyo's eyes showed a hint of joy. He had finally seen the rune he wanted to see. This was the center of the entire rune array of the ancient battlefield, where the main rune was located. Although the rune array was severely damaged, most of its functions were lost. But the soul fire runes within still existed. Lin Moyo saw the soul fire runes and recorded the intact parts. Now that he was here, he saw the main rune. The huge main rune floated in the space, connected by countless veins. Unfortunately, most of these veins were now broken and damaged. The main rune was the core of the entire rune array. Usually, the rune array operated mainly relying on the main rune. Now, the main rune was heavily damaged, with less than 1/5 remaining. Even with just 1/5, the main rune still had some function. At least in the independent space it created, the soul fire runes still existed. Lin Moyo was fascinated, carefully observing and analyzing. This is a fusion-type rune, composed of at least hundreds of advanced runes. The fusion method of the main rune is very ingenious. This type of rune is of a very high grade. Apart from ancient runes, this is the highest grade rune I have ever seen. Even the runes recorded in the rune language are not as advanced as this. The remaining part of the rune mainly functions as space, creating an independent and powerful space. This space not only needs to accommodate the soul fire runes but also guide the power within the runes for use. It's truly amazing. The person who created this rune must have been a genius. Lin Moyo was completely absorbed, carefully observing and analyzing. Through studying the main rune, Lin Moyo felt his understanding of runes had increased significantly. His own rune comprehension became more complete. He gained a lot, but unfortunately, the level of the main rune was too high, beyond his current understanding. Many of his gains were latent, like seeds, waiting to sprout. Lin Moyo recorded the main rune, including its form and essence. Unlike ancient runes, Lin Moyo could record this rune. This also indicated that its level was indeed lower than ancient runes. Ancient runes cannot be memorized. If forcibly recorded, they would be naturally forgotten after a short time. But the main rune of the ancient battlefield, including the soul fire runes, could be recorded and not forgotten. Lin Moyo decided to find more ancient battlefields and compare the runes within. Each ancient battlefield had different areas of damage, and the runes were damaged differently. If he could find enough ancient battlefields and compare them, he might be able to restore the entire rune array of the ancient battlefield. He could also ask Ancestor Su for the array used in the 4-star domain competition. It was now certain that the array in the 4-star domain competition was modeled after the ancient battlefield's array. However, the imitation was incomplete and had many flaws. This was why Lin Moyo planned to restore the array himself. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ancestor Su, but he trusted himself more. After recording the runes, Lin Moyo left the ancient battlefield. He didn't return to the 12,301 star system but chose a new target, heading to the 13,283 star system. He could easily imagine that the 12,301 star system would be crowded again. Once the Human Emperor Network announcement was made, many people would come looking for him. Although flying would take some time, it wouldn't be wasted. He could visit the Rune Master Tower to study rune materials and gain more knowledge. He could also study the rune language and master more runes. In short, every minute and second could be utilized, with no time wasted. Shortly after leaving the ancient battlefield, Lin Moyo received a message from Su Jianqing. Chapter 1621. Chapter 1621, 1621. Chapter 1621, Invitation from the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Lin Moyo was somewhat surprised. Why would Su Jianqing send him a message? The message did not specify the details, only asking him to contact Su when he had time for a face-to-face conversation. Here, face-to-face naturally did not mean in the real world, but in the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network. Su Jianqing also provided Lin Moyo with a coordinate in the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyo sat on a skeletal dragon, his consciousness entering the Human Emperor Network, and teleported to the coordinates given by Su Jianqing. In the Human Emperor Network, there was no danger, so Lin Moyo did not need to worry too much. The scene rippled like water, and before him appeared an ancient-looking courtyard. The courtyard was filled with various flowers, plants, and trees, all in different colors and shapes. Interestingly, every flower, every blade of grass, and every tree was unique, with no repetitions. Although this was a virtual world, it still reflected the personality of the courtyard's owner. The owner of the courtyard must have a colorful and adventurous spirit. The courtyard gate was wide open, and Lin Moyo stepped inside. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, and within a certain area, the Human Emperor Network simulated the corresponding scents. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. It wasn't that he disliked the fragrance of flowers, but he didn't like the mixed scent of so many different flowers. The courtyard was also filled with a large number of flowers and plants, just like outside, with no repetitions. The number of flowers and plants here was at least in the thousands. Such an arrangement was indeed unusual. In the courtyard, there was a small table where Su Jianqing and another person were sitting, seemingly in conversation. Upon seeing Lin Moyo, Su Jianqing immediately stood up. "Senior brother Lin." Lin Moyo nodded. "Junior brother Su, why did you suddenly contact me?" As he spoke, he looked at the person beside Su Jianqing. This was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust build, comparable to Chu Xiong. Lin Moyo guessed that Su Jianqing's reason for contacting him was related to this person. The other person did not hide his information. His name was Gu Wenshan, a minor deity. Lin Moyo vaguely remembered seeing the name Gu Wenshan before. In the Divine City Star region, there were many secret realms, but few could pass through them. Anyone who could pass through a secret realm was considered a top genius. Gu Wenshan was one of them, and an outstanding one at that. Gu Wenshan had passed through 3 secret realms in total. People like him were rare throughout the history of the human race. Before Su Jianqing could speak, Gu Wenshan had already started. "I asked junior brother Su to contact you. Actually, I have something to discuss with you, senior brother Lin." He spoke with a hint of authority, a trait developed from long-term high status. He was authoritative but not domineering, giving off an extraordinary aura. Lin Moyo had already guessed and cupped his hands towards Gu Wenshan. "What does senior brother Gu want to discuss?" Gu Wenshan said, "I've been hearing a lot about you recently, senior brother Lin. I would like to invite you to join us." Lin Moyo's eyes moved slightly. "Join you?" Gu Wenshan smiled warmly. "You may not have heard of us. We are called the Secret Realm Strategy Group, commonly known as the Strategy Group. Our strategy group is divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. I am the leader of the elementary group. What we do is strategize and pass through secret realms. We are few in number, but all are geniuses who have at least passed through one secret realm. A group specifically established for strategizing secret realms. Few in number, but all elite geniuses. One must pass through at least one secret realm to qualify for membership. Because Lin Moyo had passed through 2 secret realms, Gu Wenshan personally invited him. Lin Moyo quickly sorted out his thoughts and neither refused nor agreed. "What benefits do I get from joining you?" Lin Moyo's question was very practical. If there were no benefits, why join? Was it just to contribute to the Secret Realm Strategy Group? Lin Moyo had not reached that level of altruism. After all, he could strategize secret realms on his own. Gu Wenshan smiled confidently. "There are benefits, of course. First, our strategy group can provide extensive secret realm information. Not the kind of information found in the Human Emperor Network, but more detailed and comprehensive. Second, we can provide many exclusive artifacts used in secret realms. These artifacts can be life-saving in secret realms. Additionally, besides strategizing secret realms, we also research them, seeking the origins of secret realms. This information can also be shared." Lin Moyo felt a slight stir in his heart. Just listening to Gu Wenshin's words was indeed tempting. Entering secret realms, the most important thing was extensive information. With enough information about the secret realm, many dangers could be avoided. As for exclusive artifacts, that was secondary. Lin Moyo was confident in his survival skills. Lastly, the origins of secret realms were something Lin Moyo had his own theories about. If he could get more information to cross-verify, that would be even better. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain something, one must also give something in return. He looked at Gu Wenshin and asked directly, "What do I need to do?" Gu Wenshin laughed heartily. "Senior brother Lin, you are straightforward. In this world, there is no gain without pain. The group's information is actually the collective experience of everyone. If you need to access that information, you just need to submit your own insights and information about secret realms. We will evaluate and assign a grade. Once the grade is assigned, you can access all information of the same grade." The grades Gu Wenshin mentioned were the same as those in the Symbol Master Association. With the corresponding grade, one could access the corresponding information. There was no problem with that. Lin Moyo asked, specifically, how are the grades divided? At this moment, Lin Moyo had shown enough interest, and Gu Wenshin knew that Lin Moyo was already tempted. He then detailed the specific divisions within the strategy group. The condition to join the strategy group was to pass through one secret realm. After passing through a secret realm, the Human Emperor Network would announce it, which could not be faked. After joining the strategy group, one would be a first-level member. By continuing to strategize secret realms, if one could pass through another secret realm, they would become a second-level member. Passing through 3 secret realms would make one a third-level member. Of course, it was not necessary to pass through secret realms to advance in grade. After all, secret realms were very difficult and dangerous, and few could truly pass through them. As long as one could provide further information about a secret realm, they could also advance in grade. For example, if no one had entered the second stage of the Poison Bee secret realm, and you did, obtaining information about the second stage. Even if you did not pass the second stage, as long as you submitted this information to the group, you could still advance in grade. However, this method of advancement was slower and might require several pieces of information. Unlike Lin Moyo, who could directly become a second-level member by joining the strategy group and submitting information about the Poison Bee secret realm and the Golden Radiance secret realm. Chapter 1622. Chapter 1622, 1622. Chapter 1622, a flower, a blade of grass, a tree. Gu Wenshin's sudden appearance and the olive branch extended to Lin Moyo were somewhat surprising to him. In fact, Lin Moyo himself was very interested in various secrets from ancient times. However, much of the information might be hidden in one secret realm after another. If he could understand those runes, he might be able to obtain many secrets from ancient times. Originally, he planned to continue searching for suitable secret realms to see if he could clear a few more. Even if it was just for the merit points of the Divine City, he would do so. After receiving excessive rewards, he no longer cared about basic tasks. To advance to the intermediate level, he needed 10,000 Divine City merit points. Each basic task provided 10 merit points, requiring 1,000 points. For many cultivators, that would take hundreds of years. He didn't want to waste hundreds of years on this step. But secret realms were indeed dangerous, and Lin Moyo was very self-aware. A single careless mistake could lead to failure. If he had enough information, it would be completely different. Gathering a large amount of information could analyze many possibilities, thereby avoiding danger. At present, joining the Secret Realm Strategy Group seemed to have no disadvantages for him. Moreover, with the Human Emperor Network, he didn't have to worry about the strategy group being detrimental to him. Junior brother Lin, have you considered it? Gu Wenshin's eyes were full of confidence, as if he was certain that Lin Moyo would join. Lin Moyo smiled. It seems I have no reason to refuse. Gu Wenshin's smile became even brighter. Indeed, there is no reason to refuse. We people can only reach the true peak by helping each other. Our goal is not just the Other Shore Realm but to surpass it. Gu Wenshin knew about the existence of the Other Shore Realm, which did not surprise Lin Moyo. He even thought that behind the Secret Realm Strategy Group, there might be a big shot from the Other Shore Realm. Just like the Symbol Master Association also had a big shot from the Other Shore Realm behind it. If anyone benefited the most from clearing secret realms, it would naturally be those big shots from the Other Shore Realm. Lin Moyo received an invitation from Gu Wenshin. Gu Wenshin invites you to join the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Do you agree? He chose to agree. You have joined the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Your level in the Secret Realm Strategy Group has been upgraded to Tier 2. From this moment on, Lin Moyo's character information had an additional entry. Tier 2 member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group. However, he temporarily did not have the authority to view the information at this stage. He needed to submit detailed information about the Poison Bee Secret Realm and the Golden Radiance Secret Realm in the next few days. Otherwise, his status as a Tier 2 member would be nominal, and his authority would not be fully opened. The Secret Realm Strategy Group also operated under the leadership of the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network would not have any loopholes for you to exploit. Gu Wenshin laughed heartily. Welcome, Junior Brother Lin. In the future, if there is a chance, I will treat you to a drink in the real world. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. Sure. Gu Wenshin said, when you have time, Junior Brother Lin, submit the information of the 2 secret realms. The Human Emperor Network will verify it quickly. Lin Moyo nodded. I can do it now. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, his soul communicating with the Human Emperor Network. quickly submitting the information in his mind in the form of memories. His soul was extremely powerful, and the speed of submitting information to the Human Emperor network was also very fast. It took only a dozen seconds to complete. Lin Moya reopened his eyes. The information has been submitted. Gu Wenchen looked surprised, so fast. He immediately went to check and found that Lin Moyo had indeed submitted the clearance information of the Poison Bee secret realm and the Golden Radiance secret realm. The information was being verified and would soon have results. He had also submitted information before, so he knew the process. This method of submission was a soul-level communication, requiring concentrated soul power to transmit data in the form of memories. The entire process usually took about 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya took only a dozen seconds and submitted 2 pieces of information at once. He did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Moya's submitted information. In front of the Human Emperor network, it was impossible to fake it. This could only mean that Lin Moya's soul was incredibly strong, at least much stronger than his. Gu Wenchen gave a thumbs up. Junior brother Lin, what a strong soul. Lin Moya smiled slightly and did not explain anything. Soon, the verification of the Human Emperor network was completed, confirming that the 2 pieces of information submitted by Lin Moya were true and valid. Lin Moya's status as a Tier 2 member was also solidified. He could now view all the information below Tier 2 in the Secret Realm Strategy Group. The Secret Realm Strategy Group had one difference from the Symbol Master Association: he could directly access the information without being limited to where he could view it. Unlike the Symbol Master Association, where one had to go to the Symbol Master Tower in the Human Emperor network to view the information. But there was one rule that was the same: the information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group was not allowed to be shared outside. Gu Wenchen left, having completed his task of inviting Lin Moyo. After completing his task, he left with honor. Lin Moyo and Su Jianqing chatted for a few more moments before parting ways again. This world is like this, with separations and reunions being normal. After the 4-star domain competition, everyone returned to their respective homes. Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai returned to the Vermilion Bird Star domain, and Shui's Highland and Xingfei did the same. However, they agreed to enter the Divine City together next year to explore the Divine City. Lin Moyo originally did not plan to come to the Divine City. He wanted to visit other star domains, but by a twist of fate, he ended up in the Divine City. And by accident, he made a name for himself in the Divine City, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. This is the uncertainty of life. Everything is full of uncertainties. Even the laws of fate cannot accurately describe the future. What is seen through the laws of fate is just one possibility of the future. Because of this, Lin Moyo always remained cautious. Perhaps entering a secret realm would cost him his life. Lin Moya's consciousness returned to himself, still thinking about the conversation with Gu Wenchen. Before Gu Wenchen left, Lin Moyo asked him, "Why are there so many flowers and plants here, and none of them are the same?" Gu Wenchen's answer left him somewhat stunned. Gu Wenchen's eyes showed some sadness, and his voice carried a bit of sigh. This is a projection of reality. In the real world, there is also a courtyard like this. Every time a member falls in a secret realm, a flower, a blade of grass, or a tree will appear here. Every life is precious. Perhaps one day, I will also become a part of this place, but I hope that day never comes. I want to explore the secrets of the world and reach the true end. Gu Wenchen was indeed an idealistic person, and Lin Moyo agreed with his words. But whether one could reach the end depended on fate. Lin Moyo sighed. Who doesn't want to reach the true end? But can we get there? Maybe one day, I will also become a flower, a blade of grass, or a tree. But no matter what, we must keep going and never stop. Clearing his mind of distractions, he began to review the information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Chapter 1623. Chapter 1623, 1623. Chapter 1623, Go Back, or Be Slain. The information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group was very comprehensive. As a Tier 2 member, Lin Moya could already see most of the information about the secret realms in the primary area. Of course, not all secret realms had information, some were still blank. Looking at this information, Lin Moya gained a systematic understanding of the secret realms in the Divine City Star region, no longer having just a vague concept as before. In the Divine City Star region, there are currently 6,691 secret realms, distributed across high, medium, and primary areas. High-level area currently has 281 secret realms, with 1 cleared. Medium-level area currently has 722 secret realms, with 12 cleared. Primary-level area currently has 5,688 secret realms, with 161 cleared. The high-level area has the fewest secret realms. Originally, there were 282 secret realms, but 1 was cleared, leaving 281. The characteristic of these secret realms is their extreme danger. According to the information, anyone below the 7th tier of the Divine Sovereign would surely die upon entering. The information did not specify who cleared the secret realm, but it can be imagined that it must have been an extremely powerful individual. In the Secret Realm Strategy Group, members are divided into 9 ranks, from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Generally, those active in the primary area are below Tier 3. For example, Gu Wenchen, as the leader of the primary area, is only a Tier 3 member. Advancing to Tier 4 is not easy. It requires submitting a large amount of secret realm information. Of course, if you clear a few secret realms, you can smoothly advance. From the information, it is clear that since the near ancient period, over 10,000 years, only 174 secret realms have been truly cleared by the human race. The number of geniuses who have cleared secret realms is less than 100, as some have cleared more than one secret realm. However, more than 3,000 people have sacrificed themselves trying to clear secret realms. These 3,000 were all geniuses, some of whom had previously cleared secret realms. This shows that secret realms are indeed difficult and dangerous. After reading the general information, Lin Moyo began to look at specific secret realm information. The information on secret realms was vast, enough to keep Lin Moyo occupied for a long time. He couldn't just look at the information of one secret realm, he needed to look at multiple pieces of information together, cross-referencing them to achieve better results. For example, the Golden Radiance secret realm and the Poison Bee secret realm have many similarities. According to Lin Moyo's understanding of secret realms, both are evolved from fragments of the same rune. Therefore, the two secret realms have many similarities. Other secret realms might also be related to others. Lin Moyo quickly immersed himself in the sea of knowledge, absorbing a large amount of information about secret realms, thereby speculating on the methods to clear them and how to ensure his own safety. At this time, there were still about 120 days of travel left to the destination primary star system number 13283, which was enough time for him to finish reading all the information. In a distant place, 90,000 light-years away from the human star region, a giant starry tree was rapidly traveling. Its size was enormous, larger than an ordinary star system. It moved forward without changing direction. Even if stars were in its way, it would crash through them, shattering them. Countless vines danced, capturing stars along the way. It swallowed the stars into its roots, absorbing their power. Previously, when Lin Moyo saw it in the observation hall, it had only one star wrapped in its roots. Now, the number of stars had increased to 3, with one of them already dimming and about to extinguish. Suddenly, it stopped. A giant eye appeared on its trunk. The eye was much larger than a star, and within it seemed to exist another starry sky. The branches and vines of the starry tree slowly danced in the starry sky, and although it was just unconscious movement, the space emitted sounds like fabric being torn. The space cracked like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. The giant eye looked forward, reflecting a human figure. "You want to stop me?" A huge voice echoed in the starry sky. The space shattered like glass, revealing a massive black hole. A chaotic energy flow erupted from the space, raging in the starry sky. Fortunately, this was an uninhabited starry sky, otherwise, nearby star systems would have been destroyed. Wu Shenjun stood quietly in the chaotic energy flow, which actively avoided him. "This is not a place you should come to. Go back, or be slain." Wu Shenjun's voice was calm, unlike the starry tree's loud noise, but it was like the scythe of death, making the starry tree tremble involuntarily. Crash! Another large space shattered. At the level of the starry tree, every small movement could cause a huge reaction. The giant eye of the starry tree narrowed slightly. This person, who looked smaller than dust, gave it a terrifying feeling. After a few seconds, the starry tree coldly said, "I came to find someone. Hand him over, and I will leave." Wu Shenjun frowned. "Who?" The starry tree swayed gently. "I don't know who he is, but I know he is a human, and I have remembered his aura." As it spoke, a leaf fell from the starry tree and exploded, releasing an aura that echoed in the starry sky. Wu Shenjun was not unfamiliar with this aura. It belonged to Lin Moyo. How could Lin Moyo be involved with the starry tree? It seems the starry tree suffered a loss at his hands. Wu Shenjun shook his head. "You cannot take him." The starry tree's eye showed anger. "Are you willing to fight me for a small human? You should know my power. If I go all out, at least hundreds of your human star systems will be destroyed. You should be able to calculate the gains and losses." Wu Shenjun's attitude became more resolute. "I give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, you won't need to leave." The starry tree trembled all over, and a large number of leaves fell. Each leaf was tens of thousands of miles long, about the size of an ordinary star. 10 seconds was very short, and Wu Shenjun did not give the starry tree much time to think. Wu Shenjun's aura was not apparent, looking no different from an ordinary person, but only the starry tree could feel a kind of soul-level oppression. Both were in the other shore realm, but there were great differences even within the other shore realm. Only the absolute strong in the other shore realm could be called Shenjun. The starry tree was not yet at that level. It was only because it was a plant-based life form and controlled the laws of space that it had the qualification to talk to Wu Shenjun. But if it really fought, it knew it was not Wu Shenjun's opponent. The starry tree's trembling became more intense, and the falling leaves filled the starry sky. 10 seconds passed, and the falling leaves exploded simultaneously. The space shattered, and this part of the starry sky completely collapsed. Chapter 1624. Chapter 1624, 1624. Chapter 1624, you actually control the ancient rune. Each leaf was as large as a star. When they exploded, it was like countless stars simultaneously detonating, causing the entire galaxy to collapse. Space collapsed, and it was like the end of the world. In the explosion, the giant starry tree suddenly disappeared. The holy venerable snorted coldly, courting death. His figure flickered and also disappeared. The terrifying explosion did not harm him in the slightest. A desolate star system, 1 million light-years away from the explosion, had no living beings or resources. It had 1 star and 3 planets, making it a small star system. The giant starry tree suddenly appeared here, its massive body smashing the only 3 planets to pieces. At the same time, its branches wrapped around the star, pulling it directly to its roots. Originally, there were already 3 stars under its roots, and now one of them had completely extinguished. The giant starry tree's space jump had exhausted all the remaining power of this star. "Trying to stop me? Dream on." The giant starry tree snorted coldly and disappeared again. It performed another space jump and reappeared 1 million light-years away. The jump was almost instantaneous, faster than a teleportation array. One jump could take it 1 million light years. Another star under its roots extinguished and was discarded like trash. The giant starry tree's size was too large, and each jump consumed the energy of an entire star. Without borrowing the power of stars, its own power for space jumps would be exhausted after a few uses. Even the power of the other shore realm was not infinite. This time, the jump did not land in a place with stars, so it could not replenish its energy. Only 2 stars remained in its roots. After 2 consecutive space jumps, the giant starry tree paused for a few seconds, searching for its next target. It quickly locked onto a target, a star system with a star. Whether there were living beings in the star system was not within its consideration. It didn't matter to it, it only needed the star. As for the living beings on the planets, their life or death had nothing to do with it. At its level, it viewed others as ants. It viewed Lin Moya the same way, but Lin Moya, this ant, had offended it and disrupted its plans. So it wanted revenge. It knew that as long as it could reach the human star region, the Holy Venerable would not dare to act rashly against it. Otherwise, as it said, once a war started, it would be enough to destroy hundreds of star systems and kill countless humans. This consequence was something even the Holy Venerable could not bear. The star shone brightly, and the giant starry tree was about to perform another space jump. The laws of space surged, and suddenly, everything changed. The laws of space collapsed. The giant eye on the tree narrowed sharply. The rules have been changed. The rules of the surrounding starry sky had been altered, and the laws of space lost their effect. Immediately after, the Holy Venerable appeared in front of it. The giant starry tree couldn't believe it. How could you be so fast? It used the laws of space to perform space jumps, crossing 1 million light years in an instant. 2 jumps meant 2 million light years. Although the Holy Venerable was a saint, he did not have the laws of space. How could he catch up so quickly? The Holy Venerable did not explain. There is no need to explain to the dead. The Holy Venerable took out a formation disk, which suddenly enlarged, projecting countless runes. The runes connected to form a formation, covering billions of miles of the starry sky, also enveloping the giant starry tree. The entire space instantly solidified, becoming incredibly sturdy. Even if the other shore realm fought inside, it would be difficult to break the starry sky. Similarly, the giant starry tree's laws of space were also restricted, unable to perform space jumps. Die! The Holy Venerable struck out with a palm, and a giant palm print appeared in the starry sky, falling towards the giant starry tree. In the center of the palm, a huge rune appeared. The rune was not complete, with some parts missing, but it was still extraordinary. The giant starry tree screamed, "Ancient rune, you actually control the ancient rune." Its scream was filled with terror. In its knowledge, the ancient rune was synonymous with danger. If it were just fragments or a corner, that would be fine. But if it were a relatively complete ancient rune, it would be a terrifying thing. Countless branches and vines flew out, whipping towards the palm print. The stars in its roots shone brightly, providing the giant starry tree with immense power. The branches shattered before they even touched the palm print. The power of the ancient rune was unimaginably strong. The giant starry tree screamed continuously, but it could not stop the ancient rune. The Holy Venerable's palm landed on it, and a large part of the giant starry tree's body shattered. A large number of branches broke off, and this palm destroyed at least 1/5 of its body. How can the Holy Venerable be this strong? It's impossible. The Holy Venerable can't be this strong. It had fought with the Holy Venerable of the demon race before. Although it was not a match, it was not beaten this badly. And even if it couldn't win, it could retreat calmly. This was its confidence. It never thought that the human Holy Venerable would be much stronger than the demon race. Until now, it realized it was wrong, terribly wrong. At this moment, the Holy Venerable's second palm had already struck. The giant starry tree began to struggle desperately. The originally stable starry sky once again showed cracks. It also possessed the power of rules. The Holy Venerable could change the rules, and it could reverse the rules. At the same time, the branches emitted immense power of rules, meeting the Holy Venerable's second palm. Lin Moya was immersed in the sea of knowledge. He found that he really enjoyed reading various materials. The materials contained not only information he didn't know but also the wisdom of predecessors. For example, in one secret realm, there was a large river. This river emitted a captivating fragrance, attracting you to take a sip. If you drank it, congratulations, you were doomed. But if you didn't drink it, you couldn't enter the second stage. The river was the entrance to the second stage, and drinking it was the key. So what to do? Someone came up with a method. They created a puppet and stored their soul in the puppet, then drank the river water. At the moment of drinking the water, the soul returned to the body. In this way, they tricked the runes and entered the second stage. They even passed the second stage but unfortunately couldn't find the entrance to the third stage and had to give up. There were many such people and events, and the secret realm materials contained many things to be aware of. The primary star system number 13283 that Lin Moya was heading to had a secret realm called Black Rain and an ancient battlefield. This was why Lin Moya chose it. Secret realms and ancient battlefields were both places he wanted to go. Lin Moya had already finished reading the materials on the Black Rain secret realm. The Falling Stone secret realm had at least 3 stages. The first 2 stages had been cleared, and it was the secret realm strategy group that cleared them. Detailed strategies were already available, but the third stage had not been discovered. When Lin Moya entered the secret realm, he needed to enter the second stage and find out how to open the next stage. Lin Moya now fully understood why the Human Emperor Network did not allow such strategies to be widely disseminated. If everyone followed the strategies to complete tasks, the tasks would indeed become easier. but they would no longer serve to train cultivators. This completely went against the original intention of the human race's high-level officials and violated the iron law of survival in the great world. Chapter 1625. Chapter 1625, 1625. Chapter 1625, Skill Approaching the Tao, Why is he glowing? After reading through the numerous materials in the Secret Realm Strategy Group, there were still more than 50 days left until arriving at Primary Star System number 13283. Lin Moya turned and entered the Human Emperor Network, walking into the Symbol Master Association Tower to systematically study rune knowledge again. He had previously studied rune knowledge and even established his own rune system, forming his own understanding of runes. These insights came from the vast amount of information in the Human Emperor Network, some of which were incomplete and organized by Lin Moya himself. The information about Symbol Masters in the Human Emperor Network was more than sufficient for entry-level learning but still lacked systematic comprehensiveness. Upon entering the Symbol Master Association, Lin Moya aimed to use the systematic rune knowledge there to reorganize his rune system. It was akin to reinforcing his foundation during cultivation, ensuring no flaws or gaps. After entering the first floor of the Symbol Master Association Tower, Lin Moya chose a quiet spot to sit down and accessed the Human Emperor Network to retrieve information. A book appeared in his hand, identical to the books in others' hands. The book's appearance was the same, but the content inside varied according to Lin Moya's needs. The content on the first floor consisted of basic rune knowledge. Upon verification, Lin Moya found that it was indeed more detailed than the public information in the Human Emperor Network. Many key points were not present in the public information. Lin Moya spent 20 days on the first floor, reading all the materials and integrating them into his own understanding. His unique rune system became more refined. Lin Moya seemed to have grasped the essence of runes, but this understanding was indescribable and could only be felt by him. After 20 days, Lin Moya moved to the second floor. The second floor contained various materials for second-tier symbol masters. These materials were mostly basic runes, with a significant reduction in quantity. There were some specific applications of runes and some insights, but these were not very helpful to Lin Moya. He had already mastered most of the basic runes and was extremely proficient. He only skimmed through the materials, encountering 2 unfamiliar basic runes, which were not very useful. Even if he hadn't learned them, Lin Moya could deduce these 2 runes when needed. Lin Moya spent only 5 days on the second floor before moving to the third floor. The third floor had more comprehensive basic rune materials and a few high-level rune materials. There were no insights from other symbol masters here. The Symbol Master Association preferred to see 100 flowers bloom, hoping each symbol master would have their own understanding. Too many cultivation insights would only mislead truly talented symbol masters and might even lead them astray. Unless guided by a high-level symbol master, it was a different matter. Lin Moya quickly read through all the rune materials on the third floor and moved to the fourth floor after 3 days. The fourth floor contained no basic runes, only high-level runes. However, high-level runes were also divided into simple and complex ones. The fourth floor, accessible to fourth-tier symbol masters, contained relatively simple high-level runes. Lin Moya's method of learning high-level runes differed from ordinary symbol masters. He learned through the high-level runes in the symbol language, which were of extremely high grade. From a certain perspective, the high-level runes recorded in the symbol language were the general principles of a certain type of high-level runes. Lin Moya used these high-level runes to further break them down, mastering a large number of high-level runes in reverse. This deconstruction method had a high starting point but also had drawbacks. It was impossible to deconstruct comprehensively, and there would always be omissions. The materials in the Symbol Master Association became the best supplement. Lin Moya stayed on the fourth floor, learning and mastering high-level runes at an astonishing speed. Perhaps due to his incredible talent, Lin Moya found learning high-level runes effortless. Even the complex high-level runes in the symbol language were manageable, let alone these simpler high-level runes. He could master a high-level rune every half hour, and many high-level runes were already familiar to him, making the process even faster. Lin Moya sat in a corner of the fourth floor, holding a book in one hand and continuously drawing runes in the air with the other. He did not infuse soul power or endow the runes with spirit, so the runes dissipated quickly after being drawn. However, Lin Moya could fully sense whether his runes were successfully drawn. On the fourth floor, many fourth-tier symbol masters were also practicing and learning runes. They were all attracted by Lin Moya's actions, watching him intently. Lin Moya's movements while drawing runes were incredibly smooth, with an indescribable beauty. It was as if he was the perfect instructor, demonstrating the correct way to draw runes. Any deviation from his method seemed wrong. Lin Moya continuously demonstrated the drawing methods of each rune, making it a visual delight and an eye-opener for many symbol masters. Many symbol masters gained insights from Lin Moya's drawing, feeling a sense of sudden enlightenment. Some symbol masters, after watching for a while, sent messages to their friends. Come to the fourth floor of the Symbol Master Association Tower quickly, there's a master demonstrating rune drawing. Hurry and learn from the master drawing runes, this is a rare opportunity. There's an expert drawing runes, come quickly to learn. The news spread quickly, and symbol masters teleported over one after another. In no time, the fourth floor was filled with over 1,000 fourth-tier symbol masters, and the number kept increasing. Fortunately, the Symbol Master Association Tower had enough space to accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded. Everyone was very considerate, not making a sound, quietly watching Lin Moya. Lin Moya was fully focused on drawing runes, one after another. Here, he didn't have to worry about danger, allowing him to concentrate entirely on his task. As he continuously drew runes, Lin Moya felt his rune drawing skills improve significantly. A strange sense of familiarity surged in his heart, as if he had drawn these runes before. Lin Moya's movements in drawing runes became subtly more perfect. Strangely, in the eyes of the symbol masters, a faint glow appeared around Lin Moyo. The light was weak and soft, enveloping Lin Moyo like a halo. Strange, why do I feel like he's glowing? Yes, I feel the same, he seems to be glowing. It's not an illusion, I see it too. He's really glowing. What's going on? I feel an urge to worship him. I have the same urge, this feeling is too strange. In the core area, Elder Su suddenly widened his eyes. With a flick of his finger, a light screen appeared in the void, reflecting the situation on the 4th floor of the Symbol Master Association Tower. Chapter 1626. Chapter 1626, 1626. Chapter 1626, Tao Rhythm, this messes up the seniority. The unusual behavior of Ancestor Su immediately attracted the attention of several other Shore Realm bigwigs. These bigwigs from the other Shore Realm were usually too idle, and any slight disturbance would draw them over to join the fun. In the scene, Lin Moya's entire body was emitting a faint glow as he drew one rune after another. Thousands of people were watching Lin Moyo, and from time to time, some would close their eyes and start drawing runes, imitating Lin Moyo. Unfortunately, they could only mimic the form but not the essence. Several bigwigs from the other Shore Realm were dumbfounded as they watched the faint glow on Lin Moya's body. They had seen many great waves, and there were few things that could leave them dumbfounded. Old Lin looked at Lin Moyo and sighed, "Cheng, this is Tao Rhythm." Then he looked at Ancestor Su, "Old Su, it seems you haven't triggered Tao Rhythm either." Ancestor Su snorted, "Shut up." He didn't respond to Old Lin's words but stared unblinkingly at Lin Moyo. Lady Yu smiled beside him, "It seems we have underestimated young friend Lin. He is merely a divine king, yet he can touch upon Tao Rhythm. His talent in runes is unprecedented. Not only unprecedented, but also unparalleled in the future." A majestic voice sounded, and Saint Venerable Hao appeared beside everyone. Lady Yu chuckled, "Saint Venerable, you hold young friend Lin in such high regard." Saint Venerable Hao said softly, "It's not that I hold him in high regard, but that he is too outstanding." "Was your trip successful?" Old Lin suddenly asked. The giant starry tree approaching the human race would be a big problem if not dealt with. Saint Venerable Hao said, "It escaped, but it should be powerless to return within 1,000 years. Old Lin was not surprised. The giant starry tree possesses the laws of space and can also change the rules. It's very difficult to truly kill it. The bigwigs from the other Shore Realm all agreed. It was already quite an achievement for Saint Venerable Wu to severely injure the giant starry tree. The laws of space were indeed troublesome. If it was determined to escape, it would be hard to catch up. Lady Yu pondered, if it happens again, keeping it around would be a hidden danger. But the laws of space are indeed troublesome, and we don't have any practitioners in this area among the human race. Perhaps we can borrow someone from the Starry Sky Fish clan. The human race, fully known as the Starry Sky Divine Human Race, is one of the 4 major source races in the Great World. They have a good relationship with the Starry Sky Fish clan, another of the 4 major source races. The 2 races occasionally interact. Although the Starry Sky Fish clan is in a semi-secluded state, if the human race asks for help, they generally won't refuse. Moreover, the Starry Sky Fish clan is most proud of their mastery of the laws of space. If one of their other Shore Realm experts takes action, it would be much easier to hunt down the giant starry tree. Saint Venerable Hao was able to cross 20,000 light years to catch up with the giant starry tree, thanks to a treasure from the Starry Sky Fish clan. Saint Venerable Hao said softly, "Let's discuss this matter later." The giant starry tree had already been severely injured and would be powerless to retaliate within 1,000 years, so there was no need to rush. Lady Yu did not insist. In a few years, the once-in-a-century Source Race Conference will begin. She didn't spell it out, but everyone understood her meaning. Old Lin chuckled, "I heard there's a princess in the Starry Sky Fish clan who has comprehended the laws of space. She's quite remarkable. I wonder how she compares to young Lin." Lady Yu glared at him, "Don't get any funny ideas." Old Lin laughed, "I didn't say anything." At this moment, a faint light suddenly appeared, causing an unusual ripple. Everyone felt as if their souls were being stirred, and a void chanting sound suddenly echoed in the core area. It was as if some supreme existence had descended, preaching and teaching to everyone. If you listened carefully, you couldn't hear anything. The sound was faint, with an indescribable rhythm and pattern, making people feel enlightened and entranced, unable to extricate themselves. The bigwigs from the other Shore Realm all changed their expressions. A faint light appeared on Ancestor Su's body, identical to the light on Lin Moyo. Tao Rhythm. Old Su has actually touched upon Tao Rhythm. He was inspired by Lin Moya's Tao Rhythm and had an epiphany, thus touching upon Tao Rhythm. Now things get interesting. Does Old Su have to call Lin Moyo his teacher? Call him a teacher? If Old Su calls him a teacher, what should we call Lin Moyo? They were all of the same generation as Ancestor Su. If Ancestor Su called Lin Moyo his teacher, what should they call Lin Moyo? Wouldn't that mess up the seniority? Silence. Saint Venerable Hao suddenly spoke, and everyone immediately fell silent. The entire starry sky fell into silence. Saint Venerable Hao gave a signal, and everyone retreated 100,000 miles, leaving a vast space for Ancestor Su. The Tao rhythm on Ancestor Su's body grew stronger, and he fell into his own epiphany, ignoring the outside world. The light of Tao rhythm grew stronger, and Ancestor Su extended his hand, beginning to draw runes. His speed was extremely fast, his hand forming after images, and in less than a second, a high-level rune was drawn. Then the second, the third, the fourth. One rune after another flew out, lingering in the starry sky. Each rune had form and spirit, genuine runes. Each rune emitted astonishing power, capable of destroying stars. Ancestor Su, with his other Shore Realm body, had studied runes for tens of thousands of years. His understanding of runes was not something Lin Moya could compare to. Tao rhythm is the highest manifestation of touching upon a certain Tao. Lin Moya inadvertently touched upon the pinnacle of the Tao of runes, displaying Tao rhythm. Ancestor Su had always been a hair's breadth away from Tao rhythm. This time, inspired by Lin Moya's Tao rhythm, he suddenly had an epiphany. Finally, he touched upon Tao rhythm. In the midst of Tao rhythm, countless insights emerged. Ancestor Su drew one rune after another, each one a powerful high-level rune. From initially drawing one rune per second, to later drawing 2 per second, 3 per second, faster and faster. In no time, the starry sky was filled with runes, thousands of runes densely surrounding Ancestor Su. Then these runes began to combine and merge together. The runes became heavy, became three-dimensional, and space began to crack, as if unable to bear the weight of the runes. When thousands of high-level runes merged into one, a brand new rune appeared in everyone's sight. Ancient rune. Everyone was shocked. Ancestor Su had actually drawn a complete ancient rune. The ancient rune emitted an astonishing aura, and Ancestor Su opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing the ancient rune into his body. In the next moment, Ancestor Su's aura surged. Retreat again. Saint Venerable Hao gave a light shout, and everyone immediately retreated another 100,000 miles. Above Ancestor Su's head, a purple soul leaped out. The ancient rune, drawn and merged by his own hand, was now in the soul's hand. The soul held the rune in one hand, and the rune transformed into a pagoda, looking exactly like the Symbol Master Association's pagoda. The pagoda had 9 levels, with the first level already lit, while the other 8 levels remained dim. The soul held the pagoda, and the purple light grew more intense, the aura becoming stronger, until a touch of red appeared in the purple soul, and Ancestor Su's aura reached its peak. Saint Venerable. Chapter 1627. Chapter 1627, 1627. Chapter 1627, Creating a Rune Undead Legion. Saint Venerable. Everyone had the same thought. Lin Moyo had become a Saint Venerable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Su drew his own ancient rune and integrated it into his soul, transforming it into a soul treasure. This achievement allowed him to attain the Saint Venerable body. Ancestor Su's aura swept across the starry sky, felt even from tens of thousands of light years away. The powerful pressure made countless divine sovereigns tremble in their hearts. This oppressive force lasted for several days before gradually dissipating, and Ancestor Su regained his clarity. Saint Venerable Hao's voice rang out clearly, "Congratulations, Deist Su. From now on, our human race has another Saint Venerable." Ancestor Su slowly bowed to Saint Venerable Hao and the others, causing the entire starry sky to tremble with his movements. "Thank you, fellow Deists, for your support. Saint Venerables are currently the most powerful forces on the surface for all races. Having one more Saint Venerable significantly strengthens the human race." Old Lin thought to himself, "We were just saying it would be great if the human race had a few more Saint Venerables, and now Old Su has become one. This is going to be interesting." Owing such a big favor to Lin Moyo, Old Su is probably going to have a headache. According to the rules, Old Su should call Lin Moya teacher, and it wouldn't be inappropriate. He thought of many things in an instant and even found it somewhat amusing. However, on the surface, he remained very respectful, bowing to Ancestor Su. "Greetings, Saint Venerable." "Greetings, Saint Venerable." All the other Shore Realm experts present followed the rules and greeted him. Saint Venerable Wu spoke softly, "Deist Su, you should choose a title for yourself." Ancestor Su pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking, "My teacher entered the Tao through runes, so I should also take rune as my title." As soon as he said this, the heavens and earth trembled. The entire great world seemed to respond, buzzing continuously. A unique rhythm spread throughout the great world, somewhat similar to the Tao rhythm but different. The rhythm carried a sense of joy, as if the great world was celebrating the birth of Rune Saint Venerable. Only some other Shore Realm experts and peak divine sovereigns could sense this rhythm. Those with lesser strength felt nothing. Saint Venerable Hao nodded and smiled, "Very good, very good. From now on, there is no more Ancestor Su, only Rune Saint Venerable." Everyone present bowed again. "Greetings, Rune Saint Venerable." In the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya continued drawing runes. The Tao rhythm remained unchanged. His speed in drawing runes was consistent and steady. After completing all the high-level runes for a 4th-tier Symbol Master, Lin Moya did not stop but began a second round of drawing. Lin Moya did not understand the meaning of Tao rhythm, nor did he know that he had already touched upon it. At this moment, he had entered a special state, neither an epiphany nor cultivation, but enlightenment. The Human Emperor Network often reflects reality. In reality, Lin Moya sat cross-legged on the skeletal dragon, also enveloped by the Tao rhythm, emitting a faint glow. In the pitch-black starry sky, he became the most dazzling star. The highest manifestation of Tao rhythm and cultivation is only shown when one touches upon the true essence of a Tao. Lin Moyo had touched upon the essence of the rune Tao. However, his own level was not high enough to directly integrate the ancient rune and ascend to Saint Venerable like Ancestor Su. But touching upon the Tao rhythm was still immensely beneficial to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo realized many true uses of runes, understanding that runes could accomplish many incredible things. The root of this world is the Great World Rune. A single rune supports the entire world, explaining all the laws, rules, and principles within it. However, this does not mean that studying the rune Tao is the only path to the pinnacle of the world. All paths lead to the same destination, regardless of which path one takes, they all ultimately converge. It doesn't mean that walking the rune Tao will take you further than others. For example, Saint Venerable Wu and Rune Saint Venerable did not walk the same path, but both achieved the status of Saint Venerable. Moreover, both have the potential to continue breaking through, and it's hard to say who will be stronger in the end. For Lin Moyo, the Rune Dao is not his foundation remains the Undying Law, the Undead Legion, and his innate spells. The Rune Dao can serve as a great auxiliary. Before touching upon the Dao rhythm, spells were spells, and runes were runes. They were independent and existed separately. But now, Lin Moyo could integrate the two, making each stronger. Lin Moyo drew a high-level rune. This high-level rune represented armor, the armor of armor. Its function was to transform into a piece of armor, capable of withstanding a certain amount of damage, similar to a magical treasure. It could be used on oneself or on others. With Lin Moya's current ability, the armor formed by this rune could withstand attacks from a divine king for a short time. Even attacks from a minor divine sovereign could be blocked a few times. After drawing the high-level rune, Lin Moyo quickly drew several basic runes at an astonishing speed. Strengthen, Solidify, Metal, Flexibility, Stability. 10 basic runes were completed in one go, and then these runes, under Lin Moya's control, merged into the armor rune. The armor rune became heavy and three-dimensional, displaying different images on the rune. The rune seemed to take on the color of metal and appeared more solid. Go! Lin Moya softly commanded, and the rune flew onto the skeletal dragon beneath him. The skeletal dragon let out a dragon roar, its body shining brightly, and a huge piece of armor faintly appeared. The armor glowed for a few seconds before disappearing. However, within the skeletal dragon's soul fire, a bit of golden light appeared. If the golden light were magnified, it would reveal a rune, the rune Lin Moyo had just drawn. With a thought, Lin Moyo activated the rune, and the skeletal dragon's massive body was instantly covered in a layer of transparent, pale golden armor. Lin Moyo carefully sensed the strength of the golden armor. With the rune, the skeletal dragon's defense had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, even if a minor divine sovereign attacked, without using any passive spells or the Undead Legion to share the damage, the skeletal dragon alone could withstand the attack. Roughly estimating, a minor divine sovereign would need to attack at least 100 times with full force to break the rune's defense. Even a divine sovereign's attack could be blocked 1 or 2 times by the armor formed by the rune. Such an enhancement was significant. Moreover, the rune armor had already integrated into the soul, so even if it were broken, it wouldn't matter. The rune wouldn't collapse or be damaged, it would merely run out of energy. It would absorb energy from the soul fire, and once the energy was sufficient, it could be used again. Now, just by integrating the rune into the soul, the effect is already so good. If I could integrate the rune into the entire body, how strong could it become? Lin Moyo had a thought, perhaps he could create a terrifying rune Undead Legion. Chapter 1628. Chapter 1628, 1628. Chapter 1628, Teacher of Thousands of Symbol Masters. The Dao rhythm disappeared, and Lin Moyo also stopped drawing runes. He opened his eyes and saw thousands of people surrounding him. Although they did not approach, their gazes seemed somewhat unusual. Some people's eyes were filled with excitement, while others showed admiration. Most of them seemed to want more, as if they hadn't seen enough. What happened? Lin Moyo didn't react for a moment. He recalled in his mind and realized that he had just entered a special state. As a 4th-tier symbol master, he should have mastered about 100 high-level runes, and it seemed he had drawn dozens of them. In that indescribable special state, drawing runes felt very enjoyable, and he unknowingly became immersed in it. At the same time, he indeed made significant progress and gains. The biggest gain was that he fused a high-level armor rune with 10 basic runes, creating a special high-level rune. This rune did not exist in the symbol language and was entirely his own creation. If ranked, this rune might be weaker than ancient runes, but it was already a top-tier high-level rune. The key was that this rune was very effective, greatly enhancing the survival ability of the Undead Legion. Lin Moyo named it Golden Armor Rune. Under the silent gaze of thousands, Lin Moyo slowly stood up and flew towards the 5th floor. All those present were 4th-tier symbol masters and did not have the qualifications to enter the 5th floor. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously bowed to Lin Moyo and shouted in unison, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Moyo was taken aback and found it strange. "Why are you saying this?" Someone immediately replied, "You just demonstrated the truly perfect way of drawing runes. We benefited greatly and had many insights. Although it was unintentional on your part, the benefits we gained are real, so calling you teacher is not an exaggeration. A master is a teacher. Your attainments in runes surpass us by countless times, even those high-level symbol masters cannot compare to you. Although you are not our formal teacher, your previous actions make you half a teacher." Everyone spoke one after another, and Lin Moyo understood. Since that was the case, he did not refuse and accepted it calmly. After all, they did benefit from him. Although there was no formal teacher-student relationship, there was already a practical one. Calling him teacher was not an exaggeration. Lin Moyo nodded, then continued to comprehend. Just returning from the Dao rhythm state, Lin Moyo carried a trace of Dao's aura. Every word and action carried a special majesty, making people respect him. Just as Lin Moyo was about to step into the 5th floor, someone suddenly called out, "Teacher, may we know your name?" Lin Moyo stopped and said in a deep voice, "Lin Moyo." As his words fell, Lin Moyo disappeared from everyone's sight. The 4th floor of the Symbol Master Association Tower was in an uproar. He is Lin Moyo, the first in the 4-star domain competition, the one who cleared 2 secret realms, Lin Moyo. How can it be him? Didn't he just arrive in the Divine City not long ago? How did he become a symbol master and reach such a level? I remember people from the 4-star domain don't study runes. Geniuses cannot be measured by common sense. One day of their cultivation is equivalent to our years or decades. A genius, this is a true genius. Among the fourth-tier symbol masters, there were divine kings, minor divine sovereigns, and even a few divine sovereigns. They either had extraordinary backgrounds, exceptional talents, or managed a symbol master branch in a star system. But at this moment, without exception, they all admired Lin Moyo immensely. The atmosphere on the fifth floor was completely different from the fourth floor, as if they were two different worlds. It was solemn and quiet here. The commotion on the fourth floor did not reach here. On this floor, a dozen fifth-tier symbol masters sat quietly. They did not notice Lin Moya's arrival and remained immersed in their own world. Lin Moya did not say much, found a place to sit down, and began to review the corresponding rune materials. After experiencing the Tao rhythm, Lin Moya found that these high-level runes were no longer difficult for him. He could master them almost effortlessly. In just half a day, Lin Moya stood up again and walked towards the sixth floor. He entered the sixth floor without any obstacles. Although he was only a fifth-tier symbol master, the Human Emperor Network granted him special privileges, allowing him to access the sixth floor. There were even fewer symbol masters on the sixth floor, and the structure of symbol masters was like a pyramid, with fewer people at higher levels. The runes encountered by sixth-tier symbol masters were the most difficult among high-level runes. After reviewing the materials, Lin Moya confirmed that these high-level runes were actually the same as those in the symbol language. Moreover, they were not as comprehensive as those in the symbol language. However, Lin Moya did not stop there. He patiently reviewed all the runes on the sixth floor. After confirming that all the runes here could be found in the symbol language, Lin Moya left the Symbol Master Association. Returning to his body, Lin Moya fell into deep thought. If I'm not mistaken, 7th tier symbol masters should be about arranging rune formations. From the 1st to the 6th tier, it's about learning and mastering individual runes. Starting from the 7th tier, it's about using these runes to arrange rune formations. Then the 8th tier can be easily deduced, possibly arranging more advanced rune formations or fusing runes. As for the 9th tier, Lin Moyo had not yet thought of the requirements for 9th tier symbol masters. To be certified as a 6th tier symbol master, one needed to master 100 high-level runes, which was no problem for him. However, to become a 6th tier symbol master, one also needed 10,000 Divine City merit points and a mid-level position in the Divine City. These two requirements were not yet met and could only be achieved gradually. Opening his eyes, a massive star system was slowly enlarging in his view. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he stopped in the starry sky. Primary star system number 13283 is within reach, but now Lin Moyo has other things to do, so there's no rush to explore the new secret realm and ancient battlefield. In the starry sky, 1 billion kilometers away from primary star system number 13283, Lin Moya sat cross-legged on the skeletal dragon and slowly closed his eyes. All his consciousness and spirit sank into his soul world at this moment. He was about to do two things. First, arrange a new faith formation in his soul. Second, add the golden armor rune to the Undead Legion. After these days of accumulation, the power of faith had exceeded 6,000 units, more than enough to arrange the faith formation. The reason he hadn't done it yet was that he felt his rune skills were not sufficient to arrange a perfect faith formation. Just like the previous formation, it seemed successful but was far from perfect. So he waited until now, when his rune mastery had reached a new level, to start arranging the faith formation. Not only would he arrange a new one, but he would also modify and strengthen the old faith formation. Besides the faith formation, there was another major project. Billions of Undead Legion members were eagerly waiting for his golden armor rune. Chapter 1629. Chapter 1629, 1629. Chapter 1629, Lin Moya's wild imagination. In the soul world, one rune after another appeared, flying to their predetermined positions, shining brightly. Lin Moya's technique for arranging the faith formation was much more skillful than before. With the Eye of the Soul activated, he could see the tiniest details in each rune and feel the flow of power within them, down to the smallest nuances. From this, it was clear that each rune was more perfect than before. Although each rune had only a slight difference, the final result would be significantly different. The previous faith formation was like this, leading to its inefficient operation. In just half a day, a new faith formation was about to be completed. Lin Moya drew the final main rune and integrated it into the formation. All the veins of the faith formation were connected, and all the runes were linked together, operating silently. Compared to the last faith formation, this one was nearly perfect. On the surface, no problems could be found. Lin Moya carefully sensed it and could clearly feel the formation's operation efficiency reaching 10%. A smile appeared in the eyes of his soul, extremely satisfied with the formation he had arranged. Go! With a small push, the faith formation flew to the skeletal mage's magic star. Light shone down, enveloping the entire magic star. 50 million skeletal mages joined the ranks of providing faith power to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo easily calculated that 50 million skeletal mages could provide him with 20 units of faith power daily. Similarly, 50 million skeletal warriors could only provide 10 units of faith power. This was the difference between a perfect formation and an imperfect one. Once the other faith formation is arranged, I'll modify you, Lin Moya said to the imperfect first formation, talking to himself. He then began a new round of drawing. Soon, another faith formation was completed. 50 million skeletal archers also became providers of faith power. Lin Moya did not arrange a new faith formation. He had over 2,000 units of faith power left, which he planned to use to modify the first faith formation. Among the Undead Legion, the three most numerous basic skeletons had all become sources of faith power, with a total of only 30 million left. Moreover, to turn them into sources of faith power, 3 more faith formations would be needed. Lin Moya naturally calculated the accounts clearly. Of course, he would still arrange formations in the future, but not now. His soul flew to the first faith formation and began the modification project. Modifying an already formed formation was more troublesome and complex than arranging a new one, but Lin Moya still chose to modify it. He wanted to train his control over runes and formations. Modifying runes and correcting formations from the details was more effective than arranging new formations. His soul focused entirely, modifying the formation bit by bit. During the modification process, he gained a deeper understanding of the formation structure. Each rune had its own function and meaning, and he also developed his own insights into the combination of runes. Lin Moya's attainment in formations was growing at an astonishing speed. Arranging a new faith formation took only half a day. If Lin Moya wanted, he could do it even faster. But modifying a faith formation took a full 5 days. 5 days later, Lin Moya's face showed joy. The faith formation before him was completely renewed, exuding a perfect aura. Looking at his masterpiece, Lin Moya felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The corners of his soul's mouth also slightly lifted. After modification and correction, it could provide 20 units of faith power daily, just like the newly arranged faith formation. In this way, the daily harvest of faith power had reached 80 units. Among them, 60 units came from the Undead Legion, and the other 20 units came from humans. As his fame grew, the faith power Lin Moya received was also gradually increasing. I really wonder how much faith power those big shots in the other shore realm can receive daily. The thought flashed through his mind, and perhaps he would know when he reached the other shore realm. With the faith formation arranged, the next step was to arrange a small formation to automatically refine the faith power. Receiving so much faith power daily, if not refined, it couldn't be truly utilized. But refining it himself was too troublesome, so Lin Moya planned to arrange a small formation in his soul to automatically refine the faith power. He had already conceived this formation long ago, and it wasn't difficult. Just as he was about to start, he suddenly exclaimed softly. He clearly felt a new power emerging from various parts of his body, flowing rapidly within him. His whole body felt filled with power, and his blood was surging. His realm had unknowingly advanced by 1 level. From Divine King 4th tier to Divine King 5th tier. Although it was just a 1-level advancement, Lin Moya knew very well that every small step of progress meant a significant increase in combat power. By this calculation, the skeletal generals probably already had the peak combat power of a minor divine sovereign. As for the skeletal kings, they were enough to confront a second-tier divine sovereign head-on. This realm advancement was somewhat unexpected but seemed natural. Lin Moya quickly recalled that his numerous life and death experiences in battles had brought his understanding of the laws to the brink of advancement. This long period of rune research became the catalyst, and the advancement naturally followed. The realm advancement was a pleasant surprise. Lin Moya enjoyed the wonderful feeling of the power increase for a moment, then immersed his consciousness back into his soul. With determination in his soul's eyes, his small hands danced gracefully, drawing one perfect rune after another. Lin Moya constructed a small formation himself. The formation was very simple, consisting of only a dozen runes. Its function was also very single, to refine faith power. The main rune of the formation was the refining rune, and the other runes were created to make the refining rune operate automatically. Soon, the formation was completed and began to operate. The impure faith power naturally flowed into it, refined by the formation, and automatically converted into pure faith power for Lin Moya's use. It's done. Lin Moya was delighted that the rune he constructed was operating perfectly. He no longer had to worry about refining faith power. No matter how much faith power he received, it would be quickly refined. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Next, it's the big project. To give the entire Undead Legion the Golden Armor rune, doing it one by one was unrealistic. The Golden Armor rune was formed by 1 high-level rune combined with 10 basic runes. Even if he drew with all his might, it would take at least 10 seconds to complete one. If he wanted the entire Undead Legion to enjoy the Golden Armor rune, it would take over 60 years. So Lin Moya thought of a solution. He wanted to create a formation specifically for drawing the Golden Armor rune. Using a formation to draw runes sounded like a fantasy. His idea was indeed wild, but Lin Moya thought it was feasible. Based on his rune system, he simulated and demonstrated it in his mind and found no problems. However, whether it was feasible in reality still needed further experimentation. Chapter 1630. Chapter 1630, 1630. Chapter 1630, Creating Runes with Formations, Setting a Historical Precedent. Using formations to create runes has never been recorded in history. Even high-level symbol masters, including the newly ascended Rune Saint Venerable, have never done it. They haven't even thought about it. Lin Moya's idea wasn't baseless, it was inspired by secret realms. In both the Poison Bee secret realm and the Golden Radiance secret realm, a fragment of an ancient rune appeared at the end. This fragment, though incomplete, still wielded terrifying power. The rune fragments in the secret realms all evolved from this single fragment. From another perspective, this fragment created countless rune fragments, which then turned into various dangers within the secret realms. Given this, a complete formation should theoretically be able to evolve other runes. This was the basis of Lin Moya's hypothesis. Ancient runes are beyond high-level runes, they transform the mundane into the extraordinary, altering rules and possessing incomprehensible power. Lin Moya couldn't change the rules, so he needed to work within the established laws. In his plan, the Golden Armor rune required 1 high-level rune and 10 basic runes. Therefore, he needed to set up 12 formations, 10 to create the basic runes, 1 to create the high-level rune, and the final one to fuse these runes together. He had already conceived the structure of the formation, using a double-layer structure similar to those found in ancient battlefields. The outer layer of 11 formations would form a whole, gathering the runes together, and the inner layer would fuse the runes. It should work. Lin Moya thought after days of contemplation, visualizing the entire formation structure in his mind and knowing which runes to use and how to combine them. After figuring it out, the next step was practical application. He carefully drew one rune after another, placing them in specific positions in the starry sky. Lin Moya first created a small formation to produce a basic rune, the Strengthen rune. If he couldn't even create a basic rune like the Strengthen rune, there was no point in proceeding further. Lin Moya drew meticulously, allowing no room for error in any detail. Half a day later, a formation specifically for creating the Strengthen rune was completed. After injecting soul power into the formation, it began to operate. At the center of the formation, a Strengthen rune served as the main rune. Soul power flowed through the formation's veins into the center. The Strengthen rune glowed brightly, and once fully charged with soul power, a new Strengthen rune emerged from the formation. The entire process was akin to copying the Strengthen rune. It works! Lin Moya was overjoyed and excited. Successfully creating the rune was more thrilling than advancing his own realm. His hypothesis was validated. Since he could create basic runes, theoretically, creating high-level runes shouldn't be a problem. After examining the newly created Strengthen rune and finding some minor issues, Lin Moya immediately adjusted the formation, repeatedly testing and refining it. Days passed, and he finally produced a perfect Strengthen rune. He then set up the second formation, also for creating basic runes. With the experience from the first attempt, his efficiency improved significantly. After setting up the formation, it operated normally, followed by more adjustments and refinements until the runes met his standards. Next came the third formation. Lin Moya became thoroughly engrossed in the process, enjoying it immensely. Days turned into 100 days in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya completed the final adjustments, and before him stood a massive formation. This formation consisted of over 2,000 basic runes and more than 100 high-level runes. Though it appeared as one formation, it was actually 11 formations. After injecting soul power, the formation roared to life. Amidst the glowing lights, 11 runes slowly emerged, all perfect and flawless, including the high-level rune. Even the usually calm Lin Moya couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. This was a milestone for him. He had no idea that what he was doing was also a milestone for the entire human race and even the great world. Since the near-ancient period, no one had ever done this. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but no one had ever thought to do it. Lin Moya could be said to have pioneered a new path. After a few seconds of excitement, he calmed himself. The hardest part is next. In theory, creating runes wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in fusing them. This wasn't just difficult for him, it was difficult for all symbol masters. The difficulty of fusing runes far exceeded that of drawing them. Following his plan, Lin Moya began setting up a new formation. One rune after another flew out, this time with different functions, including compression, stabilization, and fusion. The outer layer of the formation had 10 slots for the basic runes, and the center had a large slot for the high-level rune. After receiving the runes, the formation would use its power to fuse them in a specific order, ultimately forming the Golden Armor rune. Theoretically, this was entirely feasible, but the real challenge was in the execution. Days later, the fusion formation took shape in the starry sky. It was larger than the previous formations, with a more complex internal structure. Lin Moya considered every detail. The rune-creating formations were the outer layer, and the rune-fusing formation was the inner layer. Together, they formed the Golden Armor formation. With the formation set up, it was time for experimentation. At that moment, a divine king happened to pass by. Someone's setting up a formation here. Attracted by the massive formation, he flew over out of curiosity. After a glance, he let out a strange cry, clutching his head as he fled. The formation was too complex for his divine king-level soul to handle. Even a minor divine sovereign would struggle to endure it. Only a divine sovereign could observe it freely. Lin Moya watched the fleeing divine king with some helplessness. "I didn't ask you to look. You can't blame me for your curiosity." The small incident eased Lin Moya's tension. He channeled his soul power, first into the outer layer. Seconds later, 11 runes emerged, following the formation's path into the inner layer. With the runes in place, the inner layer began to operate. The runes moved towards the center, starting to fuse. Lin Moya watched intently, his soul eye activated, missing no detail. The faint golden light blossomed in the starry sky, mesmerizing to behold. In just a few seconds, a Golden Armor rune emerged from the formation. It's done. Chapter 1631. Chapter 1631, 1631. Chapter 1631, The True Origin of That Great War. Lin Moya's success on the first try was unexpected. He was confident he would succeed, but he didn't expect it to happen on the first attempt. The surprise came so suddenly. Looking at the shining Golden Armor rune in front of him, Lin Moya carefully inspected it, and the initial excitement gradually faded. The Golden Armor rune was indeed complete and usable. However, it was not perfect. The entire rune had many inconsistencies, and once used, its effect might be less than half of what he could draw manually. It might not even withstand the attack of a minor divine sovereign, let alone a divine sovereign. Such a Golden Armor rune was of little use. Lin Moya wanted a perfect golden armor rune, and he had his own ideas about it. The current golden armor rune was just the most basic version. There would be more advanced versions in the future with much stronger defensive capabilities. In his vision, the golden armor rune was a rune that could continuously grow and upgrade. If it could only block 1 or 2 attacks from a divine sovereign, it wouldn't be worth the effort. Now that the golden armor rune was complete and the formation had no issues, it just wasn't perfect. The next step was to find a way to perfect the formation and ultimately fuse a perfect golden armor rune. This would be a long process, and he couldn't rush it. It required repeated experiments, and he couldn't afford to be careless. In the core area, Ancestor Su, the newly ascended Rune Saint Venerable, had completely stabilized his realm. With the experience of Dao Rhythm, he had advanced further in the path of runes. His understanding and mastery of ancient runes had also reached a new level. Only after becoming a Saint Venerable did he realize the vast gap between the two realms. Although both were in the other shore realm, there was already a chasm between them. Now that Ancestor Su had become the Rune Saint Venerable, he finally understood this. Saint Venerable Hao appeared beside him, shrouded in an invisible black light that enveloped both of them. Their conversation was inaudible to outsiders. Even those in the other shore realm couldn't hear it. In fact, those in the other shore realm didn't even know that Saint Venerable Hao was conversing with the Rune Saint Venerable. Now, do you understand? Saint Venerable Hao's voice was somewhat low, seemingly calm but filled with deep helplessness and powerlessness. The Rune Saint Venerable looked into the distance, where a divine path lay in his sight. It seemed that stepping onto the divine path would lead to higher realms and greater peaks. But this divine path was broken. An invisible chasm blocked the divine path, preventing anyone from moving forward. Looking at the chasm, the Rune Saint Venerable also felt despair. A strong sense of despair struck his soul wave after wave, and the Rune Saint Venerable couldn't bear it, so he had to look away. As long as he didn't look at it, the feeling would disappear completely, as if it never existed. Saint Venerable Hao sighed. Isn't it despairing? The path ahead is broken. No matter how high your talent or how great your opportunities, you can't move forward. The Rune Saint Venerable's face turned slightly pale, and the joy of ascending to Saint Venerable had vanished. His voice trembled slightly. Why is it like this? Saint Venerable Hao said, go to the Human Emperor Network. The Rune Saint Venerable connected to the Human Emperor Network. This was his first time connecting to the Human Emperor Network after becoming a Saint Venerable. His consciousness naturally entered the Human Emperor Network, and he found himself in a place he had never been before. This is the land of Saint Venerables, only accessible to Saint Venerables. There are some things only Saint Venerables are qualified to know. Saint Venerable Hao's voice sounded, and he also arrived at the land of Saint Venerables, standing side by side with the Rune Saint Venerable. In front of them were 18 giant thrones, the thrones of Saint Venerables. Among them, 12 thrones were dim, and only 6 thrones still shone brightly. The Rune Saint Venerable's gaze fell on one of the thrones, which was displayed in the Human Emperor Network as belonging to him. Saint Venerable Hao said in a low voice, since the Great War of the War God that severed the near ancient period, our human race has had a total of 12 Saint Venerables. Including you, only 6 remain. The 6 remaining corresponded exactly to the number of shining thrones. The Rune Saint Venerable's eyes narrowed. What about the other Saint Venerables? Saint Venerable Hao shook his head. They all stepped onto the human race's divine path before their lifespan ran out and never returned, without exception. A Saint Venerable's lifespan is about 50,000 years. From the near ancient period to now, over 100,000 years have passed. The human race has had a total of 18 Saint Venerables, 12 of whom stepped onto the divine path after breaking through the unfathomable realm and completely disappeared. The Rune Saint Venerable wanted to say something, but Saint Venerable Hao waved his hand, and a document appeared before the Rune Saint Venerable. After carefully reading it, the Rune Saint Venerable's expression became increasingly grave, and he muttered to himself, so that's how it is. The information he saw was only accessible to Saint Venerables. In other words, only 6 people in the human race currently knew about this. Saint Venerable Hao's eyes carried a trace of helplessness. Since the ancient period, a great war severed the divine path, making the path beyond Saint Venerable extremely perilous. Now you should understand why, at the end of the near ancient period, various races joined forces to attack our human race. At the end of the near ancient period, various races suddenly launched an unprecedented attack on the human race. Over 200 races joined forces, attacking the human race from all directions. The 4 major star regions of the human race were almost entirely occupied, with countless casualties. Finally, the allied forces of various races reached the human race's divine city, putting the human race in grave danger. It was at that time that Xiao Zhantian emerged. With an invincible stance, he repelled the allied forces of various races. Afterward, he even counterattacked the various races, and the allied forces of over 200 races were nearly halved. Many races fled to distant lands. Xiao Zhantian alone severed the near ancient period, ushering the entire Great World into a new era. This history is recorded among all races in the Great World, but few know the true reason for the Great War. Even those in the other shore realm of the human race didn't know why. The Rune Saint Venerable didn't know before reaching Saint Venerable. Now he finally understood that the true purpose behind the Great War was the human race's divine path. After the ancient period, the divine path was severed, making it extremely difficult to advance beyond Saint Venerable. The divine path is not unique, many powerful races have it, but without exception, all were severed. Only the human race's divine path, though incomplete, was not entirely severed. The true purpose of the Great War was to destroy the human race and seize the divine path. The human race's divine path is widely known, and almost every human knows about it. Entering the divine city and stepping onto the divine path is the dream of every cultivator. But few know the true meaning of the divine path. Even the rune Saint Venerable only learned about it now. The rune Saint Venerable's mood matched Saint Venerable Howe's, slightly gloomy, and his voice was similarly low. Has anyone succeeded? Saint Venerable Howe shook his head. I don't know, maybe someone has, maybe no one has. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, the war god should have succeeded. The rune Saint Venerable's pupils contracted. Really? As far as he knew, Xiao Zhantian hadn't appeared for many years. No one knew if he was dead or alive. If Xiao Zhantian was a Saint Venerable, his lifespan would have long been exhausted after over 100,000 years. If he wasn't a Saint Venerable, then what was he? What realm lies beyond Saint Venerable? Saint Venerable Howe said in a low voice, when the divine path opens next time, you will know, soon. Chapter 1632. Chapter 1632, 1632. Chapter 1632, this is the explanation? I don't accept it. Unknowingly, Lin Moyo had already stayed in the starry sky for over 300 days. During this period, several people passed by. They were all attracted by the formation Lin Moyo had set up, curious and wanting to take a closer look. But without exception, just a glance made them clutch their heads and leave. The formation Lin Moyo set up was too complex, and a third-tier soul at the Divine King level couldn't withstand it. Gradually, the news of someone setting up a formation in the starry sky spread. Relying on the Human Emperor network, the news spread at an incredible speed. Some claimed that if someone could look at the formation for 10 seconds, it would prove their soul had reached the peak of the third tier. If they could last a minute, it meant their soul surpassed the peak of the third tier and had the potential to advance to the Divine Sovereign level. Lin Moya's formation was used to test soul strength. Some even held competitions to see who could last the longest. However, they all kept a distance, maintaining at least 1,000 kilometers from Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't mind as long as they didn't disturb him. They could watch all they wanted. He was fully immersed, making fine adjustments to the rune fusion formation. The fused runes became increasingly perfect, with fewer and fewer flaws. Now, the perfection had reached 90%, just a bit more, and it would be truly perfect. The adjustments had reached the final critical point, and Lin Moyo became even more meticulous, fully focused, and undistracted. Thousands of runes cooperated with each other, and the formation operated more smoothly and naturally. Lin Moyo could feel the pulsation within the formation, as if it had come to life. In his eyes, the entire formation exuded vibrant vitality. It no longer seemed like an ordinary formation but had gained a spirit. He recalled something Meng Yanwen once said, when a formation is completely perfect, it might give birth to a formation spirit. Under the palace of the Shangxia Empire in the small world, there was a formation that had given birth to a spirit. Looking back, that formation was so simple, merely sealing an area and adding a simple teleportation function. But because it was perfect enough, it eventually gave birth to a formation spirit. Now, his formation seemed to be on the verge of giving birth to a formation spirit as well. Almost there, just 3 more runes. Lin Moyo whispered in his heart. All the runes had been adjusted, leaving only the last 3. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt a bit excited. Over 300 days had deepened his understanding of runes and formations. He was now confident that if he set up the golden armor formation again, he could do it perfectly in one go, without needing extensive adjustments like this time. 1, 2, 3. The last 3 runes were finally adjusted, and the entire formation immediately burst into dazzling light, as bright as a star in the sky. The golden armor formation consisted of 2 formations, inside and outside, interconnected and coordinated, exuding an indescribable beauty. The entire formation was seamless, without a single flaw. Lin Moyo admired his formation like a piece of art. Injecting his soul power into it, the 2 formations operated in sync. 11 runes flew out from the outer formation and entered the inner formation. The inner formation then fused them. In just 10 seconds, a golden armor rune was fused. The golden armor rune was as perfect as an artwork, indistinguishable from the ones Lin Moyo drew himself. It met all expectations, and the 300 days were not wasted. After the first perfect golden armor rune appeared, the golden armor formation didn't stop but became even more radiant. A stream of spirit continuously flowed from the formation. A formation spirit. Lin Moyo was overjoyed. A formation spirit had indeed been born. This indicated that his formation, regardless of its grade, had reached perfection. From nothing, he created his own formation bit by bit. Then he continuously adjusted it to perfection. Now, the formation had given birth to a spirit. The sense of accomplishment was stronger than advancing a major realm. Advancing in realm felt like walking a path many had walked before. But creating a formation that could draw and fuse runes was unprecedented. The satisfaction and sense of achievement were on a completely different level. Lin Moyo admired his masterpiece, watching the spirit within the formation grow stronger. He continuously provided soul power to the formation. His soul power was the best nourishment for the formation spirit. This was his formation, marked everywhere with his imprint. The formation spirit would also belong to him. Who allowed you to set up a formation here? A low shout rang out, and a sword light leaped into the sky. The attack wasn't aimed at Lin Moyo but at the golden armor formation. The skeletal dragon roared in anger. Golden armor appeared on its body, expanding instantly, and a large area flashed with golden light, blocking the attack. With a bang, the sword light exploded, and a sharp sword was bounced back. Lin Moyo withdrew his mind from the formation and saw a young man with a delicate appearance. The young man wore a long robe embroidered with a flaming bird, resembling a vermilion bird. He didn't hide his information. Luo Fiyu, a minor divine sovereign. Lin Moya thought, the family managing the primary star system number 13283 a billion kilometers away was named Luo. Judging by Luo Fiyu's appearance, he was likely from the Luo family. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that he had attacked. Even if the target wasn't Lin Moyo himself but the formation. Everyone knew the formation was set up by Lin Moyo, so attacking it was like attacking him. The Human Emperor Network had strict rules. Anyone who attacked a fellow human would be punished. For example, now, no matter what reason Luo Fiyu found, he would be punished. But he could explain, just like he shouted when he attacked, who allowed you to set up a formation here? As the manager of the star system, the area within 100 billion kilometers was under their jurisdiction. Setting up a formation here, they indeed had the right to intervene. Luo Fiyu could even find various reasons, claiming the formation might threaten the star system, justifying his actions. There could be many reasons, and the final result might be a light punishment. A fine of 10 Divine City merit points would be considered heavy. That's why Luo Fiyu dared to act. As long as he didn't attack Lin Moya directly, he could find various explanations. Lin Moya quickly thought of all possible outcomes and focused on Luo Fiyu. Give me an explanation. His voice was calm, without any emotion. Luo Fiyu chuckled. You need to give me an explanation. Who allowed you to set up a formation here? Don't you know that the area within 100 billion kilometers of the star system is under my Luo family's control? I have every reason to suspect that your formation might threaten the star system. Luo Fiyu was somewhat unscrupulous, squinting his eyes and looking down on Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't hear what he wanted and shook his head lightly. Is this your explanation? I don't accept it. Chapter 1633. Chapter 1633, 1633. Chapter 1633, you shouldn't use me as a stepping stone. Not accepting it? What can you do if you don't accept it? Luo Fiyu knew why he acted. It was because he was in a bad mood and a bit jealous. Lin Moya was only at the 5th tier of the Divine King realm, so why could he set up such a complex and powerful formation? Why did he become the center of attention, stealing all the limelight? Especially with the saying that only those who could stare at the formation for more than a minute were qualified to become a divine sovereign. He could stare at the formation for more than a minute, but just barely. His soul had already reached the 4th grade, naturally qualifying him to become a divine sovereign, but that was it. This also meant that his potential had reached its limit, making further progress difficult. But seeing Lin Moya's effortless demeanor made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Why? So he acted, driven by such a trivial emotion. But Luo Fiyu was also measured. He wouldn't attack Lin Moya directly. He attacked the formation instead, which, in the Human Emperor Network's judgment, was different. He could have a reason to explain. At the same time, he used words to provoke. If Lin Moya fought back, the nature of the situation would change. If a fight broke out, even if he accidentally killed Lin Moya during the fight, he would naturally face severe punishment. But he was from the Luo family, which had 2 divine sovereigns in its 22 generations. With a strong family background, he could afford the punishment. Luo Fiyu chuckled. What can you do if you don't accept it? Do you dare to fight me? If you really have the guts, then hit me. He was provoking, actually hoping Lin Moya would fight back. If he encountered a smart person, they might directly communicate with the Human Emperor Network and let it handle the situation. That would ruin Luo Fiyu's plan, and he would face some minor punishment. But Lin Moya wasn't that kind of person. Lin Moya said softly, as you wish. With that, he pointed his finger, and a red light suddenly shone. Fusion spell, Time Curse. It had been a long time since he used the Time Curse. This spell couldn't harm Luo Fiyu but could make him taste soul-level pain. Luo Fiyu was enveloped in red light and immediately let out an earth-shattering scream. Lin Moya pointed his finger again. Stellar-level spell, Undead Gaze. In the starry sky, blazing flames erupted, covering millions of meters. A gray eye opened within the flames. The undead eye gazed at the still screaming Luo Fiyu, and another soul attack silently fell. The soul was struck again, pain upon pain. Luo Fiyu screamed even more intensely, curling up and trembling with his hands holding his head. The 2 soul attacks couldn't cause any substantial harm to Luo Fiyu, but the intense pain was enough to haunt him for a while. The onlookers were shocked. He really dared to fight back. Luo Fiyu is the young master of the Luo family. How dare he fight back? Such boldness. Isn't he afraid of the Human Emperor Network's punishment? But Luo Fiyu attacked first. Is he crazy? Luo Fiyu only attacked the formation, not him. Given Luo Fiyu's character, he shouldn't have attacked. What's going on? I don't understand, really don't understand. Many people knew Luo Fiyu and his character, feeling that he wasn't the type to act rashly. But Luo Fiyu did act, leaving them puzzled. Luo Fiyu trembled in pain. You dare use soul attacks on me? He endured the pain and raised his sword. But his hand holding the sword was still trembling. Many people were watching, all stunned. What kind of soul attack could cause Luo Fiyu such pain? As the young master of the Luo family, Luo Fiyu couldn't be without soul treasures. He must have soul armor, and his soul, capable of becoming a minor divine sovereign, wouldn't be weak. Yet, he was still in such pain. If it were another cultivator at the 7th or 8th tier of the Divine King realm, their soul might have collapsed on the spot. Everyone realized that this Divine King who could set up formations was not simple, and Luo Fiyu might have kicked an iron plate this time. Lin Moya looked at the trembling Luo Fiyu. I see jealousy in your eyes. Did you attack me out of jealousy? Do you think that as long as I fight back, you can kill me in the fight? Even if you face significant punishment, you can vent your jealousy. I guess you should have been able to break through to Divine Sovereign long ago, but because of some inner issue, you haven't been able to. It seems your jealousy is strong enough to affect your cultivation. With such a poor state of mind, your future path won't be far. Lin Moya's words were like invisible swords, piercing Luo Fiio's heart. Luo Fiio couldn't believe how Lin Moya guessed it. Was it his eyes? Or did he reveal some flaw? The key was that Lin Moya was entirely correct, almost without error. He could have broken through to Divine Sovereign long ago but was hindered by a specific reason. He hadn't told anyone about this, not even his father. But Lin Moya saw through it at a glance. To Luo Fiio, Lin Moya became terrifying, like an omniscient deity, quietly watching him. Like the giant eye in the starry sky, it seemed to be Lin Moya's eye. He realized he had provoked the wrong person. Now he had two choices: fight, following his initial plan. If he could defeat Lin Moya, it would prove his strength, possibly overcoming his inner issue and breaking through to Divine Sovereign. Or retreat, making his path to Divine Sovereign even more distant. His previous wound would worsen, possibly becoming irreparable. Luo Fiio hesitated, unable to decide, his eyes full of struggle. Lin Moya saw more in his eyes. Your state of mind is flawed. You want to use me as a stepping stone to fill the gap. But you're afraid you're not my match, worsening your state of mind. Luo Fiio shuddered, his face showing bitterness, realizing Lin Moya saw through everything. Lin Moya continued, you're from the Luo family, right? Luo Fiio nodded slightly, remaining silent. Lin Moya chuckled, with the Luo family's stature, they wouldn't provoke me out of jealousy. Unfortunately, I'm not a suitable stepping stone for you. By now, Luo Fiio understood. The young divine king before him wasn't a stepping stone but an insurmountable mountain. Using him as a stepping stone would only lead to being crushed. Luo Fiio sighed, looking dejected. His appearance was already somewhat delicate, and now he looked even more so, exuding a sense of death. His state of mind was further damaged. The state of mind is a mysterious thing, difficult for others to help with. Everyone knows the importance of a firm Tao heart, but achieving it is incredibly difficult. If Luo Fiio couldn't figure it out, he might remain a minor divine sovereign forever, or even regress. Today's matter was my fault. If you ever visit the Luo family, I will welcome you and apologize with a drink. Luo Fiio left, full of dejection, but his parting words gave Lin Moya a glimmer of hope. He felt Luo Fiio still had a chance, still had hope. Breaking and then standing, perhaps overcoming this will lead to great progress. Chapter 1634. Chapter 1634, 1634. Chapter 1634, Formation Spirit, Xiaojin. Attention returned to the Golden Armor Formation. Lin Moya felt the increasing spirituality within the formation and increased the supply of soul power. He also placed the first golden armor rune he had just created back into the formation. The spirituality within the formation seemed to find a home, a destination. The golden armor rune transformed within the formation, becoming a small ball of light. This ball of light looked familiar to Lin Moya, reminiscent of the one he had seen in the formation under the palace in the small world. This was the initial form of the formation spirit, without a complete shape, just a ball of light. Only when the formation grew stronger and the spirituality increased could it possibly take on other forms, even condensing into a real entity. However, that would require an immense amount of time, measured in tens of thousands of years. Lin Moya did not have such high expectations. Reaching the current level was already very good. Master! A weak consciousness emanated from the ball of light. The consciousness carried a sense of intimacy, like a child seeing their father. It was born from Lin Moya, naturally recognizing him as its master. Its consciousness was weak, and its spirituality had just been born, unable to communicate normally. It could only repeatedly call out master in a weak consciousness. But that didn't matter. Lin Moya knew it could control the golden armor formation, and that was enough. He enveloped the entire formation with his soul power. Collect! With a silent command, the formation was absorbed into his soul. The giant tree of talent extended a branch, gently touching the golden armor formation. Streams of soul power flowed through the branch into the formation, activating it instantly. In just 10 seconds, a perfect golden armor rune flew out from the formation. Lin Moya's consciousness communicated with the formation spirit. Although it couldn't communicate normally, it had no problem executing commands. The formation spirit controlled the golden armor rune, sending it into the magic star of the skeletal god warriors. The magic star contained 50 million skeletal god warriors. Following Lin Moya's will, one skeletal god warrior immediately accepted the golden armor rune. A golden light appeared in the soul of the skeletal god warrior, and its entire body emitted a faint golden glow. With the protection of the golden armor rune, the defense of the skeletal god warrior reached the level of a minor divine sovereign. Even facing a first-tier divine sovereign, it wouldn't be easily killed. The stronger the skeletons, the stronger Lin Moya's survival ability. Moreover, this golden armor rune was just the initial plan. There would be stronger versions in the future. No matter how much he studied runes, Lin Moya never forgot his foundation, the Undead Legion and the Undying Law. Runes, no matter how strong, must serve them. Only by winning together could they become stronger. The golden armor formation continued to operate, producing one golden armor rune after another, all sent into the magic star by the formation spirit. One skeletal god warrior after another fused with the golden armor rune, their defense increasing significantly. The formation operated extremely smoothly, without any flaws. It produced one rune every 10 seconds, without any deviation. However, this speed was still far from meeting Lin Moya's needs. At the current rate, it would still take 66 years to let the entire Undead Legion fuse with the Golden Armor rune, which was too long. Lin Moya sat cross-legged in the starry sky, motionless, while his soul began to move rapidly. His soul's small hands drew one rune after another at an incredible speed. Lin Moya began to create a second Golden Armor formation. With the experience of the first formation, the second one didn't need fine-tuning and was perfect upon setup. In just half a day, a brand new Golden Armor formation appeared. This formation was also perfect but did not give birth to a formation spirit. The two identical Golden Armor formations stood side by side, operating together. Lin Moya discovered something amazing. The formation spirit of the first Golden Armor formation extended a tendril, connecting to the second formation. Upon connecting, the ball of light of the formation spirit seemed to brighten and grow stronger. The formation spirit conveyed a sense of joy, seemingly very fond of the second formation. The formation spirit controlled both formations, sending the produced runes into the magic star. With both formations operating simultaneously, efficiency doubled. But even so, it would still take 33 years. Lin Moya's soul didn't stop and began setting up a third Golden Armor formation. This time, the setup was even more skilled and faster. In just 6 hours, the third Golden Armor formation was completed. The formation spirit extended its tendrils again, connecting to the new formation, controlling all three formations and growing slightly stronger. Lin Moya continued setting up formations. His soul didn't stop, continuously setting up formations. Countless runes flew in the soul world, forming formations. One formation after another appeared. Lin Moya's setup became more skilled, and the speed increased. From initially taking half a day to set up one formation, it now took only 2 hours. The formation spirit was also busy, controlling more and more formations, but it seemed very happy and excited. As it controlled more formations, its power gradually increased, and its spirituality became more apparent. Finally, when it controlled 10 formations, the formation spirit suddenly expanded. Its spirituality seemed to break through a bottleneck, increasing several times. Master, name me. Master, name me. A childish voice echoed in the soul world. The formation spirit's consciousness grew stronger, like a child growing a few years older. Lin Moya chuckled, then I'll call you Xiao Jin. The formation spirit was delighted to receive a name. Thank you, Master. Xiao Jin will serve you wholeheartedly. The childish voice made Lin Moya smile. His soul continued setting up formations. 2 hours per formation was already the limit, but this speed was astonishing. One formation after another appeared, forming an array like an army. With Xiao Jin controlling them, the formations operated smoothly and orderly. Lin Moya truly felt the benefits of the formation spirit. With Xiao Jin, he didn't have to worry about the formations at all. The number of Golden Armor formations in his soul increased, eventually forming a square array of 10 by 10. Xiao Jin, now a large glowing ball, stayed in the center of the array, like a general commanding an army, controlling all the formations. Every 10 seconds, 100 Golden Armor runes flew out from the formations into the magic star. Xiao Jin now had some communication ability and could understand some simple commands from Lin Moya. With 100 Golden Armor formations, it would take only 7 months to let the entire Undead Legion fuse with the Golden Armor rune. By then, the defense of the Undead Legion would increase significantly. Lin Moya looked at the array of Golden Armor formations, reflecting on what he had done during this time. Suddenly, a bolder idea came to mind. If I could create a formation that can replicate other formations, then I wouldn't need to set up formations repeatedly. This whimsical idea flashed by and was dismissed. He smiled wryly, thinking he was trying to run before he could walk, aiming too high. Chapter 1635. Chapter 1635, 1635. Chapter 1635, returning to the ancient battlefield. About 500 million kilometers away from primary star system number 13283, there is an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield is under the jurisdiction of the star system. The naming convention for ancient battlefields is based on the star system number they are located in. In the Human Emperor network, there are hundreds of ancient battlefields, all named this way. After entering the Great World, Lin Moya had become accustomed to this numbering system. It seems simple and crude, but it is very effective. Since the appearance of the Human Emperor network, the human race has also adapted to this method. In the past, with various names, it might have been difficult to immediately identify the location and level of a star system just by hearing its name. A stream of light flew from the distant sky into the ancient battlefield. With 100 Golden Armor formations, it would only take 7 months for every member of the Undead Legion to fuse with the Golden Armor rune. After setting up 100 Golden Armor formations, Lin Moya chose to stop. If he continued to set up more Golden Armor formations, the time could be further shortened. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it was no longer very worthwhile. Lin Moya had already stayed in this starry sky for over 400 days, spending more than a year in silence. For other cultivators, 400 days might pass in the blink of an eye. But for Lin Moya, who was not yet 40 years old, it was not a short time. After setting up 100 Golden Armor formations, he also set up several Faith formations. At this moment, the Faith formations already covered the entire Undead Legion. Including the real world, Lin Moya could now harvest 100 units of Faith power every day. Currently, his Faith power had exceeded 40,000 units. Stepping into the second ancient battlefield, he once again felt the vast aura of the ancient battlefield. The ancient aura, fused with the strong faith of the warriors, the indomitable will, the resentment of death, and the indelible fragments of souls. Various complex emotions merged together, ultimately forming powerful and terrifying evil spirits. The ancient battlefield beneath his feet was not far from the previous 12,301 ancient battlefield. The aura of the two ancient battlefields was somewhat similar but also different. The battles on this ancient battlefield seemed more intense, and the ruins on the battlefield were more severely damaged. Walking on the ancient battlefield, Lin Moya could feel a strong sense of desolation. It was as if countless warriors had once huddled here in despair and anger. Lin Moya felt that the warriors on one side of the ancient battlefield had lost. For some reason, he felt a bit heartbroken. This feeling came suddenly and strangely. He stopped to think carefully. He felt that this situation might be related to Meng Anwen. In the previous ancient battlefield, he had seen a tower resembling the Shangxia Tower. Although he couldn't be completely sure it was the Shangxia Tower, an inexplicable feeling told him it was. Naturally, he associated it with Meng Anwen. Subconsciously, Lin Moya felt that the ancient battlefield also had some inexplicable connection with him. However, with his current abilities, he couldn't explain this connection. It was too complex and hidden with too many secrets. Lin Moya fell into deep thought again, motionless. Evil spirits roamed the ancient battlefield, sensing the presence of a living being, and rushed towards Lin Moya. The evil spirits were filled with resentment, obsession, and various chaotic emotions. When they pounced on Lin Moya, he remained deep in thought, not reacting. His body emitted a brilliant golden light, and the Divine King Golden Body naturally activated. His body instinctively blocked the invasion of the evil spirits, and the Divine King Golden Body shone brightly on the ancient battlefield, with his blood flowing like thunder. The evil spirits seemed to encounter something terrifying and screamed as they fled. The sound of blood flowing like thunder echoed in the ancient battlefield. Each heartbeat was like a thunderclap, as if the entire ancient battlefield was shaking. The evil spirits retreated, and all the resentment, obsession, and unwillingness were repelled at this moment. Lin Moya regained his senses, feeling the immense power from every part of his body. The feeling of physical strength was completely different from the feeling of soul strength. The sensation of being filled with power from head to toe was even more captivating. Walking on the ancient battlefield, his steps seemed slow but were actually fast. Lin Moya's figure moved like teleportation, with each step covering tens of thousands of meters. He once again saw the collapsed tower. The tower still resembled the Shangxia Tower, and the two were very similar. Lin Moya stopped in front of the ruins of the tower. This tower was more severely damaged, with only some parts of the base remaining, completely collapsed. One could imagine how intense the battle was at that time. If the ancient battlefield itself wasn't strong enough, it would have been reduced to powder long ago. With the experience from the previous time, Lin Moya found a fist mark, an enormous fist mark. Around the fist mark were dense cracks like a spider web. The cracks extended deep into the ancient battlefield. Lin Moya was even certain that it was this punch that collapsed the entire ancient battlefield. Given the strength of the ancient battlefield, this wasn't something a divine sovereign could do. As for whether someone in the other Shore realm could do it, it was hard to say. I really don't know how strong their enemies were. Lin Moya looked at the fist mark for a while, then followed the cracks into the center of the ancient battlefield, finding the huge passage used for the formation. A large number of skeletal generals were released, searching the ancient battlefield for the formation's veins, just like last time. Lin Moya stayed in the passage, examining the remaining runes. The runes were almost identical to those in the previous ancient battlefield, with only some differences in the damaged parts. By cross-referencing and supplementing each other, Lin Moya became more familiar with the formation of the ancient battlefield. 3 days later, Lin Moya had walked through the entire ancient battlefield. He had memorized all the runes inside. Although they weren't very useful, they were still a supplement. Unfortunately, the main rune in this ancient battlefield was completely destroyed, and the independent space couldn't be maintained, nor were there any soul fire runes. This was normal. The entire ancient battlefield was almost destroyed, let alone the main rune. Not all ancient battlefields were so lucky. After carefully searching several times, Lin Moya flew out from the underground. In this ancient battlefield, the harvest wasn't much. But it was better than nothing. Lin Moya believed that as long as he visited enough ancient battlefields, he would eventually collect enough information to restore the formation. Flying into the starry sky, Lin Moya turned back to look at the ancient battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he squinted. A casual glance revealed something different. Lin Moya returned to the ancient battlefield, back to the ruins of the collapsed tower. The materials of the ruins had fused into one after countless years, and with his current abilities, he couldn't move them. He searched the gaps in the ruins with his eyes. Just now, he saw something shining in the gaps of the ruins. But when he stood in front of the ruins, he couldn't see it. Lin Moya returned to the sky, back to his original position, and continued to observe. Through the gaps in the ruins, he saw something indeed shining. The light was very faint, buried deep in the ruins, only visible from a specific angle. Lin Moya had experience with such things. The Undying Lich flew out, drilling into the ruins. The Undying Lich's flexible body moved through the gaps. Finally, it reached the bottom of the ruins and found something. Chapter 1636. Chapter 1636, 1636. Chapter 1636, Half Jade Piece, Fragmented Information. The Undying Lich returned, holding a glowing jade piece. Lin Moya took the jade piece, which was only half the size of a palm, thin and delicate. A rune was engraved on the jade piece. The rune's function was to record events. Clearly, this jade piece was used for recording, similar in essence to a memory stone. The difference was that a memory stone required special materials, while this jade piece, apart from being extremely hard, had nothing special about it. The true core was the rune on the jade piece. Without this rune, the jade piece was just a piece of sturdy material. In terms of its level, it could be considered a material of the Divine Sovereign Realm. Unfortunately, the jade piece was only a fragment, with part of it already damaged. Lin Moyo carefully observed the half-jade piece. After countless years, the jade piece was full of cracks, and the rune on it was the same. This is a high-level rune. And it's a top-tier high-level rune. Lin Moyo identified the rune on the jade piece and made this judgment. The rune seemed simple but was actually quite complex, even more so than the golden armor rune. The fact that it could still be used after being mostly shattered spoke volumes. Using a top-tier high-level rune just to record some images and sounds? Lin Moyo felt it wasn't that simple, unless the recorded information was extremely important. With a thought, a surge of soul power flew out, activating the jade piece. The light on the jade piece grew brighter, and intermittent sounds began to emerge. Divine path, bitter sea. Body as a vessel, soul. Everything becomes void. The recorded sounds were intermittent, making it difficult for even Lin Moyo to extract useful information. What was the divine path? The human race's divine path? What did the bitter sea represent? What did it mean for the body to become a vessel? Why did everything become void in the end? The voice carried a deep sense of despair and a warning. Lin Moyo held the jade piece and had the Undying Lich search the gaps again for any other jade pieces. This jade piece was severely damaged, and the information within was greatly compromised, almost useless. The Undying Lich searched carefully but found nothing, and Lin Moyo had to give up. Putting away the jade piece, Lin Moyo left the ancient battlefield and flew towards the secret realm. In the area of primary star system number 13283, besides an ancient battlefield, there was also a secret realm. The secret realm had a name, called the Black Rain Secret Realm. It was said to be a world of water, with oceans, lakes, rivers, and streams, all kinds of water bodies. Besides the water on the ground, the most abundant water came from the sky. Strangely, the water on the ground was clear, but the rain falling from the sky was black. This black rain, as black as ink, would turn clear once it entered the oceans and lakes. This transformation between black and clear was quite magical. Some said this transformation contained some kind of law, but no one had ever comprehended any law from it. These people didn't know about the existence of the other shore realm or understand its power. In Lin Moya's eyes, the ability to suddenly change the nature of black water should be the power of the rules of the other shore realm. This power of rules wasn't exclusive to the other shore realm. Ancient runes in the secret realm could achieve the same. So Lin Moya wasn't surprised at all. The benefit of broad knowledge was evident. He could see the essence of many things without being shocked. There wasn't much information about the Black Rain Secret Realm in the Human Emperor Network, but Lin Moyo had seen detailed information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group. The Black Rain Secret Realm had at least 3 stages. The first 2 stages had been cleared, with detailed strategies available. The third stage hadn't been conquered yet, and it was unclear if there was a 4th stage. Lin Moyo recalled the strategy information about the Black Rain Secret Realm in his mind and had a clear plan. He also reviewed the information about nearby secret realms, hoping to cross-reference them for help, though the help might be minimal. On the way, Lin Moyo communicated with the Human Emperor Network to take on the Black Rain Secret Realm task. Although the basic task reward was uniformly 10 Divine City merit points, every bit of merit was valuable. Divine City task: explore the Black Rain Secret Realm. Enter the Golden Radiance Secret Realm and collect black water. Restriction: only those above the 3rd tier of the Divine King Realm and below the Minor Divine Sovereign Realm can enter. Completion condition: collect 10 portions of black water. Task reward: 10 Divine City merit points, no penalty for failure. Note: while collecting black water, maintain a firm mind, or you may suffer soul damage. Black water only forms at the bottom of oceans, lakes, and large rivers after heavy rain and doesn't last long. Collect quickly. The interior isn't safe, so be cautious. You can use Divine City merit points to buy escape talismans. If in danger, use the talisman to leave the secret realm. After taking the task, Lin Moya saw the basic task information. This information was useless to him. The Secret Realm Strategy Group's information was much more detailed. To search for black water, a few conditions must be met. First, it must rain in the Black Rain Secret Realm. The rain must be heavy or torrential. Light rain is useless. The rain in the Black Rain Secret Realm follows a pattern. It rains lightly every 5 days, each time lasting a day. After 2 light rains, the 3rd rain is always heavy. After a heavy rain, black water may appear at the bottom of lakes, oceans, or large rivers. However, black water contains a peculiar power that can confuse the mind. During collection, various illusions may appear. Some people felt they had entered another world, while others felt they had turned into cats or dogs. If they endured, nothing would happen. If they couldn't, the black water would disappear, and their soul would be damaged. It seemed like a task without life-threatening danger, but it was actually more troublesome than life-threatening danger. Once the soul is damaged, recovery is extremely difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Moyo. The second point to note was torrential rain. In the Black Rain Secret Realm, torrential rain sometimes occurs. Unlike heavy rain, torrential rain directly attacks the soul. If exposed for too long, even a minor divine sovereign would suffer soul damage. Moreover, torrential rain is unavoidable. It will drench you no matter where you are, even at the bottom of the ocean. The third point is rune beasts. Lin Moya now knew that the giant beasts in the secret realms had a unified name, rune beasts. The name was given by the Secret Realm Strategy Group, not an official name. At least, everyone in the Secret Realm Strategy Group called them that. While collecting black water, you might encounter rune beasts. If you fall into an illusion and are attacked by a rune beast, you can only rely on yourself. This was just the first stage. The real danger lay in the second stage. Chapter 1637. Chapter 1637, 1637. Chapter 1637, Reminiscence in the Secret Realm. Outside the Black Rain's secret realm, many cultivators were gathered. It was like the entrance to a dungeon in a small world, always attracting a crowd. They were exchanging experiences and discussing who had entered the secret realm, why they failed their tasks, and so on. Although the Human Emperor Network did not allow strategy guides to be widely disseminated, small-scale discussions were not a problem. If anyone dared to publicly sell strategy guides, the Human Emperor Network would directly impose penalties. This had happened many times in history, and no one could escape the Human Emperor Network. The final result was always a loss, not only failing to earn Divine City merit points but possibly even losing money. Over time, no one attempted such things anymore. The task seemed simple: wait for the next heavy rain and quickly collect black water. But in practice, various unexpected situations always occurred. Many people tried several times without success. Fortunately, there was no penalty for task failure, so they could keep trying. However, some people suffered soul damage and had to leave to recuperate. Lin Moya's arrival did not attract any attention. He went to the secret realm's entrance, communicated with the vortex, and smoothly entered the secret realm. As soon as he entered, it was raining lightly. The black raindrops fell, making the whole world look gray and dark. Lin Moya stood in the rain, but the rain couldn't wet him. Half a meter around him, the hell of bones enveloped him, blocking the black rain. Lin Moya observed carefully and found that the black rain was not actually rain but rune fragments. Just like in previous secret realms, the essence of the black rain and the golden rain was the same. However, the black rain was not as aggressive as the golden rain. Even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be harmed by the black rain unless it was a torrential downpour. In that case, the black rain could be considered harmless. I don't know if this is the first or second rain. I'll have to wait a few days for a heavy rain, Lin Moya thought. He released a large number of skeletal god warriors to explore the secret realm. This exploration was different from before. It had a strong purpose. With a strategy guide, there was no need for aimless searching, greatly improving efficiency, at least in the first and second stages. The skeletal god warriors flew out in all directions, their white bodies faintly glowing with golden light. These skeletal god warriors, formed by fusing 3 basic skeletons, also inherited the golden armor rune. Now, they had the peak attack power of a minor divine sovereign and defense comparable to a first-tier divine sovereign. If they encountered someone like Dongfang Ziyi, a single skeletal god warrior could make him curse. The skeletal god warriors moved through the light rain like arrows, breaking through the raindrops. The black rain couldn't touch them, as the golden armor rune's faint golden light blocked all the black rain. Although the black rain seemed harmless, it could activate the golden armor rune, indicating its complexity. Half a day later, Lin Moya found his target. The Black Rain secret realm was a world of water, with rivers flowing on the ground and lakes everywhere. There was also a seemingly endless ocean. In the center of the ocean was an island, the destination of this trip and the key to unlocking the second stage. The island, located in the ocean's center, was rarely visited. Most people collected black water after a heavy rain and left. Only those seeking further progress would search for special areas in the secret realm. A stream of light broke through the sky, and Lin Moya appeared above the island. He looked down at the island and muttered, "Having a strategy guide is really convenient." Without a strategy guide, he would have had to spend considerable effort and thought to find the correct method. Now, it was straightforward. Now, I just need to wait for a torrential rain. The destination was reached, but the second condition, a torrential rain, was still needed. Torrential rain could appear at any moment or take several days or even tens of days. Lin Moya was not in a hurry and waited quietly. During this time, he continued studying runes. He hadn't fully mastered all the runes in the symbol language and needed further study. The path of runes was complex and profound. Sometimes, studying the same rune dozens or hundreds of times could reveal new insights. The same rune, drawn by different fifth-tier symbol masters, could have vastly different power. Mastery wasn't just about the surface of the rune but understanding its deeper principles to truly unleash its power and even turn decay into magic. Half a day later, the black rain suddenly stopped. The secret realm seemed to brighten a bit. 3 days later, the skeletal god warriors returned. They had reached the secret realm's edge, confirming it wasn't infinite. The entire secret realm's map was now clear in Lin Moya's mind. The ocean was the center of the secret realm, and the island was the center of the ocean. It was no surprise that the island was the entrance to the second stage. On the 5th day, the black rain fell again. Lin Moya looked up at the sky, still light rain. The 5th day was still light rain, indicating that when he first entered the secret realm, it was the first light rain. So, in another 5 days, there would be a heavy rain, allowing him to collect black water and complete the task. As for the torrential rain, he could only wait for it to come. Lin Moya continued studying runes, not wasting any time. As expected, 5 days later, another black rain fell. The rain quickly turned from light to heavy within seconds. The dense raindrops hit the ocean, creating beautiful ripples. In the heavy rain, the ocean water became clearer, revealing the bottom. It seemed as if all the colors were drawn away by some force. Lin Moya saw the black water mentioned in the task. Fist-sized clusters of black water formed under the ocean's surface, standing out in the clear water. Each cluster of black water counted as one portion. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the skeletal god warriors entered the ocean to collect the black water. Their slender white bones passed through the black water but couldn't catch anything. The black water seemed non-existent. Lin Moya knew the reason and was just conducting a small experiment. He didn't enter the ocean but extended his soul power, forming a giant hand to grab the black water. This time, the black water was easily caught. The black water existed between reality and illusion, requiring soul power to capture it. Lin Moyo controlled his soul power to retrieve the black water. Suddenly, numerous rune fragments appeared in the black water, shaking his soul. A virtual scene appeared before his eyes, quickly turning real. Lin Moyo found himself back in the small world, participating in a job transfer at school. Such nostalgia. His eyes showed a hint of reminiscence. Lin Moyo didn't break the illusion but actively engaged in it. Chapter 1638. Chapter 1638, 1638. Chapter 1638, How many can see through the multitudes? Looking at the familiar scenes, they were images from his own memory. Lin Moyo saw the campus, the city, and the houses where he grew up. They held many beautiful memories. Some memories were so beautiful that they were buried in the cruel world, unwilling to be recalled for fear of being tainted by cruelty. But now, these memories were unearthed and turned into real images. They had never been so real, as if they truly existed. Lin Moyo couldn't bear to shatter such beauty. He watched the scenes unfold as if he were a third party. The original illusion was supposed to trap Lin Moyo, making him relive his student days. However, Lin Moyo's soul level was too high for the black water to affect him. Instead, it allowed Lin Moyo to revisit his cherished memories from a detached perspective. Time and the illusion passed quickly, like a fast-forwarded movie of his life. When his student days ended, Lin Moyo sighed softly, closed the memories again, and buried them once more. These were his beautiful memories, and no one could take them away. The calm sea suddenly began to stir. A rune beast burst out from the water, charging straight at him. It had a sharp arrow-like head, 3 meters long, and its huge body was covered in barbs. It looked more like a porcupine in the water than a fish. Lin Moyo remained motionless. A skeletal god general appeared beside him. The rune beast's arrow-like head collided with the skeletal god general. A pale golden light shone, and illusory armor appeared on the skeletal god general. The armor glowed with golden runes, and the rune beast was instantly knocked back. The armor remained intact, and the rune beast couldn't break through it. The skeletal god general swung its sword, and the sharp white sword energy engulfed the rune beast. The rune beast was killed, turning into black raindrops that disappeared. The water exploded, and more rune beasts charged out, transforming into arrows aimed at Lin Moyo. The skeletal god general stood in front of Lin Moyo, its golden light flashing, fully revealing the golden armor rune. The golden armor, hovering between illusion and reality, appeared faintly. The rune beasts collided with it and were all knocked back without exception. The golden armor remained unmoved, as if it felt nothing. The skeletal god general wielded its sword, continuously slaying the rune beasts. These rune beasts, whether in speed or attack strength, had reached the 6th or even 7th tier of the Divine King realm. According to the minimum entry standard for the secret realm, a 3rd or 4th tier Divine King cultivator would be killed by just one rune beast. The rune beasts in the ocean were stronger than those in rivers and lakes, so most people chose to collect black water from rivers and lakes. Although the quantity of black water in rivers and lakes was less than in the ocean, it was safer. By searching more locations, they could still collect enough black water to complete the task. If they couldn't, they could wait for another heavy rain. There was no penalty for failing the task, so they could try again. In Lin Moyo's view, compared to the previous 2 secret realms, the Black Rain secret realm was much safer. As long as there was no torrential rain, there was almost no danger. Lin Moyo pulled a portion of black water from the ocean, holding it in his hand. Once the black water left the ocean, it immediately began to solidify, forming a round mass. The outer layer became hard and smooth like glass. It looked like a black crystal, with no other special features. When Lin Moyo opened his soul eye, the black crystal changed. Numerous runes appeared on its surface, flowing like water. Each rune was fragmented and broken, like shattered foam. The Human Emperor Network issued the task to collect black water, likely to study these runes. Reassembling these runes would be extremely difficult. Perhaps the Human Emperor Network has better methods, but the difficulty remains high, almost impossible. Lin Moyo understood what the Human Emperor Network, or rather, the big shots in the other shore realm, wanted. In his view, obtaining more black water was of little use. It was nearly impossible to restore the original form of the runes from these fragments. Only by completely clearing the secret realm and revealing the final corner of the rune would the overall acquisition be useful. With 2 experiences of clearing secret realms, Lin Moyo was very clear about the essence of secret realms. The entire secret realm was composed of a fragment of a rune. Even if the fragments were successfully restored, the final result would still be a fragment of a rune. A fragment of a rune was just a tiny part of an ancient rune, possibly less than 1%. It's really a complicated situation. Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh. There were too many secrets in this world, too many things he couldn't see clearly. Among the multitudes, how many could truly see through? Most people only saw what was in their own world. Even divine sovereigns, who seemed to traverse the great world, were actually the same. The more he saw and knew, the smaller he felt. A fragment of a rune, just 1% of an ancient rune, was enough to pose a deadly threat to a divine king. If it were more complete, reaching 10%, could it kill a divine sovereign? If it were even stronger, becoming half of an ancient rune, could it threaten the other shore realm? Lin Moyo thought of many possibilities in an instant, increasingly feeling the terror of ancient runes. The secret realms in the middle and high-level areas might be composed of more complete ancient runes. Compared to the secret realms in the low-level areas, those were the real targets worth strategizing. The sound of clashing metal continued. The rune beasts kept crashing into the golden armor rune. No matter how fiercely they collided, the golden armor rune remained unmoved. The skeletal god general's soul fire continued to burn. After merging with the golden armor rune, the soul fire became the source of the golden armor rune's power. Such collisions couldn't break the golden armor rune, even if they continued for 100 years. The skeletal god general wielded its sword, slaying the rune beasts. Lin Moya glanced at the still falling heavy rain. His soul power split into 9, forming 9 large hands that simultaneously grabbed 9 clusters of black water. The biggest advantage of searching for black water in the ocean was the abundance of black water, eliminating the need to search everywhere. The 9 large hands grasped the 9 clusters of black water. Instantly, the black water trembled violently, and runes flickered within. Strong energy surged into Lin Moya's soul, trying to drag it into an illusion. But this time, Lin Moya didn't want to enter the illusion. With a light hum, the power was isolated outside his soul world. With his other shore realm soul, the illusionary power of the rune fragments couldn't affect him. It was entirely up to him whether he wanted to enter the illusion. The ocean waves grew more turbulent, and more rune beasts leaped out of the water. It seemed Lin Moya's actions had completely angered them. Chapter 1639. Chapter 1639, 1639. Chapter 1639, if you don't come down, I'll force you down. Lin Moya didn't know if he was the first to grab 9 clusters of black water at once, but he estimated that not many people could do it. The rune power of the 9 clusters of black water would stack, requiring him to endure 9 times the illusion. Coupled with the attacks of the rune beasts, it would be extremely dangerous if he couldn't react in time. However, Lin Moya didn't care at all. He declared his strength to the Black Rain secret realm with an extremely domineering posture. The rune beasts rioted, causing huge waves in the ocean, and tens of thousands of rune beasts rushed out of the sea. Lin Moya remained calm, not even summoning more skeletal god generals. Only one skeletal god general stood by his side, using the golden armor rune to protect both of them. No matter how fierce the rune beasts' attacks were, they couldn't do anything to Lin Moya. He forcibly grabbed the 9 clusters of black water. Once out of the water, they quickly turned into 9 black crystals. With 10 portions of black water in hand, the task was complete. The next moment, Lin Moya took out the symbol language and continued studying the runes within. The symbol language was vast and profound, and the more Lin Moya read, the more he found it fascinating. It contained only 180 high-level runes, but each high-level rune was the general outline of a certain type of rune, from which many high-level runes could be derived. In the most extreme case, Lin Moya had derived 36 high-level runes from a single rune in the symbol language, and each derived rune was a high-level rune. Lin Moya also discovered that as he mastered more runes, he could go back and derive new runes from the ones he had previously learned. These discoveries made Lin Moya realize that the symbol language was not simple. There might be many secrets within it that he had yet to uncover. It made sense anything valued by the big shots in the other shore realm wouldn't be simple. After a day of heavy rain, it gradually weakened but didn't stop completely, turning into a light rain that continued for several days. The rune beasts continued to attack Lin Moya, who had become a thorn in their side. The skeletal god general tirelessly killed the rune beasts, and countless rune beasts had died under its sword over the past few days. After 3 days of continuous light rain, it suddenly stopped. Another light rain fell, lasting only a day, followed by 5 days without rain. On the 6th day, the second light rain began, also lasting a day, followed by another 5 days without rain. Then, another heavy rain fell, and clusters of black water reappeared in the clear ocean. Not only in the ocean, but black water also appeared in all the water bodies in the secret realm during the heavy rain. After a day of heavy rain, it stopped again. The cycle repeated every 18 days, 2 light rains and 1 heavy rain. This cycle continued for 3 rounds without any torrential rain. Without torrential rain, it was impossible to enter the second stage. No one knew when the torrential rain would come. While others hoped to avoid torrential rain, Lin Moya was waiting for it. Over time, the number of rune beasts attacking Lin Moya began to decrease. The ocean gradually calmed down, as if the secret realm had become accustomed to Lin Moya's presence. Lin Moya had been in the secret realm for 5 cycles, over 100 days. During this time, apart from completing the task, he spent most of his time studying the symbol language. After 108 days, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing in them. I understand, I finally understand. Through repeated study and comprehension, Lin Moya had found the pattern and understood the true essence of the symbol language. He once thought that the symbol language contained only a portion of high-level runes, not all of them. He had indeed found high-level runes in the Symbol Master Association Tower that were not in the symbol language. But now, he realized he had underestimated the symbol language. The symbol language contained all high-level runes. The high-level runes he saw in the Symbol Master Association Tower were all included in the symbol language. He just hadn't mastered them yet. The symbol language recorded 180 general outline runes, each of which could be broken down into 36 high-level runes, totaling 6,660 runes. These runes were more comprehensive than those in the Symbol Master Association Tower and, according to Lin Moya's understanding, should include all high-level runes in the Great World. These high-level runes could be fused with each other and with basic runes. The combinations were endless and uncountable. The final rune that could be fused depended on each person's comprehension and mastery of runes. For example, his golden armor rune was composed of 1 high-level rune and 10 basic runes. The Golden Armor rune was already at a high level, and to further enhance it, more useful high-level runes would need to be integrated. No matter how they were fused, the ultimate goal was to exhibit multiple abilities with a single rune. A single rune could even replace complex formations. One rune could form a formation. It could also make the rune stronger, integrating it with the soul and rules, transforming it into a more powerful ancient rune, turning decay into magic, and possessing incredible power. Unknowingly, Lin Moya's understanding of runes had reached another level. He no longer limited himself to the runes themselves but began to observe from a detached perspective. When you're in the game, you can't see clearly as a bystander, you can see everything. He gradually understood the essence of runes. Lin Moya didn't realize that the Dao rhythm he experienced had already touched the highest level of the rune Dao. The benefits brought by the Dao rhythm were subtly and gradually manifesting. On the 93rd day in the secret realm, there was no rain, and everything was calm. The rune beasts no longer leaped out of the sea to attack Lin Moya. Lin Moya looked at the sky, and his soul eye silently opened. The sky was filled with dense runes, all fragments of ancient runes. Lin Moya's gaze gradually became unfocused. He didn't try to forcibly memorize these runes. The ancient runes contained the power of rules, which he couldn't forcibly memorize at his current level. He didn't need to memorize these runes, he just needed to find the pattern of their combinations. Whether it was light rain, heavy rain, or torrential rain, they were all controlled by runes. Since the torrential rain was delayed, he decided to make it rain himself. His fingers seemed to move unconsciously, and a simple rune naturally formed. It was a spell-type rune, a basic rune called Gentle Rain. This rune could make it rain in a specific area. Lin Moya locked his gaze on a part of the sky and softly chanted. The Gentle Rain rune flew out like lightning. The rune exploded, instantly activating the runes in the sky. A light rain quickly began to fall. On the 93rd day, it started raining again in the secret realm. This wasn't supposed to be a rainy day, there were still 2 days until the next light rain. But under Lin Moya's rune, the rain fell as expected. Chapter 1640. Chapter 1640, 1640. Chapter 1640, Rune-Induced Rain, Torrential Downpour. The second rune was a high-level rune. Lin Moya's rune's function was to induce rain, but not ordinary rain, it was rain governed by laws. If this rune were to explode on an ordinary star, it could trigger a law-induced torrential downpour. The downpour would last for more than 10 days, enough to flood a significant portion of the planet. If the planet were large enough, it could form a vast ocean. The rune flew into the sky and exploded at the predetermined location set by Lin Moya. The rain immediately intensified, turning from a light drizzle to moderate rain. However, it was still not enough to become a heavy downpour. After all, this was a secret realm, not an ordinary star. The secret realm was filled with the power of runes, especially ancient runes. The effect of the high-level rune was counteracted and weakened, only slightly increasing the rain. One isn't enough, so let's use more. The soul eye continued to search the sky, and Lin Moya's hands kept drawing runes. One high-level rune after another was drawn, flowing like water and emitting the power of water laws. The runes flew into the sky one by one, continuously exploding. The rain gradually intensified, turning from light rain to moderate rain, and then from moderate rain to heavy rain. But no matter how many runes were used, the rain couldn't intensify further. Heavy rain was useless to Lin Moya, he needed a torrential downpour to trigger the second stage. Looking at the clear seawater, with clusters of black water forming in the sea, Lin Moya thought, the heavy rain I induced and the naturally occurring heavy rain in the secret realm are essentially the same. My idea is correct, so where is the problem? Should I use a stronger rune? I can try. Lin Moya first thought of the source water rune from the symbol language, which he understood to be the culmination of water runes. The effect it would produce depended on how it was guided. After a few seconds of thought, he began to draw it. He had already mastered this rune, so drawing it wasn't difficult. In just a few seconds, a complex and three-dimensional rune appeared in his hand. Lin Moya then drew another rune, the Thunder rune. The Thunder rune was also a high-level rune. Lin Moya connected the two runes with soul power, intending to use the Thunder rune to trigger the power of the Source Water rune. The Source Water rune contained various water laws and multiple spells. Lin Moya couldn't predict what would happen when it was triggered. The two runes flew into the sky together. Boom! The Thunder rune exploded, and thunder roared in the sky, with a lightning bolt illuminating the secret realm. The Source Water rune was triggered, creating a spectacular scene in the sky. Water dragons roared, and a suction force arose, lifting seawater into the sky, forming a waterspout. Numerous water dragons appeared in the sky, roaring continuously. Lin Moya could feel the sky filled with the power of various water laws, heavy water law, weak water law, cold water law. He saw both familiar and unfamiliar water laws. As expected of the culmination of water runes, Lin Moya marveled at the sight of so many laws converging and intertwining in the sky, a rare spectacle. The water vapor in the sky and sea was absorbed by the various water laws, merging into various wondrous scenes. The rain intensified again, seemingly on the verge of turning into a torrential downpour. Lin Moya waited quietly, but even as the rune's power was exhausted, the torrential downpour didn't come. He frowned and thought, still not enough. The rain did intensify, so my idea should be correct. It just means the power is still insufficient, but this is already the strongest water rune I can draw. What should I do? Should I use a formation? Lin Moya pondered, and his soul showed the same expression. His soul inadvertently noticed the refining formation a few feet away. The refining formation was continuously refining the power of faith. Lin Moya had a sudden inspiration, the power of faith. What if I inject the power of faith into the rune? He now harvested 100 units of faith power daily, and with the accumulation over time, his faith power had exceeded 40,000 units. Faith power could enhance spells, so why not runes? Moreover, faith power could be integrated into runes, as evidenced by the faith formation. With his thoughts clear, Lin Moyo immediately began drawing runes. The source water rune was drawn again, followed by the thunder rune. The combination of the thunder rune and the source water rune had proven effective, so no changes were needed. Lin Moyo then extracted faith power and injected it into the source water rune. With the infusion of faith power, the source water rune became increasingly ethereal and its aura rapidly intensified. Lin Moyo didn't hold back on the faith power, pouring it in generously. The source water rune became more and more ethereal until it turned completely transparent, hovering between reality and illusion. Only then did Lin Moyo stop. The source water rune had reached its limit. Any more faith power might cause it to explode. The transparent and ethereal source water rune, connected to the thunder rune, flew into the sky. The thunder rune exploded as before, serving as the fuse to trigger the source water rune. Boom! Amidst the thunder, Lin Moyo felt the entire secret realm tremble violently. The ground shook, the sea surged backward, and the world seemed to turn upside down, making it hard to distinguish between sky and earth. Laws roared in the sky, and water dragons reappeared. Alongside the water dragons, brilliant star rivers appeared. These star rivers of laws represented the ultimate manifestation of law power, belonging to the might of the divine sovereign. Only the power of rules from the other shore realm could surpass the star rivers of laws. The ancient runes in the secret realm indeed possessed the power of rules, but they were too few to resist the power of the star rivers of laws. Countless seawater was drawn into the sky, transforming into dragons of laws. The dragons roared, continuously striking the sky. The star rivers of laws poured down, aiding them. Boom! The world shook again, the sky shattered, and countless black water poured down. The rain instantly intensified, turning from heavy rain to a torrential downpour without any prelude. The sky is leaking. Lin Moyo looked up at the sky and murmured. The sky was filled with countless holes, and black torrential rain poured down, turning the secret realm as black as ink. The entire secret realm was dyed black, and the rainwater invaded the soul. In this situation, ordinary cultivators could only retreat. If they didn't, they would surely die. The next moment, Lin Moyo looked down at the island. The torrential rain has arrived, it's your turn to appear. The island began to tremble, and the tremors grew stronger, as if something terrifying was awakening. Lin Moyo stood in the torrential rain, with the black rain blocked by the golden armor rune. However, only the physical rain was blocked, not the essence. The torrential rain was different from before. It fell not only on the body but also on the soul. In Lin Moyo's soul world, a torrential rain was also occurring. The rain carried immense power, trying to drag his soul into an illusion. But Lin Moyo's soul world was too strong. Unless he willingly allowed it, it was impossible to succeed. Lin Moyo felt the torrential rain and murmured, so the torrential rain is the black water. Chapter 1641. Chapter 1641, 1641. Chapter 1641, subordinates second only to the skeletal kings. A large amount of black water appeared in the sea, forming clusters that looked very alluring. If Lin Moyo wanted black water now, he could simply use his soul power to scoop it up and obtain many portions. The tremors in the secret realm became more intense, thundering loudly. Immediately after, a beast's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The island suddenly rose up and grew larger. A massive amount of black water simultaneously flowed towards the island. At this moment, the torrential rain also transformed into a waterfall, no longer covering the entire secret realm but pouring down like a reversed Milky Way onto the island. The island was completely dyed black, with a crystal-like luster appearing on its surface. A huge head emerged, resembling a dragon's head. Then came the limbs, for short, thick legs that also looked extremely similar to dragon claws. After that, a long tail covered in spines followed. The island had become its shell. Lin Moyo was slightly taken aback. Suanwu. The rune beast was almost identical to the Suanwu, with hardly any difference. However, the Suanwu was a mythical divine beast, the core of the Suanwu battlefield, and the source of power for countless celestial beasts in the god sovereign's realm. The Suanwu was undoubtedly in existence in the other shore realm. Lin Moyo had guessed that whether it was the Suanwu, Zuk, Qinglong, or Beihu, they were at least at the god sovereign's realm. But this Suanwu-like creature before him had not even reached the god sovereign's realm. It was merely a superficial imitation. Even if it possessed the power of ancient runes, it could only compete with the weakest god sovereigns, and it would still lose more often than not. Lin Moyo did not take action but calmly watched as it revived. He could not attack before it fully revived, or else the second stage would not be triggered. The strategy guide clearly stated this as part of the rules. 1 minute later, the Suanwu rune beast raised its head and roared towards the sky. The waterfall reversed its flow, and the world instantly became clear. The Suanwu rune beast then let out another roar towards Lin Moyo, as if challenging him. It had finally revived, and Lin Moyo had been waiting for a long time. 1,000 skeletal god generals appeared, clad in golden halos as they charged down. The Suanwu rune beast spewed out a massive black water stream, like sharp arrows striking the skeletal god generals. The black water stream was composed of runes, containing the power of rules. Without the golden armor rune, the skeletal god generals would have been severely injured by the black water stream. The power of rules, even if not much, had already reached the threshold of the god sovereign's realm. Even if the skeletal god generals could win, they would have to pay a price. But now it was different. The golden armor rune shone brightly, and an illusory golden armor hovering between reality and illusion blocked the black water stream. The golden armor's light flickered, only undergoing slight deformations. The skeletal god generals surrounded the Suanmu rune beast, their sword energies thundering as they launched a siege. The Suanmu rune beast's defenses were extremely powerful. Its entire body was covered in a black light, like armor, blocking the attacks of the skeletal god generals. Lin Moya watched for a while but soon lost interest. With the enhancement of the golden armor rune, the skeletal god generals' defenses had greatly increased. They could look down on minor god sovereigns and even withstand attacks from god sovereigns for a short time. Their defense was sufficient, but their offensive power was lacking. The skeletal god generals' attack power had reached the peak of the minor god sovereign's realm, but the Suanmu rune beast's defenses were also extremely powerful. For the time being, the skeletal god generals could not kill it. They could certainly grind it down over time, but that would require a long period. The strategy guide also mentioned that the minor god sovereigns who had previously passed the first stage could temporarily unleash the power of a god sovereigns within a short period. It was by relying on the power of a god sovereigns that they were able to kill the Suanmu rune beast back then. As for Lin Moyo, after the skeletal god generals besieged it for a while, Lin Moyo had already understood the defensive power of the golden armor rune. He did not want to waste any more time, so with a light tap of his finger, 100 legion commanders appeared. Accompanying them were their legions. 1,000,000 skeletal dragons roared in the sky, forming a black mass that darkened a large area of space. The legion commanders had not taken action for a long time, as they had not encountered a suitable opportunity. Although the legion commanders were not numerous, with only about 200 currently formed into legions and ready for battle, their combat power surpassed that of the skeletal god generals. They were existences second only to the skeletal kings and the undead legion. 100 legion commanders radiated a powerful aura. The pressure of the god sovereign's realm rolled down towards the Suanmu rune beast. The legion commanders had already reached the god sovereign's realm, comparable to the weakest first-tier god sovereigns. Although they were the weakest among god sovereigns, a god sovereigns was still a god sovereigns. The legion commanders raised their battle blades. Brilliant rivers of laws appeared, one after another. The signature of god sovereigns, the rivers of laws. Over 100 rivers of laws manifested simultaneously, an awe-inspiring sight that made one's heart tremble. When the rivers of laws appeared, the skeletal dragons led by the legion commanders all entered their respective rivers of laws. The rivers of laws immediately swelled, and their immense power poured into the legion commanders. Their laws were called the legion laws, a very special type of law. Seeking fresh flowers. They did not have any particular attributes but could enhance the strength of the entire legion. The legion commander's power surged again, instantly rising from the weakest first-tier god sovereigns to the peak of the first-tier god sovereign's realm. Any single legion commander taken out could contend with a first-tier god sovereigns. On the legion commander's battle blades, a grey light circulated. That was the power of death from the undying law. They not only gathered the power of their legion members but also gathered the undying law from their legion members. Each undead legion carried the undying law. Now, the undying law was gathered together, and its might had become astonishingly powerful. The Suanmu rune beast roared frantically, as if it sensed the impending danger but was powerless to stop it. The legion commanders swung their battle blades, unleashing a torrential power of death towards the Suanmu rune beast, delivering a fatal blow. With their combat power, they could suppress the Suanmu rune beast even in a one-on-one battle, let alone 100 against 1. The laws thundered and exploded. Under the legion commander's attacks, the Suanmu rune beast was instantly shattered into ashes. Lin Moya witnessed all of this without the slightest surprise. The rivers of laws played a role in gathering and fusing. Each type of law has its own characteristics. The legion law is at least a peak second-tier law. The skeletal king possesses the bone law and also carries the undying law. The two combined greatly increase its combat power. The legion commanders are the same. I don't know what kind of law the skeletal god generals will manifest after reaching the god sovereign's realm. Will it be the bone law like the skeletal king? The skeletal king and the skeletal god generals shared the same origin, so there was a high probability that they would manifest the bone law's rivers of laws. This question would likely be answered soon. Lin Moya knew that as soon as he advanced another tier to the 6th tier of the divine king realm, the skeletal god generals would reach the god sovereign's realm. At that time, he would have a total of 50 million subordinates equivalent to first-tier god sovereigns. The army of god sovereigns formed by the skeletal god generals would be the nightmare of all races. 50 million god sovereigns, only those from the other shore realm would be able to handle them. Even peak god sovereigns would have to fight for a long time. With the Suanmu rune beast's death, the island it was on had also disappeared, with the seawater rushing in to form a black whirlpool. At the same time, a small whirlpool also appeared beside Lin Moyo. He could use this whirlpool to leave the secret realm. The whirlpool carried the aura of the Divine City Star Domain, and the voice of the Human Emperor Network also transmitted through it. Chapter 1642. Chapter 1642, 1642. Chapter 1642, Bathing in Golden Rain, Protected by Golden Armor. Exploring the Black Rain Secret Realm, the first stage task has been completed. Lin, you can choose to continue exploring and complete the second stage task to earn more rewards. Rewards will vary based on the level of exploration. Please note that the danger level of the second stage will increase significantly. If you encounter danger, you can use the escape talisman to leave. The first stage reward will still be valid. Please make your choice within 1 minute. The same prompt appeared. If you don't understand it, you might think the Human Emperor Network is just going through the motions. If you understand it, you can see that there is a certain meaning behind it. The second stage still allows the use of the escape talisman, indicating that the human emperor network's power has already penetrated the second stage area. It also means that someone has already entered the second stage, possibly more than one person. If the human emperor network had reminded that the escape talisman could not be used in the second stage, it would mean that no one had entered the second stage. This was the case in the Golden Radiance secret realm. Lin Moya was the first to enter the second stage and clear it. This time, Lin Moya did not ask the human emperor network any questions and directly made his choice. He turned and flew into the vortex, disappearing instantly. Black water roared around him as Lin Moya flew through the vortex for a long time until it became bright in front of him. Lin Moya looked around at the second stage world. Compared to the first stage, this place was more suitable to be called a water world. As far as the eye could see, there was endless water, pitch black water. The waves roared, constantly surging, making a crashing sound. In the distance, you could see lightning flashing and huge waves rising. The lightning was golden, a very peculiar color. The sky was filled with golden clouds. Boom! Not far away, a bolt of lightning struck the pitch black water, causing huge waves. Then it started to rain, golden rain, just like in the Poison Bee secret realm. The range of the golden rain was rapidly expanding, from less than a kilometer in radius to tens of thousands of kilometers in just a few seconds. Lin Moyo had to retreat to avoid the golden rain. The golden rain had the same effect as in the Poison Bee secret realm. Once drenched, it would quickly be eroded by the power of rules, fundamentally changing its nature. Even a skeletal god general, a minor deity, could not resist it. As he retreated, Lin Moya recalled the strategy group's information. Over the years, a total of 5 people had entered the second stage of this secret realm. They entered but could not find a way to clear the second stage. In the second stage, the known dangers came from 3 sources. First, the lightning. You must not be struck by the golden lightning, which contains extremely strong rule power that only deities can withstand. A minor deity was once struck by lightning. If not for a deity-level treasure, he would have died on the spot. Second, the golden rain, which only deities can withstand. Third, the Black Sea. For any reason, you must not enter the Black Sea. Once you do, your soul will be eroded, and you will die. The Black Sea's damage to the soul is several times that of the black water in the first stage. These are the known dangers. As for the method to clear the second stage, no one has found it yet. However, some have speculated that the method to clear it is likely in the Black Sea. Someone once saw a giant rune beast in the Black Sea, covered in golden light, wandering in the Black Sea. It occasionally surfaced. Perhaps killing it would allow you to enter the third stage or clear the secret realm. Others say the method to clear it should be above the clouds because they also saw a giant rune beast above the clouds. Some even suspect that the occasional lightning is related to this rune beast. Time to use my brain again. In the first stage, thanks to the strategy group's information, I didn't have to think much and cleared it directly. The second stage won't be so easy. The golden rain disappeared after a few minutes, as suddenly as it came. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck nearby, golden electric snakes dancing in the air, causing huge waves in the Black Sea. Lin Moya's body suddenly paused. A huge force from the Black Sea tried to pull him down. The force did not act on his body but directly on his soul world. The golden rain followed the lightning, expanding thousands of times in just a few seconds. This time, while avoiding the golden rain, Lin Moya summoned a skeletal god general into the rain. The skeletal god general appeared with golden armor, blocking the golden rain. The skeletal god general did not change its nature as before. Protected by the golden armor rune, it was unharmed. Using runes to block runes was very effective. Lin Moya smiled, just as I thought. When creating the golden armor rune, he had considered this. The golden armor rune not only enhances defense but, because it is also composed of runes, has strong resistance to other runes. Just like the runes in the secret realm weaken their own rune power, they counteract each other. Now it seems to be exactly as I thought. The skeletal god general stood motionless in the rain. The golden rain lasted for 2 minutes, during which the golden armor rune shone brightly. It seemed unharmed, but Lin Moya could feel the golden armor rune gradually weakening. After 2 minutes, the golden rain abruptly stopped. At this point, the golden armor rune had weakened by about 60 to 70%. By this calculation, another minute in the golden rain would have extinguished the golden armor rune. 3 minutes. The golden armor rune can last 3 minutes in the golden rain. The root cause is the rule power in the golden rain, which suppresses the golden armor rune, greatly increasing its consumption. The skeletal god general's soul fire continuously provided energy to the golden armor rune, allowing it to recover. It was the same while standing in the golden rain, but the skeletal god general's energy supply couldn't keep up with the consumption. This was unavoidable. The skeletal god general is a warrior, and providing energy to the golden armor rune is just an instinct, not something that should affect its combat power. Lin Moyo had a clear understanding and scanned the area. Next, I need to tackle both the sea and the sky. Whether it's the rune beast in the sea or the one in the sky, I need to find them. The strategy group's information suggested 2 possibilities. One was the rune beast in the sky, and the other was the rune beast in the sea. Both possibilities involved rune beasts, and it was hard to determine which was correct. Lin Moya decided to tackle both, not missing any possibilities. Tens of thousands of skeletal god generals, clad in golden armor, flew in all directions. With the golden armor, the skeletal god generals could ignore the golden rain and move freely. Even if struck by lightning, it only consumed half of the golden armor rune's power and didn't shatter it. With the protection of the golden armor rune, the skeletal god general's safety in the secret realm greatly increased. Similarly, their efficiency also increased significantly. The secret realm's environment was quickly mapped out, and a map formed in Lin Moya's mind. The second stage was a true water world, spanning millions of miles with no trace of land. The sea's depth was unknown. The sky was thick with clouds and dancing electric snakes, their thickness also unknown. Lightning fell aimlessly, and deadly golden rain followed one after another. The sky was high, the sea was deep, and the secret realm was dangerous and oppressive. Chapter 1643. Chapter 1643, 1643. Chapter 1643, Waiting for a Rain, Awaiting a Storm. From a distance, Lin Moya saw his skeletal god generals. They returned from different directions, having fully explored the terrain of the secret realm. The second stage of the secret realm was essentially a sphere, no different from an ordinary star. The skeletal god generals flew in a circle in one direction and returned to their starting point. However, there was no land, it was entirely a large water sphere. The outer layer was shrouded in thick clouds, with electric snakes dancing. The skeletal god generals did not enter the clouds. Throughout the exploration, no rune beasts were found. The strategy guide says that 5 cultivators have been here. One saw a rune beast in the sea, one saw a rune beast in the sky, and the other 3 saw nothing. This indicates that rune beasts do not always exist, certain conditions must be met for them to appear. Just like the torrential rain in the first stage. The black rain secret realm is related to water, both in the first stage and now. Even the golden lightning is merely a precursor to the golden rain. Therefore, the key to solving the problem must also lie in the water. Water is the key to passing through the secret realm, a point easily thought of. Lin Moya believed that not only he but also the 5 people who entered before him must have realized this key point. The key is how to find the solution. Lightning continued to strike, bringing about golden rain. The skeletal god generals, who had just returned, were dispatched again. If rune beasts only appear under certain conditions, there must be unusual occurrences in the secret realm. This time, more skeletal god generals were dispatched, exceeding 1,000,000. 1,000,000 skeletal god generals were distributed throughout the secret realm, monitoring all changes within it. As soon as anything unusual happened, Lin Moya would know immediately. Lin Moya did not need to rely purely on luck like others. He relied on numbers to balance out luck. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. If it was like the first stage, he indeed needed to wait. He took out the symbol language again and began studying. The vastness of the symbol language fascinated Lin Moya. Studying the general outline runes and then breaking them down was like solving puzzles, and Lin Moya enjoyed it immensely. Mastering the entire symbol language was very difficult. Even with Lin Moya's exceptional talent in runes, it required a lot of time. 10 days after arriving at the second stage, he finally observed something unusual. A tornado suddenly appeared in the secret realm. As the tornado appeared, the previously calm sea suddenly began to churn with waves. Lin Moya snapped out of his rune studies and looked at the sea. It's finally starting. He transformed into a stream of light and flew rapidly within the secret realm. Seconds later, he stopped in front of the tornado. The tornado was enormous, like a dragon sucking water, drawing a large amount of seawater into the sky. The seawater danced with the wind, and the tornado turned black as ink. The sky suddenly became brilliant, with golden light descending from above. In the clouds, countless golden electric snakes roared, like the wrath of a thunder god, striking the tornado with countless bolts of lightning. It seemed as if they wanted to shatter the tornado. Lin Moya frowned, sensing something was wrong, and quickly retreated 10,000 miles. The tornado, under the lightning attack, seemed to become enraged. Lin Moya vaguely heard a beast's roar, and the tornado instantly expanded several times. Immediately, new tornadoes formed, one after another, tens, hundreds, thousands. In the blink of an eye, the number of tornadoes exceeded 10,000. Tens of thousands of tornadoes covered a large area, forming a storm. Countless seawater was drawn up, rushing into the sky. The lightning also intensified, becoming denser. The tornadoes were struck by hundreds and thousands of bolts of lightning and then shattered. But new tornadoes would form immediately. After the lightning, golden rain fell, landing in the tornadoes. The ink-like seawater was tinged with a layer of golden brilliance, and its nature seemed to change slightly, with its power somewhat reduced. In Lin Moya's view, the seawater drawn up by the tornadoes was like heavy punches striking the sky, as if trying to break it. The sky also resisted continuously, with neither side yielding. The ocean and the sky were like 2 opposing armies, attacking each other, each trying to destroy the other. Lin Moya found it interesting, not expecting such a thing to happen. He believed he was the first to discover this. None of the previous 5 people knew. Roar! A beast's roar sounded, and a terrifying aura swept over. Lin Moya saw a black shadow in the distance. The shadow rose and fell in the ocean, occasionally leaping out of the water, revealing its enormous body. It looked like a shark, a supersized shark. Its body was over 100,000 meters long, and its aura reached the divine sovereign realm. The shark rune beast was covered in countless black and gold runes, flashing with a strange light, making it appear terrifying. Just one look, and Lin Moya knew its combat power was no weaker than a divine sovereign. The shark rune beast's senses were extremely sharp. Despite being over 100,000 miles away, it had already detected Lin Moya. It roared, and countless tornadoes appeared on the sea surface, with immense suction pulling Lin Moya from all directions. The immense tearing force from all directions tried to tear Lin Moya apart. This tearing force also acted on the soul, trying to tear apart the soul world. Compared to his physical body, Lin Moya's soul world was stronger and more stable, so the tearing force had no effect. The hell of bones twisted and deformed under the force. Lin Moya's mind moved, and a golden armor rune appeared in his hand. This golden armor rune was created in his soul and had not yet been fused with the undead legion, so Lin Moya used it first. Activating the golden armor rune, golden armor appeared around Lin Moya, blocking the external force. The tearing force is already very close to the divine sovereign realm, especially since it also targets the soul. It seems the previous entrants only glimpsed the shark rune beast and did not engage it. If they had fought, there should be some information. Perhaps they felt threatened and retreated immediately. After reading many strategy guides, Lin Moyo had a good understanding of the people in the strategy group. They were all top geniuses, and for them, the most important thing was not clearing the secret realm. The most important thing was staying alive. As long as they were alive, they could clear the secret realm eventually. If they failed once, they could try again. So if they sensed danger, they would retreat immediately without hesitation. Therefore, Lin Moyo was more than 80% sure they had not fought the shark rune beast. The shark rune beast quickly approached, and Lin Moyo was ready to act. Killing it might reveal the way to the third stage. Roar! A sharp cry came from the clouds, and a giant bird appeared in the sea of clouds and lightning. The giant bird spread its wings, also over 100,000 meters long, no weaker than the shark rune beast. The giant bird rune beast was also covered in black and gold runes, but unlike the shark rune beast, its runes were mostly gold. Its feathers shimmered with a sharp light, serving as both shield and weapon. The shark rune beast immediately shifted its focus, staring intently at the giant bird rune beast. Chapter 1644. Chapter 1644, 1644. Chapter 1644, Favorite Tactic, Surrounding the Enemy. Lin Moyo, who was about to take action, suddenly became less anxious upon seeing the scene before him. The two giant rune beasts ignored his presence, so he decided to watch the show first. In terms of size, Lin Moyo, who was less than 2 meters tall, was insignificant compared to the two rune beasts, each over 100,000 meters long. The giant bird rune beast flapped its wings, causing countless golden lightning bolts to fall, destroying many tornadoes. At the same time, a torrential golden rain fell, turning the tornadoes golden. The shark rune beast was not to be outdone, creating more tornadoes in retaliation. The tornadoes formed a storm, blowing away the clouds and revealing the true appearance of the sky. Through the sky, Lin Moya saw the world beyond. Outside the sky, a giant rune floated. Although it was incomplete, it seemed more complete than the runes in the Poison Bee and Golden Radiance secret realms. Lin Moya's heart tightened. A more complete rune meant greater power and danger. Lin Moyo had read a lot of secret realm information. Some secret realms had similar records. Based on the comprehensive experience recorded in the information, Lin Moyo quickly judged that he needed to break through the sky and go beyond it. There were two ways to break through the sky. One was to use absolute brute force. Lin Moyo didn't know if his strength was enough. The sky was covered again by thick clouds within seconds. The cloud layer is about 10,000 meters thick. I can give it a try. Lin Moya summoned 100 skeletal god generals. The skeletal god generals formed an array and charged into the clouds. At the same time, Lin Moya switched to undead vision to observe the situation within the clouds. The skeletal god generals slowed down significantly upon entering the clouds. The clouds were like a quagmire, extremely heavy, making it difficult for the skeletal god generals to advance. Countless golden lightning bolts struck, so numerous that it was shocking. The sturdy and powerful golden armor runes felt powerless, quickly weakening and breaking. Fortunately, the skeletal god generals were close to each other, and the golden armor runes overlapped, with one breaking and another taking its place. For a while, they managed to hold on. The skeletal god generals struggled to move forward in the clouds, swinging their swords to break through. However, the sword energy was swallowed by the clouds, having no effect. The clouds, which seemed easy to pass through when blown away by the tornadoes, were actually extremely thick. The golden armor runes broke layer by layer, and the speed of advancement continued to slow down. Lin Moya knew it was impossible and immediately ordered the skeletal god generals to return. It seems that charging straight through won't work. I need to deal with the clouds first. But how to deal with the clouds? The sharp cry of the giant bird rune beast echoed in his ears. The sound seemed mocking, as if laughing at Lin Moya's overestimation of his abilities. At this moment, the two rune beasts clashed. The giant bird rune beast swooped down, spitting golden lightning at the shark rune beast. The shark rune beast slapped the sea, raising huge waves to block the golden lightning. At the same time, it spat out black water streams like sharp arrows. The shark rune beast could fly but didn't dare to leave the sea. Similarly, the giant bird rune beast didn't dare to enter the sea. They clashed in mid-air and then separated. It was imaginable that this battle had been going on for countless years. Since the runes evolved into the secret realm, this battle had likely always existed. As for why they fought, Lin Moya looked at the runes on the two rune beasts, which were black and gold. Black and gold should be the key. Lin Moyo pondered and suddenly thought of a possibility. Black and gold represent the yin and yang aspects of things. Only by combining the yin and yang aspects can a complete ancient rune be formed. No, it's just a fragment of an ancient rune. There must have been a problem when the ancient rune evolved into the secret realm, resulting in the yin and yang aspects. Lin Moyo understood how to break through the sky and proceed to the next stage. The strategy group's speculation was correct. Both rune beasts needed to be killed, not just one. Both rune beasts had the combat power of a first-tier divine sovereign but were slightly weaker than a true divine sovereign. They couldn't mobilize the power of the Lost Star rivers, and the power of the runes was ultimately limited. Knowing the method, the next step was easy. Lin Moya summoned 200 legion commanders with their legions. 10 million Death Knights formed 100 Death Knight legions. 10 million skeletal dragons formed 100 dragon legions. Led by the legion commanders, the Death Knight legions charged at the shark rune beast, and the dragon legions attacked the giant bird rune beast. Lost Star rivers appeared above the legion commanders, illuminating the secret realm and bringing different colors to it. The legion members charged into the Lost Star rivers, which gathered all their power into the legion commanders. Facing the sudden appearance of the legion commanders, the two rune beasts were stunned and stopped fighting. At this moment, they united against a common enemy, turning to attack the legion commanders. Countless tornadoes formed, connecting the sky and sea, and charged at the legion commanders. The legion commanders swung their battle blades, which were filled with the power of the undying law. The power of death from the undying law corroded everything, even causing some damage to the power of the runes. The tornadoes were forcibly cut off, and the legion commanders quickly closed in. In the sky, the legion commanders cut through the lightning, their golden armor surrounding the giant bird rune beast. Lost Star rivers poured down, and the legion commanders' combat power soared, reaching the peak of the first-tier divine sovereign realm. Under the siege, the two rune beasts had no chance to fight back. They howled in pain, their screams echoing continuously. This situation had never occurred during their previous battles. In terms of combat power, any legion commander was not inferior to the rune beasts. Moreover, it was 100 against 1, completely overwhelming. Lin Moyo enjoyed this feeling of overwhelming power, especially when bullying others. In an instant, the shark rune beast was covered in wounds. It quickly dived into the sea, trying to escape. The legion commanders pursued without hesitation. The strategy guide mentioned not to enter the sea. The seawater contained rune power, causing strong soul impacts. These impacts were continuous and unending. If one couldn't withstand it, they would fall into an eternal illusion and perish. The legion commanders, clad in golden armor, resisted the soul impacts. The illusions were ineffective against them, and the soul attacks were shared among the countless undead legions, making them bearable. However, the most troublesome part was the shark rune beast trying to escape. The sea was its home ground, and once it escaped, it would be hard to find again. The legion commanders turned into streams of light, quickly catching up to the shark rune beast. The Lost Star rivers above them flickered, and millions of Death Knights charged out, surrounding the shark rune beast. Chapter 1645. Chapter 1645, 1645. Book Chapter 1645. Familiar taste, complete ancient symbol. The shark sigil beast charged forward, but the golden armored sigil of the Death Knight gleamed brightly and blocked it. Lin, time was still too short, and the golden armored sigil hadn't covered every member of the undead legion. Lin Moyo ordered the Death Knights already equipped with the golden armored sigil to stand at the front as shields. Pull it out. At Lin Moya's command, the Death Knights exerted force together and forcibly pulled the shark sigil beast out of the water. Meanwhile, a shriek came from the sky. A massive skeletal dragon had completely surrounded the giant bird/raven sigil beast, leaving it no chance to escape. With the help of the golden armored sigil, it blocked the sigil beast's breakthroughs time and again. The legion ruler attacked with full force, slashing down continuously. Screams filled the air. Lin Moya knew the battle was decided. Facing such a scale of encirclement and killing, even a true god would struggle to escape death. Not to mention the two sigil beasts, their fate was already sealed. Finally, just 2 minutes later, the two sigil beasts let out a final roar before falling silent. Boom! A black and a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The entire secret realm began to shake, and countless tornadoes appeared in the sea, spreading across the entire surface in an instant. Tornadoes lifted masses of seawater into the sky, dispersing the clouds. Lightning vanished, and the golden rain ceased. Lin Moya saw the firmament clearly, along with a corner of the ancient symbol beyond it. At this moment, numerous golden sigils appeared in the sky, and Lin Moya felt their power. They were shields, protecting the firmament. After the shark sigil beast died, the layers dispersed. After the giant bird/raven sigil beast died, it turned into golden sigils. It seems that without breaking the golden sigils, the firmament can't be shattered. Lin Moya was not worried. Although the ancient symbol was strong, a secret realm evolved from a corner of it had limited power. The legion ruler retrieved his legion into the Star River of Laws and once again commanded the entire legion's power. They charged into the sky, touching the firmament, and fiercely attacked the golden sigils protecting it. The legion ruler's attacks were incredibly fierce, with 200 blades, each strike as powerful as a god's. The firmament roared and trembled. The golden sigils weakened at a visible speed. Book. Lin Moya smiled. This mere firmament couldn't stop him. Lin. Finally, the golden sigils collapsed, and the legion ruler faced the firmament directly. Text. The warblade fell on the firmament, piercing through it. School. A single strike was ineffective. The firmament remained intact. Head. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. The firmament was soft. Issue. He tried a few more strikes, and it was the same. The warblade could pass through the firmament, but it couldn't damage it. He then tried to have the legion ruler pass through the firmament, but it was impossible. The body couldn't pass through. Weapons could pass, but the body couldn't. Lin Moyo felt curious. He approached the firmament and placed his hand on it. It felt soft and very elastic, like a layer of rubber. No matter how hard he pressed, his fingers couldn't pass through. A gray mist appeared at Lin Moya's fingertips. The power of death from the undying law began to corrode the firmament. The firmament corroded, forming a hole. The undying law could corrode everything, whether material or law, even souls. It works. Lin Moya was slightly pleased. He immediately mobilized more undying law. At the same time, dense undying law emerged on the Legion ruler's blade, and he slashed again. The undying law fell on the firmament, quickly corroding a gap. A strange aura passed through, striking the soul. The power of rules. Lin Moyo murmured. This was not the first time he felt this power. It was the power of rules, brought by a corner of the ancient symbol. As long as he entered, he could touch a corner of the ancient symbol. But what would happen, he didn't know. At this moment, the aura of the Divine City Star region appeared behind him, and an exit vortex had formed. The Human Emperor Network determined he had passed the second stage, and its power formed an exit vortex here. If Lin Moyo didn't want to continue, he could leave now. Lin Moyo had passed the second stage, and more power from the Human Emperor Network had infiltrated. Exploration of the Black Rain Secret Realm's second stage is complete. You can choose to leave or continue to the third stage. Rewards will be settled after you leave the secret realm. Rewards will multiply based on your task progress. Note, the third stage task is extremely dangerous, and the escape talisman may fail. The Human Emperor Network's reminder appeared. A familiar voice, a familiar reminder, just like in the Poison V secret realm, only the name changed. Lin Moyo's lips curved. That's more like it. Without the reminder from the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyo felt something was missing. Now, it felt right. He took a step forward into the dark gap. In the next second, all Legion rulers disappeared. The gap quickly closed and returned to its original state. At the spot where Lin Moyo left, a large rune-covered hand slowly emerged. Lin Moyo felt like he was being transported, his soul and body separated, losing connection. At the same time, it seemed as if his soul was being affected by some force, threatening to put him to sleep. I can't sleep. With a roar of intent, his soul opened its eyes, and his soul in the distant shore realm radiated a purple glow. The nine-colored dragon soul crystal emitted dragon roars, and the talent tree swayed in unison. Master, master. The array spirit Little Gold sensed Lin Moyo's abnormality and kept calling out. Finally, Lin Moyo's soul gradually awakened. The soul reconnected with the body, and Lin Moyo found his body seemed far from his soul. He had felt this way before, when entering the soul spirit world. His body remained at the entrance, while his soul entered. The soul opened its eyes, looking through the soul world to see outside. Lin Moyo's soul trembled, showing shock. Outside the soul world, an ancient symbol was shining. It wasn't a corner of the ancient symbol, but a complete one. This shouldn't be. I might be in an illusion. If it were truly an ancient symbol, I wouldn't be able to look at it. Lin Moyo quickly calmed down, realizing this was impossible. He currently lacked the ability to look directly at the ancient symbol. Even a corner of it, he could only glance at for a few seconds. His realm wasn't high enough. This was an insurmountable barrier. Looking at his soul, he found he wasn't in an illusion. If it were an illusion, the nine-colored dragon soul crystal and talent tree would have reacted. Lin Moyo was familiar with illusions and knew this well. Since it wasn't an illusion, things became interesting. The soul's eye gathered power, scrutinizing the ancient symbol floating in the void. This was undoubtedly an ancient symbol. It was three-dimensional, heavy, and powerful. It contained indescribable truths, integrating the functions of various symbols. Any high-level rune or rune array was insignificant before it. Every stroke of it was miraculous, with even a corner capable of evolving a secret realm and creating wonders. Lin Moyo greedily admired the beauty of the ancient symbol. Since it was shown to him, he wouldn't hold back. Gradually, he noticed something. The ancient symbol wasn't real. It had form but no essence, which is why he could look at it. But what he saw was only the surface without seeing its essence. He couldn't grasp the true essence of the ancient symbol. This didn't stop him from appreciating it, though. He looked over and over, 10 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Finally, Lin Moyo noticed something. His soul's power cautiously extended like tendrils, crossing the void and touching the ancient symbol. Chapter 1646. Chapter 1646, 1646. Chapter 1646, Observing and Learning the Ancient Rune. It's him. Lin Moyo was very cautious when dealing with the ancient rune. No matter how careful, it was not too much when facing an ancient rune. Even if it was just a corner of an ancient rune, it was still an ancient rune. If it was just fragments of the ancient rune, Lin Moyo would have a way to resist it. But if the power of the corner of the ancient rune was fully activated, Lin Moyo had no confidence in dealing with it. That was the true power of rules from the other shore realm. Even if Lin Moyo unleashed his full combat strength, he was only at the third tier of the Saint Venerable realm. The gap between them was incalculable. Previously, when he entered this place, he almost fell into a slumber due to the influence of the ancient rune. Once asleep, it would be very difficult to wake up again. Fortunately, his soul quality had reached the other shore realm, a 5th-grade purple jade soul, combined with the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the giant tree of talent. Only then was he able to wake up. At that moment, he felt a lingering fear. If the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the giant tree of talent couldn't wake him up, his last resort would have been the Calamity Scepter. This was his last support. Although the Calamity Scepter was already damaged and broken, its power was still astonishing, especially the soul gem on it, which should be able to protect his soul. Just like when he was about to come into contact with the ancient rune, his greatest reliance was also the Calamity Scepter. This thing usually remained silent, as if it didn't exist. But in life and death situations, it could truly save his life. A strand of Lin Moyo's soul touched the ancient rune. The ancient rune hummed and flickered with light. His soul didn't feel threatened. Lin Moyo's soul immersed itself in the ancient rune, beginning to explore its secrets. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt a bit excited. At his level, he should not be able to come into contact with an ancient rune, but by a coincidence, a complete ancient rune appeared before his eyes. Even if it was just a physical ancient rune without spirit, it was still an ancient rune. Lin Moya's soul gradually spread through the ancient rune, and the entire structure of the ancient rune appeared in his mind. Lin Moya also gradually gained some enlightenment, deepening his understanding of runes. The seemingly complete ancient rune was actually only one corner that was real, while the remaining parts were all evolved from this one corner of the ancient rune. And this one corner of the ancient rune only occupied about 3% of the complete ancient rune. Lin Moya was now extremely familiar with runes and had his own rune system, with a level of comprehension far surpassing the past. He carefully distinguished the position, shape, and partial function of the corner of the ancient rune. Lin Moya divided the ancient rune into upper and lower parts, with each part further divided into inner and outer sections. This corner of the ancient rune was the lower half of the entire ancient rune, while also being the part that connected the inner and outer sections. The outer was yang, and the inner was yin, so this corner of the ancient rune also exhibited the duality of yin and yang. Gold represented yang, and black represented yin. The secret realm evolved from it also manifested the yin and yang aspects. Gradually, Lin Moya understood the entire structure of the ancient rune. Although the ancient rune had form but no spirit, countless runes could be deconstructed from its structure. The ancient rune was like a fusion of many formations, becoming a massive and terrifying rune. A single ancient rune could manifest countless states. Even if it was just one corner, it could become numerous formations. That's why it could evolve into a secret realm and change the power of rules. Even if only a tiny bit remained, it wouldn't collapse. Most importantly, the ancient rune also possessed the ability to heal itself. As long as all the corners of the rune could be found and reassembled, and given enough time, it could even recover to its original state. Truly a terrifying product. The person who drew the ancient rune must have reached an unimaginable level. I feel like even those in the other shore realm might not have the ability to draw an ancient rune. Lin Moya had seen the other shore realm before. Although he hadn't witnessed their full power, he could sense it. In comparison, he felt that the ancient rune seemed even stronger. After observing the ancient rune inside and out multiple times, Lin Moya finally focused his attention on the corner of the rune from the Black Rain secret realm. Previously, while studying the ancient rune, he had always avoided it. Other parts had form but no spirit, while this part had both form and spirit. As the lower half of the ancient rune, connecting the inner and outer sections, it naturally possessed the duality of yin and yang, making it extremely complex and powerful. Lin Moya didn't know what would happen after coming into contact with it, but he couldn't avoid it forever. He couldn't keep stalling. The corner of the rune had pulled him into this space, separating his physical body and soul. If time dragged on, he might completely lose his connection to his physical body. Lin Moya had searched and found that the only way out was to come into contact with it. His purple jade soul emitted a yellow glow, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal and the giant tree of talent were also poised to act. Holding the calamity scepter in his hand, Lin Moya was fully prepared. His soul power finally came into contact with the corner of the rune. The entire soul world shook violently. In an instant, the soul world continuously transformed, transcending space and time, traveling far away. The connection with his physical body was completely severed. Lin Moya felt his soul world had become a small boat, drifting in the terrifying starry sky. At this moment, he couldn't react at all. It seemed that all his preparations had lost their effect. All control was lost. His soul was motionless, only able to watch events unfold. No matter what, he never expected the power of the corner of the rune to reach such a level. Lin Moya felt that he had been careless, but he had no choice. The weak soul world flew rapidly through the terrifying starry sky. Waves of ancient and terrifying auras assaulted him. Seconds later, the scene before his eyes suddenly froze. Lin Moya saw an unfamiliar starry sky filled with dense stars, an astonishing number of stars. Countless stars were flying at an incredible speed. They were spinning and dancing. In the center of all the stars was an enormous black hole. All the stars danced around the black hole. This situation was normal, but also extremely abnormal. In the great world, there were many black holes, and around black holes, many star systems would form. Star systems would indeed orbit around black holes, but not at such a high speed. The speed of the stars before Lin Moya's eyes was almost approaching the speed of light. Upon closer inspection, this black hole also seemed abnormal, unlike a regular black hole. As Lin Moya watched, the black hole rapidly expanded, almost instantly devouring all the surrounding stars. Lin Moya felt a chill, as at least tens of thousands of stars were devoured. After devouring the stars, the black hole expanded again. Black holes devour light, invisible to the naked eye, but it couldn't conceal the observation of the soul. Lin Moya witnessed the black hole expanding and then beginning to transform. Did it eat too much? Such a thought suddenly emerged, but it seemed unreasonable. How could a black hole be like a beast, experiencing such a thing? But in the next second, his understanding was shattered. The black hole suddenly spewed out a large number of stars, accelerating each star to an astonishing speed, faster than the speed of light, as they flew through the starry sky. Seconds later, it seemed the stars collided with some barrier and exploded. The exploding stars were incredibly colorful, illuminating the starry sky. Borrowing the dazzling light, Lin Moya finally saw a person. A terrifying giant. It was extremely large, too large to measure. The stars spewed out by the black hole were blocked by just one of its fingers. This finger was covered in runes. Lin Moya had a sense of familiarity, suddenly startled. It's him. Chapter 1647. Chapter 1647, 1647. Chapter 1647, The Origin of the Secret Realm, The Ancient War. Lin Moyu did not recognize this giant. Such an existence had completely surpassed his understanding. However, Lin Moyu recognized this finger. Outside the Divine City Star Domain, there was a finger that had lost its flesh but had never collapsed. Even within the finger, countless dangerous areas had evolved, known as ancient ruins. The root cause of this was the existence of ancient runes. Lin Moyu even suspected that the various secret realms within the Divine City Star Domain were formed from the flesh of the owner of the severed finger. The flesh flew into the Divine City Star Domain, containing broken ancient runes, which then evolved into various secret realms. Although this far exceeded normal understanding, it seemed not impossible to explain. Is this a scene from ancient times? Lin Moya's thoughts flashed like lightning, and in an instant, he thought of many things, his soul revealing disbelief. He was, of course, aware that he couldn't return to ancient times. Instead, this corner of the rune was replaying events from ancient times. Ancient runes contained various functions, including recording events, which was not surprising. In Lin Moya's eyes, the black hole spewed out countless stars, all blocked by a single finger. The runes on the finger shone like an unshakable mountain, blocking countless meteors. Whether planets or stars, regardless of size, they were all blocked. Brilliant explosions blossomed in the starry sky, like endless fireworks. The giant raised his hand, and his fingers danced. As his fingers moved through the starry sky, countless runes flew out from his fingertips. Each one was an ancient rune, each containing terrifying power. These ancient runes were like soldiers wielding knives, carrying astonishing attacks, shattering the stars spewed out by the black hole. Destroying stars was something even a divine king could do. Stronger divine sovereigns and those in the other shore realm viewed ordinary planets and stars as toys, easily crushed. But facing tens of thousands of stars, like waves, even those in the other shore realm would have a headache. Divine kings would retreat in the face of such a force. But this unknown giant, with just a flick of his finger, shattered them with countless runes. Then the giant clenched his hand, grasping the black hole. With a squeeze, the entire space trembled, and the black hole exploded. The stars devoured by the black hole burst out, rushing in all directions. Some stars passed through Lin Moya's soul world, but his soul world was unaffected. Lin Moya was just an observer, rewatching the ancient war. Both sides were in different time dimensions, not interfering with each other. The giant's strength, capable of crushing a black hole with his bare hands, was astonishing. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flew out from the black hole, and Lin Moya heard a deafening cry of pain. Blood splattered across the sky, and a severed finger flew out. The giant roared in anger, and the hand missing a finger turned into a fist and struck down. The sword light was shattered by the fist, revealing a similarly gigantic sword from the collapsing black hole. The furious giant grasped the sword and exerted force. The sword shattered with a roar. The giant discarded the sword like trash and turned to retrieve his severed finger. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the distance. A terrifying figure, impossible to look at directly, appeared in Lin Moya's sight. This figure was not as burly as the giant, only 10,000 meters tall. His appearance, clothing, and attire were no different from humans. Humans. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. This was an ancient human. He recalled the oldest name for humans, the Starry Sky Divine Human Race, one of the 4 source races. At that time, the correct name for humans should have been the Starry Sky Divine Human Race. This was a terrifying existence of the Starry Sky Divine Human Race. Suddenly, Lin Moya's soul felt a chilling sensation. The terrifying existence of the Starry Sky Divine Human Race was looking at him. He can see me. Lin Moya was certain that the other party could see him. His gaze seemed to ignore the barriers of time and space, seeing him, the observer. His eyes were extremely cold, devoid of any emotion, making Lin Moya feel terrified. Then a sword light appeared in his eyes. Lin Moya's heart trembled. This sword light was coming for him. The terrifying existence of the Starry Sky Divine Human Race wanted to kill him. The scene before him suddenly froze and then became blurry. His soul world turned into a small boat, carrying Lin Moya through time and space. His soul lost control again, and Lin Moya could do nothing. However, having experienced this once before, Lin Moya knew he was not in danger, so he was not nervous. A few seconds later, his vision returned. He found himself in a new void. This void looked unfamiliar but also somewhat familiar. Is this the Divine City Star Domain? No, it's an earlier time than the current human Divine City Star Domain. After observing, Lin Moya concluded. The Divine City Star Domain before him was different from the current human Divine City Star Domain. It was more ancient and desolate. In the ancient Divine City Star Domain, a large number of stars were colliding and converging. They gradually formed new star systems, with planets beginning to orbit stars. Besides the flying planets, Lin Moya also saw many light spots, each a fragment of an ancient rune. These fragments of ancient runes were flying and moving with the stars. Among them was himself, seemingly also a fragment of an ancient rune, flying in the nascent Divine City Star Domain. In the distance, a severed finger was clearly visible. Lin Moya suddenly understood, connecting all the causes and effects. These fragments of ancient runes indeed came from the ancient giant. It was the ancient giant's blood. When the ancient giant's finger was severed, blood flowed from the wound. The blood contained ancient runes, scattered across the Divine City Star Domain, evolving over countless years into secret realms. These runes were all fragments, with the complete ancient rune always existing within the severed finger. Lin Moya experienced another journey through time and space, witnessing the awe-inspiring evolution of the universe. Until the time travel ended, his soul world returned to reality. His soul reconnected with his body, and Lin Moya opened his eyes to see a corner of an ancient rune. The recent experience felt like a dream, yet incredibly real. He finally understood that what he saw was not an illusion but events that had truly happened. These events were recorded in the flesh and blood, documented by the corner of the ancient rune. He had passed the test of the ancient rune and was not confused or put to sleep in the third stage. So it acknowledged him, deeming him worthy to see the events of that time. This led to the subsequent scenes. This experience was immensely rewarding. Lin Moya saw many secrets, a broader sky, and how the Divine City Star domain was formed. He glimpsed the battles between powerful beings and understood the demeanor of true powerhouses. Each of these insights deeply impacted him. These influences would subtly affect him and further solidify his Tao heart. As Lin Moya pondered, a large hand covered in runes broke through the void and approached. Chapter 1648. Chapter 1648, 1648. Chapter 1648, the ancient rune that automatically entered the soul. As Lin Moya passed through the third stage, the power of the Human Emperor Network also smoothly penetrated. The giant handful of runes was the manifestation of the Human Emperor Network's power. Just like the previous two times, it reached out to grab the corner of the ancient rune, intending to take it away. This was also the normal operation of the Human Emperor Network, and Lin Moya watched quietly from the side. Just as the giant hand was about to grasp the corner of the ancient rune, the rune suddenly emitted a bright light, causing the giant hand to stop abruptly in mid-air. Immediately after, the corner of the ancient rune transformed into a stream of light, escaping from the giant hand's grasp and drilling into Lin Moya's body at an astonishing speed. In the next second, the corner of the ancient rune had already appeared in Lin Moya's soul. The corner of the ancient rune had actually entered his soul world on its own. Even the Hell of Bones had no reaction, indicating that the corner of the ancient rune had no malicious intent towards him. The giant hand was stunned, and Lin Moya was also shocked. The scene became somewhat awkward. The giant hand hesitated for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. The secret realm began to tremble, space distorted, and the scene before his eyes rippled like water, gradually becoming blurry. The secret realm had evolved from the corner of the ancient rune, and now that the rune had disappeared, the secret realm naturally could no longer exist. A familiar aura rushed towards him, and Lin Moya knew he had returned to the Divine City Star domain, back to the Great World. Noises filled his ears, with sounds of shock, curiosity, and confusion. Why did the secret realm disappear? I was clearly still in the secret realm, so why did I suddenly come out? What happened? Why did this happen? I had already collected 9 portions of black water, just one more to complete the task. Now that the secret realm is gone, how will we complete the task in the future? Many people, like Lin Moya, were in the secret realm. At this moment, with the secret realm's disappearance, they were all uniformly transported out. Most people naturally wouldn't understand what had happened. Their knowledge and experience determined their understanding. Lin Moya anticipated what would happen next and immediately transformed into a stream of light, quickly leaving. The crowd was still marveling at the disappearance of the secret realm and didn't notice Lin Moya's departure. A few seconds later, those who had been forcibly removed from the secret realm simultaneously received messages from the Human Emperor Network. Your task has been completed, and you are rewarded with 10 Divine City Merit Points. Your task has been completed, and you are rewarded with 10 Divine City Merit Points. Everyone received the same message. They were all extremely surprised. The Human Emperor Network says I completed the task. Me too, but I had just entered the secret realm. I had already collected 9 portions of black water, so it's fair to say I completed the task. I wonder what happened in the secret realm. Suddenly, a lazy voice interrupted their confusion. What else could have happened? Just check the Divine City announcement. In the Human Emperor Network, an announcement was prominently displayed. Divine City announcement: Junior member Lin Moya has successfully cleared the primary star system number 13283 Black Rain Secret Realm. This secret realm will be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. Generally, the Divine City doesn't issue announcements unless something significant happens. Sometimes, there might not be an announcement for decades. Once a Divine City announcement is issued, it remains permanently. Even if you want to find announcements from hundreds or thousands of years ago, you can still find them. Currently, the top 3 announcements in the Divine City are all related to Lin Moya. Lin Moya had consecutively cleared 3 secret realms, an unprecedented feat in the history of the human race. Indeed, some had cleared 3 secret realms before, but not consecutively. Lin Moya almost cleared a secret realm as soon as he entered one, with a 100% clearance rate. This was terrifying. For a time, Lin Moya's name spread like wildfire throughout the entire Divine City of the human race. As Lin Moya distanced himself, he also received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first stage task of the Black Rain Secret Realm, rewarded with 10 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on completing the second stage task of the Black Rain Secret Realm, rewarded with 100 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on completing the third stage task of the Black Rain Secret Realm, rewarded with 400 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on clearing the Black Rain Poison Bee Secret Realm, rewarded with 500 Divine City Merit Points. Lin Moya received the messages and was slightly puzzled. The rewards are quite high this time. Is it because the Black Rain Secret Realm is more dangerous? That must be it, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Lin Moya didn't dwell on it. He accepted whatever rewards the Human Emperor Network gave him. If they were willing to give more, that was even better. This secret realm journey felt incredibly long, like it lasted a century. Especially the virtual and real illusions in the third stage, which left him deeply shaken. In the end, he didn't know why, but the corner of the ancient rune had actively entered his soul. It seemed like a treasure recognizing its master. Did the corner of the ancient rune develop intelligence? Lin Moya didn't think so at most, it was an instinct. If it truly had intelligence, it wasn't impossible. The ancient rune came from the blood of an ancient giant, carrying part of the giant's memories. At that level, anything was possible. The series of strange experiences left Lin Moya feeling deeply tired. It's time to take a break. I should study the symbol language early and hope to master all the runes. And I need to research the sky in my soul. With these thoughts, Lin Moya flew towards the primary star system number 13283. In the core area of the Divine City, the big shots of the other shore realm held another tea party. Rune Saint Venerable and how Saint Venerable had left not long ago and returned together after 100 days. Upon returning, Rune Saint Venerable looked solemn and remained silent, staying in a meditative state. Seeing him like this, no one dared to disturb him. Even among the other shore realm, there was a distinction between Saint Venerables and ordinary members. How Saint Venerable left again and only returned the day before. When he returned, how Saint Venerable brought back a few pieces of Dao tea, and the group held a tea party. After drinking several cups of Dao tea, Rune Saint Venerable finally relaxed, and his solemn expression gradually disappeared. No one knew where Rune Saint Venerable and how Saint Venerable had gone or what they had experienced. They didn't say, and no one asked. Suddenly, Rune Saint Venerable frowned slightly, showing a look of surprise. How could this be? Lady Yu gently held her teacup and asked softly, Saint Venerable, what happened? Rune Saint Venerable pointed, and an image appeared. The image showed the scene of the corner of the ancient rune avoiding the giant hand and automatically entering Lin Moyo. Everyone watched with puzzled expressions. Lady Yu was confused. What is going on? Rune Saint Venerable shook his head. He must have experienced something in the secret realm. How Saint Venerable pondered. The Black Rain secret realm is somewhat special. Its trials are related to the soul and can cause strange occurrences. Old Lin also nodded. I remember a few hundred years ago, there was also a secret realm related to the soul. In that secret realm, some people saw scenes that didn't belong to this era. Lady Yu said, Old Lin, are you talking about the Flying Flower secret realm? Unfortunately, those who came out of that secret realm had no memory of it. Rune Saint Venerable murmured, I wonder if Lin Moya saw anything this time and if he can remember it. Chapter 1649. Chapter 1649, 1649. Chapter 1649, Free Development, Emphasizing Fate. The eyes of the big shots in the other shore realm sparkled with curiosity. They were all very curious and eager to know what Lin Moyo had seen and experienced. This might be related to some ancient secrets. They had been continuously searching and exploring matters related to ancient times. Not only them, but other races were also doing the same. Anything related to ancient times could attract their attention. The Black Rain secret realm was also related to the soul, and they all knew the origin of the secret realm. Therefore, they judged that it was possible to obtain information about ancient times in the Black Rain secret realm. Saint Venerable House sipped his tea and said softly, Don't disturb him. If he discovers anything, he will tell us on his own. If he doesn't say anything, we shouldn't ask. A puzzled other shore realm expert asked, Why? As a member of the human race, shouldn't he share what he knows? Saint Venerable How glanced at him. Would you be willing to share everything you know with him? The expert was taken aback and immediately fell silent. He was an other shore realm expert, having lived for so many years and knowing so much. How could he share everything? But he understood Saint Venerable How's meaning. Don't force Lin Moya to speak. Everyone could clearly feel that Saint Venerable How had a very special attitude towards Lin Moyo. From the beginning, Saint Venerable How's attitude was very clear. Don't disturb Lin Moyo, let him develop freely. Saint Venerable How was a Saint Venerable, and naturally, no one dared to oppose his decision. Saint Venerable How continued, We explore our world, and Lin Moyo explores his world. Maybe one day, when he grows to our level, we can compare what we know with what he knows. In this way, the gains will be greater. Everyone somewhat understood Saint Venerable How's meaning. They were in the other shore realm, and if they interfered with Lin Moya's growth, they might make him grow faster. But at the same time, they would miss out on many things. Lin Moyo had his own growth trajectory, and everything needed to be experienced by himself. Saint Venerable How looked at Lady Yu, how is Fairy Han's situation now? Lady Yu smiled, she is doing very well. She is about to break through to the 4th tier of the Divine Sovereign Realm. Such talent, I have never seen before. At this rate, she is very likely to break through to the other shore realm before the age of 100. Upon hearing this, all the other shore realm experts were astonished. Breaking through to the other shore realm before the age of 100? Was this a joke? Has such a thing ever happened since ancient times? Breaking through to the Divine Sovereign Realm before the age of 100 is already unlikely, let alone the other shore realm. Lady Yu asked softly, Saint Venerable, did you see something back then? Saint Venerable Wu shook his head, just a guess. Her situation seems to be related to a certain legend. Lady Yu instinctively asked, what legend? Saint Venerable How smiled and shook his head, not answering. Lady Yu was also sensible and did not ask further. Some things can be said directly without asking. Some things cannot be said, and asking won't get an answer. However, Saint Venerable How's words made the other shore realm experts' imaginations run wild. What kind of legend could it be? After all, Lin Moya's cultivation speed was too fast. Saint Venerable Fu said softly, Lin Moya obtained a corner of an ancient rune. I don't know if it's good or bad for him. In a while, the Absolute Mountain secret realm will open. Should we let him participate? Saint Venerable How thought for a moment and said softly, let fate decide. Lin Moya silently landed on the ground of primary star system number 13283, Star 1. Star 1 seemed to have no defenses, but it was actually covered by a formation. If an unidentified person approached, the formation would immediately issue an alarm and directly counterattack. Moreover, the Human Emperor network was present here, making it impossible for enemies to infiltrate. Standing on the main road, people came and went, including both cultivators and ordinary people. In the Divine City, cultivators and ordinary people were not separated like in the 4-star domains. The human race adopted 2 cultivation models. In the 4-star domains, ordinary people and cultivators were separated. They lived in different areas and generally did not interact much. From a young age, ordinary people were given the goal of becoming cultivators and strong individuals. Under this model, people in the 4-star domains worked very hard. At the same time, the Human Emperor network strictly protected ordinary people, ensuring they faced no danger before reaching the 5th level of authority. Of course, if they entered the battlefield, that was a different matter. In the Divine City Star domain, a different cultivation model was adopted. Here, ordinary people and cultivators were not separated but mixed together. Ordinary people could often see powerful cultivators, which inspired many to become stronger. However, the Divine City was more brutal. Compared to the 4-star domains, the Human Emperor network's protection of Divine City cultivators was much weaker. Although there was no need to face wars in the Divine City, there were inherent dangers. Cultivators initially entered resource stars, where they encountered strange beasts. In ancient battlefields, there were evil spirits, and in secret realms, there were deadly runes. With layer upon layer of danger, many people died in the Divine City every year. In terms of death toll, it was higher than in the 4-star domains. But so what? Everyone thought it was normal. Cultivation was always about survival of the fittest, and cultivators could not fear death. The high-level officials of the human race thought this way, aiming to select the best of the best. From the vast sea of people, they sought out geniuses with strong Dao hearts, qualifications, talent, and luck. Lin Moya felt as if he was standing at a high vantage point, looking down at the world. This state was abnormal, yet normal. Lin Moya knew the root cause: his soul realm was too high. From the perspective of the soul, he had already reached the level of the Other Shore realm. The Other Shore realm was a legend of this era, the strongest beings. The rules of the world were set by them. Unconsciously, he naturally adopted this mindset to face everything in the world. He no longer measured things by their true realm, and even when facing stronger divine sovereigns, he felt no fear. Because he had already seen his future, which belonged to the Other Shore realm, the divine sovereign realm could not stop his progress. It was a strange feeling, but Lin Moya somewhat enjoyed it. Outside the observation hall was the Tea Friend's residence. Lin Moya sat in the Tea Friend's residence, ordering a pot of tea. The tea was ordinary, and Lin Moya's taste had been spoiled by Dao tea. However, he did not take out Dao tea here, as it would cause too much commotion. Lin Moya blended into the world, drinking tea and listening to people's discussions. If he wanted, he could hear all the discussions. Even soul transmissions could not escape his notice. Many people had just come out of the observation hall, discussing recent events. Many of these events were related to him. He had cleared another secret realm, causing a sensation. He also heard news that the Starry Sky Giant Tree had escaped. Chapter 1650. Chapter 1650, 1650. Chapter 1650, Meeting Luo Fiyu again. The Starry Sky Giant Tree has been a hot topic recently, with many people discussing it. Lin. According to the information from the observation hall, a strong human cultivator severely injured the Starry Sky Giant Tree, but unfortunately, it still managed to escape. There's nothing we can do. The Starry Sky Giant Tree has a natural talent for space laws. If it wants to escape, it's very hard to catch. Is there really no way to deal with it? If it recovers, won't it come back to trouble the human race again? It definitely will. The grudge is so deep this time. In the future, human cultivators wandering outside will have to be very careful. After reaching the 5th level of authority or becoming a divine sovereign, many people leave the human star region to explore the great world. The great world is full of mysterious places and countless opportunities. For those with ambition, each opportunity is a step towards a higher level. Book. Many divine sovereigns, with firm Dao hearts and a love for adventure, seek breakthroughs between life and death. Lin. There are many strong human cultivators wandering outside. If they encounter the Starry Sky Giant Tree, it would indeed be very dangerous. When? In other words, if the Starry Sky Giant Tree is not completely eradicated, this danger will always exist. Shua. But the space laws of the Starry Sky Giant Tree are indeed a headache. According to Lin Moya's knowledge, no one in the human race has comprehended space laws. With such a large population, it's imaginable how difficult it is to comprehend space laws. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Actually, there is a way to deal with the Starry Sky Giant Tree. We just need to ask the strong cultivators of the Starry Sky Fish Clan for help. Several strong cultivators in the Starry Sky Fish Clan have mastered space laws. His words immediately sparked a new round of discussion, and everyone quickly shifted the topic to the Starry Sky Fish Clan. The relationship between the Starry Sky Fish Clan and the human race is relatively good. If they can be persuaded to help, it might really be possible to eliminate the Starry Sky Giant Tree. Lin Moya listened quietly, knowing that things were not that simple. Otherwise, the Other Shore realm experts in the human race would have already asked for help. The one who acted this time should be a Saint Venerable. I wonder if it was House Saint Venerable. There should be some Other Shore realm experts in the human race, but there shouldn't be many Saint Venerables. If the human race is like this, the Starry Sky Fish Clan should have even fewer. At least a Saint Venerable must act to be foolproof, but it's not easy to persuade a Saint Venerable. Lin Moya's level was different from theirs, and he saw things more clearly. Thinking of the Starry Sky Fish Clan, he naturally thought of Yukingro. Yukingro left a deep impression on him. She was an extraordinary woman, decisive, sentimental, heroic, and somewhat domineering. In some ways, she reminded him of Lin Mohan. Thinking of Yukingro, Lin Moyo also thought of two other things. One was a soul sleeping in a soul pearl, belonging to the Starry Sky Fish Clan. The other was a small sword obtained from the Nether Swamp, capable of tearing space. At that time, his soul was not strong enough to touch the soul pearl. Now, it should be no problem. That small sword might really be related to Yukingro. In the scenes recorded on the tombstone, the peerless Princess Ro looked exactly like Yukingro. Looking back now, Lin Moya still felt they were the same person. But this explanation didn't seem to make sense. If he had the chance to meet Yukingro again in the future, he could ask her and return the soul pearl to her. In the Tea Friends' residence, people came and went, bringing various news. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyo had been sitting in the Tea Friends' residence for 2 days and nights. During these 2 days, Lin Moyo completely relaxed. He didn't think about cultivation, runes, or laws. He emptied his mind and felt incredibly relaxed. He realized that he had been pushing himself too hard all along. This secret realm journey, the ancient rune took him back to ancient times, showing him such shocking events. Then it showed him the evolution of the secret realm, which deeply moved Lin Moyo and made him feel a deep fatigue in his soul. He finally realized that he needed to rest and erase the fatigue for greater benefits in the future. Junior brother, we meet again. A slightly feminine voice came. Lin Moyo looked up and saw Luo Fio. The person matched the voice, slightly feminine, with a pale face. As a minor divine sovereign, his physical body should have at least reached the true god level, with abundant blood and energy. Not to mention smashing a planet with one punch, at least knocking down a few mountains should be no problem. But now, he looked like an ordinary person who had fallen ill. Since their last meeting, Luo Fi's condition had worsened. This paleness came from his soul, and his state of mind was affecting his soul. Moreover, Luo Fi's aura was very unstable, fluctuating between a minor divine sovereign and a 9th-tier divine king. He could barely maintain his realm. Junior brother, you can see it, right? Luo Fia sat opposite Lin Moyo, familiarly poured himself a cup of tea, and then raised the cup. Luo apologizes for his previous rudeness to junior brother. This is the Tea Friends' residence, not suitable for drinking. Luo will use tea instead of wine. With that, he drank 3 cups of tea in a row and then continued. If junior brother is free, you can come to the Luo family with me. Luo will treat you to good wine, and we can drink to our heart's content. Although Luo Fia looked feminine and spoke softly, his words were very straightforward. Lin Moya looked at him, seeing sincerity in Luo Fia's eyes, not just empty words. Lin Moya slowly stood up. I've heard that the Luo family's wine is good. Luo Fia's face lit up with joy. Indeed, in this star system, if the Luo family's wine is second, no one dares claim first. The Luo family is the ruling family of this star system, very powerful. The family has a high-tier divine sovereign. Starting from the 7th tier of the divine sovereign realm, they are also called high-tier divine sovereigns. Their combat power is much stronger than when they were at the 6th tier of the divine sovereign realm. According to the rules of the human race, if a family has a high-tier divine sovereign, the entire family can move from the primary area to the intermediate area. At that time, they can still manage a star system and gain more resources. It is said that in the intermediate area, the laws are more apparent. This is not very useful for divine sovereigns, but for those below the divine sovereign realm, it makes cultivation much more efficient. Moreover, in the intermediate area, resources are more abundant, both in quantity and quality. For cultivators, this is extremely beneficial. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The Luo family is located outside the city, occupying a large mountain range, which is their privilege. Luo Fio, as the eldest son of the Luo family, has a separate courtyard, which is more like an estate. Luo Fio likes peace and quiet, and apart from him, there is no one else in the large courtyard. Junior brother, please sit. I'll go to the wine cellar to get some wine. With that, he flew into a 100-meter-tall tower-like building. This tower is the Luo family's wine cellar, storing their homemade wine. Soon, Luo Fihia returned with 2 large jars of wine. Chapter 1651. Chapter 1651, 1651. Chapter 1651, Making Friends Over Wine, Not Knowing Each Other Without Fighting. The wine jar was very large, taller than Lin Moyo. Luo Fihia said, Junior brother, each of us will have a jar, each jar weighing 500 jin. If it's not enough, there's more. It was clear that Luo Fihia was also a wine lover. When he said this, a rare blush appeared on his pale face. In fact, he always carried a faint smell of wine, a result of soaking in wine for years. Luo Fihia took out a few side dishes from his storage ring. Lin Moya looked at them and found Luo Fihia quite interesting. The dishes he took out were the most ordinary side dishes for drinking, beef and peanuts, all common snacks. Actually, with his status, it wouldn't be a problem to get some delicious star beast meat to go with the wine. Luo Fihia said, when drinking real wine, you can't pair it with too delicious food, as it would affect the taste of the wine. This is like our Luo family's wine. Although it can't compare to those world-class wines, it has aged well. We store the wine in the cellar, and the longer it ages, the better it tastes. Like these 2 jars, they've been stored for over 500 years, and the taste is already quite good. As he spoke, he patted the wine jar, and a strong fragrance immediately wafted out, lingering for a long time. Lin Moya praised, "Indeed, it's good." He didn't have much knowledge about wine, but just by smelling the aroma, he knew it was good wine. Luo Fiio poured a stream of wine into the bowl in his hand, raised the bowl, and said, "This time, we won't use tea instead of wine. I formally apologize to you, junior brother. I was also confused at the time and did something wrong. Fortunately, it didn't cause a big disaster. This bowl is to apologize." With that, he drank a large bowl of wine in one gulp and immediately filled his bowl again. "Junior brother, you are broad-minded and don't hold grudges against me. I am deeply grateful. This bowl is to thank you." After drinking the second bowl, he filled his bowl again. "Junior brother, it's a coincidence that we met this time, giving me a chance to apologize. This bowl is for our fate." After 3 bowls of wine, Luo Fii's face became even redder. It was clear that he didn't dispel the alcohol. However, for someone like him who grew up soaking in wine, it was very difficult to get drunk unless it was extremely strong wine that could intoxicate the soul. After 3 bowls, from apologizing to thanking to fate, it was like they became friends over wine. Lin Moya smiled slightly, poured a stream of wine from his own jar, filled a bowl, and drank it in one gulp. The bowl was turned upside down, not a drop left. Then the second bowl, the third bowl. After 3 bowls, Lin Moya gently picked up a peanut. "I haven't eaten this for a long time. The last time I ate it was in the small world." Luo Fiio was slightly stunned. "Junior brother, you came from the small world?" Lin Moya nodded slightly and put the peanut into his mouth. The taste didn't matter, what mattered was the memory. In the big world, ordinary people didn't worry about food and drink, and cultivators could go without eating or drinking. Such small things were rarely eaten. After learning that Lin Moya came from the small world, Luo Fiio had more respect in his eyes. Being able to come out of the small world, enter the divine city, and set up such a powerful formation, this person had unlimited potential. In Luo Fiio's eyes, Lin Moya was much stronger than himself. Thinking about himself, Luo Fiio couldn't help but sigh, his eyes dim. Luo Fiio slowed down his drinking. "Junior brother, to be honest, I was indeed a bit jealous of you that day. The formation you set up was simply incredible, a natural genius. My state of mind was lacking, and I couldn't hold back that day. As you said, I wanted to use your hand to complete my state of mind." Lin Moya smiled. "Senior brother Luo, are you sure that defeating me would complete your state of mind?" Luo Fiio shook his head. "Not sure, but I couldn't think of any other way." Lin Moya took another piece of beef, the most ordinary and plain beef, not some star beast meat. The taste was exactly what Lin Moya missed the most. "Senior brother Luo, can you tell me about your situation?" Luo Fiio drank and smiled bitterly. "What's there to hide? Many people know, but they don't know it's this serious. In the second stage of the Black Rain secret realm, I fell into the sea. The fewer the words, the bigger the matter." Falling into the sea in the second stage meant something Lin Moya knew very well. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. "Senior brother Luo, you were also a member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group." Luo Fiio was stunned. "Junior brother, you actually know about the Secret Realm Strategy Group." Suddenly, he found it amusing. With Lin Moya's talent, it seemed normal to know about the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Luo Fiio drank another large bowl of wine. "I'm not a member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group. I have a friend who is, and he told me how to enter the second stage of the Black Rain Secret Realm. I know the information of the Secret Realm Strategy Group is not allowed to be leaked, but that refers to large-scale leaks. Telling 1 or 2 people doesn't matter. I did want to join the Secret Realm Strategy Group because that's where the top geniuses go. But to join the Secret Realm Strategy Group, you need to clear at least 1 secret realm. In the second stage, I found that huge talisman beast and wanted to kill it. But it was too strong, and I wasn't its match. Instead, I was accidentally knocked into the sea by it. I thought I was dead, but I was lucky. I had a soul treasure that woke me up at the last moment, saving my life." Luo Fiio drank and spoke, his voice filled with helplessness and bitterness. Lin Moya could fully imagine the whole process. When the shark talisman beast appeared, it should have fought with the giant bird/black talisman beast. Luo Fiio was nothing to it. After Luo Fiio fell into the sea, the talisman beast didn't continue to chase him, but Luo Fiio was hit by the secret realm seawater. The seawater in the second stage of the secret realm was stronger than black water. It continuously attacked the soul, creating strong illusions, trapping people forever. Once trapped, one would stay in the secret realm forever, even if alive. It was no different from being dead. Luo Fiio's state of mind was damaged after falling into the sea and experiencing various illusions. Lin Moyo asked, "Senior brother Luo, do you remember what illusions you saw?" Luo Fiio shook his head. "I don't remember the specifics, only some vague images. I should have experienced many lives, love and hate, and I should have killed many people." Lin Moya continued to ask, "Do you know how long you were trapped in the Black Sea?" Luo Fiio nodded. "I calculated the time after escaping. I was in the Black Sea for about 3 days. 3 days. With the speed of illusion evolution, one could experience a lifetime in a minute. In 3 days, Luo Fiio didn't know how many lives he had experienced. The joys and sorrows of those lives had already turned his heart into a beehive. The most terrifying part was that he didn't remember those illusions. Those traumas had become subconscious, an instinct. Helping him would be difficult. Chapter 1652. Chapter 1652, 1652. Chapter 1652, Luo Fiio might still be saved. Now, there are only two paths in front of Luo Fiio. Lin, either break through to the Divine Sovereign, let the soul leap into the River of Laws, and use the power of the River of Laws to cleanse the soul, which might repair all the effects brought by the illusion and restore the state of mind. But this method is very difficult. Given Luo Fiio's current situation, breaking through to the Divine Sovereign is almost impossible. Not only is it impossible to break through, but he might not even be able to maintain his current minor Divine Sovereign cultivation. There is also a second method, which is to erase all of Luo Fiio's memories, but doing so would cause great damage to Luo Fiio's soul. At that time, the problem with the state of mind might be solved, but Luo Fiio would no longer be Luo Fiio. In the future, it would still be difficult to break through to the Divine Sovereign. For an ambitious cultivator, doing so would be more painful than killing him, and this is a well-known method, so Luo Fiio is also aware of it. The first method is almost impossible to achieve. Luo Fiio would not choose the second method. Now he has no way out. Luo Fiio drank several bowls of wine in a row, the feminine aura gradually dissipated, and his face showed a flush from the alcohol. His voice also became louder. Junior brother, don't worry, everyone has their own fate, maybe this is my destined calamity. After some time, when my cultivation level drops a bit, the problem with my state of mind might not be a big deal. Quietly being a divine king, living for thousands of years, is actually not bad. No matter what, I can still drink for thousands of years. Luo Fiio kept pouring himself wine, one bowl after another. He looked very carefree, but all the helplessness was in the wine. The lower the realm, the lower the requirements for the state of mind. Given Luo Fiio's current situation, once his cultivation starts to decline, it will be like a waterfall, uncontrollable. In the end, he might stabilize at the first or second stage of the Divine King. Falling from a minor Divine Sovereign to the first or second stage of the Divine King is a terrible blow to any cultivator. Lin Moyo was also drinking, not responding to Luo Fiio's words. He was thinking about whether there was another way. But after thinking it over, there really wasn't a good solution. Luo Fiio hiccuped, originally, I wanted to take another gamble, to enter the Black Rain's secret realm again, to go to the Black Sea again. If I can make up for it this time, I can be reborn. If I can't make up for it, then I will sink into the Black Sea and never return. It's a pity, the Black Rain's secret realm is gone now, even if I want to go, I can't. That guy named Lin Moyo was really a genius, clearing 3 secret realms in a row, truly extraordinary. I heard that Lin Moyo also came from the small world, just like you, junior brother. Have you ever met him? Luo Fiio was talking to himself, drinking while speaking, completely unaware that Lin Moyo was not listening to him. When he mentioned going back to the Black Sea, it gave Lin Moyo a reminder. The root of the Black Rain's secret realm is a fragment of an ancient talisman, and this fragment is now quietly residing in his soul. The so-called Black Sea and Black Water are all evolved from this fragment. To untie the bell, the person who tied it is required. If he can control this fragment, maybe Luo Fiio can still be saved. It's not about being a good person, Lin Moyo also hopes to control this fragment. If he can control this fragment, helping Luo Fiio in passing is not impossible. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, Senior brother Luo, is there a time house here? The ancient talisman is not easy to control, it will definitely take a lot of time. How much time exactly, Lin Moyo was not sure, it might take many years. Reasonably using the time house is naturally the best way. Luo Fiio nodded, there is none in this star system. In the primary area, there is one time house for every 1,000 star systems. The nearest time house is located in the primary 14,000 star system. But junior brother, why do you want to go to the time house? That place is not very useful for cultivation. The time house can save time, but it will cause distortion to the laws, making it more difficult to comprehend the laws. Overall, the efficiency improvement of the time house is not that high, and the time house is not cheap. Generally, not many people choose to go there. Lin Moyo said, I have some insights, I want to go to the time house to cultivate. Luo Fiio readily said, since junior brother wants to go, I will take you there. After drinking, Luo Fiio was less feminine and more straightforward. He waved his hand and put away his wine jar. In just a short while, half of the 500 gene of aged wine was gone. With a body full of alcohol, Luo Fiio led Lin Moyo to the teleportation array. The Divine City star domain is very large, and there are naturally teleportation arrays between star systems. It's just that Lin Moyo never had the chance to use it. When his identity was exposed, a large group of people came to find him, and the first thing they did was guard the teleportation array. He couldn't go anywhere. If he went, he would be surrounded by people. Now Lin Moyo has become a star-like figure. Luo Fiio seemed to deliberately want to get himself drunk, flying crookedly in the air, sometimes high, sometimes low. The teleportation array in the Divine City is not cheap. Each teleportation costs 1 Divine City merit point. If you don't have Divine City merit points, you can only move within the star system, or like Lin Moyo, fly to other star systems. Fortunately, the distances between star systems and the Divine City star domain are not far. At the speed of a Divine King, it only takes 100 days to fly from one star system to another, and a few hundred days for farther ones. This time, Lin Moyo was going to the primary 14,000 star system, crossing over 100 star systems, a distance of over 1,000 light years. In this case, flying is not realistic. Even at Lin Moyo's speed, it would take 2,000 years to fly 1,000 light years. Of course, this only applies to cultivators below the Divine Sovereign. For a Divine Sovereign, crossing hundreds of light years is not a big deal. Luo Fiio was very polite, directly paying the teleportation fee for Lin Moyo. Junior brother, you are a guest at my Luo family, how can I let you pay? I will cover the teleportation fee. Luo Fiio patted his chest. He was even more drunk than before. Lin Moya did not refuse his kindness. The teleportation array flashed, taking the two to the primary 14,000 star system. During the teleportation, Lin Moya felt like he was passing through layers of membranes. It seemed like someone was focusing their attention on him, scanning him. Lin Moya could feel that this attention came from the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network scans everyone who teleports, verifying their identity. Lin Moya once again felt the extraordinariness of the Human Emperor Network, as space is distorted during teleportation. Even in this state, the Human Emperor Network can still scan, showing the extent of its power. If it detects a problem with the target, it can even attack directly in this state. There is no doubt, the Human Emperor Network absolutely has this capability. Chapter 1653. Chapter 1653, 1653. Chapter 1653, the Special Yellow Sand Star System. The primary 14,000 star system is a yellow sand star system. Lin, there are a total of 8 planets in the star system, 1 star and 7 planets. No one lives here, but there are military troops stationed. The entire star system is covered with yellow sand, with sand flying inside the planets and outside as well. Flying in the yellow sand, the sand is blown by the wind, hitting the face with a crackling sound. The space around Lin Moya slightly twisted, and the bone hell blocked all the yellow sand. Luo Fii's whole body also emitted a faint light, isolating the yellow sand. Blown by the strong wind, Luo Fii's drunkenness seemed to lessen. It is said that a long time ago, there was a star beast stronger than a divine sovereign here, named Yellow Sand. It was killed by a human expert, and its body turned into yellow sand, drifting in the star system. This yellow sand will never leave the star system, always flying, who knows for how many years. This place is no longer suitable for human survival, and later it was taken over by the military, transformed, and a time house was established here. You also know, setting up a time house requires a special material, called the time stone, which is very rare, so the number of time houses is not many. Lin Moya naturally understood. The key material for setting up a time house is the time stone. With the time stone, a formation can be set up, and within the formation, a time house can be established. When he was in the Vermilion Bird Star Domain, Lin Moya had been to a time house once. There is also a time house in the Huanshan continent. However, the number of time houses in the 4 major star domains is not many, and they can be counted together. Now it seems that the number of time houses in the Divine City Star Domain is also not many. The key is still the scarcity of time stones. Luo Fiio suddenly half-jokingly whispered, "I'll tell you a secret, actually, our human race is not short of time stones, but they are strategic materials, and some are supplied to the Human Emperor Network. To maintain the Human Emperor training ground, a lot of time stones are needed." Lin Moya smiled and said, "It's better to say less about this." Luo Fiio, still not fully sober, chuckled, "It's okay, it's just our guess, many people outside say the same. Even if it's true, it doesn't matter. The Human Emperor Network is of great significance to our human race, and the Human Emperor training ground even more so. Even if it takes all the resources, we wouldn't mind." Luo Fiio waved his hand, looking very generous. Suddenly, the yellow sand became chaotic, and a sandstorm came out of nowhere. Energy waves layered and mixed in the sandstorm, crashing over. The energy was very strong, and the bone hell twisted and deformed violently, almost reaching its limit in an instant. Divine Sovereign. Lin Moya felt the powerful force of the laws, with a divine sovereign fighting in the sandstorm. He immediately put away the bone hell, letting the energy impact his body, with the undead legion sharing the damage. The other party was not targeting him, it was just the aftermath of the battle. But from the aftermath, it was clear that the divine sovereign fighting ahead was at least at the 3rd stage of the divine sovereign. Turning to look at Luo Fiio, at this moment, Luo Fiio's whole body was glowing, and his clothes, a magical treasure, were shining and blocking the impact. But facing the power of the divine sovereign, this divine king-level magical garment obviously couldn't hold on for long. Luo Fiio clearly wanted to retreat, but the power of the divine sovereign's impact was like a shackle, making him unable to move. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and a golden armor talisman appeared at his fingertip, flying straight to Luo Fiio. The golden armor talisman exploded, turning into a light golden armor, blocking most of the impact for Luo Fiio. "Retreat!" Catching his breath, Lin Moya lightly shouted, immediately taking him back. The two retreated nearly 1,000 miles in an instant, then slowed down. Lin Moya was somewhat puzzled. Why is there a divine sovereign fighting here? With the power of a divine sovereign, destroying a star system is not difficult. If they were fighting inside a planet, they could destroy the planet in minutes. Luo Fii's face was slightly pale, returning to his usual appearance. After the recent commotion, his drunkenness was completely gone, and Luo Fi'i smiled bitterly. "I was just about to say, although the yellow sand giant beast died back then, its flesh and blood remained. The flesh and blood transformed the entire star system, making it extremely sturdy, able to withstand the power of a divine sovereign. Later, a kind of monster called Sand Beast was born in the star system. At first, it wasn't noticed, but in the recent 10,000 years, the number of sand beasts has surged, and their strength has also increased. It is said that the strongest sand beast has reached the divine sovereign level. To prevent any accidents, divine sovereigns often come to eliminate the sand beasts. You can check, there are tasks here. Many people have taken on the task of eliminating sand beasts." Lin Moyo connected to the Human Emperor network and indeed found the corresponding tasks. The tasks covered the entire yellow sand star system, not just one planet, but all planets in the star system had sand beasts. Luo Fiya chuckled. See, killing a divine king-level sand beast earns 1,000 points, a small divine sovereign sand beast earns 10,000 points. As for a divine sovereign level sand beast, each one earns 10 divine city merit points. If you can kill an elite level sand beast, you can earn 100 divine city merit points. The rewards are very generous. Killing a divine sovereign level sand beast directly earns divine city merit points. Killing one sand beast is equivalent to completing a basic task in a secret realm. Seeing Lin Moya's expression, Luo Fiyo couldn't help but laugh. Are you thinking that coming here to kill some sand beasts can earn a lot of divine city merit points? Sand beasts are not that easy to kill. These guys will run away if they can't win. If you can't kill them with absolute power, they will escape without a trace. I've been here before and fought with sand beasts. I know how troublesome these guys are. Lin Moyo understood, thinking this made sense. Otherwise, this place would be full of divine sovereigns, and no matter how many sand beasts there were, they wouldn't be enough to kill. Divine sovereigns also need divine city merit points. They need to level up or exchange divine city merit points for some good magical treasures. The higher the level, the better the magical treasures they can exchange for. In many cases, divine sovereigns value divine city merit points more than other cultivators, because their goals are higher and bigger, and they need more. Boom! A loud noise came from ahead, and the two saw yellow sand soaring into the sky, like a volcanic eruption. A few minutes later, the yellow sand fell from the sky, everything returned to calm, and even the sandstorm disappeared. A middle-aged man stood in the sky, his face not looking good. Lin Moya saw his information, Jian Shen, Divine Sovereign 3rd Stage. Jian Shen's face looked very bad, his brows tightly furrowed. He glanced at Lin Moyo and Luo Fiyo from a distance, then turned and left. After he left, Luo Fiyo whispered, he didn't manage to kill the sand beast. Lin Moyo had already seen it. When the yellow sand soared into the sky, he vaguely saw a monster burrow into the ground and disappear. No wonder Jian Shen's face looked so bad. A cooked duck flew away, anyone would be upset. Chapter 1654. Chapter 1654, 1654. Chapter 1654, The Energy Source of the Time House Formation. Lin Moyo and Luo Fiyo did not encounter any sand beasts on their way. According to Luo Fiyo's explanation, the number of sand beasts on the star where the time house is located is not high, and the chances of encountering them are low. Moreover, sand beasts have a strong sense of territory. If you encounter a sand beast, as long as you fly quickly and leave their territory, they generally will not pursue. Sand beasts lack intelligence and only have instincts, the instincts of wild beasts. Lin Moyo vaguely guessed why the human race issued orders to clear out the sand beasts. It is feared that if the number of sand beasts increases, it could lead to the resurrection of the once mighty yellow sand giant beast. Or perhaps, the yellow sand giant beast was never truly killed. These yellow sands are its flesh and blood, and the sand beasts are more like parasites within its body. The sages of the human race definitely had the ability to completely annihilate the opponent, but why they didn't do so back then is worth pondering. At the level of the Beyond Realm, they would never do anything meaningless. Since they left it without completely killing it, there must be a reason. When Lin Moya saw the time house, he had his answer. The time house was enveloped by a massive formation, with over 100 stone houses evenly distributed at various nodes of the formation. There was also a palace situated at the center of the formation, controlling the operation of the entire formation. As they approached the time house, Lin Moyo heard a sound similar to a heartbeat. At the same time, he sensed a force of vitality. The yellow sand giant beast was indeed not killed, its heart was taken and used as the core of the formation, providing continuous energy for the time house. A mighty beyond realm yellow sand giant beast had its heart taken to serve as the core of a formation. One must admit, this is a rather tragic end. But it also reveals the harshness of the great world. Without sufficient strength, one will ultimately become dust, unable to live or die as they wish. Lin Moya finally understood why sand beasts were born and why they needed to be eradicated. The beyond realm giant beast indeed has the potential to resurrect, as it was never truly dead. Luo Fiya noticed Lin Moya's strange state and asked, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Lin Moya looked at the time house, as if seeing a heart at the center of the formation. "Senior brother Luo, did you hear a heartbeat?" "Heartbeat?" Luo Fiya listened carefully for a few seconds. "No, I didn't hear anything. It seems that the Beyond Realm expert has done some special processing, and ordinary people can't hear it." Lin Moyo understood that the reason he could hear the giant beast's heartbeat was because his soul was strong enough. Luo Fiya's soul realm was not high enough, so he couldn't hear it. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the distant sky, landing on the formation of the time house, and shouted at the two, "Get inside." The person was Jian Shen, whom they had just met. He looked even more serious than before, even a bit anxious. Luo Fiya found it strange, and Lin Moya glanced at the outside world, whispering, "Let's go in first." The two passed through the formation, and the inside and outside of the formation were like two different worlds. No sound from outside could penetrate inside. This formation not only altered the flow of time but also had strong defensive capabilities. Luo Fiya remarked, "His temper is a bit strange." Lin Moya looked through the formation at the outside world. "No, he is saving us." Luo Fiya was puzzled. Lin Moya whispered, "They are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, and sandstorms suddenly appeared, not just in one place, but in all directions. The sandstorms connected the sky and the earth, and in an instant, they surrounded the time house formation. The formation became an isolated island. Alarms sounded within the formation, and the doors of the time houses opened, with cultivators coming out from inside. Cultivators also flew out from the palace, looking at the sandstorms outside the formation. Lin Moya frowned slightly, feeling that this formation was not simple. There were actually 5 divine sovereigns stationed here, which seemed a bit extravagant. 5 divine sovereigns, plus Jian Shen, made a total of 6 divine sovereigns. There were also 20 divine king cultivators. Luo Fiio asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Lin Moya looked around. "Have you heard of beast tides?" Luo Fiio was taken aback. He naturally knew about beast tides. "You mean, sand beasts are going to attack the formation?" Lin Moya nodded. At the center of the formation, beneath the palace, was the heart of the once yellow sand giant beast. The sand beasts and the sandstorms outside could be considered the offspring of the yellow sand giant beast. It seemed reasonable for the offspring to come to rescue their father. The divine sovereigns glanced at the divine kings within the formation and said in a low voice, "Stay here and don't come out." With that, the 5 divine sovereigns flew out of the formation, standing side by side with Jianshen. They seemed to be discussing something, but their voices were blocked by the formation, making it inaudible inside. However, Lin Moya was an exception. The formation's isolation was ineffective against him, and he clearly heard the conversation of the divine sovereigns. In the sandstorms, numerous beast shadows appeared. One by one, sand beasts emerged, varying in size and strength. The number of sand beasts was astonishing, coming in overwhelming numbers. The powerful aura impacted the formation, and among them, there were at least 20 divine sovereign-level sand beasts. Luo Fiio felt embarrassed, as he had just said that the number of sand beasts was not high, especially divine sovereign-level sand beasts, which were rare. Now, it seemed like he had slapped himself in the face. The light of the star was suddenly obscured, and a larger sand cloud appeared in the sky. The yellow sand in the starry sky was drawn in, forming a sand cloud. 3 even larger sand beasts appeared in the sand cloud, all elite-level sand beasts, each worth 100 divine city merit points. Elite-level sand beasts had a combat power of at least divine sovereign 5th stage, or even 6th stage. They were very difficult to deal with. Even the time house formation could not completely isolate the aura of the elite-level sand beasts. The powerful aura permeated through the formation, causing the faces of several divine kings to change drastically. Luo Fii's expression was serious. 3 elite-level sand beasts, 20 divine sovereign-level sand beasts, countless divine king-level sand beasts. Why are there so many sand beasts? They seem to be premeditated. But it doesn't matter, as long as the divine sovereigns can hold on for a while, help will soon arrive. There was an army stationed outside the star system, and as long as the army moved, dealing with these sand beasts would not be a problem. Lin Moya shook his head. The sand beasts have destroyed the teleportation arrays, not only on this star but also on the other 6 planets. The army has indeed received the message, but it will take an hour for them to come to our aid. An hour. Whether the 6 divine sovereigns could hold on for an hour was uncertain. Luo Fiio asked in a low voice, "How do you know?" Lin Moya did not hide it. "I heard the divine sovereigns say it." Luo Fiio did not doubt Lin Moya's words. He instinctively chose to believe him, but others did not believe it. Lin Moya's words were also heard by the 20 divine kings present, and someone immediately sneered. "A mere divine king 5th stage, talking big. Just a divine king 5th stage, we can't hear it, but you can. Sand beasts destroying the teleportation arrays, what a joke. How could sand beasts know to destroy the teleportation arrays? Sand beasts have no intelligence, only instincts. How could they understand such things?" One after another, they questioned Lin Moya. Among them were divine king 9th stage cultivators, as well as small divine sovereigns like Luo Fiio. Chapter 1655. Chapter 1655, 1655. Chapter 1655, this kid is too powerful. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Lin Moyo had no reaction. He was thinking about other issues. However, Luo Fiio expressed his disagreement. "You guys don't understand anything. Just because you can't hear it doesn't mean others can't. If you don't believe me, go out and ask the divine sovereigns if this is really the case. Even if you don't dare go out, can't you read their expressions? Don't the divine sovereigns' faces look bad? Can't you tell the situation is serious from that?" Luo Fiio's words immediately caused dissatisfaction among the others, and one by one they were about to attack Luo Fiio. Suddenly, the divine sovereigns' voices rang out within the formation. "Everyone enter the main hall. The teleportation array is damaged. Reinforcements will arrive in an hour." The crowd was stunned, looking at Lin Moya with strange expressions. Lin Moya was not talking nonsense. He really did hear it. Lin Moya ignored the others and said to Luo Fiio, "Let's go to the main hall." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew into the main hall. The main hall was empty, appearing to have nothing inside. Lin Moya could sense that the main hall itself was a very powerful treasure, possessing extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, the main hall seemed to have other functions as well. Standing in the hall, the heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast became even clearer. Lin Moya closed his eyes and sensed, quickly grasping the source of the heartbeat, which was directly below the main hall. His soul eye opened, and his soul power surged. In an instant, Lin Moya saw different scenes. On the ground, walls, and ceiling of the main hall, in every corner, there were a large number of runes engraved. These runes formed a complex array. Lin Moya recognized every single rune, and had even completely mastered them. This array. He quickly saw through the essence of the array and understood its functions. This main hall not only controlled the operation of the time formation, but also suppressed the heart of the yellow sand giant beast. In addition to control and suppression, the array had another function. That was to refine. To refine energy from the heart of the yellow sand giant beast, but no one knew exactly what was being refined. The heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast became extremely rhythmic, as if transmitting some signal outward. This signal could only be heard by the sand beasts, and Lin Moya could only vaguely sense a trace of it, unable to hear it clearly. However, Lin Moya could imagine that today's beast tide was a self-rescue attempt by the yellow sand giant beast. It wanted to be revived, it wanted to escape and ascend, no longer wishing to be used as an array or a tool for refining energy. The yellow sand giant beast has intelligence. For the space beasts at the Beyond Realm level, possessing intelligence was very common. It would be stranger if they lacked intelligence, so it must have secretly planned this beast tide. In its plan, the chances of success for this beast tide were not low. There were 20 sand beasts at the Divine Sovereign level, plus 3 elite level sand beasts equivalent to the 6th stage of the Divine Sovereign. The mere 6 human Divine Sovereigns could not possibly hold out for an hour. Among the 6 human Divine Sovereigns, the strongest was only at the 5th stage of the Divine Sovereign, at most able to contend with 1 elite level sand beast. Lin Moya finished his analysis and knew that today's events might cause some trouble. It was at this moment that he realized, apart from Luo Fiyu, everyone else was keeping their distance from him. They looked at him with fear and shock in their eyes. What's wrong with them? Lin Moya found it very strange. Luo Fiyu said in a low voice, Shidi, your gaze just now was quite frightening, even more frightening than the Divine Sovereigns. In fact, he didn't say everything. Not only was Lin Moya's gaze frightening, but his aura was also frightening. When the soul eye fully opened, waves of soul pressure were unconsciously released. These people were only at the Divine King and small Divine Sovereign levels, so being struck by the soul pressure of the Beyond Realm was naturally oppressive and uncomfortable for them. The difference in their levels was too vast, and they could not resist it. So that was the reason. Lin Moya smiled wryly. Just now, he was focused on examining the array and completely neglected this matter. But it was not important. Boom! The ground shook violently. Roaring sounds transmitted into the main hall, and everyone looked outside. The battle had already begun outside the hall. The sand beasts were fighting against the Divine Sovereigns, while a large number of sand beasts were also attacking the time formation. Through the main hall, it could be seen that the sand beasts were swarming, filling the sky and the ground. Their eyes glowed red, extremely ferocious. The time formation shook violently, becoming more and more intense. The sand beasts were frantically attacking the formation, determined not to stop until they had broken through. Lin Moya walked out of the main hall to see the real situation of the battle. The situation was not optimistic. The 6 Divine Sovereigns were tightly held back by 2 elite-level sand beasts and another 6 Divine Sovereign-level sand beasts. The remaining elite-level sand beast led 14 Divine Sovereign-level sand beasts and over 100,000 Divine King-level sand beasts in a relentless bombardment against the time formation. The time formation was extremely powerful, with formidable defenses. The time stones provided the formation with the laws of time, altering the flow of time within a certain range to negate a large number of attacks. As the first level of laws, the laws of time could not only be used to aid in cultivation but also to combat enemies. All attacks, when reaching 10 meters away from the formation, had their time accelerated by hundreds of times. The distortion of time weakened the laws within the attacks, greatly reducing their power. Lin Moya saw through this, the laws of time, indeed formidable. But no matter how powerful, the power of laws provided by the time stones was still limited, and the formation could not hold out for long. Not to mention an hour, it might not even last 10 minutes. Lin Moya could see that the 6 Divine Sovereigns looked anxious. They were not anxious about the formation being breached or their own lives and deaths. Rather, they were anxious that once the formation was destroyed and the yellow sand giant beast revived, that would be the real big trouble. The revival of a Beyond Realm space beast within the human race's star domain. Even if Beyond Realm experts intervened to kill it, the losses suffered in the great battle would be incalculable. At least dozens of nearby star systems would be difficult to preserve. So the yellow sand giant beast absolutely could not be revived, but they had no way to stop it, leaving them anxious and helpless. What they could think of, Lin Moya could also think of. Lin Moya suddenly rushed out of the formation and appeared on the battlefield. Go back, don't come to die. This is not a place you should come. Go back, return to the main hall. Several Divine Sovereigns scolded him sternly. They meant well, not wanting Lin Moya to die in vain. But Lin Moya did not take any action, instead directly pointing out. Fusion spell, time curse. Stellar level spell, undead gaze. Red light scattered, enveloping a vast area. Lin Moya did not control the range of the curse for the first time, instead trying to cover as large an area as possible. With a loud rumbling sound, more than half of the planet was enveloped in red light. Countless sand beasts were instantly shattered and crushed. In an instant, the sand beasts were wiped out. All sand beasts below the 7th stage of the Divine King were killed. The remaining sand beasts that had not reached the Divine Sovereign level also let out miserable cries, suffering immensely. In the sky, thousands of miles away, undead eyes appeared. The gray flames, devoid of emotion and filled with the aura of death, opened the undead eyes. It swept across the entire battlefield, and in an instant, the sand beasts at the 8th stage of the Divine King also died collectively. Even the souls of the Divine Sovereign level sand beasts were impacted, their offensive momentarily halted. With just 2 spells, more than half of the sand beasts were killed or injured. The Divine Sovereigns who were fighting couldn't help but be stunned, a thought emerging in their minds. This kid is too powerful. Chapter 1656. Chapter 1656, 1656. Chapter 1656, you all go back, leave this to me. 2 spells directly took out half of the sand beasts. Although the ones killed were only sand beasts at the Divine King 7th and 8th stages, they were still extremely formidable. After all, in the eyes of others, Lin Moya's own realm was only at the Divine King 5th stage. For a little Divine King 5th stage to possess such power was already remarkable and absolutely a genius. Lin Moya's actions caused the sand beast's attacks to pause for at least 2 seconds. The time formation also got a chance to catch its breath. Lin Moya felt at least 3 divine sovereign sand beasts locking onto his soul with their powerful souls. In front of him, yellow sand was flying everywhere, and 3 divine sovereign sand beasts pounced towards him at the same time. At the same time, a divine sovereign sand beast spewed a yellow light beam, directly blasting the undead gaze. The undead gaze immediately collapsed. Be careful. Go back quickly. Several human divine sovereigns shouted urgently, but they were tightly held back by their opponents and couldn't break free. However, Lin Moya was only 1 step away from the time formation. He only needed to retreat 1 step to return to the time formation. Yet Lin Moya remained motionless, showing no intention of retreating. He's seeking death. It's impossible for a divine king to go against a divine sovereign. He's clearly a genius, how could he be so unwise? The human divine sovereigns felt regretful. They didn't want Lin Moya to perish. Although there were many geniuses among the human race, who would say no to more geniuses? For a genius like Lin Moya to live well would naturally be the best. Ah! Jianshan roared, and his aura exploded. He instantly broke free from his opponent and appeared in front of Lin Moya in a single step. Army-breaking spear. With a furious shout, a long spear appeared in his hand, and the spear danced into a whirlwind, thrusting out thousands of brilliant rays of light. The rays of light pierced through the sky like arrows, penetrating the yellow sand. The 3 divine sovereign sand beasts that were charging over retreated to avoid the dazzling light. Go back! Jianshan shouted angrily. Lin Moya saw that there was a wound on his chest, and the injury was severe, deep enough to see the bone. A yellow law was raging in the wound, preventing it from healing. This was the law belonging to the sand beasts, possessing extremely strong corrosive power. Clearly, Jianshan had paid a price to come and save him. Go back! Jianshan shouted again, his voice now tinged with urgency. It seemed that in the next second, he would personally throw Lin Moya back. Lin Moya flicked his finger, and a gray and white ray of light fell on Jianshan, causing his wound to rapidly begin healing. The power of death from the undead laws, with even stronger corrosive power, expelled the sand beast's laws. At the same time, the power of life healed Jianshan. A divine sovereign's recovery ability was already extremely strong, and in the blink of an eye, the wound had healed. Jianshan looked at Lin Moya with slight surprise, not expecting that Lin Moya would also be proficient in the laws of healing. But the more it was like this, the more he couldn't let him die. Before he could say anything else, Jianshan's expression changed, and a powerful soul locked onto him. The 2 of them were enveloped by a huge shadow, as an elite-level sand beast killed its way over. Facing an elite-level sand beast, even Jianshan, who was only at the Divine King 3rd stage, had no confidence. He could only do one thing now, which was to throw Lin Moya back. As for himself, he couldn't care about that anymore. But before he could act, Lin Moya had already made his move first. Space twisted, and undead flames appeared out of nowhere, burning fiercely. One powerful aura after another emerged, and the Legion rulers appeared on the scene, bringing their legions with them. The Death Knight Legion, the Skeletal Dragon Legion, their numbers were incalculable. They densely occupied every corner, almost occupying the entire battlefield in an instant. When it came to outnumbering the enemy, Lin Moya had never lost. In the next second, the Legion rulers gathered the power of their respective legions above their heads into a river of laws, and launched a fatal strike towards the charging elite-level sand beast. The mighty forces collided, and terrifying energy erupted on the spot. Sand beasts below the Divine Sovereign realm were blown away, and nearly all 200 Legion rulers were blown back. Golden armor talismans flashed and intertwined in the void, with one set of golden armor overlapping another, becoming extremely thick and heavy. In this collision, many of the golden armor talismans were instantly shattered, with only about half remaining intact. The Legion rulers only had the strength of the Divine Sovereign 1st stage, far inferior to the elite-level sand beast. But they forcibly clashed head-on with the elite-level sand beast by relying on their numerical advantage and the defensive power of the golden armor talismans. The scene became bizarre once again. The sudden appearance of the massive legion, each one looking extremely ferocious and terrifying, and their auras were all extremely powerful. Their numbers were even more astonishing, many times more than the sand beasts. Lin Moya didn't pause, and with a thought, the Legion rulers charged out again. The rivers of laws appeared above their heads, and the Legion laws rolled down, with their respective legions collectively entering the rivers of laws, seeking fresh flowers. At this moment, the Legion rulers' strength was enhanced to the peak of the Divine Sovereign 1st stage. Combined with their numerical advantage, they could at least hold back the elite-level sand beast for a period of time. As for the other sand beasts, Lin Moya snapped his fingers again. Skeletal generals appeared out of thin air, their numbers equally astonishing. The skeletal generals that appeared had each fused with a golden armor talisman. As soon as they appeared, they swung their long swords, unleashing a myriad of sword chi that devoured any sand beast it touched. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the sand beasts on the scene were wiped out, except for the 20 divine sovereign sand beasts and the 3 elite-level sand beasts. The situation on the battlefield changed dramatically, the transformation happening too quickly. By the time they reacted, the battlefield had already become like this. The dead sand beasts turned into yellowish-brown crystals that fell to the ground. These were the sand beast crystals, proof of killing the sand beasts. The ground was covered with beautiful crystals, countless in number. With this wave of actions, Lin Moya didn't know how many points he had earned. These sand beasts were all killed by Lin Moya, so the points naturally fell to him. With the human emperor network present, no one else could snatch them away. In fact, by this point, the overall situation had been decided. The skeletal generals summoned by Lin Moyo, combined with the Legion rulers, even if they couldn't defeat the Divine Sovereign and elite-level sand beasts, they could at least stall for a period of time. At this time, Lin Moyo heard the sound of a heartbeat resounding from the time formation, the heartbeat thundering like a roar, causing even the time formation to shake. Those who had taken refuge in the main hall flew out, their faces pale, as if they had experienced something terrifying. The human Divine Sovereigns also changed their expressions drastically. Not good, the yellow sand giant beast wants to break through and suppress the formation. The main hall at the center of the time formation not only had the ability to control the flow of time but was also the key to suppressing the yellow sand giant beast. But the formation needed someone to operate it, which was why there were always Divine Sovereigns stationed here to operate the main hall and suppress the yellow sand giant beast. Lin Moyo had seen the runes in the main hall and knew its function. All seniors, you go back to the main hall and control the formation to suppress the yellow sand giant beast. Leave this place to me, I'll hold off the sand beasts. The Divine Sovereigns all looked at Lin Moyo, their eyes uncertain, clearly asking, can you do it? It was only Jianshen who spoke directly, then I'll leave it to you. There was no other way to handle this matter, they had no choice. Whether Lin Moyo could do it or not, they could only choose to believe in him now. Chapter 1657. Chapter 1657, 1657. Chapter 1657, The Eyes of the Yellow Sand Giant Beast. The skeletal generals flew out, blocking the sand beasts for the Divine Sovereigns. The intervention of the skeletal generals gave the human Divine Sovereigns a chance to retreat. They quickly returned to the main hall to control the formation and suppress the heart of the yellow sand giant beast. Meanwhile, the skeletal generals launched a fierce attack on the Divine Sovereign level sand beasts. Sword Chi fell on the sand beasts but could not cause any significant damage. At most, it only scratched their skin. But the most important thing was that the skeletal generals, with their absolute numerical advantage, firmly surrounded the sand beasts. The strength of the skeletal generals was only at the minor Divine Sovereign level, still a distance away from the true Divine Sovereign level. Even with a huge numerical advantage, they could not be a match for the sand beasts. There was a significant gap between a true Divine Sovereign and a minor Divine Sovereign. Only some top-tier geniuses among the human race could possess Divine Sovereign level combat power while still at the minor Divine Sovereign level. Only a genius among geniuses like Xiaoxing could achieve the feat of slaying a Divine Sovereign while being at the minor Divine Sovereign level. Although the skeletal generals were strong, they were not geniuses and did not have the ability to fight across realms. In the past, no matter how many skeletal generals there were, they could not stop the Divine Sovereign level sand beasts. A single attack from a sand beast could kill hundreds or thousands of skeletal generals. But now it was different. With the golden armor talismans, the defense of the skeletal generals had reached the Divine Sovereign level. Even a Divine Sovereign would need several attacks to break the golden armor talismans. The golden armor talismans of the skeletal generals overlapped and interlocked, breaking one layer would reveal another. In this way, the defense of the skeletal generals was further strengthened. Even if they could not defeat the Divine Sovereigns, they could at least hold them off for a while. The sand beasts spewed yellow sand, and each attack was enough to instantly kill a skeletal general, but they were all blocked by the golden armor talismans. The golden armor talismans kept shattering, but as one layer broke, a new layer would form. There were only 23 sand beasts left, 20 of which were at the Divine Sovereign level, with the highest being at the third stage of the Divine Sovereign, not as strong as Jianshen. The 3 elite-level sand beasts all had combat power above the 5th stage of the Divine Sovereign, which was the most troublesome. Lin Moyo divided his forces, assigning 200 Legion rulers into 3 groups to surround the 3 elite-level sand beasts. Outside the Legion rulers, there were another 100,000 skeletal generals, completely sealing off the battlefield. Each of the 20 Divine Sovereign level sand beasts also faced the siege of 100,000 skeletal generals. Lin Moyo deployed over 2 million skeletal generals. From a distance, it was impossible to see the specific situation inside the battlefield, only a mass of golden light. One could vaguely make out the golden armor. The sand beasts rampaged within the encirclement, attacking madly, and the golden armor kept shattering. But the golden armor talismans overlapped too much, making it impossible to completely break through in a short time. The skeletal generals dragged the sand beasts, preventing them from attacking the time formation. The heart of the yellow sand giant beast was still beating violently, struggling continuously. But with the Divine Sovereigns in control, the suppression power of the main hall was fully exerted, and with no external attacks on the time formation, the situation began to stabilize. Lin Moyo glanced back at the formation and whispered, "Time to earn some Divine City merit points." He pointed his finger towards the sky. Stellar level spell, summon Skeleton King. In an instant, the sky darkened, and grey undead flames began to burn fiercely, dominating the world. Within the flames, the skeleton throne appeared, with the Skeleton King sitting on it, exuding a majestic aura. The Skeleton King stood up, his bone cloak fluttering, and the skeleton throne transformed into a magnificent two-handed bone sword, falling into the Skeleton King's hand. Lin Moyo cast a golden armor talisman, which fell onto the Skeleton King. With a hum, the Skeleton King was instantly clad in a layer of golden armor. Then, a mysterious aura rose from Lin Moyo's body. Origin spell, Strong Soldier. Strong Soldier, fusion rate 150% consumes soul power to enter the Strong Soldier state. In the Strong Soldier state, all damage dealt by summoned creatures is increased tenfold. The Strong Soldier state continuously consumes soul power, which can be replenished by killing enemies. In the Strong Soldier state, a portion of the obtained soul power can be absorbed and retained as one's own strength. However, external soul power contains impurities and is best refined and purified before absorption. The strong soldier spell increased the Skeleton King's damage tenfold. Originally at the second stage of the Divine Sovereign, the Skeleton King's killing power now reached the third stage of the Divine Sovereign. Combined with the God-slaying sword, it was sure to surprise. Lin Moyo had calculated that by activating the strong soldier spell alone, his soul could last at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes was enough to do a lot. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King, carrying the aura of a Divine Sovereign, and boundless undead flames, appeared in the world. The undead flames burned the heavens and the earth, and the Skeleton King locked onto a Divine Sovereign-level sand beast, his sword glowing. Spell, God-slaying. The God-slaying sword was the Skeleton King's strongest attack, ignoring the target's defense, slaying both the body and the soul. With a sharp roar, the Divine Sovereign-level sand beast collapsed. A bright, huge yellow crystal fell from the sky. The Divine Sovereign-level sand beast was instantly killed by the Skeleton King's sword. 10 Divine City merit points earned. Lin Moyo whispered, noting that compared to performing basic tasks in secret realms, these 10 Divine City merit points were relatively easier to earn. Scanning the battlefield, the Divine Sovereign-level sand beasts all turned into Divine City merit points in his eyes. However, he did not consider the elite-level sand beasts, as he estimated he could not kill them even if they stood still. The Skeleton King targeted the next sand beast, raising his bone sword to kill. The God-slaying sword had a cooldown period, but during that time, the Skeleton King would not be idle. The death of a Divine Sovereign-level sand beast seemed to trigger a switch. The heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast began to accelerate rapidly, becoming more intense. The previously stabilized formation began to shake and tremble again. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Is this guy going all out? The elite-level sand beasts seemed to receive an order and howled simultaneously. They spewed yellow beams of light, breaking through the encirclement of the Legion rulers and shattering the encirclement formed by the skeletal generals. After spewing the light beams, the aura of the elite-level sand beasts quickly weakened, dropping to the third stage of the Divine Sovereign in an instant. The elite-level sand beasts turned into ordinary Divine Sovereign-level sand beasts. Their bodies also shrank. Lin Moyo couldn't understand what they were doing, but he knew it was definitely not good and was related to the yellow sand giant beast. 2 seconds later, the elite-level sand beasts weakened again, their aura dropping to the first stage of the Divine Sovereign. At this time, the remaining Divine Sovereign-level sand beasts also howled and spewed light beams. The beams, carrying immense impact, broke through the skeletal generals and shot straight into the sky. As they spewed the beams, the aura of the sand beasts also weakened. Suddenly, Lin Moyo felt uneasy, and irregular energy fluctuations surged from the sand beasts. They're going to self-destruct. As the thought arose, Lin Moyo immediately tried to recall the skeletal generals. But the recall failed, as the surrounding space was locked by an unknown force, preventing the skeletal generals from returning. It's the power of the yellow sand giant beast. Lin Moyo's heart trembled, and he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge yellow eye appeared. The yellow eye was cold and indifferent, staring at him as if looking at a dead man. Chapter 1658. Chapter 1658, 1658. Chapter 1658, the Skeleton King is instantly killed. When Lin Moyo saw the yellow eye, his heart skipped a beat. Lin, this is the eye of the yellow sand giant beast. Not only did it leave behind its heart, but it also left behind its eye. Just one glance was enough for Lin Moyo to see that the eye of the yellow sand giant beast was not an illusion but a real entity. The eye of the yellow sand giant beast swept across the heavens and the earth. The yellow sand on the planet seemed to freeze for a moment, and Lin Moyo felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire, making it extremely difficult to move. Not only was he having difficulty moving, but the skeleton generals, the legion rulers, and even the Skeleton King were all trapped in the quagmire. A powerful force surged from all directions, firmly trapping them. This was not some abnormal status, it was simply a force blockade, and even spells that granted status immunity had no effect. The eye of a beyond realm giant beast was indeed this powerful. If it were to be revived, who knows what level it would reach. Perhaps just one glance could annihilate him. Lin Moyo gained a new understanding of the power of Beyond Realm experts. If the Divine Sovereign Realm was a leap from the Divine King Realm, then the Beyond Realm was a great leap from the Divine Sovereign Realm, and it was a very far leap. The energy fluctuations became increasingly chaotic, and the sand beasts were on the verge of self-destruction. Move, move. Lin Moyo's body surged with powerful soul energy. The soul eye opened, and his entire body was enveloped in purple light as the power of the soul began to interfere with reality. The soul bow appeared above his head, and soul energy was injected into it, condensing a purple arrow. A streak of purple light shot out, aiming at the eye of the yellow sand giant beast. A sharp cry echoed in his ears. The eye of the yellow sand giant beast contained its soul, but it was not a complete soul, only a part of it. The attack from the soul bow injured the soul. Lin Moyo felt a sudden lightness, and the blockade instantly disappeared. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Moyo took a step back, retreating into the formation. The skeleton generals and legion rulers also retreated, not being recalled but standing outside the formation, enveloping the entire time formation. Layers of golden armor formed the first line of defense. The energy fluctuations reached their peak, and the self-destruction was imminent. From the moment the elite sand beast spewed light beams to now, less than 2 seconds had passed. Everything happened in an instant, and Lin Moyo had done his best. What happened next was up to fate. Boom! The sound of the explosion was isolated by the formation, but the power of the self-destruction could still be felt. Yellow sand soared into the sky, and countless grains of yellow sand were blasted into the sky by the explosion. The The ground sank, revealing the true surface of the planet, which was slightly whitish rock. Lin, without the cover of yellow sand, this planet should have been a grayish-white planet. When the force of the self-destruction impacted, and the golden armor bore the brunt, shattering with a loud crash. Layers of armor shattered under the impact of the explosion, followed by the undead legion behind the armor. Without the protection of the golden armor talismans, the skeleton generals were blown to pieces, and a large number of them died instantly. But in the next moment, the skeleton generals were reborn, once again enduring the explosion. The self-destruction of a divine sovereign was extremely terrifying. If a divine sovereign were to self-destruct in a star system, it would be enough to destroy the entire star system. Its power far exceeded that of a stellar explosion. Now, more than 20 divine sovereigns were self-destructing collectively, and the power was unimaginable. If it weren't for the planet being transformed by the power of the Beyond Realm, it would have been shattered long ago. The force of the explosion spread out from the planet, and even the yellow sand in the star system was scattered by the explosion. The explosion lasted for a minute, and the energy began to weaken and dissipate. The skeleton generals still surrounded the formation, and apart from the disappearance of the golden armor, nothing else seemed to have changed. As the master, Lin Moya could clearly feel that almost every skeleton general had died 2 or 3 times. After being blown to pieces, they were revived by the undying necromancy spell. During the explosion, the skeleton generals acted as meat shields, blocking most of the impact for the time formation. This allowed the time formation to remain intact during the sand beast's self-destruction. Yellow sand flew in the air, but Lin Moya did not feel any sense of relief. The eye of the yellow sand giant beast had already swept over again, and at this moment, a thin film appeared over its eye, like an additional layer of armor. Lin Moya knew that it was prepared, and his soul bow would no longer be effective. The light beams previously spewed by the sand beasts converged in the air and then merged into the eye of the yellow sand giant beast. The aura of the eye rapidly strengthened, and countless grains of yellow sand gathered around it. First, a head grew, followed by a neck, body, and limbs. Finally, a sharp, long horn grew on its forehead, above the single eye, resembling a bull's horn. A gigantic one-horned giant beast appeared in the sky. This is the yellow sand giant beast. The eye of the yellow sand giant beast, using the power of the light beams, condensed a body from the yellow sand. It was said that the yellow sand originally belonged to the yellow sand giant beast, being its flesh and blood, and now it was reconstituting its body without any issues. However, Lin Moya also knew that the yellow sand giant beast before him was not a complete form. It only had the shape of the yellow sand giant beast, and its power was far inferior to that of a beyond realm yellow sand giant beast. The yellow sand giant beast in the sky roared, and yellow light flickered on its horn, its aura growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, its aura had reached the 9th stage of the Divine Sovereign, just one step away from the peak of the Divine Sovereign. A river of laws appeared in the sky, and within the river of laws, yellow sand rolled, as if countless sandstorms were occurring. Since the yellow sand giant beast had condensed, its heart began to beat violently again, causing the main hall to shake and tremble. It was eager to escape the suppression and return to its body. As long as the heart returned, it could truly be revived. The continuous beating of the heart put immense pressure on the Divine Sovereigns. They fully controlled the formation, exerting suppression. They could not make a move, and the only one who could act was Lin Moya. Lin Moya's mouth twisted bitterly. Looks like I have to go all out. He stepped out of the formation and pointed his finger. Undying flames burned again, and the flames flew into the yellow sand, crackling and popping like water being poured into a hole. The skeleton throne and the skeleton king appeared one by one. The skeleton king had been blown to pieces in the sand beast's self-destruction, but it didn't matter if it was blown to pieces, he would just summon another one. As soon as the skeleton king appeared, the yellow sand giant beast looked over. In its cold, merciless eye, there was a hint of disdain. A flash of yellow light passed over the horn, and a yellow lightning bolt streaked across. The skeleton king had no time to dodge and was struck directly. With a loud crash, the skeleton king was completely shattered, instantly killed, unable to withstand the attack. Is the gap really this big? Lin Moya felt helpless. The power of a 9th-stage divine sovereign was simply too strong, and the skeleton king couldn't withstand it. If a single entity couldn't do it, then he would rely on numbers, just like before. The legion rulers took the lead, and the river of laws flickered. Tens of thousands of death knights and tens of thousands of skeletal dragons flew out from the river of laws. The undead legion instantly filled all the space, and the yellow sand giant beast was heavily surrounded. Knowing that he couldn't win, Lin Moya was very clear that all he could do now was delay. Delay until reinforcements arrived. The yellow sand giant beast roared, and the sharp horn on its head flashed with yellow light, its aura growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 1659. Chapter 1659, 1659. Chapter 1659. No matter what, we must hold on. Bright yellow lightning wreaked havoc among the undead legion, its power immense. Even with damage reduction by millions of times, it still exceeded the damage threshold. Lin. Facing the yellow lightning, the innate abilities lost their effect. Whether it was the Death Knights or the skeletal dragons, as long as they touched the bright yellow lightning, they would instantly collapse. The power of the lightning was too great to be blocked. Moreover, the most troublesome part was that the lightning would automatically seek the next target. After destroying one target, it would quickly move to the next. The lightning was extremely fast, comparable to the speed of light. Before the first target had even collapsed, the lightning had already attacked the next target. By the time the first target collapsed, the lightning had already passed through hundreds or thousands of targets. From a distance, a bright yellow chain appeared in the undead legion, formed by the afterimages of the lightning. In less than a second, over 10,000 undead were killed. Such a strong attack. It seems to contain a trace of the power of rules, as expected of a Beyond Realm star beast. Lin Moya watched this scene, knowing he couldn't stop it. Now he could only rely on the advantage of numbers to delay. As for how long he could delay, he wasn't sure. He calculated the time reinforcements would arrive in another 40 minutes. No matter what, he had to hold on for those 40 minutes. The sharp horn of the yellow sand giant beast lit up again, and another lightning bolt flew out. 2 bolts of lightning wreaked havoc among the undead legion, doubling the killing speed. Lin Moyo had a bad premonition. If it were just 1 bolt of lightning, he wouldn't worry. He had enough undead legion for the opponent to kill. 2 bolts of lightning were also acceptable. But if there were a third, a fourth, no matter how many undead he had, it wouldn't be enough for the opponent to kill. Moreover, the yellow sand giant beast might have other means. A Beyond Realm star beast, even just one eye is so terrifying. I can't sit and wait for death, I must turn passive into active. There's still 40 minutes, I must hold on. Lin Moya was very clear about his goal, to hold on for 40 minutes. But he also knew that with his combat power, it was impossible to fight against the yellow sand giant beast. Relying on the advantage of numbers might allow him to hold on, but it wasn't entirely safe. If the lightning continued to increase, no amount of undead would be enough. Once the number of undead was insufficient to surround the yellow sand giant beast, it would break through, and he would be in danger. He had to consider all possibilities. Lin Moya felt a headache, realizing this was an extremely difficult battle. The yellow sand giant beast had considerable intelligence and had made full preparations. If he hadn't suddenly intervened, it would have broken free by now. He had become a variable, but it seemed the yellow sand giant beast wouldn't give up easily. The battle had reached this point, it was a life and death struggle for the yellow sand giant beast as well. If it failed, once the human Beyond Realm experts arrived, it would have no chance to break free. Lin Moya could imagine that both sides had reasons they couldn't afford to fail, and their wills were incredibly firm. Since that was the case, he could only fight to the end. He quickly formulated a battle plan in his mind, and the undying lich appeared beside him. Grey halos appeared under the feet of all the undead, giving them an extra chance to revive. In the few seconds Lin Moya was thinking, the sharp horn of the yellow sand giant beast shot out another lightning bolt. 3 bolts of bright yellow lightning wreaked havoc among the undead legion, killing large numbers of undead every moment. The undead closest to the yellow sand giant beast had already died several times, exceeding the revival chances provided by the undying lich and the undying necromancer. They truly died, unable to revive again. The death knights and skeletal dragons bore the brunt, and their positions were quickly filled by others after they died. The undead legion still firmly surrounded the yellow sand giant beast, absolutely not allowing it to break through. Lin Moya dispersed the skeleton generals, turning them back into 3 types of basic skeletons. Here, the combat power of the skeleton generals was of no use. Lin Moya needed numbers, as many as possible. With a point of his finger, new skeletal dragons and death knights appeared in the void. The number of dead skeletal dragons and death knights had exceeded 500,000 and needed replenishment. The spell linkage was activated, and Lin Moya only needed to summon once. As long as the summoning quota wasn't exhausted, the summoning would continue without his interference. However, the summoning speed couldn't keep up with the killing speed of the undead legion. It could only be said that summoning was better than not summoning. Using the undead legion as a meat shield to block the yellow sand giant beast was just the first step. Then Lin Moya began the second step. He took out a piece of flesh, which came from the god sovereign of the 3 Silver clan. It was his only piece of god sovereign flesh. Although he knew it wouldn't be very useful, it was better than nothing. Locking onto the yellow sand giant beast, he pointed his finger, and red light spread. Fusion spell, time curse. The curse was activated, but the yellow sand giant beast didn't feel much. At its soul level, the curse had little effect. Lin Moya knew this, but he just wanted to add some damage, even if it was just a little. Then his finger glowed, and he activated another origin spell, Strong Soldier. Lin Moya's aura surged, rapidly breaking through the god sovereign level, then the first stage, the second stage, and reaching the third stage. Breaking through to the third stage of the god sovereign was Lin Moya's limit. He knew that if he dared to break through to the fourth stage, his soul would instantly collapse. The soul power of the third stage of the god sovereign was injected into the soul bow, and a purple gold arrow condensed on the bow. The arrow emitted a powerful aura, and the strong soul pressure spread throughout the battlefield. Even the formation could hardly resist it. The god kings inside the formation were all trembling with fear. Lin Moya's strength had long exceeded their imagination, completely beyond their understanding. Is this really something a god king can do? A god king fighting a god sovereign, am I dreaming? How did he do it? How can he be so powerful? Unprecedented. Lin Moya was unaware of their exclamations. At this moment, all his energy and spirit were focused on the arrow. Chapter 1660. Chapter 1660, 1660. Chapter 1660, The Terrifying Soul Arrow. Through the origin spell, Lin Moya elevated his realm to the limit. He injected as much soul power as possible into the soul bow, condensing the strongest arrow. With the soul realm of the Beyond Realm and the soul power of the third stage of the God Sovereign, combined with the tenfold damage amplification of the origin spell, even a fifth stage God Sovereign would be instantly killed by this arrow. But this was not enough. This was not the final form of the arrow. The power of faith surged out, as if it were free, pouring into the arrow. The most magical aspect of the power of faith is that it can amplify any spell, any law, any attack. When 10,000 units of the power of faith were poured in, the power of the soul arrow doubled. When 30,000 units of the power of faith were poured in, the power of the soul arrow increased by twofold. When all 60,000 units of the power of faith were poured in, the power of the soul arrow increased by threefold. The more the amplification, the more the power of faith required. 60,000 units of the power of faith at least tripled the strength of the soul arrow, and this was calculated on the basis of the amplification by the origin spell. The purple gold soul arrow became even more dazzling. Looking at the soul arrow felt like staring directly at a star from a close distance. The golden patterns on it were extremely beautiful, yet exuded a murderous aura. But this was still not the end. Lin Moya drew runes in midair. One complex high-level rune after another was drawn by him. Soul Extinguishing Rune. A high-level rune recorded in the rune language, targeting the soul, capable of causing great damage to the soul. It can be used alone or attached to any soul attack. The rune flew into the soul arrow, and the golden patterns on the soul arrow seemed to come alive, exuding an even stronger murderous aura. In the grand formation, several god kings watching Lin Moya screamed in agony. They clutched their heads, crying out in pain, their eyes tightly shut, blood flowing from their eyes. Their faces were filled with terror, not daring to look at Lin Moya again. What kind of arrow is this, so terrifying? Just looking at it feels like my soul is being pierced. This arrow is too terrifying, it can easily kill even a god sovereign. He is clearly only at the 5th stage of the god king. How can he condense such a terrifying arrow? He is using a soul treasure of the god sovereign realm, and he has also added the power of faith. Not only that, he has also added runes, and I see it's a high-level rune. To be able to wield a soul treasure of the god sovereign realm, his soul must be at least of the 4th grade. As long as this guy doesn't die, achieving the god sovereign realm is a piece of cake. At this moment, all the god kings present were completely in awe of Lin Moya. Possessing a powerful soul, powerful spells, powerful treasures, and also mastering runes and an astonishing amount of the power of faith, Lin Moya's performance was nearly perfect. Such a person had limitless potential in the future, far beyond their reach. The god kings present, and even the small god sovereigns, could not feel any jealousy towards Lin Moya, because Lin Moya had completely surpassed them, making it impossible for them to feel jealous. The powerful soul arrow was truly formed, and it could be said to be Lin Moya's strongest strike. If this strike didn't work, Lin Moya had no other options. The soul locked onto the yellow sand giant beast, which was firmly trapped by the undead legion's relentless and fearless attacks, unable to escape. The 5th bolt of lightning appeared, and 5 bolts of bright yellow lightning wreaked havoc together, killing countless undead legion members every second. But more undead legion members would immediately take their place, leaving no gaps. The yellow sand giant beast was covered with fearless skeletons. Although their attacks had no effect, they continued to attack, raining down like a storm. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you feel pain. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and the bone hell descended, enveloping the yellow sand giant beast. The bright yellow lightning wreaked havoc in the bone hell, piercing through it in less than half a second. But it didn't matter, Lin Moya only needed a mark. The bone hell marked the yellow sand giant beast, and the soul followed, locking onto it. In this way, the soul bow's arrow would definitely hit. The yellow sand giant beast seemed to sense the threat, its eyes showing unease. The purple gold light pierced through the void, penetrating the yellow sand giant beast and stabbing into its soul. A heaven-shaking scream echoed throughout the entire star system. The flowing yellow sand in the star system suddenly paused. This arrow was too strong and fierce. Lin Moya had used all his trump cards, making this arrow powerful enough to kill a 6th stage god sovereign. As long as the soul was not at the beyond realm, it would be injured or even killed by this arrow. The yellow sand giant beast was once a beyond realm giant beast, and its soul was undoubtedly at the beyond realm. In its prime, it could completely ignore Lin Moya's arrow, but not now. The current yellow sand giant beast was far from its former self, and its soul was just a remnant. This arrow caused it enough damage, making it extremely painful, and its aura instantly weakened. The bright yellow lightning stopped in midair, and 2 of the 5 bolts shattered on the spot. The remaining 3 bolts also stopped attacking, flickering in midair. It's effective. Lin Moya was overjoyed. Then let's do it again. His aura instantly rose, breaking through to the 4th stage of the god sovereign. Then his soul collapsed, the giant tree of talent swayed, and in the purple light, Lin Moya's soul was instantly reconstituted, returning to its peak. He actively sought death once to replenish his soul power. Without hesitation, Lin Moya once again used the origin spell, pulling himself back to the 3rd stage of the god sovereign. Following the same method, the 2nd soul arrow appeared on the soul bow. Lin Moya drew the soul extinguishing rune and attached it to the soul arrow. Unfortunately, this time there was no power of faith, so this arrow was not as powerful as the previous one. But similarly, the yellow sand giant beast was already injured and not as strong as before. The purple gold soul arrow once again pierced through the void, directly hitting the soul of the yellow sand giant beast. Another scream, and the yellow sand giant beast's aura became even weaker. 2 more bolts of the remaining 3 bolts of lightning shattered, leaving only 1. Lin Moya took a deep breath. At this point, he had no way out, he had to kill to the end. Lin Moya once again elevated his realm, actively self-destructing his soul. The talent activated again, reviving Lin Moya for the 2nd time. Since refining the sapling of the undying tree, he had gained an extra chance to revive. He could revive twice every 30 seconds, and after the last revival, the talent would reset, giving him 2 more chances to revive. The ability to revive was generally only used in desperate situations. But now, to repel the yellow sand giant beast, Lin Moya used it decisively. he was really fighting with all his might. In the origin spell, Lin Moya's aura once again rose to the third stage of the God Sovereign. The soul bow recondensed the soul arrow. The yellow sand giant beast's eye pierced through the layers of the undead legion, seeing Lin Moyo. Its eye was filled with anger and hatred. But so what? Lin Moya didn't care at all. The soul arrow formed on the soul bow, and the yellow sand giant beast let out a furious roar. All the yellow sand on the planet surged up, and the entire planet was shrouded in a sandstorm. The yellow sand giant beast exploded, and one eye flew into the sandstorm and disappeared. Escaped? You can't escape. The soul arrow flashed with purple light and disappeared into the void. Chapter 1661. Chapter 1661, 1661. Chapter 1661, almost capsized in the gutter. The yellow sand giant beast escaped, abandoning its body, with only a single eye fleeing. The yellow sand covered the sky, and it abandoned its massive form. Even the undead legion couldn't stop it. However, the soul lock still existed, and the mark had not disappeared. Lin Moya still firmly locked onto its soul and shot the third arrow. The soul arrow traversed the void, leaving only a trace of purple light before disappearing. A scream echoed throughout the entire star system, audible even within the formation. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief, finally resolving the issue. Compared to stalling for time, being able to drive it away was naturally the best outcome. Suddenly, Lin Moya's hair stood on end, and a severe warning came from his soul. The giant tree of talent swayed incessantly, and the nine-colored dragon soul crystal roared. Danger! Deadly danger! The soul heard the intense heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast, and then bright yellow lightning appeared before his eyes. 5 bolts of lightning, 4 had collapsed, but the last one still remained. The eye of the yellow sand giant beast had escaped, but the lightning had not disappeared and still hovered in mid-air. At this moment, accompanied by the heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast, the lightning suddenly activated, piercing through one skeleton after another, shooting straight towards Lin Moyo. Careless! Without thinking, Lin Moya rapidly retreated, summoning a large number of skeletons to serve as meat shields to block the lightning. The skeletons were pierced by the lightning and collapsed on the spot. However, the lightning seemed unaffected, rapidly approaching Lin Moyo. The power of the lightning was too strong for the skeletons to block. The meat shield tactic he was skilled in was completely ineffective. This bolt of lightning carried the power of rules, with an attack power at least at the 8th stage of the God Sovereign, possibly even higher. The skeletons couldn't block it, and neither could he. If hit, he would undoubtedly die. His talent for revival had already been exhausted, and even if he had more chances, they would likely be ineffective. Based on the previous performance of the bright yellow lightning, it could attack repeatedly. The skeletons were killed again and again, and even if they revived, they would be killed again. In this life and death moment, Lin Moya's thoughts raced, considering all possible self-rescue methods. In the next second, the scourge staff appeared in his hand. Lin Moya knew very well that only the scourge staff might be able to block the bright yellow lightning. He couldn't fully unleash the true power of the scourge staff, but using it as a stick was no problem. Seeing the lightning approaching, Lin Moya unhesitatingly swung the scourge staff to collide with the lightning. Boom! With a loud explosion, the lightning burst apart. Yellow filled his vision, and he could see nothing else. Lin Moya was blasted away by an unimaginably immense force. He was directly blown out of the planet, flying tens of thousands of kilometers into the star system. Seeing the yellow sand flowing like a river of stars around him, Lin Moya felt a surge of joy. He wasn't dead, he had really blocked the lightning. Looking at the scourge staff, there wasn't even a mark on it. The sturdiness of the scourge staff far exceeded expectations. This also indicated that the level of the scourge staff was absurdly high. Putting away the scourge staff, Lin Moya flew back. The sandstorm on the planet continued, and the explosion of the lightning had sent the yellow sand of the planet into the starry sky. Even the yellow sand beneath the time formation was swept away, revealing the true ground. The entire planet now appeared grayish-white. With the yellow sand gone, Lin Moya finally saw the formation clearly. The time formation was actually a circular formation, with the time house and the control hall built on a disc. The disc was the formation plate, responsible for bearing the formation. Below the formation, a massive yellow heart was beating. Each beat didn't release blood but yellow sand. And it wasn't ordinary yellow sand, it was yellow sand containing extremely strong energy. The formation refined the yellow sand released by the heart, producing yellow crystals, and then transferred the useless yellow sand away. For countless years, the heart of a Beyond Realm star beast had been used as a material collector. It beat continuously, and the formation continuously refined and collected. It was indeed a kind of sorrow. Lin Moya returned, and the heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast quickened noticeably. Anger emanated from it, but it was helpless against Lin Moyo. The formation firmly suppressed it, and with this failed escape, it would have no more chances. The human Beyond Realm experts must have received the news and might be on their way. By then, the formation would be reinforced, and it would be suppressed here for millions of years. Even the single eye that escaped would be found and destroyed. The crisis was over, but the Undead Legion still remained. He wouldn't recall the Undead Legion until the human reinforcements arrived. Relaxing was fine, but he couldn't let his guard down. Unexpected events often occur when one relaxes. Lin Moyo began to review the previous battle. He and the eye of the yellow sand giant beast had fought for less than a minute. Especially when he shot 3 arrows in succession, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. The battle was extremely intense, with every second being a life and death struggle. Lin Moya realized that when facing a true powerhouse, various tactics were actually useless. In the end, it all came down to strength. If the yellow sand giant beast had more than just an eye and its realm hadn't fallen, he would have been dead. He recalled what Bai Yawan had once said, a bigger fist is the hard truth, everything else is fake. In fact, this was true. Whether in the great world or the small world, reality was equally cruel. Besides realizing that his fist wasn't big enough, Lin Moyo also felt the role of the power of faith. Without the power of faith, the first arrow wouldn't have caused enough damage to the remnant soul of the yellow sand giant beast. Then the next 2 arrows might not have scared it away. However, the power of faith also had its limitations. It was limited in quantity and had diminishing returns. The greater the desired amplification, the exponentially more power of faith was required. 10,000 units of the power of faith could double the amplification. To triple the amplification, 30,000 units were needed. To quadruple the amplification, 60,000 units were needed. If one wanted to amplify 4 or 5 times, the required power of faith would increase significantly. As far as Lin Moya knew, after reaching a 10-fold amplification, the required power of faith would increase exponentially. Moreover, the stronger the attack itself, the more power of faith was needed. Lin Moya knew very well that the soul arrow he had condensed with all his might had an attack power only at the level of the 4th to 5th stage of the God Sovereign. If it were an attack from the Beyond Realm, even 60,000 units of the power of faith might not provide a single amplification. 60,000 units of the power of faith, at the current collection rate, would take a full 600 days to gather. The collection speed was extremely slow. The power of faith is really something you can't have too much of. No wonder those Beyond Realm experts want to establish towers of faith across the entire star domain. Their spells must require astronomical amounts of the power of faith. After reviewing the entire battle, Lin Moya felt he had done quite well, with few oversights. The only mistake was the last lightning bolt, where he was too careless. He needed to correct this in the future. Time passed bit by bit, and the heartbeat of the yellow sand giant beast gradually slowed, becoming calm. 30 minutes later, a vast aura descended, enveloping the entire star system. Chapter 1662. Chapter 1662, 1662. Chapter 1662. The reward can actually be chosen? The sudden aura was very gentle and did not carry a heavy pressure. Lin. Just as the aura descended, the heartbeat of the yellow sand beast instantly calmed down, and all the flying yellow sand fell back to the ground at this moment. It was like an invisible big hand, smoothing out all the restlessness. Lin Moya looked towards the horizon, his gaze passing through the starry sky, and saw a powerful figure stepping on the void and coming. A second ago he was outside the star system, and after one step, he had already arrived on the planet. The Paramitha realm has indeed come. Lin Moya was not surprised. He had already thought before that there might be a Paramitha realm powerhouse coming over. The next second, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and nothing extraordinary appeared on the Time Grand formation. He lightly pressed his hand on the formation, and the entire formation immediately rumbled. Accompanied by a reluctant soul sound, the heartbeat disappeared, and the yellow sand beast was completely suppressed. The power of rules. 110. Lin Moya silently recited in his heart. He could clearly feel the change in the laws. Even the law of time, at that moment just now, had stagnated. The law of time was already a first-tier law, and the only thing that could affect it was the power of rules at the Paramitha realm. Lin Moya knew that the other party had used the power of rules, but he didn't know exactly how he did it. After all, he was not yet at the Paramitha realm, so he only knew what it was, but not why. Some things, if the realm is not reached, will never be understood. Several god venerables flew out of the palace one after another, leaving the Time Grand formation, and at the same time saluting the middle-aged man. Greetings, senior. The middle-aged man nodded and said in a calm tone, neither hurried nor slow, you've worked hard. The few people hurriedly shook their heads. It's not hard, this is what we should do. Jianshin said, fortunately, this time we had the help of this young friend, otherwise things would have been troublesome. Although they didn't know what happened outside after entering the palace, but using your brain to think about it, you would know that Lin Moya must have blocked those sand beasts. The faces of the few god venerables were a little pale. They didn't expect that in the end they would rely on a junior at the God King realm. It was really embarrassing for the god venerables. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Moya. I roughly know what happened. You were also lucky to happen to meet young friend Lin here. Then he looked at Lin Moya again. Young friend Lin, would you please come over for a chat? The tone of the two sentences before and after was completely different. When speaking to the god venerables, his tone was calm and unperturbed, with a hint of majesty, maintaining the proper attitude of a Paramitha realm bigshot. But when speaking to Lin Moya, his tone suddenly softened. It didn't seem like the attitude a Paramitha realm expert should have towards a god king realm. It was more like talking to an equal. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't refuse. Since senior has ordered, this junior will obey. The middle-aged man laughed. Then let's go up. With that, he flew straight up, and Lin Moya immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, the two had reached the starry sky. Seeing the two leave, the few god venerables were a little dazed. Did you hear that? Just now senior called in young friend Lin. Looking at senior's attitude, it seems like he's treating this young brother as an equal. Senior treating a god king as an equal feels a bit unreal. This Lin god king's strength is very strong, not inferior to ours. Maybe it's because of this kind of top genius that senior is willing to lower his stance. The few of them knew the identity of the middle-aged man, a Paramitha realm bigshot treating a god king as an equal. Just thinking about it felt a bit unbelievable. The Paramitha realm was a truly top existence, with an extremely noble identity. Jianshin suddenly frowned. Recently, wasn't there a junior named Lin Moya who successively cleared 3 secret realms, do you think? Lin Moya's surname is Lin, and young friend Lin's surname is also Lin. As soon as Jianshan said this, it matched up. It's actually him, no wonder. A genius who can clear 3 secret realms is indeed extraordinary. If he can reach the Paramitha realm one day, that would be incredible. The few of them sighed, having lived for so many years, they had seen many geniuses. Even they themselves were considered geniuses when they were young. But compared to Lin Moyu, whether it was themselves or other people they had seen, they all paled in comparison. In the starry sky, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Moyu with a smile. Young friend Lin is indeed a young talent, using the God King realm to single-handedly block the sand beasts. I'm afraid in the entire great world, no one can be found to be comparable to young friend Lin. Lin Moyu was very humble. Senior praises too much, this junior was just lucky. The middle-aged man's attitude was extremely good. Strength is strength, how can it be called luck? This old man's surname is Song, with a single character Jia. Young friend Lin's soul has reached the Paramitha realm, so he can be considered half a Paramitha realm expert. We can treat each other as equals. Lin Moya said, Senior Song, what do you plan to do next? Song Jia said in a low voice, nothing more than reinforcing the formation to prevent this from happening again. Lin Moya showed a bit of strangeness. The eyes of the yellow sand beast escaped, containing its remnant soul. Does Senior Song not plan to find it? As long as the eyes of the yellow sand beast were still out there, things like today could still possibly happen. If someone else dared to say this, Song Jia would definitely say, does this old man need you to teach him how to handle matters? But when Lin Moya said this, Song Jia laughed and said, young friend Lin doesn't know, it's not that we don't want to find it, but that we can't find it. It wouldn't be difficult to find it. You also know that with the Emperor's network, it has nowhere to escape. Lin Moya nodded, that was indeed the case. Under the surveillance of the Emperor's network, no matter how well the other party hid, they could always be found. Since that was the case, these Paramitha realm big shots letting it off must have had other reasons. Song Jia explained, back then, when the yellow sand beast was killed, its flesh and soul were each split in two, with the eyes and heart each occupying half. In this way, the yellow sand beast retained the possibility of resurrection. If we destroy its eyes, leaving only half a soul in its heart, then it will forever lose the possibility of resurrection. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. If there is no possibility of resurrection, then the yellow sand beast might choose to self-destruct. I observed that the formation has been refining something. Is it for it? Song Jia praised again, young friend Lin is indeed smart. The yellow sand beast is a Paramitha realm starry beast. Its heart will continuously produce power of rules. We use the formation to refine the power of rules it produces into rule crystals. As for the specific use, when you reach the Paramitha realm in the future, you will naturally know. Lin Moya nodded, knowing that this information was already enough. If Song Jia explained to him what the power of rules was, he definitely wouldn't understand, so there was no need to know. Some things can't be understood just by explaining, they need to be comprehended by oneself. Song Jia said, this time, young friend Lin has made a great contribution, otherwise countless people of the human race would have died. According to the rules of the human race, there will be a reward for young friend. I don't know what young friend needs, as long as it's within the scope of the rules, it can be provided. Lin Moya knew that what he did this time was equivalent to saving the lives of countless people. It also avoided a disaster, so getting some rewards was inevitable. Generally speaking, this kind of reward is just merits in the Divine City, but unexpectedly there was actually a choice. Chapter 1663. Chapter 1663, 1663. Chapter 1663, the rewards chosen by Song Jia. In Lin Moya's speculation, whether it was the Human Emperor Network or the Beyond Realm, they were both extremely powerful entities. Lin, especially the Human Emperor Network, which operated according to strict rules, rewarding merit and punishing faults. It could be described as impartial and just. Even the Beyond Realm could only maneuver slightly within the rules and could not violate them. The rewards from the Human Emperor Network were basically Divine City merit points. If you needed anything else, you could exchange it with the merit points. But according to Song Jia, besides choosing Divine City merit points, Lin Moya could also select other items. Directly choosing rewards meant skipping the step of exchanging merit points. Moreover, Song Jia subtly hinted that directly choosing rewards might be more advantageous. Lin Moya thought for a moment and then said, Senior, I don't know what to choose. Could you help me decide? Song Jia looked at Lin Moya with a smile. By saying this, Lin Moya had thrown the problem back to him. As a senior in the Beyond Realm, he couldn't choose something useless. But if he chose something too good, it would violate the rules of the Human Emperor Network. However, it didn't matter, he could give something to Lin Moyu in his personal capacity, considering it as making friends with this genius. Lin Moyu, under Song Jia's gaze, remained calm and composed, fully displaying his thick-skinned nature. Song Jia chuckled, since you let me decide, let's do it this way. You still need the Divine City merit points because you are only at the beginner level and need them to upgrade. Madam, you gave you the soul bow, so you don't lack soul treasures. For attack, you should focus on quality rather than quantity, so you don't need other attack treasures. For defense, with so many summons, it's almost impossible for someone of the same level to hurt you. So, let's choose some auxiliary items. Song Jia spoke to himself and quickly made a decision. Lin Moya listened carefully, and no matter what Song Jia chose, he wouldn't object. Song Jia would only give more, not less, and it would definitely be the maximum allowed by the rules. Song Jia closed his eyes and communicated with the Human Emperor Network. A few seconds later, the voice of the Human Emperor Network sounded in his ear. For repelling the yellow sand giant beast and preventing its resurrection, thereby saving the nearby star systems, you are awarded 2,000 Divine City Merit Points. For killing a God Sovereign level sand beast, you are awarded 10 Divine City Merit Points. For killing 50,000 God King level sand beasts, you are awarded 50 million points. For killing 500 minor God Sovereign level sand beasts, you are awarded 5 million points. After a series of rewards, Lin Moya felt that he had gained a lot this time. He had long known that the Human Emperor network would not miss a single sand beast he killed, and they would all be converted into points and rewards. Sure enough, he instantly gained 55 million points and his points exceeded 100 million again. Finally, I have some points again. Lin Moya felt his pockets were a bit fuller, and he finally had some money again. At least it was enough to use in the time house. His Divine City Merit points also reached 5,390, not far from the intermediate level. As for the task of advancing to the intermediate level, Lin Moya was never worried. Song Jia looked at Lin Moya's changing expression and smiled. Have you received the rewards? Lin Moya smiled. Thank you, senior. I have received them. Then let's continue. For the second reward, I chose the Tower of Faith for you. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. The Tower of Faith? Could this be considered a reward? He could set up a faith array himself, which was no different from the Tower of Faith. However, he didn't say anything and waited for Song Jia to explain further. Song Jia said, you are already qualified to establish a Tower of Faith and receive the Power of Faith. As a reward, I have chosen 10 star systems for you. The Power of Faith from these 10 star systems will belong to you. 10 star systems can provide you with about 100 units of the Power of Faith every day. As for refining it, you will have to handle it yourself. After hearing Song Jia's explanation, Lin Moya realized that the reward of the Tower of Faith meant this. He was allocated 10 star systems, which could provide him with 100 units of the Power of Faith every day. Combined with the Power of Faith he already obtained, he could receive 200 units of the Power of Faith every day. Those who had used the Power of Faith knew how useful it was. Looking at the Towers of Faith set up by the Beyond Realm experts in every star system, every planet, and every city, one could see how much they needed the Power of Faith. He only got 10 star systems, but those Beyond Realm experts each had countless star systems, receiving an astonishing amount of the Power of Faith every day. Even with Lin Moya's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. If he had that much Power of Faith, he might have been able to kill the remnant soul of the yellow sand giant beast with one arrow. Song Jia saw through Lin Moya's thoughts and smiled. Don't think too much. In the future, your Towers of Faith will increase. 10 star systems are nothing, even 10,000 star systems are nothing. But if you want to have more Towers of Faith, you know what to do. Lin Moya naturally understood. It was nothing more than improving his strength and contributing to the human race. The human race was like this, clear in rewards and punishments. If you wanted to gain, you had to give first, which was very fair. There was almost no such thing as getting something for nothing in the human race. Song Jia said, the third reward is my personal gift to you. He took out a jade piece, and as it appeared, the surrounding space distorted strongly. The jade piece was incredibly heavy, almost collapsing the space. Song Jia said, I personally want to thank you. The yellow sand giant beast was under my watch. If something went wrong, it would be my fault. This time, you helped suppress the yellow sand giant beast, so I owe you a favor. This piece of fragmented space jade contains a fragment of an ancient talisman. By using soul power and the Power of Faith together, you can unleash one attack. With your soul power and 10,000 units of the Power of Faith, you should be able to unleash an attack comparable to the peak of the God Sovereign realm. But it can only be used once a day, so don't rely on it too much. Lin Moya took the fragmented space jade and infused his soul power into it, indeed seeing a fragment of an ancient talisman sealed inside. The ancient talisman exuded a heavy aura, and the fragmented space jade's ability to collapse space was entirely due to this fragment. Just looking at it made Lin Moya feel a sharp pain, and his soul power was rapidly consumed. Apart from the fragment of the ancient talisman in his soul, other ancient talismans were not something he could touch. Comparing it, the fragment of the ancient talisman in his soul was indeed very special. In Lin Moya's view, this jade piece was extremely valuable. It was a true life-saving treasure, with the only drawback being that it could only be used once a day. Moreover, in the future, when his realm was sufficient, he could study the ancient talisman inside. Thank you, senior. Lin Moya sincerely thanked Song Jia for the precious gift. Song Jia nodded. Lastly, the talisman sovereign asked me to convey a message to you. Lin Moya perked up. Please go ahead, senior. Chapter 1664. Chapter 1664, 1664. Chapter 1664, you are Lin Moya. Back in the time formation, Lin Moya was still thinking about what Song Jia had said to him. Lin, the message from the talisman sovereign that Song Jia conveyed was simple. The secret realms are very important. If possible, clear as many as you can, especially the special secret realms. It wasn't a command, more like a suggestion. According to Song Jia, he was repeating the exact words, and the talisman sovereign's tone was just like that when he spoke. The talisman sovereign spoke so politely, and combined with his interactions with the house sovereign, Lin Moya couldn't help but wonder, are all the sovereigns so good-tempered? Lin Moya found it a bit strange he didn't seem to know any talisman sovereign. Sovereigns are such high-ranking figures, and there are only a few of them in the entire human race. They are elusive, and ordinary people might never encounter them in their lifetime. The only sovereign he had dealt with was the house sovereign. But since it was the talisman sovereign's words, he should listen. After all, they are the true top figures of the human race. Even the Beyond Realm experts have to listen to the sovereigns, let alone himself. Since the talisman sovereign said so, he would clear as many secret realms as possible if he had the chance. He was well aware that clearing secret realms was just the surface. What the human race truly needed were the ancient talismans obtained after clearing the secret realms. From the giant hand condensed by the human emperor network, every time a secret realm was cleared, the hand would come to retrieve the ancient talisman. The ancient talisman was the most important. Song Jia returned to the time formation before Lin Moyo and strengthened the formation, adding more suppressive power to the hall. According to him, he personally killed the yellow sand giant beast and personally refined the hall. Song Jia used the power of rules to easily accomplish all this and then left gracefully. The Beyond Realm experts are like this, rarely appearing in front of people. Most of the God Kings didn't know Song Jia's identity, only that he was a big figure. When Lin Moyo returned to the time formation, the God Sovereigns looked at him not as they would a God King. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was no longer a junior but at least an equal. In the future, they might even have to address him as Lord Lin Moyo. After Lin Moyo explained his purpose, they led him into the hall. Their attitude was extremely polite. As for the God Kings, they were all looking at Lin Moyo in shock, and none dared to follow. They knew very well that they were not qualified to talk to Lin Moyo. The gap between them was too great to be measured by realm. Although their cultivation realms were higher than Lin Moyo's, in terms of true strength, even if they were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Moyo. After all, in this world, a bigger fist is the hard truth. Especially Luo Fiio, who previously only thought of Lin Moyo as a genius. He didn't expect Lin Moyo to be this strong. Calling him junior brother now felt a bit awkward. Thinking about Lin Moyo's high spirits and then about himself, Luo Fiio felt increasingly desolate. Suddenly, Lin Moyo's voice rang in his ears, "Senior brother Luo, please come to the hall." Luo Fiio was slightly stunned and then walked into the hall. In the hall, the God Sovereigns had already left, leaving only Jianshen. After a great battle, the God Sovereigns had consumed a lot and had already gone to rest. Jianshen was now the person in charge of the time formation. Lin Moyo stood casually in front of Jianshen, but Luo Fiio didn't dare to be so casual. He respectfully saluted Jianshen. "Junior Luo Fiio greets the Lord." Jianshen looked Luo Fiio up and down. "You are the eldest son of God Sovereign Luo Hong, right?" Luo Fiio was slightly surprised. "You know my father." A rare smile appeared on Jianshen's usually cold face. "I once fought alongside your father on the battlefield. We were life and death comrades, but later we went our separate ways due to our own affairs. Many years have passed, and to think that Luo's son has grown so much and has become a minor God Sovereign. You look a lot like your father back then. It brings back memories. How is your father now?" It turned out there was such a connection. Luo Fiio, being smart, immediately changed his address. "Fiio greets uncle. My father is well. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our Luo family for a drink." Jianshen laughed heartily. "Good, I will visit when I have time." He then looked Luo Fiio up and down again and then at Lin Moyo. "Lin, are you confident?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "It's hard to say at the moment, but I have to try." Jianshen nodded. "All right, follow me." He walked towards the inner part of the hall, and Lin Moyo signaled Luo Fiio to follow. Luo Fiio had a strange look in his eyes, not knowing what Lin Moyo and Jianshen were up to. It seemed to be related to him, but neither of them explained, and he could only follow. Walking side by side with Lin Moyo, Luo Fiio said, "Junior brother, so your surname is Lin." Previously, he didn't even know Lin Moyo's full name. It wasn't until Jianshen addressed him as Lin that he learned his surname. Lin Moyo smiled. "Senior brother Luo, don't blame me. My name has caused some unnecessary trouble, so I deliberately hid it." As he spoke, he removed the information hiding on the Human Emperor network, allowing Luo Fiio to see his name. "Lin Moyo. You are Lin Moyo." Luo Fiio couldn't help but exclaim. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Recently, Lin Moyo's fame had skyrocketed. Almost everyone in the Divine City knew about Lin Moyo. 3 consecutive Divine City announcements and 3 consecutive Secret Realm clearances had pushed Lin Moyo's fame to the peak. In Luo Fiio's memory, this was an unprecedented achievement. Countless people regarded Lin Moyo as a role model. Lin Moyo was currently the most shining star in the Divine City. Luo Fiio muttered, "So it's you. No wonder, no wonder." He kept repeating "no wonder," but only he knew what he meant. Others thought Lin Moyo was just a top genius, a master at clearing secret realms. Who could have known that Lin Moyo's combat power had reached such a level? Facing a God Sovereign, Lin Moyo could fight and even win. With such combat power, clearing secret realms would naturally be much easier. Luo Fiio had been to many secret realms and knew that the stronger the combat power, the safer it was in the secret realms. Luo Fiio looked at Lin Moyo. "Junior brother Lin, I think everyone has underestimated you." Lin Moyo humbly smiled. "Just lucky." Luo Fiio shook his head. "It's not just luck. Strength is strength. I couldn't even pass the second stage of the Black Rain secret realm and could only sink into the Black Sea. But you could clear it smoothly. That's not something luck can explain. Junior brother Lin, can you tell me how to clear the Black Rain secret realm?" Lin Moyo did not refuse and straightforwardly told Luo Fiio how to clear the Black Rain secret realm. After listening, Luo Fiio muttered, "So, I was lucky. If I had somehow passed the second stage, I would have died in the third stage." Facing the ancient talisman in the third stage, with Luo Fiio's soul, he would have been directly overwhelmed, unable to wake up again. So falling into the Black Sea actually saved his life. At this moment, Jianshen stopped. "We're here." A long-sealed secret room was opened, and a strange aura rushed out from the secret room. Chapter 1665. Chapter 1665, 1665. Chapter 1665, No one in the human race masters the time law. A peculiar aura rushed towards them, containing powerful and strange laws. Luo Fiio felt an indescribable sensation. Lin. He felt that everything around him, including himself, had become extremely chaotic. This chaos was indescribable, it just made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't think clearly in this situation, and his thoughts became chaotic as well. This law could affect even a minor god sovereign, indicating that it was extremely powerful. He glanced at Lin Moyu, who seemed completely unaffected, showing no signs of discomfort. While looking at Lin Moyu, Jianshin was also quietly observing him. As a god sovereign, Jianshin felt uncomfortable under the impact of this aura, but Lin Moyu seemed completely unaffected. Jianshin could tell that Lin Moyu wasn't pretending to be calm, he genuinely felt nothing. From this, it was clear that Lin Moyu's soul surpassed his own. Jianshin looked at the secret room and said in a low voice, "This is the convergence point of the time formation's laws. Here, time becomes chaotic, making people feel uncomfortable. In the time house outside, the flow of time is faster than in the real world. But in this secret room, the flow of time is slower than in the real world. Slowing down time is much more difficult than speeding it up. In the entire time formation, there is only this one secret room, and its rate can be 10 times slower. 1 day inside is equivalent to 10 days in the real world." Listening to Jianshin's explanation, Luo Fiio was a bit confused. What's the use of slowing down time? Jianshin smiled slightly, let Lin explain. Lin Moya nodded. Sometimes, slowing down time can be very useful. For example, if someone is severely injured and only has 10 days to live, but the medicine to save them will take 100 days to arrive. If they enter here, they can buy more time. Lin Moyo gave a small example, and Luo Fiio immediately understood. That makes sense, it is indeed useful. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked surprised. Lin, are you asking me to go in? Lin Moya nodded. Brother Luo, go inside and wait for me. I'll try to find a solution. Lin Moya didn't make any promises, only saying he would try. If he gave Luo Fiio hope and then failed, it would cause an even greater blow. Luo Fiio understood Lin Moya's intention. Thank you, Lin. Anyway, I've already reached this point, it can't get any worse. Having been tormented for so long, Luo Fiio had already come to terms with it. As he said, at worst, his realm would regress, and he would become an ordinary god king, but at least he could enjoy a few thousand years of good wine. Not everyone in the great world can become a god sovereign among countless cultivators, only a few truly reach the god sovereign realm. If he couldn't become a god sovereign, it was his fate. Luo Fiio was originally a very determined and carefree person, but the illusions of the Black Sea were too domineering. Sinking into them life after life had become a subconscious part of Luo Fiio's soul. Whenever Luo Fiio tried to break through, these subconscious thoughts would turn into inner demons, causing him to fail. Over time, Luo Fiio's state of mind and confidence were greatly damaged, making breakthroughs hopeless. Moreover, due to the damage to his state of mind, he couldn't even maintain his minor god sovereign realm. As a god sovereign, Jianshin could naturally see that Luo Fiio's condition was not good, but he was also powerless. Jianshin said, "You go into the secret room and stay for a while, waiting for us to call you. The secret room might be a bit uncomfortable, and you'll need some time to adapt." Luo Fiio nodded, saluted Lin Moyo and Jianshin again. "Thank you, Lin." "Thank you, uncle." With that, he walked into the secret room, and the door closed behind him. In the secret room, the flow of time slowed down, making Luo Fiio's movements extremely slow, but his consciousness and thoughts remained unchanged. This created a great sense of dissonance. Often, when his consciousness issued a new command, his limbs couldn't keep up. This discomfort and powerlessness made Luo Fiio feel lost. He could only slow down his thoughts and everything else. He let his mind become completely calm. He walked to the center of the secret room, slowly sat down, and began to meditate. Outside the secret room, Jianshin looked at Lin Moyo. "Lin, how did you know there was a secret room in the time formation that could slow down time?" Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "If I said I figured it out, would you believe me?" Jianshin laughed heartily. "I believe it. With your talent, it's not surprising you figured it out." Lin Moyo indeed figured it out. He had observed the time formation in the hall and knew it had two sides. The surface accelerated time, and the inside must slow it down. Only in this way could the entire formation remain balanced. Using time stones to set up a time formation was already impressive, but it also showed that no one in the human race had mastered the time law. If someone had truly mastered the time law, they wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. They could directly use the time law to set up a time accelerating formation, which wouldn't be difficult. They wouldn't need to balance the formation with two sides or use time stones. Jianshin led Lin Moyo to the back of the hall. Behind the hall was a sizable garden. In the garden, 3 time houses were set up, each located at the core of the formation. Jianshin explained, these 3 time houses can accelerate time up to 200 times, but the distortion of the laws is equivalent to the 100 times acceleration of other time houses. In other words, cultivating in these 3 time houses could save half the time compared to other time houses. The faster the time acceleration, the greater the distortion of the laws. When the time acceleration exceeds 100 times, the speed of comprehending the laws significantly decreases. Unless one leaves the real world and goes to the Human Emperor training ground controlled by the Human Emperor network, where one can enjoy time acceleration without being affected by the distortion of the laws. However, the cost of the Human Emperor training ground is too high, and most cultivators only go there in critical moments. No one can afford to stay there long term. The 3 time houses in the hall are usually not open to the public, they are reserved for god sovereigns. This time, they made an exception for Lin Moyo. Jianshin opened one of the time houses for Lin Moyo. Lin, the time inside is accelerated by 200 times. I don't recommend staying too long. The faster the time acceleration, the greater the pressure on the soul. Staying too long can be harmful to the soul. How long one can stay depends on the individual. The stronger the soul, the longer one can stay. Lin Moyo understood Jianshin's good intentions. Thank you, God Sovereign Jian. I will be careful. Jianshin cupped his hands. Good luck, Lin. Chapter 1666. Chapter 1666, 1666. Chapter 1666. Sooner or later, I will cross the galaxy and reach the other shore. The door closed behind Lin Moyo, and the originally dark time house lit up. Lin, a force belonging to the law of time rose from the ground, and runes appeared on the floor. These runes formed an array, guiding the power of the time stone. The time stone contains the law of time, and only by using it as the core can a time formation be set up. Besides the time stone, a vast amount of power is needed to drive the formation. Most time formations use the power of stars, but not here. The Beyond Realm expert Song Jia used the heart of the Yellow Sand Giant Beast as the power source for the formation. As a result, the formation also mixed in the power of the Yellow Sand Giant Beast. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that within the law of time, there was also a large amount of earth and stone laws. Cultivating earth and stone laws here would be more efficient than other laws. Lin Moyo did not intend to comprehend any laws. He wanted to study the ancient talisman in his soul world. The ancient talisman was very special. Other ancient talismans couldn't even be looked at, but this corner of the ancient talisman could not only be seen and touched, but it also actively entered his soul. Lin Moyo even suspected that this corner of the ancient talisman had its own consciousness. The ancient talisman was undoubtedly powerful. Like a magical treasure, it is not impossible for it to develop consciousness over countless years. However, after entering his soul world, Lin Moyo did not sense any spirituality from it. Once spirituality is developed, it is almost impossible to hide it. Moreover, this is his soul world, his domain. So Lin Moyo was 100% sure that this corner of the ancient talisman had not developed spirituality and would not pose a threat to him. What he needed to do now was to master it. Mastering the ancient talisman, even just a corner, would greatly enhance his strength. Moreover, he could also treat Luo Fiyo in passing. His soul formally contacted the ancient talisman, feeling the pulsations within it and comprehending the divine within. The ancient talisman was extremely complex. Just a corner of it was enough to evolve a secret realm and its own rules. Its complexity far exceeded high-level runes. Lin Moyo began to analyze and comprehend it bit by bit, gradually understanding the essence of the ancient talisman. Time accelerated continuously. For every day that passed outside, 200 days passed inside the time house. Lin Moyo's progress was extremely slow at first. The ancient talisman was too complex, and in the first 100 days, he gained very little. Apart from some occasional insights, there was nothing else. The door to the ancient talisman was tightly closed to Lin Moyo, making it impossible to enter. After 100 days, Lin Moyo stopped fixating on the ancient talisman and took out rune language to continue studying the runes recorded in it. Using the knowledge from rune language might help him open the door to the ancient talisman. Under the 200 times time acceleration, the laws were distorted, making it much harder to comprehend them. However, this had little effect on runes, and Lin Moyo could still study them with high efficiency. He gradually mastered the general runes and rune language, breaking them down into lower-level high-level runes. Lin Moyo's learning speed was very fast, and his understanding of runes had reached a new level. A general rune could be mastered in just 1 or 2 days. Then, by breaking it down, he could fully decompose a general rune in at most a month. Each general rune could be broken down into 36 high-level runes. If he missed even one, it meant his understanding was not complete. Lin Moyo did not allow this to happen. If he was going to learn, he would learn to the extreme. The yellow sand planet had completely calmed down. After the previous beast tide, the number of sand beasts in the entire star system had significantly decreased. Recently, the entire star system had been quiet. The military temporarily controlled the star system, not allowing external cultivators to enter. Even the cultivators who were previously in the time house were driven out one by one. Now, in the time house, besides a few stationed god sovereigns, only Lin Moyo and Luo Fiyo remained. The two were unaware of what was happening outside, each immersed in their own world. Lin Moyo was studying runes, while Luo Fiyo was trying to calm himself down. In the blink of an eye, 40 days had passed. Lin Moyo had spent a total of 8,000 days in the time house. After more than 20 years, he finally mastered the entire rune language. During his studies, a strange sense of familiarity arose again. This sense of familiarity was peculiar, inexplicable, and elusive. He decided not to worry about it. If it wanted to come, let it come. Closing rune language, Lin Moyo spoke aloud. Basic runes, 10,800. High-level runes, 6,408. General runes, 108. No matter how complex the ancient talisman is, it is fundamentally composed of basic and high-level runes. Lin Moyo seemed to have grasped the essence of the ancient talisman. No matter how complex it was, its root was still basic and high-level runes. From this perspective, the ancient talisman could also be broken down into countless high-level and basic runes. With this new understanding, Lin Moyo began to study the ancient talisman in his soul world again. This time, he aimed to open the door to the ancient talisman world. Even if he couldn't walk in, he wanted to see inside. The eye of the soul opened, carrying the power of the beyond realm, constantly scanning the ancient talisman. This was just a corner of the ancient talisman, not complete. Lin Moya first found the broken part and started analyzing it bit by bit. His soul power wrapped around the ancient talisman, trying to find a gap to enter. His soul power was rapidly consumed. The giant tree of talent swayed continuously, providing Lin Moya with enough soul power. For others, their soul power would be exhausted in no time, and recovery would be very slow. But as long as Lin Moya controlled the pace, maintaining a balance between consumption and supply, he could continue his research indefinitely. 10 days passed, and finally, there was some progress. Lin Moya successfully extracted a high-level rune from the broken corner of the ancient talisman. It was a high-level rune that could create illusions targeting the soul. Lin Moya was overjoyed, knowing that he had opened a small crack in the door to the ancient talisman. In the main hall, the god sovereigns had recovered. They guarded the time formation mainly to prevent the yellow sand giant beast from reviving. Usually, they had to control the formation regularly to apply pressure on the heart of the yellow sand giant beast. Now that the formation had been reinforced, the suppressive power had become stronger, leaving them with more free time. The god sovereigns had recovered from the previous battle and were now gathered in the main hall, drinking and chatting. One god sovereign sat on the ground without any decorum, chewing on a piece of unknown beast meat, and mumbled, "Lin Xiaowa has been inside for over 100 days, right?" Jianshin, drinking his wine, replied softly, "To be precise, 132 days. Wow, 132 days already. Lin Xiaowa's soul is really strong. Stronger than ours. I can only stay in there for 100 days at most." Being able to stay for 100 days is already impressive. Time acceleration puts pressure on the soul, especially at 200 times acceleration, which is very stressful. I guess Lin Xiaowa's soul is at least at the peak of the 4th grade. Yes, at least the peak of the 4th grade, but it could also be a jade soul with a purple hue. Otherwise, the senior wouldn't be so courteous to him. The senior clearly believes that Lin Xiaowa will one day be like him, crossing the galaxy and reaching the other shore. With Lin Xiaowa's abilities, reaching the beyond realm shouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, they all turned their heads. Lin Moya was walking out from the back of the hall. Chapter 1667. Chapter 1667, 1667. Chapter 1667, Reliving the Illusion, Breaking and Rebuilding. In reality, 100 days equaled 72 years. This was the longest period Lin Moyo had ever spent in cultivation since he started. But to the god sovereigns present, a few decades were nothing. They had all experienced seclusion for hundreds of years. The saying "time flies" during cultivation was not just a saying. When they looked at Lin Moyo, they were all astonished. At this moment, Lin Moyo exuded an indescribable aura. Ancient, noble, mysterious. A faint pressure emanated from him, as if facing an abyss. The god sovereigns all felt the same, as if they were facing a beyond realm expert. But Lin Moyo was clearly just a god king. God king 6th stage. He had entered as a god king 5th stage and now had reached the 6th stage. For ordinary cultivators, advancing one stage in the god king realm could take hundreds of years. Only a genius like Lin Moyo could advance one stage in just a few decades. Junior Lin Moyo greets the seniors. Lin Moyo cupped his hands and bowed to the few god sovereigns. They quickly returned the gesture. "No need for such courtesy, Lin Xiaowa. Congratulations on your advancement, Lin Xiaowa. Congratulations on your great progress, Lin Xiaowa." The god sovereigns were unusually polite, each congratulating Lin Moyo. They only knew that Lin Moyo had advanced in cultivation, but they didn't know that this advancement was not the most significant gain for Lin Moyo. The real gain was far beyond this. Lin Moyo looked at Jianshin. "Senior Jian, I think I can try to help Brother Luo now. Please help me open the door." Jianshin immediately stood up. "Alright, I'll open it." He and Lin Moyo left together, disappearing from sight. The remaining god sovereigns looked at each other. "I take back what I said earlier. Lin Xiaowa's soul must have reached the Jade Soul stage with a purple hue. Achieving the beyond realm in the future is not a problem. Indeed, when I looked at Lin Xiaowa just now, it felt like I was facing an adult. Compared to Lin Xiaowa, other so-called geniuses are nothing. The gap is too wide. I've lived for thousands of years and have never seen such a genius. Even Shaoxing is far inferior to Lin Xiaowa. Thousands of years are nothing. Even in 10,000 years, there hasn't been a genius like Lin Xiaowa. Truly a blessing for our human race. 000. In front of the secret room, Jianshin opened the door. The chaotic aura of the time law rushed out again. Jianshin frowned slightly, as he didn't like this aura. Lin Moya remained unaffected, without any change in expression. But in Jianshin's eyes, Lin Moya seemed different from before. The aura of the time law actively avoided Lin Moyo. More accurately, it seemed that an invisible force around Lin Moyo blocked the aura of the law. This was the aura of the time law, yet it could be influenced. Jianshin admitted he couldn't do that. Lin Moyo appeared even more mysterious in his eyes. Inside the secret room, Luo Fia sat cross-legged. He seemed to be in a meditative state, appearing calm, but in reality, his aura was still unstable. The slow time flow could only delay the worsening of his condition, not cure him. However, there was a benefit. In this slowed environment, Luo Fia's restlessness seemed to diminish significantly. "Brother Luo." Lin Moya's voice reached the secret room, and it took several seconds for Luo Fia to respond. In the secret room, everything was slowed down. Luo Fia's facial expression changed slowly, and then he slowly stood up. Lin Moya found the situation somewhat amusing. It was like using a curse to slow down an enemy in the small world. Luo Feiyo moved in slow motion, taking several times longer than usual to stand up, lift his leg, and step out of the secret room. When he left the secret room, his body suddenly trembled, and his movements accelerated abruptly. If not for his quick reaction, he would have fallen flat on his face. He took 2 steps forward, his body floating in the air, and then stabilized himself. Lin Moyo observed Luo Feiyo. It seems Brother Luo has had a good few days. Luo Feiyo smiled. Everything here is slowed down, except my thoughts. I reflected on my life, realizing that I've done quite well. For my family, I was neither a genius nor a failure. For the human race, I made no great contributions but also did no harm. At least I fought on the battlefield and killed enemies. Even if my realm falls and I can't become a god sovereign, I have no regrets. For the next few thousand years, I'll enjoy my time with wine. It's not a bad life. Luo Feiyo spoke with a carefree attitude, as if he had come to terms with everything. Lin Moya smiled along with him. It seems Brother Luo is ready. In that case, I won't gamble. Luo Feiyo was taken aback, staring at Lin Moyo. Brother Lin, do you have a solution? Lin Moya nodded ambiguously. I have a method, but I'm only 50 to 60% sure. It might work, or it might worsen Brother Luo's state of mind. It's a gamble. But since Brother Luo has come to terms with it, I won't gamble. Luo Feiyo quickly grabbed Lin Moyo. No, 50 to 60% is already a good chance. It's worth a try. Even if I fail, I won't die. And if I succeed, it's a win. Luo Feiyo's eyes became determined. Someone who had reached the minor god sovereign realm wouldn't give up so easily. What he said earlier was just out of helplessness. Lin Moyo understood and was just teasing him. God sovereign, could you arrange a quiet room for us? Jianshin readily agreed to Lin Moya's request. The hall had plenty of quiet rooms. They entered the nearest quiet room, and Jianshin left, leaving only Lin Moyo and Luo Feiyo inside. Luo Feiyo asked, Brother Lin, what method do you plan to use? Lin Moyo replied softly, break and rebuild. Brother Luo, are you willing to try? Break and rebuild. Luo Feiyo was puzzled. How to break, and how to rebuild. Lin Moyo produced a drop of black water from his fingertip. I want Brother Luo to relive the illusion you experienced before. The difference is, this time you'll enter it consciously. Enter the illusion, make up for the regrets, and rebuild your state of mind. Luo Feiyo's damaged state of mind came from the Black Sea, from the countless illusions he experienced. So now, he would relive those illusions and make up for all the regrets. Lin Moyo wasn't worried about whether the illusion would be the same because it had become part of Luo Feiyo's subconscious. Entering it again would inevitably lead to the same illusion. But there was a possibility that Luo Feiyo would still fail and return with more regrets. This could worsen his state of mind. So it was a gamble, and the outcome depended on Luo Feiyo. Lin Moyo looked at him. Brother Luo, what do you think? Luo Feiyo didn't hesitate. Let's do it. I want to see what illusions I experienced back then. Chapter 1668. Chapter 1668, 1668. Chapter 1668, Analyzing the Ancient Talisman, Controlling the Ancient Talisman. At Lin Moya's fingertip, a drop of pitch-black water condensed. Lin. It looked no different from the black water of the Black Rain's secret realm. But if you looked closely, you would find that the drop of water at Lin Moya's fingertip was even deeper in blackness. This drop of water seemed to be condensed from rivers and lakes. Once it dispersed, it could immediately transform into a vast ocean. The black water slowly floated up, coming to Luo Feiyo's eyes. The black water seemed to emit an endless charm, instantly attracting Luo Feiyo's attention. Luo Feiyo's eyes could no longer leave the black water, and gradually, his eyes lost focus. The black water emitted an enchanting magic, making it impossible to escape. Lin Moya's voice came softly, Brother Luo, have you really decided? Luo Feiyo's eyes had already lost focus, and he had even lost the ability to respond. He just instinctively nodded, a subconscious response. This was exactly the effect Lin Moya wanted, to stir the subconscious and let Luo Feiyo experience the illusion once again. With a gentle flick of his finger, the black water turned into a stream of light and drilled into Luo Feiyo's forehead. Bang! Luo Feiyo fell straight to the ground, as if dead. The black water exploded in his soul world, turning into a black ocean, instantly engulfing his entire soul. Just like back then, layers of illusions replayed in Luo Feiyo's soul world. Lin Moya sat down beside him and said softly, Brother Luo, the rest is up to you. Lin Moyo had done everything he could. Reliving the illusion and repairing the state of mind could only be done by Luo Feiyo himself. His consciousness returned to his soul world, seeing the new guest in the soul world. A corner of the ancient talisman was shining brightly. In the time house, over so many years, Lin Moyo had been exploring and studying it. The complexity of the ancient talisman was completely beyond his imagination. Lin Moyo felt that he had underestimated it. Especially after breaking down the first high-level rune, he felt this even more. At that time, he was in a good mood, thinking that the door to the ancient talisman had opened a crack. But later, he found that it was just a tiny crack. After opening this tiny crack, he could no longer push it open. The door to the ancient talisman was incredibly sturdy, and it was extremely difficult to shake it. Day after day, he continued to study and break it down. He used all the rune knowledge he had mastered. Countless attempts, countless analyses, he had lost count of how many times he had tried and analyzed. Almost all attempts ended in failure, hitting him again and again. During occasional breaks, Lin Moyo would mock himself for being too ambitious. Clearly, he was just a god king, yet he dared to analyze the ancient talisman, which was far beyond his reach. But he was unwilling to give up. Unconsciously, his stubbornness surged up. Just like when he let Antares kill him again and again, in countless deaths, he forcibly turned all his spells into stellar-level spells. If he wasn't afraid of death, why would he fear failure? Gradually, Lin Moya's state of mind became more solid, and his confidence was replenished. One day, that inexplicable sense of familiarity reappeared. At that time, he was really startled. When had he ever come into contact with the ancient talisman? Why did he feel familiar with the ancient talisman, as if he had seen it somewhere, or even drawn it himself? But in his memory, there was no such thing. Lin Moya couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. But after the sense of familiarity appeared, he suddenly found that the ancient talisman seemed to become a bit simpler. He easily broke down some more high-level runes, and the crack in the door to the ancient talisman widened a bit. Lin Moya remembered clearly that the first time the sense of familiarity appeared was when he observed the Soul Fire rune during the 4-star domain competition. Since the sense of familiarity appeared, he had a natural touch for runes. Learning them became extremely easy. What others needed decades or even hundreds of years to learn, he could fully master in just a few days or even days. A book like Rune Language, which could take most rune masters a lifetime to study, was easily mastered by him. Lin Moya couldn't explain this. Later, for a long time, Lin Moya's breakdown of the ancient talisman became smooth, even giving him a sense of ease. Lin Moya also discovered the intricacies of the ancient talisman. The ancient talisman was composed of countless high-level and basic runes. Even just a corner of the ancient talisman might contain over 1,000 high-level runes and tens of thousands of basic runes. These runes overlapped to form an incredibly complex three-dimensional structure. Moreover, these runes were interconnected in the form of rune arrays, ultimately forming the ancient talisman. The ancient talisman caused a qualitative change, jumping out of the laws and thus possessing the power of rules. Because of the support of so many runes, even if only a corner or a fragment of the ancient talisman remained, it could still exert great power, because it still contained a large number of runes inside. During the analysis, Lin Moya finally understood some fundamental principles of the ancient talisman. With his ability, it was impossible to draw the ancient talisman. The most basic requirement for drawing the ancient talisman was to master the power of rules. That was something for the beyond realm, far beyond his reach. Lin Moya deeply understood this, so he never hoped to draw the ancient talisman himself. Being able to control a corner of the ancient talisman now was already a very good result. Lin Moya gradually understood the function of this corner of the ancient talisman. This corner of the ancient talisman was one of the cores of a complete ancient talisman. A complete ancient talisman often had multiple cores. Its function was virtualization, in other words, creating illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. In battle, if it exerted its power, it could instantly drag the enemy into an illusion, making it impossible to escape. But because it had to connect the virtual and the real, it had two sides, yin and yang. It could constantly switch between reality and illusion. Therefore, when it evolved into a secret realm, it formed the Black Rain secret realm. Inside, there were also yin and yang sides, both real and illusory. However, the illusion dominated, and its most important power was the illusion. Because it was in the illusion, he could look directly at it. As for why it actively entered his soul world, Lin Moya never got an answer. After decades of relentless effort, he could finally perform some simple manipulations on this corner of the ancient talisman. For example, using the ancient talisman, he could condense a substance similar to black water. The black water could make people fall into an illusion, making it difficult to escape. In Lin Moya's observation, the black water he created through the ancient talisman could affect god sovereigns below the 6th stage. Only those high-level god sovereigns above the 6th stage would not be affected. If he added the power of faith, the effect of the black water could be further expanded. Just this alone had greatly enhanced his combat power. At least when facing 6th stage god sovereigns, he no longer needed to risk his life. He had gained another means to deal with enemies. While Luo Fi'ia was experiencing the illusion, Lin Moya reviewed his more than 70 years of cultivation results. Overall, the effect was very good, and he was very satisfied. Chapter 1669. Chapter 1669, 1669. Chapter 1669, Special Secret Realm, Exploding Ancient Talisman. Luo Fi'ia sometimes frowned, sometimes showed joy. His soul was experiencing one illusion after another, and the emotions in the illusions occasionally reflected on his face. Lin Moya noticed that most of Luo Fi'ia's expressions were joyful. Luo Fi'ia's aura was becoming stable, which also indicated that his state of mind was improving. There is a fundamental difference between passively entering an illusion and actively entering one. The difference lies in the control. Once a minor god sovereign like Luo Fi'ia gains control of the illusion, even if he is just an ordinary person in the illusion, he can defy fate and turn the tide. As Luo Fi'ia's aura became more stable, Lin Moya knew he no longer needed to worry about him. Luo Fi'ia had won his gamble and regained his path of cultivation. This time, not only did Luo Fi'ia win, but Lin Moya also won. The black water was created by him manipulating the ancient talisman, and the effect was excellent. From now on, I'll call you the Black Water Talisman. One day, I will restore you to your complete state. Lin Moya silently said in his heart, word by word, firmly and powerfully. Luo Fi'ia still needed some time to recover, and Lin Moya's mind moved, his consciousness entering the human emperor network. He directly teleported to the small courtyard of the Secret Realm Strategy Group, looking at the flowers and plants inside and outside the courtyard, each one different. Every time a member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group died, a different flower or plant would appear here. Lin Moya sighed softly. He didn't want to become one of them. Entering the courtyard, there was no one present in the small courtyard of the Secret Realm Strategy Group. Lin Moya said loudly in the courtyard, "Register the strategy." The Human Emperor Network immediately responded, and a blank book appeared in front of Lin Moya. He only needed to use his mind to write the strategy on it. The strategy for clearing the secret realm was not complicated. Lin Moya took only 2 minutes to write the complete strategy. The strategy quickly passed the verification of the Human Emperor Network, and Lin Moya also received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on becoming a third-tier member of the Secret Realm Strategy Group. All Secret Realm information in the primary area is now fully open to you. Some Secret Realm information in the intermediate area is now open to you. You can check the specific information yourself. Upgrading to a third-tier member increased his permissions a bit more. In the Divine City Star domain, all Secret Realm information in the primary area was now freely accessible to him. There were a total of 5,688 Secret Realms in the primary area, and 162 had been cleared, leaving 5,526 Secret Realms. Some Secret Realm information in the intermediate area was also open. There were a total of 722 Secret Realms in the intermediate area, and only 10 of them were open to him. To view more Secret Realm information in the intermediate area, he needed to upgrade to the 4th tier. The requirements for upgrading to the 4th tier were clearly written, with 3 methods. Clear 1 secret realm in the intermediate area, or clear 2 more secret realms in the primary area, or provide a large amount of secret realm information. Of course, the information must be new and not previously provided by others. He could choose any one of the 3 methods to upgrade. The same 3 methods applied for upgrading from the 4th tier to the 5th tier. Clear 1 secret realm in the intermediate area, or 4 secret realms in the primary area, or provide a large amount of secret realm information, but only intermediate area information would be useful. Primary area information would no longer be useful. Lin Moya knew that no one would choose to clear 4 secret realms in the primary area. Compared to the intermediate area secret realms, the primary area secret realms were much safer. The main reason was not the danger but that cultivators who reached the 4th tier were generally at the God Sovereign level. Most secret realms in the primary area were inaccessible to those above the God Sovereign level, so they had no choice but to choose the intermediate area secret realms. However, the intermediate area secret realms were too dangerous and difficult, and most people couldn't clear them. Generally, they chose to accumulate a large amount of secret realm strategy information to slowly upgrade. Lin Moya thought of the message brought by the Talisman Sovereign and wanted to check the information on special secret realms. Song Jia didn't explain much, and it was the first time he had heard of such secret realms, making him very curious. A secret realm deemed important by a sovereign was obviously not simple. Lin Moya quickly found the relevant information. There were a total of 6 special secret realms, 3 in the primary area, 2 in the intermediate area, and 1 in the advanced area. Their locations were peculiar, forming a triangular distribution. The one in the advanced area was at the top of the triangle, and the 3 in the primary area were at the base. Looking at the markings in the information, Lin Moya vaguely sensed something strange. A map of the entire Divine City Star domain appeared in his mind, filled with star systems and shining secret realms. He filtered out all the star systems, leaving only the secret realms. Then he placed the locations of the 6 special secret realms on the map. Lin Moya suddenly discovered that all the secret realms combined formed a rune, an ancient talisman. Combining this with the scene he saw in the Black Rain secret realm, where the rune exploded and the secret realm evolved, Lin Moya completely understood that all the secret realms were actually the result of a complete ancient talisman exploding into countless fragments. Although the ancient talisman exploded, turning into thousands of fragments, they still followed certain rules, maintaining a certain distance within the vast Divine City Star domain, and from a macro perspective, it was still recognizable as an ancient talisman. If he could clear every secret realm and obtain all the ancient talismans inside, he could restore a complete and powerful ancient talisman. The power of this ancient talisman would be immense, beyond estimation. Lin Moya speculated that it would definitely surpass the Beyond Realm. It might even be stronger than a sovereign. Is this the reason why I was told to clear more secret realms? The Talisman Sovereign must have deep research on ancient talismans. Perhaps he wants to restore this ancient talisman. Lin Moya thought this was highly likely. A Beyond Realm expert wouldn't do anything meaningless. Judging by the locations of the special secret realms, they should be one of the cores of the ancient talisman. The ancient talisman in the Black Rain secret realm is also one of the cores, but it didn't become a special secret realm. It should be because the completeness of the ancient talisman is different. Although the Black Water talisman is also a core, it was too severely damaged, so it ultimately evolved into an ordinary secret realm. Since I could obtain the Black Water talisman, does it mean I can also obtain other core parts? If that's the case, then the special secret realms are a must-go. And the cores of the ancient talisman are not just these few. Lin Moya deduced the ancient talisman in his mind. Combining the location of the Black Rain secret realm with the locations of the special secret realms, he quickly deduced other secret realms that might contain core runes. He marked these secret realms one by one, making them his priority for clearing. After obtaining the Black Water talisman, Lin Moya's curiosity about the ancient talisman reached its peak. Lin Moya continued to check the information on the special secret realms and quickly learned what made them special. After a few minutes, his ears twitched slightly, hearing some movement. Luo Fiio had awakened. Chapter 1670. Chapter 1670, 1670. Chapter 1670 Luo Fii's Stone. Luo Fii seemed to have had a long sleep, and his entire spirit and energy had transformed. Lin. His state of mind had recovered, his aura had become stable, and the cultivation path that had been broken was now reconnected, even stronger than before. Breaking and then rebuilding. After this ordeal, Luo Fii's Dao heart had surpassed its previous state. Although his cultivation level had declined due to the torment of his state of mind over the years, it no longer mattered. His future was now bright, far better than before. Congratulations, Brother Luo, for breaking and then rebuilding, stabilizing your Dao heart. A breakthrough to the God Sovereign realm is just around the corner. Hearing Lin Moya's congratulatory words, Luo Fii was overjoyed. He almost knelt down to kowtow to Lin Moyo, as Lin Moyo had truly saved him, akin to a life-saving grace. Luo Fii said, Brother Lin, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, and I, Luo, will not refuse even at the cost of my life. Lin Moya smiled, Brother Luo, you are too serious. The two left the quiet room, and Jianshin had already left, not waiting outside. They walked back to the main hall and saw several God Sovereigns. The God Sovereigns glanced over, showing slight surprise. They already knew about Luo Fii's situation. A damaged state of mind was the most troublesome. They didn't expect Lin Moya to actually save him. Lin Moya's methods seemed even more extraordinary than they had imagined. Jianshin laughed heartily, congratulations, congratulations. After this ordeal, your future is limitless, my dear nephew. Uncle, you flatter me. I, Fiiu, am just a humble learner. It is already a great fortune to have saved my life this time. Luo Fiiu bowed to everyone. Dear seniors, if you have time in the future, please come to my Luo family for a drink. I will bring out the best wine from my home. The God Sovereigns also smiled and agreed one by one. One of the God Sovereigns said to Lin Moyu, young friend Lin, your methods are truly impressive. Even the damage to the state of mind can be repaired. I am in awe. Soul injuries and damage to the state of mind are the two most troublesome types of injuries. Young friend Lin is truly capable. Young friend Lin is indeed a rare genius, the likes of which I have never seen in my life. I am convinced. Each of the God Sovereigns was very polite to Lin Moyu, even somewhat flattering. They all believed that in the future, Lin Moyu would surely surpass the God Sovereign realm and reach that elusive level. By then, they would have to address Lin Moyu as Lord. If they didn't say a few good words now to build a relationship, it would be too late in the future. 0005. Outside the formation, yellow sand filled the sky. Lin Moyu and Luo Fiia flew through the yellow sand, heading towards the teleportation array. They flew slowly, not in a hurry. Luo Fii's eyes were filled with joy, and he didn't know how many times he had expressed his gratitude. Originally, Lin Moyo wanted to go to another star system where there was a secret realm he had selected, which might contain a core ancient talisman. However, Luo Fiiu insisted on taking Lin Moyo back to the Luo family, saying he had something special to give him. As for what it was, Luo Fiiu couldn't say clearly, only that it was something very special. This item couldn't be stored in a storage space and was inconvenient to carry around, so Luo Fiiu had always kept it at home. He had also shown it to his elders, but none of them could identify what it was. Even a 6th-stage God Sovereign in the Luo family couldn't damage it in the slightest, even when using all his strength. They had also tried refining it into a magical treasure, but that too had failed. This showed that it was not just a high-grade item. The Luo family didn't know how to use it, but they didn't think of selling it either. Since Luo Fiio had found it, it was ultimately left to him to handle. The two once again used the teleportation array to return to the initial 13,283 star system, back to Luo Fii's courtyard. In a corner of the courtyard, there was a small room. This was Luo Fii's usual quiet room for cultivation. The setup inside the quiet room was simple, with only a meditation cushion and a small table. However, Lin Moyo could see that the quiet room was arranged with formations that could manifest laws to aid in cultivation. In one corner of the quiet room stood a black stone. The stone was about half a meter tall and 10 centimeters wide, with smooth edges and obvious cutting marks. Lin Moya's pupils slightly contracted, showing a hint of shock. It's this. Entering the quiet room, he reached out to touch the black stone. It really is this. It was indeed the same as the black stone in the mysterious manor and the ancient tomb. Luo Fiio was surprised. Brother Lin, have you seen this before? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, where did you get it, Brother Luo? Luo Fiia said, I once left the Divine City and went to the Suanmu battlefield. At that time, I had a conflict with a powerful being from another race. After a great battle, I accidentally found this stone. There were many scattered stones in the starry sky, and this stone was among them. During the battle, all the other stones were destroyed, but this one remained intact. The black stone looked ordinary on the surface. When mixed with other stones, it was hard to distinguish it. Its only characteristic was its hardness. It was so hard that even a god sovereign couldn't damage it in the slightest, and no method of refining could affect it. At that time, I tried everything to bring a piece back for research, but no matter what I did, I couldn't succeed. I didn't expect to get a piece now. Luo Fiio asked, Brother Lin, do you know the use of this stone? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't know either, but in ancient times, it seems that the strong used it to build houses. Ah, Luo Fiio was stunned. It was actually used as a building material. He knew Lin Moya wouldn't lie to him. Were the people of ancient times so strong? They used this material to build houses. Using such a stone to build houses was something even a god sovereign couldn't do. The strength of the people in ancient times was unimaginable. Could they all have surpassed the god sovereign realm? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Maybe, Lin Moya replied casually. He wasn't sure either. Lin Moya grasped the stone and exerted a little force to lift it. The stone was unexpectedly light, weighing less than a pound despite its size. Even a 3 or 5-year-old child could lift it. Extremely light, yet extremely hard. Two completely different properties coexisted, making it very peculiar. Luo Fiya said, I also found it strange at the time. Such a light stone should be hollow, but it is incredibly hard. Lin Moyo carefully examined the stone and noticed something different at the bottom. At one corner of the stone's base, it seemed to have been damaged and then repaired. It didn't feel as smooth as the rest. Lin Moyo asked, Brother Luo, how many years ago did you get this? Luo Fiyo calculated, about 500 years ago. 500 years, not too long, but not short either. Lin Moyo pointed to the less smooth area. Brother Luo, look here. Is it different from when you first got it? He knew Luo Fiyo must have carefully observed it back then and probably studied it for a while, ultimately finding nothing. He would remember the details of the stone clearly. Luo Fiyo carefully looked at the spot Lin Moyo pointed to, gradually showing surprise. This wasn't like this before. I remembered there was a notch here, as if it had been cut off. Chapter 1671. Chapter 1671, 1671. Chapter 1671. So ancient talismans can be simple too. Through Luo Fiya's words, Lin Moya confirmed his suspicions. Lin, the black stone from ancient times has the ability to self-repair. However, this ability has certain limitations. It can repair breaks but cannot fix some surface scratches. There is still a scratch on this stone, a very fine one, likely made by some sharp tool. The stone has not repaired this scratch, perhaps because it hasn't reached the threshold for repair. But at the broken corner, the stone automatically repaired itself. The repaired part is not smooth and can be distinctly felt. This also explains why Lin Moya saw many scratches on the walls of the mysterious manor. Countless years have passed, and the scratches have not disappeared. It also explains why the stones cannot be separated. Due to the self-repairing nature, they will automatically stick to other ancient black stones, forming a whole. This material from ancient times is quite magical. Luo Fiya said, I have nothing valuable except this unknown stone and the wine from the Luo family. I don't know if this stone will be useful to you, Brother Lin. Lin Moyo held the stone in his hand. I don't know if it's useful, but I once wanted to obtain it and failed. I cannot refuse Brother Luo's kindness. Without much formality, Lin Moyo accepted the stone straightforwardly. Seeing Lin Moyo accept the stone, Luo Fiya was overjoyed. Brother Lin, please wait in the courtyard for a moment. I'll fetch some good wine for you to enjoy. With that, Luo Fiya flew to his family's wine cellar to get wine for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo returned to the courtyard and continued to examine the black stone. Something he once sought but couldn't obtain was now in his hand. It would be a shame not to study it thoroughly. From the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary stone. Apart from being particularly light and hard, there was nothing unusual about it. If there was something strange, it must be inside the stone. He extended his soul power, trying to penetrate the stone. As expected, his soul power was blocked, unable to enter. The Luo family must have tried various methods, so I don't need to try those again. Then, the only methods left are those the Luo family doesn't have. In his soul world, the eye of the soul slowly opened. The world changed, and lines of laws appeared in his vision. The eye of the soul at the beyond realm level broke through the surface illusion of the world, revealing a more real interior. Sure enough, Lin Moya saw something different. A large number of runes appeared on the black stone in his hand. Countless runes intertwined, ultimately forming a special rune, an ancient talisman. Lin Moya's heart trembled. The black stone from ancient times is indeed related to ancient talismans. He had already suspected this. The stone was both light and hard, two completely different properties coexisting, indicating that its rules had been altered. Only an ancient talisman could change rules and maintain them for so many years. Now that he saw it, it was indeed an ancient talisman, making everything clear. Ancient talismans are three-dimensional, and the runes on the stone's surface are just the exterior. These runes extend from the outside to the inside, ultimately converging and forming an ancient talisman inside the stone. It is this ancient talisman that transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, giving the stone its amazing properties. The true power of the black stone does not lie in the stone itself but in the ancient talisman inside. Lin Moya thought that if this ancient talisman were placed on another material, it might achieve similar effects. Having understood the essence, the next step was to understand what kind of ancient talisman it was. However, it seemed that the ancient talisman inside the black stone was one of the simplest types. The ancient talismans in the Divine City Star Domain and the ancient talisman in the Severed Finger outside the Divine City were much more complex. The ancient talismans at the core of any secret realm were more complex than the one inside the black stone. The difference was like night and day, incomparable. Lin Moya found it amusing. Have I skipped a grade? Learning runes is a process, step by step. He had thought all ancient talismans were extremely complex, but now he realized he was wrong. There are simpler ancient talismans in this world. He had started with complex, high-level ancient talismans, like learning advanced mathematics without finishing elementary school. No wonder it was so difficult. Luo Fiya returned with 2 jars of wine. The jars were much smaller, each holding only 50 jin. Luo Fiya placed the 2 jars on the ground. This is the oldest wine in our Luo family, each jar over 3,000 years old. But there isn't much of this wine left. I managed to find only 2 jars. Lin Moya did not refuse and directly accepted the 2 jars of wine. I won't be polite then. Luo Fiya quickly waved his hand. You are my savior. This wine is nothing. An unknown stone and 2 jars of aged wine were nothing compared to Lin Moya's kindness in Luo Fiya's eyes. but he also understood the principle of not overdoing it. Insisting on repaying too much would seem insincere. He considered Lin Moyo a friend, which was much better. Moreover, he genuinely felt this way. Lin Moyo held the ancient black stone, his curiosity piqued by the ancient talisman on it, eager to study it. "Brother Luo, could you find me a quiet room?" Luo Fiio immediately pointed to his own quiet room. "Use this one. The other rooms aren't as good." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and directly entered the quiet room. The door of the quiet room closed, and the formation inside began to operate. The formation brought light to the room, making it not dim. Lin Moyo opened the Eye of the Soul and began to study the ancient talisman on the black stone. In the main hall of the Luo family, Luo Fiio met his father, Luo Hong, the head of the Luo family and a third-stage god sovereign. Besides Luo Hong, there was an elder with an even more profound aura. This was Luo Fii's grandfather, Luo Shishin. Luo Shishin was already a 6th-stage god sovereign, just one step away from the 7th stage. If he reached the 7th stage, the Luo family could enter the intermediate area of the Divine City and enjoy better resources. Both of them were well aware of Luo Fii's situation but were helpless. They had sought help from other god sovereigns, but the answer was always the same. The one who tied the bell must untie it. This matter could only be resolved by Luo Fiio himself. Others were powerless. They had given up hope, but unexpectedly, Luo Fiio had broken and then rebuilt, not only healing his state of mind but also brightening his future. Luo Hong asked, "Did he accept the 2 jars of wine?" Luo Fiio honestly replied, "He did." "Good. Did you mention the purpose of the wine?" Luo Fiio shook his head. "I didn't think it was necessary. Saying too much would seem deliberate." Luo Shishin said, "Fiio is right. No need to be deliberate. When he drinks the wine, he will naturally understand." Luo Hong said, "We don't have much of this wine left in the Luo family, but being able to befriend a top genius like Lin Moyo is worth it." Luo Shishin asked, "Fiio, did he say he had seen that stone before?" Luo Fiio nodded. "Brother Lin said the stone is from ancient times. He saw it on the battlefield but doesn't know its specific use." Luo Shishin said softly, "We've studied it for so many years without understanding it. If he can use it, it will be put to good use." Luo Hong advised, "Fiio, Lin Moyo is a dragon among men and will surely soar to great heights. In the future, you should try to befriend him and become friends." Luo Fiio nodded. "I treat him sincerely, and he treats me sincerely. We are already friends." Chapter 1672. Chapter 1672, 1672. Chapter 1672, Special Secret Realm, Maple Forest Secret Realm. In the quiet room, Lin Moyo carefully studied the ancient talisman. Through the Eye of the Soul, he could see the ancient talisman, but only the surface runes of the core ancient talisman. From the surface runes, Lin Moyo judged that the core ancient talisman should be a relatively simple one. But no matter how simple an ancient talisman is, it is still an ancient talisman. While studying it, his soul power was consumed rapidly, at an astonishing speed, much faster than when he studied the Black Water talisman. The giant tree of talent was working at full capacity to replenish his soul power, but it was still somewhat insufficient. The most troublesome part was not this, but that when he started to make some progress, Lin Moyo suddenly found himself beginning to forget. It was like when he first entered the Poison Bee secret realm. The ancient talisman fragments he had seen were completely forgotten after a short time. Now it was the same. The runes on this black stone would also be forgotten and could not be remembered. At this point, Lin Moyo had to give up. "Realm, oh realm." With a long sigh, Lin Moyo put away the Eye of the Soul and let his consumed soul power naturally recover. From this, it was clear that only the Black Water talisman, which actively entered his soul, was a special existence. Even if he had obtained the black stone from the beginning, he would not have been able to enter the door of the ancient talisman through it. The disassembly and study of the Black Water talisman were not in vain. Thinking of this, he felt much more balanced. The ancient black stone could not be studied for now. It would have to wait until his realm improved in the future. He didn't know if the God Sovereign realm would be enough. If not, he would have to wait until he reached the Beyond realm. That would take quite a long time. If others knew Lin Moyo had such thoughts, they would surely want to beat him to death with a stick. Others take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the God King realm. Even counting the time and the time house, Lin Moyo had just barely surpassed 100 years. Others take 100 years to reach the Super God realm, but he was already a God King. Saying this would definitely anger a few people to death. Calming his mind, he decided not to aim too high. Lin Moyo decided to check out the secret realms he had marked. Perhaps he could obtain a core ancient talisman like the Black Water talisman. Just as this thought arose, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "The Maple Forest secret realm will open in 10 days. The Maple Forest secret realm is a special secret realm. If interested, you can take the task and go there." Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. The special secret realm is coming so soon. The talisman sovereign must have known that the Maple Forest secret realm would open, which is why he specifically reminded me. Lin Moyo had read the information on special secret realms. In the information, special secret realms were also called the 3 high secret realms: high danger, high challenge, high reward. The rewards of special secret realms are very rich, far exceeding ordinary secret realms. However, the danger is also very high, and every time it opens, a batch of people will die. But in the face of high rewards, people still flock to it, and every time it opens, many people want to enter. After the talisman sovereign's words were conveyed, Lin Moyo had originally planned to go to the special secret realm once it opened. With the reminder from the Human Emperor Network, the task information also appeared. Divine City task: explore the Maple Forest secret realm. Enter the Maple Forest Secret Realm and collect blood-red maple leaves. Restriction: God King 5th stage and above, below the 1st stage of the God Sovereign Realm, can enter. Completion condition: collect 10 blood-red maple leaves. Task reward: 100 Divine City Merit Points, no penalty for failure. Additional reward: for each additional blood-red maple leaf, an extra 1 Divine City Merit Point, no upper limit. Notes: the Maple Forest Secret Realm is a special secret realm with extremely high danger. Please pay attention to the following points. 1. In some areas of the Maple Forest Secret Realm, escape talismans cannot be used. Please avoid these areas. 2. The beasts in the Maple Forest contain strong poison. If you are outmatched, please use the escape talisman immediately. 3. Prepare antidote pills. If poisoned and unable to detoxify, please use the escape talisman immediately. 4. The Maple Forest Secret Realm may contain illusions. If you fall into an illusion, please use the escape talisman immediately. 5. If you encounter walking maple trees, please use the escape talisman immediately. 6. If you hear talking maple trees, please use the escape talisman immediately. 7. If the sky turns blood red, please use the escape talisman immediately. There were 7 points of caution, and apart from the first point advising to avoid certain areas, all other points had the same reminder: use the escape talisman immediately. From these points of caution, it was clear how dangerous the Maple Forest Secret Realm was. Other secret realms would never have such detailed reminders. The high levels of the human race need to train human cultivators, and some dangers must be experienced by the cultivators themselves, allowing them to grow in danger. Therefore, the reminders from the Human Emperor Network are always just enough, and many things need to be understood and comprehended by oneself. Such detailed reminders indicate that the danger of the secret realm has reached an astonishing level. Especially the words immediately. Lin Moya felt that this was the key point. Delaying even a little might make it too late to use the escape talisman. After reading the task information from the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moya immediately checked the information on the Maple Forest Secret Realm and the Secret Realm Strategy Group. The Maple Forest Secret Realm is a special secret realm that opens periodically. Its opening time is not fixed. Sometimes it is decades, sometimes it is over 100 years. It can only be calculated a short time before the secret realm opens. The Human Emperor Network will automatically calculate it and then release the secret realm task 10 days before it opens. Apart from the irregular opening time, there is another point that is completely different from other secret realms. The Maple Forest Secret Realm is a multi-person secret realm. In other secret realms, you enter alone, like a single-player instance. But the Maple Forest Secret Realm is like a multiplayer instance, with everyone together. However, it is different from a multiplayer instance in that there is no team mode. Everyone fights for themselves, and at most, there are a few helpers in times of danger. But in fact, they are of little help. The dangerous points mentioned by the Human Emperor Network are also written in the information from the Secret Realm Strategy Group, and they are written in more detail. The Maple Forest is full of poisonous insects and beasts, all of which are highly toxic. These poisons are different. Some can be detoxified, some cannot, but most cannot be detoxified. The information only gives 4 words: retreat if poisoned. As long as you leave the secret realm, the poison will disappear. If you retreat too late, you will die from the poison. Life and death are on the line, and you must grasp it yourself. The other points are the same. Whether you fall into an illusion or encounter walking or talking maple trees, you must retreat immediately. Illusions will cause you to sink, with a maximum of 10 seconds. If you cannot escape the illusion within 10 seconds, you will sink. As for walking and talking maple trees, they are talisman beasts in the secret realm. These 2 types of talisman beasts are very powerful, at least at the God Sovereign realm. Only God Sovereigns can fight them. Minor God Sovereigns will die. Some maple trees may even exceed the 1st stage of the God Sovereign realm. The reminders from the Human Emperor Network are correct: retreat immediately, or there will be no chance. The information only differs from the Human Emperor Network's reminder on the last point. When the sky in the secret realm turns blood red, the Human Emperor Network advises using the escape talisman immediately. However, the information states that only when the sky turns blood red is there a possibility of entering the 2nd stage. But this statement has not been confirmed, because the secret realm becomes extremely dangerous when the sky turns blood red. Several God Sovereigns from the Secret Realm Strategy Group have tried to explore it, but none have been able to persist. Chapter 1673. Chapter 1673, 1673. Chapter 1673, the Maple Forest Secret Realm can farm merit points. Walking out of the quiet room, Lin Moya saw Luo Fiio waiting outside. Lin. He seemed somewhat excited, with a mysterious gleam in his eyes. Junior brother Lin, you received the message, right? The Maple Forest Secret Realm is about to open. Luo Fiia spoke first. Lin Moya found it a bit strange. I received it. It's just a secret realm. Why is senior brother Luo so excited? Luo Fiia said, Junior brother Lin, you may not know, but the Maple Forest Secret Realm is different from other secret realms. Come, let's talk over some drinks. In the courtyard, a small table was already set with wine and dishes. It was still the usual simple dishes, including the familiar peanuts. At the wine table, Luo Fiio, full of excitement, explained to Lin Moyo, the Maple Forest Secret Realm is a great opportunity for us to earn Divine City Merit Points. The task inside is to collect 10 blood-red maple leaves, and the reward is 100 Divine City Merit Points. The task can only be completed once, but the key is in the additional rewards. After completing the task, for every additional blood red maple leaf collected, you get 1 Divine City merit point. There is no upper limit to this. If you can collect 10 extra leaves, it's equivalent to completing a regular secret realm task. Junior brother Lin, think about it. This is a huge fortune. At this point, Luo Fei suddenly paused. He realized he had misspoken. In front of him was not just anyone, but the terrifying existence who had cleared 3 secret realms in a row. Luo Fei's voice instantly softened, becoming cautious. Junior brother Lin, can you tell me how many rewards you get for clearing a secret realm? Lin Moya did not hide it, around 1,000 points. It varies with different secret realms, but the fluctuation is not large. Luo Fei's eyes widened, swallowing hard. That much? Lin Moya nodded, munching on a peanut. Yes, quite a lot. Luo Fei calculated and replied with difficulty. Then you must have over 3,000 Divine City merit points now. Lin Moya shook his head. Over 5,000. I also received some other rewards. Luo Fei was speechless. My goodness, I've done so many tasks and worked hard for so many years, and I only have over 7,000 Divine City merit points. Junior brother Lin, you've only been here for a short time, and you already have over 5,000 merit points. It's really infuriating to compare. He said this while downing several cups of wine, his face turning red. Lin Moyo asked, tell me more about how to earn merit points in the Maple Forest Secret Realm. From what Luo Fei said, it seemed the Maple Forest Secret Realm could farm merit points, and in large quantities. But according to the Secret Realm's task, collecting blood red maple leaves shouldn't be easy. Even if you could get some extra, it shouldn't be enough to farm merit points. Luo Fei explained, it's like this. Generally, when we enter the Maple Forest Secret Realm, as long as we're not too unlucky, completing the task is not a problem, and we can always get a few extra blood red maple leaves. Normally, we can get about 14 to 15 blood red maple leaves. That means each time we can earn 14 to 15 Divine City merit points. After deducting the 5 points for the escape talisman, we can still net about 10 points. But it's not always that lucky. Sometimes, we have to escape as soon as we enter. The Maple Forest Secret Realm opens for 30 days each time. In those 30 days, I can enter and exit at least 50 times. On average, I can earn about 7 merit points each time, totaling around 300 to 400 merit points. Lin Moyo understood. The Maple Forest Secret Realm could be entered repeatedly. Earning 300 to 400 merit points was indeed quite a lot. Luo Fei was a minor god sovereign, relatively powerful. If it were just a god king, they would earn less. But earning over 200 merit points was still possible. For many cultivators, this was a feast for farming merit points. Only those in the Divine City knew how hard it was to earn merit points. Luo Fei put down his wine jar. Junior brother Lin, are you planning to farm some merit points this time, or are you considering clearing it? Lin Moya leisurely sipped his wine. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll decide when the time comes. Luo Fei reminded, actually, only a small part of the Maple Forest Secret Realm has been explored. Although junior brother Lin is powerful, you still need to be cautious. Since the secret realm can be entered repeatedly, junior brother Lin should prepare more escape talismans, just in case. Lin Moya nodded, indeed, I need to prepare more. He had already planned to do so, not for farming merit points. Knowing that the Maple Forest Secret Realm could be entered repeatedly, he realized he needed more escape talismans. The goal was to find the blood red change. According to the strategy provided by the Secret Realm Strategy Group, the second stage would likely open when the sky turns blood red. Unless he could find other clues in the Secret Realm, this was the only lead. As for farming blood red maple leaves, Lin Moya didn't think he needed to rely on that to earn merit points. Farming for so long wouldn't be as profitable as clearing a regular secret realm. Of course, if the blood red maple leaves were easy to get, he wouldn't refuse them. Luo Fei had experienced the Maple Forest Secret Realm 5 times over the past few hundred years. The first time he entered, he was at the 7th stage of the God King realm, and now he was a minor god sovereign. Luo Fei couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time passed. Unfortunately, during these 5 openings, he was focused on earning merit points and never thought about exploring. At the slightest danger, he would use the escape talisman immediately, prioritizing his life. According to Luo Fei, 99.9% of cultivators were like him, just farming. Lin Moyo understood. They knew that even clearing a regular secret realm was difficult, let alone a special secret realm. After reviewing all the information, Lin Moya judged that the danger level of the Maple Forest Secret Realm was at least 10 times that of a regular secret realm. If he entered the second stage, the escape talisman would become ineffective, and he would face unprecedented dangers with no reference materials. But if he cleared it, the rewards would be astonishing, possibly elevating him to the intermediate level and granting access to the intermediate area. After a hearty meal and drinks, the two, reeking of alcohol, headed to the Maple Forest Secret Realm. After the Human Emperor Network released the task, the teleportation array to the Maple Forest Secret Realm was activated. Once the task was accepted, they could go there. Lin Moyo had seen the location of the Maple Forest Secret Realm in the Secret Realm Strategy Group's information. It didn't belong to any star system, but there was a teleportation array that could take them nearby. The human race had built a massive military fortress specifically for the Maple Forest Secret Realm, with troops stationed inside. The teleportation array was usually closed and only opened when the secret realm was about to open. After crossing over 10,000 light-years, the noise of people reached their ears. Countless people appeared in their sight. The teleportation array was located on an enormous starry sky plaza. It's really lively. Scanning the area, there were at least 100,000 people. Countless people stood on the plaza or in the starry sky. The weakest were at the 5th stage of the God King realm, each exuding an astonishing aura. It's no exaggeration to say that if these auras combined, they could easily crush an ordinary planet. If they descended to a small world, it would collapse. Chapter 1674. Chapter 1674, 1674. Chapter 1674, 500 million God Kings, a powerful race. Don't linger in the teleportation array. Don't linger in the teleportation array. The human emperor network's reminders kept ringing out, and the two of them immediately left the teleportation array, making way for those coming after them. Now, there were still 9 days until the Maple Forest Secret Realm opened, and there were still many people who hadn't arrived yet. No one knows the exact population of the human race, except for the human emperor network itself. There were those who tried to estimate it in the past, but they ended up confusing themselves. Every minute and second, new members of the human race are born, while the elderly pass away. This number fluctuates violently, making it difficult to calculate accurately. Today, Lin Moya witnessed a part of it. Just the number of cultivators at the God King 5th stage and above was incalculable. This is a powerful race. On the plaza, the teleportation arrays kept operating continuously. In the blink of an eye, thousands more people were teleported over, and the number kept increasing. Luo Fiio led Lin Moya to fly into the starry sky, finding a less crowded spot to stop, pointing in one direction and saying, "Over there, about 10,000 kilometers away, is where the Maple Forest Secret Realm is located." Lin Moya looked over, and that part of the starry sky was quiet, as if there was nothing there. Luo Fiio continued, 2 days before the Maple Forest Secret Realm officially opens, the Secret Realm will gradually appear, and it will be a magnificent sight to behold. Believe me, the scene is truly spectacular. I've already seen it 5 times, but I still want to see it again. There are actually quite a few people who come just for the grand and magnificent spectacle. Luo Fiio kept talking nonstop, introducing Lin Moya to some of the things he knew. For now, only the God Kings have arrived, and only those from the primary area. In 2 more days, the God Kings from the intermediate and advanced areas will also gradually arrive. After that, the God Sovereigns will come as well. Among them will not only be first-stage God Sovereigns, but also those of higher realms. First-stage God Sovereigns can enter the Maple Forest Secret Realm, whether they want to clear it or, like most people, farm Divine City merit points. The higher realm God Sovereigns also want to come and witness this grand spectacle. Lin Moya became increasingly curious about what kind of grand spectacle it was that could attract even God Sovereigns to come and watch. Moreover, with so many people, the Secret Realm entrance would definitely be completely packed when the time came. As they were talking, at least another 10,000 God Kings arrived in just that short period of time. Each of them was rubbing their fists and palms, their eyes shining with excitement, eager to give it a try. What excited them was not the Secret Realm itself, but the Divine City merit points they could earn by going through it. Lin Moya watched this scene, thinking to himself, what's in those blood-red maple leaves? The Human Emperor Network is doing this, which is equivalent to infinitely recycling the blood-red maple leaves. It means the blood-red maple leaves must be useful, and their use is not small. This grand event of farming Divine City merit points benefits not only the cultivators but also the Human Emperor Network. Luo Fiio interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. I have a few friends who have come over. Junior brother Lin, would you like to go and meet them? He knew that Lin Moya didn't like crowds, so he asked for Lin Moya's opinion first. As he expected, Lin Moya didn't show much interest. Luo Fiio could only go and catch up with his friends by himself, while Lin Moya waited alone. His gaze fell on the location of the Secret Realm, which looked like an empty void, with nothing there. But when he got closer, he immediately received a warning from the Human Emperor Network, not allowing him to approach. It looked like there were no restrictions in the starry sky, but the Human Emperor Network had already set up invisible shackles. Just a moment ago, Lin Moya had felt several wills locking onto him. In the pitch-black void, there were powerful beings hidden, at least high-level God Sovereigns, and more than one. With them present, there was no need for any defense here. Lin Moya even suspected that experts from the Beyond Realm might also come. After all, the opening of a special secret realm was no small matter, worthy of the Talisman Sovereign himself passing on the message. The Talisman Sovereign's words were very clear. He hoped that Lin Moya could clear the Maple Forest Secret Realm. However, he didn't force it, leaving the decision entirely up to Lin Moya. From the side, it also implied that in the eyes of those great experts, Lin Moya's life might be more important than clearing the secret realm. Returning to the waiting area, Lin Moya moved away from the crowd and sat down cross-legged. He continued to check the information on the Maple Forest Secret Realm and the Secret Realm Strategy Group, as well as the information from the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network didn't have much information on the Maple Forest Secret Realm, and basically none of it was useful. Most of it was just about how to efficiently farm Divine City merit points. Some of the information even required merit points to purchase, but the content was essentially the same, teaching people how to farm Divine City merit points and how to maximize their benefits. Compared to the mixed information from the Human Emperor Network, the information from the Secret Realm Strategy Group was much more reliable. This time, Lin Moya read it very carefully. The information contained details about the various poisonous insects and beasts in the Maple Forest Secret Realm, which insects were the most dangerous, and which were relatively safe, what details to pay attention to in the Secret Realm, and so on, were all described. These were the experiences of predecessors, which Lin Moya recorded and compared comprehensively. At the same time, he also checked some of the information on the other two special secret realms. The other two special secret realms were the Volcano Secret Realm and the Megalith Secret Realm. Although the three special secret realms didn't have much connection, Lin Moya was well aware that they came from the same ancient talisman, so there should be some relation between them. Gradually, Lin Moya frowned. This ancient talisman, why does it all seem to be related to plants and animals? Poison bees, golden light, black rain, maple forest, and some other secret realms, the things that evolved inside all have a certain similarity. It's as if. His eyes flickered with light, and his tone became more certain. It's as if it's a complete world. Lin Moya was now more than 70% confident that this massive ancient talisman had evolved into a world within it. No matter how it had shattered, and how each fragment of the ancient talisman had evolved into an independent secret realm, there were still traces to follow. Lin Moya connected all this information, ultimately arriving at this answer. The ancient talisman had evolved into a complete world, and after it shattered, each fragment of the ancient talisman actually evolved into a part of that world. They all inherited the will of the ancient talisman. Although knowing this didn't help much with the secret realm strategies, it would have a profound impact on Lin Moya's study of the ancient talisman, and even his future mastery of it. Lin Moya seemed to vaguely understand something, but also felt like he didn't understand anything at all. As the time for the secret realm to open drew nearer, more and more people arrived at this place. 5 days before the secret realm opened, the first god sovereigns finally arrived. The god sovereigns also came through the teleportation array, as this part of the starry sky had been sealed off by the human emperor network, leaving no other way in except through the teleportation array. By now, the number of god kings had exceeded 500 million. 500 million god kings stood in the starry sky, their auras rolling, causing visible distortions in space itself. Lin Moya had already moved away from his original position, retreating thousands of miles further away. There were too many people, and he could only find peace by moving far away. Chapter 1675. Chapter 1675, 1675. Chapter 1675, Affirmation from Lin Moya. The first 5 days were the stage for the God Kings. One by one, the God Kings, with extraordinary bearing, stood in the starry sky. Some God Kings had an imposing aura, very flamboyant. Especially some geniuses who had already reached the minor god sovereign level, they were like stars in the crowd, easily noticeable. Each of these individuals was a dragon among men, making it hard for others to look directly at them. They carried an air of arrogance, surrounded by many followers. It is natural for many people to cling to the strong, and there is nothing wrong with that. These people did not hide their identities. Most of them came from the intermediate and advanced areas. Compared to them, the minor god sovereigns from the primary area were much inferior. After catching up with old friends, Luo Fiio returned to Lin Moya's side and watched the scene with him. He couldn't help but sigh. Every time a special secret realm opens, I can feel the strength of our human race. There are countless races in the great world, and many strong ones, but few can mobilize millions of god kings like the human race. Luo Fiio was telling the truth. Although the human race was just one of the strong races, in terms of overall strength, few races could compare to the human race. Even in ancient times, it took a coalition of 200 races to attempt to destroy the human race. Even in such a situation, the human race did not fall in one blow but held on for hundreds of years. The foundation of the human race is something other races cannot imagine. 5 million god kings, from which many god sovereigns can emerge. Moreover, the 5 million god kings are not all there are. There are also god kings in the 4 major star domains, and many who have not come. 5 million god kings are just a small part. Luo Fiio pointed to a person in the distance. His name is Wang Dang, a minor god sovereign from the advanced area. 30 years ago, he fought a god sovereign from the demon race and won. Although he didn't kill the opponent, he severely injured him. Lin Moya followed Luo Fiio's direction and saw Wang Dang. Wang Dang was dressed in a plain white robe, without any decoration, but it matched his temperament, noble and aloof. Seemingly sensing Lin Moya's gaze, Wang Dang turned to look. Their eyes met, and Lin Moya nodded slightly, as a greeting. Wang Dang's expression changed slightly. Lin Moya's gaze felt like affirmation, or even encouragement. It felt like an elder looking at a junior. But Lin Moya was only at the 6th stage of the God King realm. A little guy at the 6th stage of the God King realm dared to look at him like that, making Wang Dang slightly displeased. What kind of look is that? It's so annoying. At this moment, Lin Moya had already looked away, following Luo Fiio's direction to look elsewhere. Luo Fiio pointed to a woman not far away. Her name is Mu Xiang, known as Princess Xiang, from a major sect in the advanced area. Princess Xiang, like Wang Dang, is a top genius, capable of competing with god sovereigns. Princess Xiang stood alone, like a proud peony, standing out from the world. She exuded a sharp sword aura. This peony had thorns. Princess Xiang sensed Lin Moya's gaze and also turned to look. Lin Moya's eyes were moist, and he nodded slightly in greeting. Princess Xiang frowned slightly, feeling the same as Wang Dang. It was a feeling of being affirmed by an elder, which made her somewhat displeased. This guy's gaze is really annoying. However, she couldn't directly get angry, so she just remembered Lin Moya firmly. Luo Fiio introduced a few more people to Lin Moya, all minor god sovereigns and top geniuses. These people were all stronger than Dongfang Ziyi, whom they had seen during the 4-star domain competition. But compared to Xiaoxing, after comparing, Lin Moya still felt that Xiaoxing was better. Xiaoxing could reverse slay a god sovereign while being a minor god sovereign. His level of genius was top-notch among the human race, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of Star of the Human Race. Xiaoxing's fame was not only known in the 4 major star domains but also in the Divine City. After all, Xiaosheng was originally from the Divine City. 5 days later, the God Sovereigns began to appear. The powerful pressure from the God Sovereigns made many God Kings feel oppressed. God Kings and God Sovereigns are fundamentally different levels, with a huge gap. Fortunately, after the God Sovereigns arrived, they immediately moved away. People are divided into groups, and God Sovereigns generally do not interact much with God Kings. Even top geniuses like Wang Dang or Princess Xiang were not worth associating with for the God Sovereigns. Lin Moya noticed that although most of the arriving God Sovereigns were at the first stage, many of them had auras stronger than the first stage. Among the God Sovereigns, there were also ordinary and genius distinctions. A genius minor God Sovereign like Wang Dang could only compare to an ordinary first stage God Sovereign. There was still a gap with those who were geniuses even among the God Sovereigns. After all, they were also geniuses when they were minor God Sovereigns. One by one, the God Sovereigns arrived, and the number of God Kings continued to increase. According to Luo Fio, the last time the Maple Forest Secret Realm opened, nearly 7 million God Kings came, and over 100,000 God Sovereigns. This time, it would likely be even more. The arrival of the God Sovereigns stole the spotlight from the minor God Sovereigns, attracting a lot of attention. Only a few people remained unaffected. 3 days before the secret realm opened, a burly man appeared in the teleportation array, and a powerful aura burst out from it. Although he was a first-stage God Sovereign, his aura was so strong that it instantly overshadowed all the previous God Sovereigns. Even those at the second or third stage of the God Sovereign realm couldn't match his aura. Almost everyone present, millions of eyes, focused on the newcomer. It's Xiaosheng. Heavens, Xiaosheng is back. The star of the human race, Xiaosheng, has returned after more than 100 years. What a terrifying aura, so strong. Xiaosheng's appearance told everyone that even among God Sovereigns, there were vast differences. Xiaosheng stood in the teleportation array, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. His gaze was like a sharp blade, making those he looked at feel pain all over. Xiaosheng was as high profile as ever, seemingly unaware of what it meant to keep a low profile. He was telling everyone that he could suppress them with one hand. Luo Fio swallowed. This is Xiaosheng, a terrifying person. Being able to reverse slay a God Sovereign as a minor God Sovereign, there are few like him in the human race. He suddenly thought of Lin Moyu, who seemed even more powerful than Xiaosheng. Lin Moyu also looked at Xiaosheng, smiling lightly. Senior brother Xiao is still the same. In the strange land, Xiaosheng had been somewhat desolate, filled with melancholy. At that time, Lin Moya felt that Xiaosheng was proud and domineering, but his pride and dominance were buried deep inside, like a broken battle blade, hidden in its sheath. Now the battle blade was restored, sharp and domineering, and Xiaosheng had returned. Xiaosheng's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Even Wang Dang and Princess Xiang had to avoid his sharp gaze. Suddenly, Xiaosheng's gaze locked onto Lin Moyu, and he grinned, rushing over. Wang Dang sneered inwardly. It must be that guy's gaze that annoyed Xiaosheng. He's probably going to get taught a lesson by Xiaosheng. Princess Xiang also whispered, serves him right, his gaze is indeed annoying. Not only them, but almost everyone who had been affirmed by Lin Moya's gaze had similar thoughts. In their eyes, Xiaosheng rushed to Lin Moyu and laughed heartily. Brother Lin, I knew you would be here. Chapter 1676. Chapter 1676, 1676. Chapter 1676, what a day, gained 2 older brothers. From the moment Xiaosheng appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin, as the star of the human race who returned as a God Sovereign, how could he not attract attention? His appearance overshadowed all other God Sovereigns, let alone the minor God Sovereigns. All pride was insignificant in front of Xiaosheng. A God King at the 9th stage who could battle a God Sovereign, a minor God Sovereign who could slay a God Sovereign, was not just talk. Many people wanted to surpass him, to replace him as the second star of the human race. There were so many talents in the human race, but no one could achieve this. Only the recently famous Lin Moyu, known as the Second War God, had the qualifications to be compared with Xiaosheng. At this moment, Xiaosheng's greeting to Lin Moyu once again drew everyone's attention to Lin Moyu. Wang Dang, Mu Xiang, and others who thought they would see Lin Moyu get humiliated felt like they had been slapped in the face instead. Lin Moyu smiled and said, congratulations, senior brother Xiao, on becoming a God Sovereign and returning as a king. Xiaosheng waved his hand dismissively. King my foot, with you here, I can at most be number 2. Lin Moya smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. Xiaosheng's words caused an uproar. Xiaosheng actually said he was not as good as Lin Moyu. Who is this guy? Xiaosheng actually admits he's not as good as him. I know Xiaosheng's character, he doesn't submit to anyone. How could he submit to a God King? Who is this person? A God King at the 6th stage, with the surname Lin. Could it be Lin Moyu? No one present was a fool, they immediately guessed Lin Moya's identity. Currently, in the Divine City, Lin Moyu was the most prominent figure, with the greatest fame, having cleared 3 secret realms consecutively. Clearing secret realms requires not only top-notch wisdom and extreme meticulousness but also absolute combat power. A top genius like Lin Moyu definitely had the ability to fight across levels. If he was indeed Lin Moyu, a 6th stage God King, his real combat power might reach the 9th stage of the God King, or even the minor God Sovereign level. But if someone said Lin Moyu now had combat power comparable to a God Sovereign, almost no one would believe it. Someone seemed to understand and said to themselves, Xiaosheng must mean that in terms of clearing secret realms, he is not as good as Lin Moyu. That must be it. Lin Moyu is indeed a top genius in clearing secret realms. In the history of the human race, no one has ever cleared 3 secret realms consecutively. You have to admit it. Everyone's imagination is limited, and they always start from their own understanding. Things beyond their understanding are often not believed. Their voices didn't matter. Lin Moya didn't care at all. Xiaoxing waved his hand, and countless heads appeared in the starry sky, a bloody smell instantly spreading. The heads were dead, but the pressure remained. The powerful pressure made people involuntarily retreat. These are the heads of god sovereigns. There are heads of god sovereigns from various races. Xiaoxing actually killed so many god sovereigns. This guy is terrifying. Xiaoxing's combat power has reached such a level, killing god sovereigns like slaughtering dogs. He killed so many god sovereigns and brought their heads back. What's he planning to do? Amid countless discussions, Xiaoxing said, "Brother Lin, this is what I promised you, 100 heads of god sovereigns. Among them, 92 are first-stage god sovereigns, and 8 are second-stage god sovereigns. I originally wanted to find a third-stage god sovereign, but that guy ran too fast, and I couldn't catch up." Xiaoxing said casually, as if it was no big deal. Lin Moya smiled, "Senior brother Xiao, you are thoughtful." Xiaoxing waved his hand, "You saved my life. Without you, I would have died long ago. This is nothing. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word, and I, Xiaoxing, will do it without hesitation." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Alright, I won't be polite with you, senior brother Xiao." With that, he unceremoniously waved his hand, collecting all the god sovereign heads. To others, the heads of god sovereigns were not very useful except for refining. But to him, each god sovereign head was equivalent to a full force strike from a god sovereign, even stronger than a full force strike when they were alive. Although these 100 god sovereign heads came a bit late for Lin Moya and were not as useful as before, they were still better than nothing. Lin Moya liked Xiaoxing's straightforward and reliable character. Xiaoxing's words caused another uproar, and before they could recover from the previous shock, they were stunned again. Lin Moya actually saved Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing almost died. No wonder he hasn't appeared in recent years. So Lin Moya saved Xiaoxing's life. No wonder Xiaoxing is so polite to Lin Moya. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again, and a sword aura shot into the sky. The sword aura condensed into a cyan longsword in the starry sky. The longsword was ancient and exuded a terrifying sword intent. Everyone who saw the longsword felt as if they had been stabbed, feeling pain from their soul to their skin. Qingjian Wang, it's the Qingjian God Sovereign. The Qingjian God Sovereign also came. I didn't expect the Maple Forest secret realm to attract him. It said that the Qingjian God Sovereign practices an ancient inheritance with great power. When he was at the 9th stage of the God King realm, he dared to fight God Sovereigns, not inferior to Xiaoxing. The Qingjian God Sovereign once chased a God Sovereign of the Golden Eagle clan when he was a minor God Sovereign. If the Golden Eagle God Sovereign hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been killed. The Qingjian deist was older than Xiaoxing, and although he didn't have the title of Star of the Human Race, his fame and strength were not inferior to Xiaoxing. However, the Qingjian deist had always been active on the battlefield, focusing on swordsmanship, straightforward and direct, not suitable for clearing secret realms. Unexpectedly, he also came this time. A figure slowly appeared above the Qingjian. The Qingjian deist, dressed in a cyan robe, looked like an immortal, with unparalleled elegance. He and Xiaoxing were two extremes, one wild and rough, the other elegant and extraordinary. The Qingjian deist held a wine gourd, pouring himself a drink, and said loudly, "Eternal night, the Qingjian sings. Brother Lin, long time no see." With that, he turned into a cyan light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Moya. "Brother Lin, I knew you would come, and you did." Lin Moya smiled and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Qingjian God Sovereign." The Qingjian deist snorted, "What God Sovereign? Without you, I wouldn't be here today. If you consider me a brother, call me brother. If not, don't bother with me in the future." Lin Moya was helpless. The Qingjian deist's temper hadn't changed at all. With the words said to this extent, what else could he say? All right, I greet you, brother Qingjian." The Qingjian deist drank his wine. "That's more like it." Xiaoxing said, "Brother Lin, you can't favor one over the other." Lin Moya was helpless and had to acknowledge another brother. He didn't know what kind of day it was, but he suddenly gained two older brothers. The Qingjian deist and Lin Moya chatted, while the others were completely stunned. What does he mean by "without you, I wouldn't be here today"? What did Lin Moya do? From the words, it seems Lin Moya did a great favor for the Qingjian God Sovereign, a significant one. At least a favor for achieving the Tao. Without Lin Moya, the Qingjian God Sovereign wouldn't have reached his current achievements. What is Lin Moya's background? I'm really curious. Not only the God Kings but also the God Sovereigns were curious. Unfortunately, the Human Emperor network had completely blocked Lin Moya's information, and no one could see it. This curiosity could only be kept in their hearts. Chapter 1677. Chapter 1677, 1677. Chapter 1677, the most beautiful fireworks in the starry sky. Lin Moya, Xiaoxing, and the Qingjian deist talked casually as if no one else was around. They even set up a wine table in the starry sky. Luo Fei didn't have a chance to interject, but he brought out wine and dishes. Soon, everyone became familiar, and Luo Fei could join the conversation. The crowd finally recovered from the repeated shocks. Those who had previously been affirmed by Lin Moya's gaze suddenly felt that Lin Moya's affirmation seemed like an honor. After all, even people like Xiaoxing and the Qingjian deist were eager to call Lin Moya a brother. Being called brother by Lin Moya seemed like they had gained a great advantage. This also showed how high Lin Moya's vision was. Being affirmed by Lin Moya was actually an honor. More than one person had this thought, which was quite strange but arose naturally. As the day for the secret realm to open drew nearer, fewer and fewer people were being teleported in. Xiaoxing said, "Those who should come have come. The secret realm will open in just a few days." The Qingjian deists' gaze swept towards the location of the secret realm. "It's almost time. Those guys have already started setting up formations." In the void surrounding the secret realm, warships appeared one by one. Each one was a warship of the god-sovereign realm, not too many or too few, exactly 1,000. The 1,000 warships formed a special formation, connecting with each other. The immense energy formed a large net, enveloping a part of the void. At the center of the large net was the location of the secret realm. Lin Moya said, "Why do they need to set up a formation?" Lin Moya saw the purpose of the large formation. It was basically a suppression formation to prevent things from coming out. Xiaoxing explained, "Every time a special secret realm appears, it's like a black hole exploding, spewing out terrifying power. This power is enough to kill ordinary god sovereigns and turn billions of miles of void into a wasteland. Moreover, this impact force will continue to spread outward, disrupting the laws and stirring up a large area, affecting cultivation. So every time, they have to set up a formation to block that impact force." The Qingjian deist continued after Xiaoxing, "It's impossible to block it all. At most it can just reduce the impact to the minimum." Xiaoxing said, "Indeed, the power of ancient talismans is truly terrifying. No wonder those great figures are so eager to study ancient talismans." Xiaoxing's status and position were different, so he knew more information. Many god sovereigns knew that above the god sovereign realm, there were truly great figures, but they didn't know that those great figures were called the Beyond Realm, and they couldn't possibly know what those great figures were pursuing. Xiaoxing said this quietly, not letting it spread. The Qingjian deist naturally also understood, drinking his wine. Ancient talismans are just one aspect. The events that occurred in ancient times are also of utmost importance. Xiaoxing showed a strange expression. "I can understand studying ancient talismans, but the events of ancient times happened countless years ago. What's the point of studying them?" The Qingjian deist said, "The great ones must have their own thoughts. If you want to know, go ask them." "How do you know I haven't asked before?" Xiaoxing poured himself a drink, looking like he had indeed asked before. The Qingjian deist looked at him with a smile. "So, what was the answer?" Xiaoxing snorted, "No answer. The old guy I asked didn't know either." The Qingjian deist laughed heartily. "Then what are you talking about?" Xiaoxing looked displeased. "Can't I just talk about it?" The Qingjian deist said, "There's still some time left. Why don't you share what you know, so we can broaden our horizons?" "All right, I'll share." Xiaoxing didn't refuse and immediately started talking at length. In fact, he didn't know much about the ancient secrets, and couldn't compare to Lin Moyo, but the Qingjian deist felt his horizons were broadened by listening. Luo Fiio remained silent, dutifully pouring wine for the three of them. On the surface, he appeared calm, but his heart was in turmoil. "Oh my, am I really allowed to hear this? Great figures above the god-sovereign realm, ancient secrets, ancient talismans. Heavens, what am I hearing? Will I be silenced?" If Lin Moya knew his thoughts, he would only tell him that he was overthinking. These things were just superficial, and even if he knew them, it wouldn't matter. The true intentions of the human race's higher-ups could only be known after reaching the corresponding level. Just as those in the Beyond Realm couldn't see the severed divine path, they also wouldn't know that there were once holy venerables who stepped onto the divine path and went to an unknown destination. Boom! A sound like an explosion resounded in everyone's soul world. The calm starry sky suddenly twisted like ocean waves. Space was bent, and the entire starry sky shook. Under this shaking, many god kings who were here for the first time felt disoriented, and many showed panic on their faces, but those with experience remained very calm. Every time the secret realm opened, they had to experience this scene. Xiaoxing said, "It's about to explode. A brilliant spectacle is about to begin. Let's call it the most beautiful fireworks in the starry sky." The Qingjian deist laughed lightly. "The most beautiful fireworks, well said. Let's enjoy it together." Lin Moya turned his gaze towards the location of the secret realm. In the silent, dark starry sky, a point of light appeared. The point of light gradually became brighter, growing brighter and brighter. In just 1 minute, the brightness of the point of light had already surpassed that of a star, and it was still rapidly increasing. It was like an extremely compressed star, with sharp and heavy light. After being compressed to the limit, the point of light suddenly exploded, and the starry sky became dark again. The calm before the storm lasted less than a second. Then, extremely bright light appeared from the depths of the starry sky. Boom! The intense sound shook the soul, and the entire starry sky shook violently. The space around the secret realm instantly collapsed. Space was like a piece of paper that had been blown open with a large hole. Countless rays of light burst out from within, shooting outward. These rays were no longer light but true blades, carrying chaotic power. Wherever they reached, the laws ceased to exist, and everything became chaotic. Lin Moya could clearly sense the power within the rays of light. It's the power of rules. It's the power of rules evolved from ancient talismans, changing the laws and causing everything to become chaotic. Clearly, the vast majority of people didn't understand what the power of rules meant. They could only see the chaos on the surface but couldn't see the essence of the chaos. Even Xiaoxing and the Qingjian deist couldn't see it clearly. Among all those present, very few could see the essence. A large net appeared in the starry sky. The 1,000 god-sovereign warships had already set up a vast net. The formation unfolded, blocking the rays of light shooting out, preventing them from affecting a larger area. The rays of light were like blades, constantly striking the formation. The 1,000 warships simultaneously exerted force, confronting the rays. The net formation woven by the formation twisted and deformed, enduring immense pressure. The rays of light collided with the formation, creating beautiful colors and an indescribable brilliance. Each collision was a violent explosion, like fireworks blooming in the starry sky. Each firework had a diameter of over 10,000 miles, with myriad colors and indescribable brilliance, just as Xiaoxing had said, the most beautiful fireworks. The formation was very strong. Under the continuous impact of the rays of light, it didn't break but persisted stubbornly. However, it couldn't block all the rays of light, and some still leaked out, stirring up a large area into chaos. In this area, the laws became a jumbled mess, making it impossible to cultivate or comprehend the laws. Lin Moyo opened the eye of the soul and saw that the originally orderly lines of laws had become intertwined like a tangled knot. Fortunately, the formation blocked most of it, and the chaos didn't affect too large an area. At this moment, Xiaoxing spoke, even more beautiful things are coming. Chapter 1678. Chapter 1678, 1678. Chapter 1678, The Peerless Lady Yu. As Xiaoxing's words fell, all the light suddenly contracted and disappeared in an instant. Lin. Immediately afterward, an even more violent explosion occurred. A thunderous sound echoed in everyone's soul world, and many people cried out in pain. This explosion was incredibly muffled, as if it came from the deepest part of the starry sky. Space collapsed again, shattering like glass into fragments. At this moment, Lin Moya seemed to see a complex ancient talisman. The ancient talisman flashed by, followed by the terrifying power of rules spreading outward. Lin Moya could sense the power of the rules, but others could not. Most people didn't even see the ancient talisman flash by. In the eyes of others, they saw a light cluster composed of thousands of colors. The colors on the light cluster layered upon each other, and the light cluster instantly expanded, becoming several times larger than an ordinary star in the blink of an eye. The light cluster directly collided with the formation, causing the formation to twist astonishingly. Blocked by the formation, the light cluster could not continue to expand, but its power continued to accumulate, growing stronger and stronger, and its light became increasingly intense. Unable to expand outward, the power could only compress inward. In just a few seconds, it became a terrifying object accumulating immense energy. Lin Moya felt that if it exploded, it could flatten several star systems. Its energy had accumulated to a terrifying level. Even if he faced such an explosion, he would likely die instantly, with no chance of survival. If not for the formation blocking it, allowing the light cluster to explode freely, none of the cultivators here would survive. No matter how talented or powerful, in the face of absolute power, it was meaningless. Lin Moyo even worried whether the god sovereign warships and the formation could hold. The light cluster finally reached its limit and exploded completely. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred, and the starry sky within the formation was utterly destroyed. Energy turbulence roared out from beneath the surface of space. The energy turbulence presented a strange and beautiful color, intertwining with the light cluster in the explosion, becoming incredibly beautiful. This beauty reached the soul, mesmerizing everyone. Almost everyone present, whether God King or God Sovereign, showed a look of fascination, quietly admiring this splendid scene. Even Xiaoxing and the Qingjian deist were the same at this moment. The entire starry sky became incredibly silent, with nearly 10 million people not making a sound. Lin Moya's behavior at this moment was different from everyone else. His gaze remained calm. While admiring the beautiful scene, he didn't forget to drink wine and eat some snacks. He saw through the essence of the beauty again. It was the power of rules, directly affecting the soul. It influenced everyone's soul, making them feel that the scene was incredibly beautiful, even losing their reaction. Because of this, the scene of the secret realm opening became a rare spectacle in everyone's eyes. It was a scene seen by the soul, beautiful but not real. Only his soul, having reached the beyond realm, was unaffected. Lin Moya looked at it from another perspective, knowing that all of this was related to the ancient talisman in the secret realm. This indicated that the ancient talisman also had the ability to confuse the soul, somewhat similar to the black water talisman. He also thought of the poison in the secret realm. As long as one left the secret realm, the poison would disappear, which was against common sense. Lin Moya speculated that the poison was not real but an illusion, a soul-level illusion. Moreover, this illusion might be at the level of rules, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Of course, this was just his speculation and needed further verification. The formation continued to deform in the explosion, becoming increasingly exaggerated. A lot of power had already leaked from the formation, making it increasingly weak and approaching its limit. Lin Moya saw that many of the god sovereign warships had problems. Cracks appeared on the surface of the warships, their aura weakening, and the formation weakening accordingly. The god sovereign warships were overburdened and had reached their limit. Lin Moya's heart tightened, realizing something was wrong. He instinctively wanted to leave, but now, nearly 10 million people here were all influenced by the power of the secret realm, still admiring the beautiful scene. Suddenly, Lin Moya realized he was overreacting. If there were real danger, the human emperor network would not sit idly by. These millions of strong individuals could be considered the future of the human race. How could they be allowed to die? If these people really died, it would be a severe blow to the human race. Lin Moya resumed drinking his wine and picked up a peanut. He knew the human race must have a backup plan. Gaps appeared in the formation, like a balloon suddenly punctured, with air rapidly leaking out. The formation is about to break. Lin Moya's heart tightened. Although he knew the human race had a backup plan, he was ready to leave at any moment, taking Xiaoxing, the Qingjian deist, and Luo Fiyo with him. Lin Moya never liked to entrust his life to others. He only trusted himself. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the formation. Lin Moya's tense heart instantly relaxed. He knew everything would be fine. So this is the backup plan. Lin Moya felt he was indeed overthinking, worrying unnecessarily. The Maple Forest secret realm had opened many times in history, and the human race had long had countermeasures, ensuring no accidents would occur. The person raised a hand and lightly pressed, instantly repairing the formation. At the same time, a vast power permeated, easily calming the chaos. The fireworks dissipated, and everything gradually returned to calm. This is the power of the Beyond Realm, the power of rules. It's truly terrifying. Although Lin Moya didn't understand the power of rules, he could sense that the power of rules from the Beyond Realm forcibly changed the rules of the explosion. Changing the rules, eliminating the explosion from its root. Such a method was too advanced, achievable only by the Beyond Realm. People gradually regained their senses, and everyone saw the figure in front of the formation. She wore a light yellow palace dress, peerlessly elegant. Her entire being exuded an indescribable nobility, her aura like the most beautiful goddess in the starry sky, dazzling and radiant. A group of people suddenly knelt and bowed to the woman. Greetings, ancestor. These people were all from the Yu family, bowing to their ancestor. The Yu family ancestor, Lady Yu. At this moment, many god sovereigns also saluted Lady Yu. Greetings, my lady. The god kings were stunned. Who was this peerless woman? Even the god sovereigns addressed her as my lady. I know, she is the Yu family ancestor. The Yu family from the advanced area, that super family's Yu family. Indeed, the Yu family ancestor is stronger than the god sovereigns. What level of existence is this? The Yu family ancestor is so beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, bar none. Wang Feng and Mu Xiang also looked at Lady Yu with fascination. Wang Feng had never seen such a beautiful woman. Lady Yu's beauty was beyond words. Naturally, he felt admiration for Lady Yu. This was normal. Among the god sovereigns and god kings present, many had similar thoughts. Lady Yu was noble, beautiful, powerful, almost perfect. As a woman, Mu Xiang's gaze was more of admiration. She saw Lady Yu as her role model, aspiring to become someone like her. Lady Yu's gaze swept over the crowd and finally stopped at a certain spot. A gentle voice floated from her lips. Little friend Lin, long time no see. Chapter 1679. Chapter 1679, 1679. Chapter 1679, unbelievable. Lady Yu actually called him little friend. Lin Moya cupped his hands and bowed to Lady Yu. Junior greets Lady Yu. Lin. Lady Yu chuckled softly. Little friend Lin is still so polite. Once this matter is over, let's meet again another day. After saying this, Lady Yu took light steps and gracefully left, her fragrance lingering in the air. At this moment, there was still more than a day before the secret realm would truly open. The area of the secret realm had not yet completely stabilized, and the energy inside was slowly recovering. Once the energy fully stabilizes, the secret realm will open. A few minutes after Lady Yu left, everyone finally came back to their senses. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Moya. Lady Yu had just called Lin Moya little friend. This was practically addressing him as an equal. What kind of status did Lady Yu have to address Lin Moya as an equal? Especially the members of the Yu family, each one looked at Lin Moya in disbelief. They couldn't understand why their ancestor would address a god king as an equal. No matter how talented this god king was, he was still just a god king. What kind of existence was Lady Yu? If others didn't know, the Yu family certainly did. She was an existence that surpassed the god sovereign level. This matter was too fantastical for them to accept. Lin Moya became even more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Previously, Xiaoxing and the Qingjian deist had called Lin Moya their brother, which was within their understanding. That was mutual admiration between geniuses, and Lin Moya would eventually become a god sovereign. But Lady Yu calling him little friend completely overturned their understanding. Especially those god sovereigns who vaguely knew Lady Yu's level, their shock was far greater than others. What kind of noble existence was Lady Yu? She wouldn't even greet a peak god sovereign. Among the Yu family members who had just knelt before her, several were god sovereigns. In Lady Yu's eyes, god sovereigns were nothing, let alone a god king, who might not even be considered a shrimp. Who exactly is Lin Moya, and why does Lady Yu address him as an equal? It can't be his cultivation level. Could it be because of Lin Moya's talent? Is it because of his talent in clearing secret realms? If that's the case, it makes sense. As far as I know, the great figures are very concerned about clearing secret realms. Yes, I've heard that too. The great figures seem to be looking for something, and those things are hidden in the secret realms. It seems Lin Moya caught the attention of the great figures because of his ability to clear secret realms. The god sovereigns finally found a reason that made sense to them. Unlike the god kings, even though the god sovereigns were shocked, they didn't show it. Years of experience had made the god sovereigns more composed. Most god sovereigns generally had families. Usually, they were the heads of their families, accustomed to making decisions, and naturally wouldn't show their emotions like young people. Xiaoxing gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin, I don't admire anyone else, but I admire you. The Qingjian deist also raised his wine gourd. I feel like I'm riding on your coattails. Lin Moya laughed. I was just lucky. Xiaoxing didn't believe Lin Moya's words. Then tell me what kind of luck it was. Don't tell me you didn't know that was Lady Yu. Lin Moya recounted the private commission task from Lady Yu in detail. He mentioned the world that belonged only to the soul. Xiaoxing and the Qingjian deist were stunned. They were familiar with the Vermilion Bird battlefield but had never heard of such a place. Xiaoxing asked, are there many such hidden areas? Lin Moya said he didn't know, it was Senior Zhu who took me there. I don't know if there are other hidden areas. The Qingjian Daist said, lady, you must have seen Brother Lin's potential. Xiaoxing nodded in agreement, indeed, especially Brother Lin's potential in clearing secret realms. It's truly unmatched. Lin Moya smiled, you two brothers, please stop flattering me. If you keep this up, I'll be too embarrassed to show my face. The Qingjian Daist waved his hand, it's not flattery, it's a fact. If you want to hear flattery, just listen to those people outside. Indeed, among the god sovereigns and god kings present, 3 out of every 5 sentences were about Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt a bit helpless. He couldn't control what people said. At this moment, Luo Fia cautiously asked, Senior, what level is Lady Yu? Xiaoxing glanced at him, you're from the Luo family of the wine god, right? Luo Fia nodded, yes, Senior, do you know my grandfather? Xiaoxing said in a low voice, an elder in my family once knew the wine god. As for Lady Yu's identity, you can ask your grandfather when you go back. He knows, but whether he'll tell you is another matter. Luo Fia didn't ask further. He was sensible enough to know that if it weren't for Lin Moyu, Xiaoxing wouldn't even talk to him. Xiaoxing's arrogance was well known. The Qingjian Daist chuckled, curiosity is a good thing. Just remember that Lady Yu is an existence that surpasses the god sovereign level, a true top powerhouse of our human race. That's all you need to know. Luo Fia nodded vigorously, remembering the Qingjian Daist's words. At this moment, Lin Moya's gaze went past the Qingjian Daist, looking behind him. The Qingjian Daist also seemed to sense something. Mu Xiang, carrying a fragrant breeze, flew over. She stopped 10 meters away from them and slowly bowed to the Qingjian Daist, disciple of the 3762nd generation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Xiang greets Uncle Qingjian. The Qingjian Daist was also from the Heavenly Sword Sect, a fellow disciple of Mu Xiang but of an older generation. Mu Xiang first saluted him, then saluted Lin Moyu and the others. The entire process was very proper, without a single flaw. The Qingjian Daist asked, what is it? Mu Xiang seemed to know the Qingjian Daist's personality and didn't beat around the bush. I want to follow Uncle Qingjian and learn the way of the Qingjian. Mu Xiang stood straight, carrying a long sword on her back. Unlike other cultivators who usually put their swords away and only took them out when needed, Mu Xiang always carried her sword on her back, without a scabbard. A sharp long sword continuously emitted a fierce sword aura. This is a true sword cultivator. Although they also mastered laws, they relied more on their own swordsmanship. They had a law that outsiders didn't understand, the sword heart law. Even in some special areas, without external power, true sword cultivators could still display astonishing combat power. The Qingjian Daist was such a person, and so was Mu Xiang. The Qingjian Daist looked at Mu Xiang, you know I'm looking for a successor. Yes. Do you know my requirements for a successor are very strict? I want to try. The Qingjian Daist looked Mu Xiang up and down. Mu Xiang was very beautiful, with a graceful figure, but her gentle face exuded the sharpness of a sword. The Qingjian Daist looked at her for a few seconds. After the secret realm ends, come find me at the sect. Yes, uncle. Mu Xiang was overjoyed and bowed before leaving. Xiaoxing curiously asked, Brother Qingjian, I see this girl is about to become a god sovereign. Why does she want to be your successor? The Qingjian Daist shook his head, not my successor, but the successor of the Qingjian way. It's a bit complicated, involving some matters within our sect. Let's not talk about it. Chapter 1680. Chapter 1680, 1680. Chapter 1680, The Desolate Soul World. The matter with Mu Xiang was just a minor episode, and the group didn't pay much attention to it, continuing to drink and chat. Lin, the area where the secret realm was located gradually stabilized. The shattered space had long been repaired, and a point of light was born from it. The point of light gradually grew larger, forming an entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the Maple Forest secret realm was several times larger than that of an ordinary secret realm, indicating its uniqueness. However, the entrance to the secret realm was not large to begin with, so even if it was several times larger, it was still too small. After all, there were nearly 10 million people here, and it would definitely become crowded. But there was no need to worry about this. The human race had already thought of a solution. Once the entrance to the secret realm was fully formed, the 1,000 warships moved into action again. They circled around the secret realm, forming a formation once more. This formation connected one end to the secret realm and the other to the outside world, creating a horn-shaped passage. Golden pathways formed within the passage, leading directly to the secret realm. Each warship served as an entrance to the horn-shaped passage, and anyone wanting to enter the secret realm could choose any one of them. In this way, the originally small entrance to the secret realm was forcibly expanded by thousands of times. Xiaoxing sighed, it's time to earn merit points again. Let's see if we can break the record this time and earn a lot of Divine City merit points. The Qingjian Daist also put away his wine gourd, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Aren't you planning to try clearing the secret realm? Xiaoxing shook his head, I know my own limits. I can try other secret realms, but special secret realms are out of the question. I have to be careful with my life. He looked at Lin Moyu, Brother Lin, you need to be careful. He knew Lin Moya wanted to clear the secret realm, and he naturally wouldn't stop him, but he could only remind Lin Moya to be cautious. Lin Moya smiled, I also cherish my life. Haha, that's good. After the secret realm ends, let's have a good drink. Xiaoxing laughed heartily, and amidst his laughter, the Maple Forest secret realm officially opened. Countless streams of light rushed towards the Maple Forest secret realm at the first moment. The secret realm was only open for 30 days, so even those farming merit points had to make the most of every minute and second. Xiaoxing waved his hand. I'm off too. Merit points wait for no one. The Qingjian deist chuckled. Let's see who can farm more merit points. The loser buys the best wine. No problem. The two of them rushed towards the secret realm amidst wild laughter. Lin Moya looked at Luo Fiio beside him. Brother Luo, shall we go too? Luo Fiio nodded. Brother Lin, be careful. Lin Moya smiled. You too, Brother Luo. With that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the secret realm. His speed was astonishing, surpassing all the minor god sovereigns, only slightly slower than the god sovereigns. Streams of light rushed into the horn-shaped entrance of the secret realm, stepping onto the golden pathways and disappearing. Lin Moya randomly chose an entrance. After all, the final destination was randomly matched, so it didn't matter which entrance he chose. Even if people entered through the same entrance at the same time, they wouldn't necessarily end up in the same part of the secret realm. The special secret realm was copied into countless real worlds, each capable of accommodating 100 people simultaneously. In Lin Moya's view, the difference between ordinary secret realms and special secret realms was like the difference between single-player and multiplayer instances. Except for the inability to form teams, they were essentially the same. Stepping onto the golden pathway, his vision was enveloped in gold. His sight became blurry for a moment, and after 2 seconds, it cleared up again. A completely different atmosphere from the great world greeted him, and compared to ordinary secret realms, the aura of this secret realm was even stronger. The laws had changed, and it seemed to have its own independent laws. Just as I thought, the ancient talisman has evolved into an independent world. This world exists between reality and illusion. It can be treated as a real world or as an illusion, because its essence still depends on the great world. Both independent and dependent, truly fascinating. Lin Moya was in no hurry to act. He didn't need to farm merit points. He carefully sensed the aura of the secret realm, feeling the differences between the secret realm and the great world. Perhaps because it had been opened many times, the aura of the great world had already seeped into it. A large number of items belonging to the secret realm had been taken out, and those blood-red maple leaves contained fragments of the ancient talisman. Even though the first stage had not been fully cleared, through analysis, the power of the human emperor network could already penetrate it, and escape talismans could be used inside. This greatly increased the safety of cultivators in the secret realm. At least in the first stage, this was the case. However, according to various sources, the human emperor network had not fully penetrated this stage. In some special situations, escape talismans were ineffective. Every time the Maple Forest secret realm opened, people still died inside. Many people died while farming merit points. In this place, if you want to stay alive, you must not be greedy. After a moment, Lin Moya began to survey this world. He was currently standing in the air, looking down at a vast grassland. In the distance, there were faintly visible mountains. The secret realm was vast, and with Lin Moya's vision, he could see everything within 10,000 miles as if it were right in front of him. But when he looked into the distance, he could only vaguely see mountains. There were no maple forests in sight. Not very lucky. Lin Moya smiled slightly. For those who needed to farm merit points, this starting point was terrible. Those farming merit points hoped to see a maple forest as soon as they entered, so they could find blood-red maple leaves. Even if they were less lucky, they could still find traces of the maple forest and locate it in a short time. But for him, there was only grassland below, and distant mountains with no sign of a maple forest. Just because there were mountains didn't mean there would be a maple forest. The maple forests in the secret realm were random, and no one knew where they would appear. It seems I'm not suited for farming merit points. Lin Moya smiled, picked a direction at random, and flew off. The faintly visible mountains quickly became clear in his vision, growing larger and larger. The distance was farther than Lin Moya had imagined. Even at his speed, it took him a full 10 seconds to cover 1.5 million kilometers. The mountain looked desolate, with piles of rocks and nothing else. Well, not exactly nothing. Lin Moya saw a person. A cultivator, one of the 100 in the same secret realm as him. Meng Li, a 7-stage god king, not considered strong among all the cultivators. Meng Li was lying on a large rock, unconscious. He held an escape talisman in his hand but had lost consciousness before he could use it. Is he poisoned? Lin Moya landed beside him and found that Meng Li was not poisoned. But he was indeed unconscious, no doubt about that. His life force is weakening. Lin Moya clearly felt that Meng Li's aura was rapidly weakening, his life force draining away. He wasn't poisoned, but his life force was continuously draining, which was very strange. Lin Moya flicked his finger, and a white light, the power of life from the undying law, fell on Meng Li. It had no effect. His life force continued to drain at a constant rate. Lin Moya recalled his previous speculation and split a trace of his soul consciousness, directly entering Meng Li's soul world. There was no resistance. Lin Moya easily entered Meng Li's soul world. He was truly unconscious, with even his soul world unguarded, completely open. It was Lin Moya's first time entering someone else's soul world, and he was a bit curious. This world is so desolate. Compared to his own, Meng Li's soul world was too desolate. There were only 3 stellar spells and several planetary spells. In Lin Moya's eyes, such a soul world was no different from garbage. Then he saw Meng Li's soul, also lying on the ground, unconscious. So that's how it is. Chapter 1681. Chapter 1681, 1681. Chapter 1681, I came first, are you planning to snatch it? Meng Li's soul was shrouded in a thin layer of black mist. It was this black mist that caused Meng Li to fall unconscious. The black mist contained some rule power. Lin Wuyo understood the essence of the black mist with just a glance. The black mist was not a poison mist but rather something that would make the soul fall asleep and believe it was poisoned. When the soul thinks it is poisoned and that its life is continuously draining away, this illusion becomes a reality. The rule power within the black mist was very thin and weak, but it was still rule power. For cultivators, those with higher cultivation could hold on longer, while those with insufficient cultivation would succumb within seconds. Because the rule power of the black mist was very weak, it would be erased by the power of the greater world as soon as one left the Maple Forest secret realm. Its essence was the same as that of the Black Rain secret realm. The Maple Forest secret realm made you believe you were poisoned, while the Black Rain secret realm guided people into an illusion, causing them to sink into it voluntarily. One was active, the other passive. Neither could be said to be stronger or weaker, they had different uses. Comparatively, the illusion of the Black Rain secret realm was more concealed and lasted longer. Once the essence was understood, the solution was simple. There was no need for anything else, just a stimulus to Meng Li's soul to wake him up would suffice. The rule power in the black mist was minimal and easily interrupted. Lin Wuyo exited Meng Li's soul world and lightly tapped his finger. Stellar level spell, Soul Curse. Lin Wuyo did not use the fusion spell Time Curse, only the Soul Curse, and he controlled his power. He wanted to stimulate Meng Li's soul, not kill him. If he used too much force, Meng Li might die. A red light flashed, and the curse power reached the soul. Meng Li screamed and jumped up suddenly. He clutched his head in pain. The pain at the soul level was not something an ordinary person could endure. Amidst his screams, Meng Li saw Lin Wuyo and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Wuyo ignored him. "You are poisoned, use the escape talisman to leave." Meng Li was stunned, only then remembering that he was indeed poisoned and had just been unconscious. For a moment, a drowsy feeling came over him, and he felt he was about to relapse. At this moment, he realized that Lin Wuyo had saved him. "Thank you." Meng Li did not hesitate and immediately activated the escape talisman, leaving the secret realm. If he had been 2 seconds later, he would have fallen unconscious again. Lin Wuyo had only stimulated his soul to wake him up but had not dispelled the black mist. There were many ways to save someone, and naturally, the simplest method was chosen. After Meng Li left, Lin Wuyo looked towards the forest. There were signs of rolling in the forest, and a stone seemed to have been broken. From the break in the stone, Lin Wuyo analyzed Meng Li's previous situation. Meng Li had flown in from afar, flying urgently, and then fell from mid-air, breaking the stone and falling unconscious. The poison that affected Meng Li naturally came from the poisonous creatures in the secret realm, but most of the poisonous creatures in the secret realm appeared in the Maple Forest. From this, it could be deduced that Meng Li must have fallen into the Maple Forest as soon as he entered the secret realm. Then, before he could react, he was attacked by the poisonous creatures in the Maple Forest and chased. If he hadn't encountered Lin Wuyo, Meng Li would have died inside. This was the basic situation, otherwise, the speed of his injury would have been too fast. At the same time, Lin Wuyo had already analyzed Meng Li's flight trajectory. Following Meng Li's flight path, he would surely find the Maple Forest. Lin Wuyo's speed was much faster than Meng Li's. In just 2 seconds, a maple forest appeared in his sight. The maple forest was quite large, with over 1,000 maple trees. The maple trees were much taller than ordinary maple trees. The most ordinary maple trees were over 50 meters tall, and the slightly taller ones were nearly 100 meters. If placed on an ordinary planet, they would definitely be towering trees. The tall maple trees had huge leaves. Each maple leaf had a diameter of over half a meter. The maple trees were lush and verdant, swaying as if there was wind, even though there was none. From time to time, maple leaves would fall, accumulating a thick layer on the ground. However, most of these maple leaves were green, with few red ones. Even if there were a few red maple leaves, they were useless. The task required blood-red maple leaves, as red as fresh blood. Blood-red maple leaves could grow on the trees or be found on the ground. According to statistics, the ratio of leaves on the trees to those on the ground was about 3 to 7. Lin Wuyo stood in mid-air, scanning the maple forest. He quickly found a few blood-red maple leaves, 2 on the trees and 4 on the ground. The probability of blood-red maple leaves appearing had also been statistically analyzed. On average, 1 blood-red maple leaf appeared for every 100 maple trees. This meant that in this forest of over 1,000 maple trees, there was a high probability of completing the task. Lin Wuyo did not care much about the task, but it wouldn't hurt to do it while he was at it. He was about to take the maple leaves when a flash of lightning approached rapidly. The newcomer was very fast, arriving in an instant with fire and lightning. The newcomer's name was Lei Wenbin, from the intermediate area, a minor god who had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder was a type of lightning law, but more powerful, ranking among the top of the second-tier laws. With his minor god cultivation, his combat power was extraordinary, stronger than the likes of Dongfang Zi. Although the secret realm was large, with over 100 cultivators above the 5th rank of the God King, it would seem small at their speed, and it was normal to occasionally encounter others. "It's you." Lei Wenbin naturally recognized Lin Wuyo. Lin Wuyo had made such a big splash earlier that it was impossible not to know him. Lei Wenbin said nothing, his gaze shifting between Lin Wuyo and the maple forest. He quickly found the blood-red maple leaves, his eyes lighting up. According to unwritten rules, this maple forest was found by Lin Muya first, so the priority belonged to him. But rules were just rules, and they were unwritten. Every year, there were people who did not follow them. Although they wouldn't directly fight, it was normal to snatch some blood-red maple leaves together. As long as they didn't directly attack people, there was no place to argue. In the end, it depended on who had the bigger fist. Lin Muya's fist was not small, but how big it was, Lei Wenbin didn't know. He was now very conflicted about whether to snatch or not. Lin Muya smiled. I came first. Lei Wenbin said, I know. Lin Muya looked at him. Are you planning to snatch? Lei Wenbin did not speak, still conflicted about whether to act. If it were another 6th rank God King, he would definitely snatch. But Lin Muya was different. No one knew how strong Lin Muya really was. Some said Lin Muya was very strong, comparable to a god. Others said Lin Muya was just good at clearing secret realms, and his combat power might not be that great. But Xiaoxing and Xingjian, 2 genius gods, were his brothers. Lady Yu even called Lin Muya a friend. If he offended these people for a few maple leaves, it wasn't worth it. Lei Wenbin finally decided not to snatch. He said to Lin Muya, Junior brother Lin, go ahead, I won't snatch. Lin Muya roughly understood Lei Wenbin's thoughts. He had too many concerns and didn't dare to snatch even if he wanted to. At the same time, he also wanted to see Lin Muya's strength. In that case, I won't be polite. Chapter 1682. Chapter 1682, 1682. Chapter 1682, What Genius, It's All About Puppets. Lin Muya transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the maple forest. Lei Wenbin's pupils contracted, so fast. Mastering the law of thunder, he had always prided himself on his speed. He could transform into thunder, moving at an astonishing speed, almost unrivaled in the minor god realm. Even some cultivators who mastered speed-related laws were only slightly faster than him. However, their attack power was far inferior to his. Whether in speed or attack, the law of thunder ranked among the top. In battle, it allowed for both offense and retreat, making it very formidable. Lei Wenbin believed that only the minor gods of the Golden Eagle clan could surpass him in speed. But now, Lin Muya's speed had far exceeded his expectations. While Lei Wenbin was shocked by Lin Muya's speed, he also chuckled, rushing in like that will attract attacks. Lin Muya was evidently entering the maple forest for the first time and was unaware of some of its rules. The best way to enter the maple forest was quietly, so as not to alarm the poisonous creatures inside. Even if a few were disturbed, they might still be manageable. However, if the disturbance was too great, it would provoke a group attack, which would be dangerous. Lin Muya made a common mistake by rushing in so blatantly. Before he could get the blood-red maple leaves, the poisonous creatures in the forest had already started to act. As Lin Muya approached the forest, it seemed to come alive. Terrifying auras awakened, and colorful poisonous insects began to stir among the dense leaves. On the branches, flat-headed venomous snakes raised their heads, looking at Lin Muya. These poisonous insects and snakes were hard to detect before they attacked. Cultivators often fell victim to their ambushes, realizing the danger only when the attack was imminent. However, for Lin Muya, no matter how well they hid, they couldn't escape his undead vision. The rune beasts were evolved from ancient runes, incredibly realistic, seeming both real and illusory. All rune beasts had souls, and whether these souls were real or not didn't matter to Lin Muya. What mattered was that they existed and could be seen by his undead vision. While searching for the blood-red maple leaves, Lin Muya had already scanned the area with his undead vision. He knew exactly where the hidden rune beasts were. How could he not know the rules of the maple forest? He had studied so much information, not in vain. His understanding of the maple forest secret realm far exceeded those who had entered it multiple times just to earn merit points. The space around him fluctuated, and 5 skeletal god generals appeared beside him. The aura of a god surged into the sky. After Lin Muya reached the 6th rank of the God King, the skeletal god generals had crossed the threshold of minor gods and entered the god realm. Before the rune beasts could attack, the skeletal god generals had already made their move. Sword energy flew through the forest, instantly killing a large number of poisonous insects. Maple trees exploded under the sword energy, sending countless leaves flying into the sky. Hidden among the leaves were many rune beasts, which the skeletal god generals quickly killed with their sharp bone swords. With the undead vision, these rune beasts had nowhere to hide. They were all killed before they could attack. Lin Muya moved through the forest as if it were uninhabited, easily picking up a blood-red maple leaf. Lei Wenbin was stunned. The expected scene of Lin Muya being besieged did not occur. His mouth twitched, and his whole body trembled. What are these things? Puppets? And god-level puppets at that. A god king with 5 god-level skeletons, this is completely unreasonable. The cultivators of the Suanmya star domain are skilled in controlling puppets, but there are limits to their levels. How can a god king control god-level puppets? And these puppets are so strong, they seem to be able to see the poisonous insects. With such powerful puppets, ordinary secret realms are no challenge for him. Lei Wenbin felt a surge of uncontrollable envy and a bit of jealousy. He felt he had discovered Lin Muya's secret to clearing secret realms. What top genius, it's all about the puppets. Without the puppets, he's nothing. Those people are blind to think so highly of Lin Muya. His perspective changed, mixing envy and jealousy with a hint of disdain. In his view, Lin Muya himself was not impressive and did not deserve the title of top genius. After entering the maple forest, Lin Muya no longer paid attention to Lei Wenbin. He had already obtained the 2nd blood-red maple leaf. The skeletal god generals were sweeping through the forest, killing all the hidden rune beasts. There were no fierce beasts in this forest, only small poisonous insects and snakes. Most were hidden behind leaves, on branches, or underground. The underground rune beasts were covered by layers of leaves, usually invisible until they attacked passing cultivators. But now, they were all found and killed. In terms of pure combat power, these small rune beasts were not strong. Their danger lay in their concealment and the power of their rules. Against the god-level skeletal generals, they had no resistance. Lin Moya walked through the forest as if it were his backyard, finding 3 more blood-red maple leaves. One was in a pile of fallen leaves, and the other 2 were on the trees. The trees were cut down by the skeletal generals, killing the rune beasts inside. Lin Moya looked at the 5 blood-red maple leaves in his hand. Each leaf was as red as blood, seemingly exuding a faint bloody smell. Blood-red maple leaves differed from ordinary ones, with blood-red veins that looked like human blood vessels. The leaves varied in size, with the largest over half a meter in diameter and the smallest only 30 centimeters. But for the human emperor network, they were all treated equally. Lin Moya opened his soul eye, seeing the essence through the phenomenon, and clearly saw the ancient rune fragments within the blood-red maple leaves. Each leaf contains 0.6 ancient rune fragments, each slightly different. This was what the human emperor network needed, as the fragments provided information related to ancient runes. Though the information was minimal, it accumulated over time. Of course, if someone cleared the secret realm and obtained the final ancient rune piece, that would be ideal. The battle in the maple forest lasted for over 10 minutes, ending with all the rune beasts killed. Lin Moya obtained 12 blood-red maple leaves, completing his task and earning 2 extra merit points. Lin Moya glanced at Lei Wenbin, still in the air. "I'm leaving, see you around." With that, he chose a direction and left. This maple forest was too small, with no fierce beasts. Lin Moya needed to find a larger maple forest and try to unlock the conditions for entering the second stage. Chapter 1683. Chapter 1683, 1683. Chapter 1683, this is why he can clear it. Lei Wenbin watched Lin Moya's departing figure, his eyes filled with even more envy. Until Lin Moya disappeared from sight, he looked down at the now devastated maple forest, remaining silent. The maple forest was mostly destroyed, with giant maple trees lying horizontally in disarray. Large swaths of maple leaves were still fluttering in the air, and the forest was eerily silent, with all the rune beasts killed. Lei Wenbin had entered the maple forest secret realm several times, but this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. 5 god-level puppets are enough to ensure he can earn enough merit points in the secret realm. And he can earn them very safely. Where did this kid get those puppets? He's really lucky. After pondering for a long time, Lei Wenbin sighed and flew off in another direction. Envy was envy, and jealousy was jealousy, but he couldn't possibly try to steal the puppets. First of all, he couldn't win. Lin Moya might only be a god king, but the puppets were genuine god-level beings. If Lei Wenbin dared to make a move, he would face an extremely fierce counterattack. Not to mention facing 5 god-level puppets, even one would be impossible to handle. Although Lei Wenbin was confident, he had a clear understanding of his own limits. Although I wasted some time, I also got a clear view of Lin Moya's true strength. So-called genius, he's just an ordinary person relying on puppets. God-level puppets, once I reach God-level, I can surpass you. A desire to surpass Lin Moya surged in Lei Wenbin's heart. He believed he had seen through Lin Moya's strength and that as long as he reached God-level, he could completely surpass Lin Moya. Lin Moya had no idea what Lei Wenbin was thinking. To him, Lei Wenbin was just an insignificant passerby. While searching the maple forest, he was also deducing various possibilities. According to the data, the biggest possibility to trigger the second stage is for the sky to turn blood red. But the sky turning blood red is too random, it's entirely possible not to encounter it. Based on the evolution of runes, even rules have patterns to follow. There should be some trigger that can make the sky turn blood red. Lin Moya continuously integrated the data in his mind, looking for the possibility of making the sky turn blood red. Based on his previous experiences in clearing secret realms and his own research on ancient runes, Lin Moya was more than 90% sure that the sky turning blood red was not entirely random. There must be some trigger condition, and once that condition was met, the change would occur. What he needed to do was find the corresponding trigger condition. If he couldn't find it, he would have to try another method and rely on luck. Kill more rune beasts and explore more areas. With his thoughts clear, Lin Moya knew what he needed to do next. With a thought, a large number of skeletal god generals appeared around him. However, this time, the skeletal god generals did not reveal their powerful aura. They retracted their god-level aura and then flew to extremely high altitudes, spreading out in all directions. As in previous secret realms, the skeletal god generals would complete the map for Lin Moya. Moreover, now that the skeletal god generals had reached god level, their speed had surpassed that of Lin Moya, their master. The lightspeed law of the Lich's light transformation was no longer effective on the god-level skeletal god generals. The skeletal god generals' own speed had reached 200,000 kilometers per second. This made exploration much faster. No matter how large the secret realm was, Lin Moya could get a complete map in a relatively short time. Outside the Maple Forest secret realm, about 10 light-years away in the uninhabited starry sky, in the originally dark and silent starry sky, a magnificent palace appeared. The palace, belonging to the Beyond Realm, floated quietly, with a special tea fragrance spreading in the starry sky. The floral fragrance turned into clouds of mist, drifting far and wide. At a small tea table in front of the palace, a teapot with a spirit automatically flew up and poured tea for people. The Holy Venerable sat at the head, with Elder Lin and Lady Yu below him. The opening of the Maple Forest secret realm had attracted not only Lady Yu but also the Holy Venerable Wu. Lady Yu said softly, "Lin Xiao has gone in. I wonder if he can clear the secret realm this time. Elder Lin shook his head. The difficulty of the special secret realm is too high. The hope is not very great. Lady Yu gently shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xiao cannot be judged by common sense. His performance against the yellow sand giant beast was truly amazing. Elder Lin agreed with Lady Yu. Indeed, it was amazing. I didn't expect him to be able to wield the soul-shooting bow to that extent. But it's strange, where did he get so much power of belief? Everything Lin Moya did at that time was recorded by the Human Emperor Network and seen by all the Beyond Realm experts. Everything else was understandable, but no one could figure out where Lin Moya got so much power of belief. The power of belief needed to be accumulated, and no matter how famous Lin Moya was, it was impossible to accumulate so much power of belief. The Holy Venerable put down his teacup and said softly, "Don't forget, Lin Moya has many summoned creatures. If these summoned creatures can provide him with the power of belief, it's not impossible." Using summoned creatures to provide the power of belief. Elder Lin repeated the Holy Venerable's words, somewhat puzzled. Is that possible? The Holy Venerable showed a meaningful expression. For others, it might be impossible, but for Lin Moya, it's not necessarily so. If it weren't for the power of belief, why would he set up a belief array? Elder Lin was still puzzled, but he has no place to set it up. Where did this kid set up the belief array? Lady Yu's eyes lit up. Holy Venerable, are you saying that Lin Xiao set up the belief array in the soul world? The Holy Venerable smiled and nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it should be so. His summoned creatures should also be in the soul world. As long as he sets up enough belief arrays in the soul world, he can continuously obtain the power of belief from the summoned creatures. Elder Lin praised, this kid's talent in runes is truly extraordinary. The Holy Venerable continued, and don't forget what he did some time ago. The rune array he set up was eventually taken into the soul world by him. Elder Lin was taken aback. I remember that at that time, the rune Holy Venerable saw Lin Moya's array and suddenly had an epiphany, then went into seclusion. What is the purpose of that array? Is it really that powerful? The rune Holy Venerable was the foremost expert in ancient rune research among the human race. If even he could be inspired by the array, it must be extraordinary. No one knew how Lin Moya came up with such an array. It couldn't simply be described as genius. The Holy Venerable chuckled. The level of that array is not high, but its concept is very advanced. Lin Xiao used the array to draw runes and then fused the runes to create stronger runes. In theory, it could even be used to directly create ancient runes. Gasp! Elder Lin gasped, and Lady Yu's face showed astonishment. Such an array, although not high level, had an extremely advanced concept. Lady Yu sighed softly. I really don't know how Lin Xiao came up with such a method. It's incredibly creative. The Holy Venerable smiled. That's why I said, let him grow freely. Don't constrain him or influence him with our own thoughts. I believe he will bring us more surprises in the future. Chapter 1684. Chapter 1684, 1684. Chapter 1684, Finding the Method to Enter the Second Stage. Most people did not notice the skeletal god generals, only seeing streaks of light passing overhead. Some did not even notice at all. The skeletal god generals had concealed their aura. Their auras were quite special and difficult to detect when deliberately hidden. In just half a day, a map of this secret realm had been fully explored by Lin Muyo. He knew clearly how many maple forests there were, which ones were large or small in scale, how many maple trees, and even how many people were still left in the secret realm. Half a day had passed, and quite a few people had already left the secret realm. Of every 10,000 people who entered the Maple Forest secret realm, about 9,999 came to earn merit points from the Divine City. They had their own set methods. The first step was to complete the basic tasks to get the minimum points. After finding the first maple forest and obtaining 10 blood-red maple leaves, they would not search for a second maple forest. Instead, they would choose to directly use the escape talisman to leave. Then they would re-enter the secret realm. This method may seem unreliable, but it was the result of years of experience. Each time the secret realm opened, there would be hundreds of people entering. The total number of maple forests was limited. If you found an unoccupied maple forest and obtained enough blood-red maple leaves, the second maple forest you found might have already been taken by others. So you might end up empty-handed. Better to just leave and re-enter. They called this method refreshing the secret realm. Although it wasted one escape talisman each time, the efficiency was greatly improved, earning more overall. According to Luo Fieo, he could refresh the secret realm over 50 times in 30 days. On average, it took him about half a day to refresh once. Now half a day had passed, and more than half of the maple forests had been explored by people. Of the 100 people who entered the secret realm, less than 20 remained. Some had completed the tasks, while others were injured or poisoned and had used the escape talisman to immediately leave the secret realm. So far, Lin Muyo had not discovered the second ability required. Each time the Maple Forest secret realm opened, some people would die, but the overall death rate was not high. 21 maple forests remain, 3 of which are large-scale with over 10,000 trees each. First explore these 3 large maple forests, eliminate the rune beasts inside, and see if it triggers any changes. In Lin Muyo's plan, he would explore repeatedly to find the correct method. Of course, he could also take multiple approaches simultaneously, sending enough skeletal god generals to slaughter the rune beasts in all the maple forests at once. However, if changes were triggered that way, he would not be able to determine the specific cause, whether it was due to killing enough rune beasts, or killing a particular rune beast that caused the change. There was also the possibility that collecting enough blood-red maple leaves triggered the change. Since he would be providing the strategy to the Secret Realm Guide group afterwards, he could not just guess, he needed definitive results. The skeletal god generals descended into one of the large maple forests, this time with 100 of them. They entered like tigers into a flock of sheep, swinging their bone swords to slaughter the rune beasts in the forest. Against the ordinary small rune beasts, the skeletal god generals were unstoppable, killing them decisively. The difference between large and small maple forests was that the large ones contained huge rune beasts. A rune beast's strength was closely tied to its size. The larger ones were composed of more ancient rune fragments and contained stronger rule power. However, even the lion or tiger-like rune beasts were at most minor god realm. They were far weaker than the skeletal god generals. Lin Huio himself did not enter the maple forest or collect any blood-red maple leaves. Since he needed to obtain definitive results, he could not do two things at once. Otherwise, he would not be able to determine the true trigger condition, whether or not he could clear this secret realm. The method he found would be very important information, not just for the Maple Forest secret realm, but as a reference for other special secret realms as well. All secret realms came from the same ancient rune, so they shared some commonalities. In this large maple forest with over 10,000 trees, the number of rune beasts was also extremely high. The skeletal god generals slashed their way through, killing for half a day. After half a day, the three large maple forests were completely cleared. Lin Huio calculated that including large and small rune beasts, nearly 100 million had been killed. But the secret realm remained unchanged, without the slightest difference. Then continue, clear out all the rune beasts in the secret realm first. After some thought, Lin Huio decided to proceed with the original plan, clearing out the maple forests one by one. The skeletal god generals immediately rushed towards another maple forest to slaughter the rune beasts. Lin Huio first cleared the unexplored maple forests, while also observing the other people in the secret realm. A full day had passed since entering the secret realm, and of the 100 people from his area, only 3 remained. One person was unlucky, taking a long time to find a maple forest, and was very cautious in collecting the blood-red maple leaves, doing so very slowly. The other person was Lei Wenbin. Relying on his speed advantage, after obtaining enough blood-red maple leaves, Lei Wenbin did not leave. Instead, he chose to continue searching for other maple forests. With his speed, this approach was reasonable. However, Lin Huio did not want him to remain inside any longer. His actions might interfere. But Lin Huio could not directly attack him either, as the Human Emperor Network would punish that. After some thought, Lin Huio had an idea. Lin Huio took out a plant stem. It was not actually a stem, but something similar to a plant root. It came from a minor god of the Golden Maple Clan. The true form of the Golden Maple Clan was maple trees, and the maple trees in the Maple Forest secret realm were 5 or 6 parts similar. They were a plant-based race with a grudge against humanity, one of the 200 races that invaded humankind in the past. They were later defeated by Xiao Zhantian and nearly went extinct, barely surviving. Now they had recovered somewhat and were active on the battlefield again, frequently clashing with humans. During Xiaoxing's recent attack, he killed 100 enemy minor gods, including some from the Golden Maple Clan. Lin Huio produced a flame of undead fire, enveloping the Golden Maple Clan minor god's root. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Undead. In the next second, flames erupted. Following some unknown rules, the Golden Maple Clan minor god was resurrected in the undead flames. His soul was reorganized, flesh and blood regenerated, reborn as an undead, becoming Lin Huio's slave. Lin Huio had not used this spell since the Tulu realm. As his strength grew, the resurrection of the undead seemed to become somewhat obsolete, but using it here was appropriate. The resurrected Golden Maple Clan minor god emanated a tremendous aura that soared into the sky. He was over 200 meters tall, somewhat similar to the maple trees in the forest. If not looked at carefully, it would be hard to tell the difference. Using a minor god to scare you away, it's a bit of an overkill. But it doesn't matter, I'll just play around. Originally, the minor god's head could have been used as a trump card, good material for corpse explosions. But now that even the skeletal god generals had reached the minor god realm, these minor god heads had lost their greatest value. Might as well make use of them. Chapter 1685. Chapter 1685, 1685. Chapter 1685. When I reach Divine Venerate, I'll challenge Lin Huio. Lei Wenbin had already collected 43 blood maple leaves. He had his own set of methods, and was very efficient. Not bad luck, this time I might be able to break through 1,000 city merits. There shouldn't be many people left in the secret realm now, those guys only know how to go in and out, wasting a lot of merits on escape talismans. The fewer people the better, no one to fight with me over them. He knew there were still many maple forests in the secret realm that hadn't been explored. He just needed to find those kinds of maple forests. If he discovered traces of human activity, he would give up, the efficiency would be too low. This set of methods of his was only suitable for himself. Not everyone had the same speed as him. Another maple forest appeared in his line of sight. It was a large maple forest, and he saw 2 blood maple leaves from far away. Not bad luck. The corners of Lei Wenbin's mouth curled into a smile, his body shot out like lightning. Suddenly his vision blurred, and some messy images appeared in his sight. The entire maple forest seemed to come alive, like a giant beast opening its mouth, waiting for him to fly in. Lei Wenbin abruptly stopped in midair, closing and opening his eyes. His vision had already returned to normal. He was less than 100 meters away from the maple forest. He broke out in a cold sweat. Illusion. In the task reminder on the Divine Emperor network, there was a sentence: if you accidentally enter an illusion, please use an escape talisman immediately. Lei Wenbin subconsciously took the escape talisman in his hand, but didn't use it immediately. The illusion from before had already disappeared. It seemed there was no need to use the escape talisman. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Had the illusion really disappeared? Or was what he was seeing now still an illusion? No, the illusion power from before was very weak. It only affected me for an instant. If there was danger, my soul would give a warning, but my soul didn't have any alertness. It should be fine. As soon as this thought arose, a strong warning immediately came from his soul. Lei Wenbin's hair stood on end. He saw a giant maple tree over 200 meters tall walking towards him. A walking maple tree. Lei Wenbin let out a strange cry, his hair exploding on the spot. His first reaction was to retreat. When he retreated, the maple tree's speed also suddenly increased, even faster than Lei Wenbin. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from the maple tree: you can't escape, you will die. Not only could it walk, it could also talk. Lei Wenbin was so scared his heart nearly exploded. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he immediately activated the escape talisman. His figure disappeared from the secret realm. Lin Moya watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The plan was successful. He had finally scared Lei Wenbin away. The Star Lich appeared on Lin Moya's shoulder, like a child who had done the right thing, asking its old father for a reward. The illusions Lei Wenbin saw before were caused by the Star Lich. However, the Star Lich's abilities were limited. It could only affect a small divine venerate like Lei Wenbin for an instant. Next, Lei Wenbin saw a divine venerate of the Golden Maple clan. The divine venerate of the Golden Maple clan had a similarity of about 60% with the maple trees in the Maple Forest secret realm, but there were still some differences. If Lei Wenbin could calmly observe, he would definitely be able to see the differences. But he had just experienced an illusion and already felt terrified in his heart. He couldn't possibly carefully observe again, and the divine venerate of the Golden Maple clan was also pressing closer step by step, not giving him a chance to observe. Just as Lin Moya thought, Lei Wenbin activated the escape talisman and left the Maple Forest secret realm. As for the other person, they had already left half an hour ago. Now in this part of the secret realm, only Lin Moya was left. The skeleton god general continued to carry out the slaughter mission and began a great slaughter of the spirit beasts in the Maple Forest. Lin Moya still followed the original plan, slaughtering them one by one, not advancing side by side. Lin Moya also didn't enter the Maple Forest to collect blood maple leaves. Outside the Maple Forest secret realm, countless people went in and out. They all had hurried expressions, as if they were in a rush. Nearly 10 million divine kings and divine venerates were carrying out their plan to grind city merits. It wasn't just divine kings who needed city merits, divine venerates needed them too. Relatively speaking, the efficiency of divine venerates was much higher than divine kings. It was an all-around surpassing, difficult to compare. While these divine kings were grinding merits, they also didn't forget to communicate on the Divine Emperor network. Unknowingly, a piece of news spread among them. Do you know, originally Lin Moyo had divine venerate level puppets. He relied on these puppets to clear the secret realm. So that's how it is. I was wondering how there could be such a genius. If I had divine venerate level puppets, then I could also clear the secret realm. Having a big fist is the real deal. Lin Moyo being able to control divine venerate level puppets is also his own ability. This news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, quickly spreading among the divine kings. Many divine kings who originally didn't quite submit to Lin Moyo immediately grasped the key point. They began to belittle Lin Moyo, feeling that Lin Moyo was just relying on external power. There were also people who said that once Lin Moyo reached the divine venerate realm, he would be beaten back to his original form. Some people also said that when they reached the divine venerate realm, they would go challenge Lin Moyo. However, this news only spread among divine kings. Divine venerates who heard it would just dismiss it with a laugh. Divine kings didn't understand the Paramitha realm. Naturally they wouldn't understand. Even an existence like Madam you called Lin Moyo little friend, could Lin Moyo be someone who relied on puppets? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Moyo's combat power is very terrifying. His personal combat power is not inferior to divine venerates. You haven't even seen Lin Moyo make a move. What nonsense are you spouting? When some people belittled Lin Moyo, naturally there were also people who spoke up for Lin Moyo. Those people viewed Lin Moyo as an idol and naturally had to speak up for their idol. However, their voices were not enough and were quickly drowned out. Luo Fio also heard these people's discussions and couldn't help revealing a cold smile. Challenging junior brother Lin, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Let alone one-on-one, even if you all gang up, you still wouldn't be enough for junior brother Lin to beat. Junior brother Lins are puppets? Truly the ignorant are fearless. He knew about Lin Moyo. Those were Lin Moyo's summoned creatures, not puppets at all. Although he didn't know where the limit of Lin Moya's combat power was, ordinary 2 or 3 star divine venerates definitely couldn't be Lin Moya's match. These divine kings and small divine venerates, who knew where their confidence came from. Luo Fio had a feeling of being the only sober one among the drunk. He was too lazy to argue because he disdained it. 000. 3 days later, all the spirit beasts in the secret realm had been cleaned up by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo muttered to himself with a thoughtful look, it seems the trigger condition is not killing spirit beasts. Then let's try the second step, obtaining enough blood maple leaves. Before, when 100 people entered, some succeeded and some failed, there should be close to 1,000 blood maple leaves obtained by people. There should still be a few thousand blood maple leaves left, then let's find them all. Lin Moya began to take action, searching for blood maple leaves. He could no longer rely on the skeleton god generals. The appearance of blood maple leaves was not unique, only the color was a bit different. For the skeleton god generals, the world only had shades of gray. Having them fight and kill was no problem, but if you wanted them to distinguish colors, that would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Moyo entered the maple forest, collecting blood maple leaves at the fastest speed. Chapter 1686. Chapter 1686, 1686. Chapter 1686, Walking Maple Tree, Kill It First. The Maple Forest Secret Realm is only open for 30 days, which is actually quite short. Lin Moya spent more than 30 days in the Black Rain Secret Realm. The Black Rain Secret Realm has no time limit, so he didn't need to rush. But now, it's different. Lin Moya is not sure if his method will work. If it doesn't, he will have to rely on luck, repeatedly entering and exiting the secret realm, which also takes time. He collected blood red maple leaves from one maple forest after another. Because he knew the distribution of all the maple forests in the secret realm, he chose the optimal route. The number of blood red maple leaves in his hand increased rapidly, soon exceeding 300. Counting the blood red maple leaves obtained by others, it must have already exceeded 1,000. When Lin Moya collected the 362nd blood red maple leaf, the secret realm suddenly shook. Lin Moya saw a flash of red light in the sky. The originally bright sky faintly turned red. However, after a few seconds, the sky returned to normal. It was not the arrival of the blood-red sky, it seemed to be just a little short. But through this event, Lin Moya confirmed that his idea was probably correct. As he continued, a maple tree not far away suddenly shook. Its body instantly grew taller, pulling its roots out of the ground. The roots turned into legs, and the branches turned into hands, each hand enormous. This transformation was completed in just 2 seconds. It stretched its body and then started running wildly towards Lin Moya. A walking maple tree. Lin Moya remembered the warning from the Human Emperor Network: if you encounter a walking maple tree, use the escape talisman immediately. Now he understood why the Human Emperor Network gave such a warning. The walking maple tree's aura had reached the level of a god. Through the soul eye, he could see that this creature was covered with runes, large fragments of ancient runes connected together, greatly increasing its power. Lin Moya could clearly feel the extremely powerful rule power. Rule power is a higher level of power than law power. Rule power is very strong. If it's just a small amount, it can be erased with law power. But if the amount is large, it becomes troublesome. The walking maple tree in front of him had rule power that was not weak. Although it only had the aura of a first-level god, an ordinary first-level god was no match for it. That's why the Human Emperor Network gave such a warning, without distinguishing whether you are a god king or a god. Obviously, the Human Emperor Network also believed that even a god should escape when encountering it. Lin Moya roughly calculated the number of maple forests in the 2 secret realms and the total number of blood-red maple leaves, which would not exceed 2,500. He had obtained a total of 378 blood-red maple leaves. Those who farmed merit points in the Divine City had obtained at least 800 to 900 blood-red maple leaves. Counting his own, taking away half of the blood-red maple leaves will trigger a change. I just don't know if the triggered change is fixed or random. If I kill the walking maple tree, will there be further changes? Lin Moya thought a lot in an instant. The maple tree rune beast had already rushed in front of him. Before it could make a move, dense sword energy had already swept over. The skeletal god generals stood in front of Lin Moya and took action first. Hundreds of sword energies fell on the maple tree rune beast almost simultaneously. The huge force exploded, and the maple tree's forward momentum was immediately stopped. Its whole body glowed, and the ancient runes on its body appeared, emitting a bright light. The rule power of the ancient runes rose, and a layer of blood-red mist appeared on the surface of the maple tree. The blood-red mist looked very thin but was extremely solid, swallowing all the sword energy. Ancient runes are indeed very strong. Lin Moya was not surprised. He had already felt the power of the ancient runes on the maple tree. Compared to the rune beasts in the Black Rain Secret Realm, the maple tree rune beast was much stronger. The maple tree rune beast seemed a bit angry. It swung its fists made of branches, attacking densely. It had hundreds of fists, all made of branches. Each fist could extend and stretch. The attacks came quickly and fiercely, with the fists also flashing with ancient runes. The ancient runes released a peculiar rule power. Once targeted by the fists, there was no way to avoid it. The skeletal god generals' bodies glowed with golden armor. The golden armor overlapped, forming a strong defense between reality and illusion. The golden armor could withstand several attacks from a god, serving as the first layer of defense for the skeletal god generals. Especially when overlapped, the power of the golden armor was even greater. The maple tree rune beast's attacks were fast and dense, almost thousands of attacks per second. The golden armor was quickly shattered, layer by layer. The skeletal god general's eyes flashed red, and the soul flames burned fiercely. Streams of law star rivers appeared in the sky. Hundreds of law star rivers, all bone laws, identical. In the law star rivers, countless bones rolled like waves, crashing and making piercing sounds. The skeletal god generals activated the law star rivers, representing their full strength. The law star rivers poured down, falling on the skeletal god generals. The skeletal god generals' bodies also became bright and dazzling. The originally white bones now shone like white jade, dazzlingly bright. The bone swords in the skeletal god generals' hands were covered with a layer of gray-white. The gray was the power of death and the undead law. The white was the bone law. As for what the bone law was used for, Lin Moya didn't understand. But he knew that the bone law should not be weak, at least it could enhance the skeletal god general's attack power. The 100 skeletal god generals raised their swords and rushed at the maple tree rune beast, engaging in a fierce melee battle. The ancient runes flashed, and the rule power rose. The blood-red mist blocked most of the attacks. The skeletal god generals swung their swords, cutting through the red mist again and again, but the damage they could cause was limited. The maple tree rune beast swung its fists, shattering the golden armor and constantly knocking the skeletal god generals away. However, its power was not enough to kill the skeletal god generals instantly. The damage the skeletal god generals received was shared by the entire undead army. If the battle continued, the skeletal god generals would eventually win. But it would take a lot of time, probably days and nights, to determine the winner. Lin Moya watched for a while and already understood the ancient runes on the maple tree rune beast. It was an ancient rune that combined defense and attack. It could block most damage and enhance attacks. Knowing this, he lost interest. With a thought, a large number of skeletal god generals appeared in the sky and on the ground. Lin Moya summoned 2,000 skeletal god generals at once, surrounding the maple tree rune beast. Having seen enough, it was time to end the battle without wasting more time. Dense sword energy swept in from all directions, carrying the power of law and bombarding the maple tree rune beast. The ancient runes raised the blood-red mist, but this time it couldn't block it. There was too much sword energy, quickly tearing the blood-red mist apart. Lin Moya saw with his own eyes that the ancient runes on the maple tree rune beast cracked and exploded. The ancient runes were made up of many fragments, not complete, just pieced together haphazardly, extremely unstable. Once it exceeded its limit, it would break directly. Without the protection of the ancient runes, the maple tree rune beast's aura quickly weakened. Branches flew everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, it was dismembered by the skeletal god generals. Chapter 1687. Chapter 1687, 1687. Chapter 1687, The world is drunk, I alone am sober. In the mission prompt, the walking maple tree, which was extremely dangerous and should be fled from upon sight, was easily dealt with by Lin Moyo. In the past, it wasn't that no one had ever killed a walking maple tree, but it was something only genius gods could accomplish. Geniuses like Xiaoxing and Qing Jian could naturally do it. There were also some powerful gods who could do it. But for someone like Lin Moyu, a god king, to kill a walking maple tree, it was unprecedented. After the maple tree died, a red light appeared in the sky again. The sky of the secret realm darkened for a few seconds before returning to normal. Lin Moya waited for a while but did not see anything unusual happen. After thinking for a moment, he roughly understood why. If I'm not mistaken, continuing to collect blood-red maple leaves will trigger the next change. With that thought, Lin Moya began to collect blood-red maple leaves again. He did not know that when he killed the walking maple trees suddenly appeared in the maple forest secret realms where others were located. As soon as the walking maple trees appeared, they began to attack the cultivators in the secret realm. Moreover, the maple trees were very fast. They knew the location of every maple forest and where people were, sweeping through one forest after another. The sudden change forced many people to leave the secret realm, but they found that when they re-entered, they soon encountered walking maple trees again. Once or twice was tolerable, but encountering them 5 or 6 times made some people unable to bear it. Countless people were driven out of the secret realm, and upon exchanging information, they found that others were experiencing the same situation. Almost every secret realm had walking maple trees appearing. What's going on? I've entered the secret realm 5 times in a row and encountered walking maple trees every time. This is too disruptive to earning merit points in the Divine City. I feel like I won't be able to earn much this time. Forget about earning points, it's good enough not to lose any. Who knows what's going on? More and more people came out, and after trying a few times, people were afraid to go back in. Wasting some Divine City merit points was a small matter, but if they were unlucky, they might die inside. That would be a tragedy. Someone suddenly said, I remember something similar happening before. It should be because someone killed a walking maple tree, causing the current situation. Heavens, that maple tree is a god. Which god did it? It's terrifying. So what do we do next? Can't we earn points anymore? We've waited decades for the secret realm to open, who knows how long until the next time. At this moment, everyone was slightly stunned as they received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Due to Lin Moya killing a walking maple trees have appeared in all secret realms. According to the rules of the Maple Forest secret realm, the walking maple trees will disappear on their own in 2 days. Please be patient. You can still enter the secret realm within these 2 days, but it is highly dangerous and not recommended. After receiving the message from the Human Emperor Network, everyone was stunned. Each person showed an incredulous expression. It was Lin Moya who killed it. Heavens, is his combat power that strong? It's not his combat power, it's his puppets. His puppets are amazing, I'm so envious. If only I had such puppets, there would be nothing to fear, just kill anything in the way. I really don't know where he got those puppets, maybe he inherited some ancient legacy. Almost everyone believed that Lin Moya was relying on his puppets. When most people believed this, it seemed to become the truth. Luo Fiio listened and sneered disdainfully, nonsense about puppets, a bunch of ignorant fools. He looked at these self-righteous people as if they were idiots, feeling a sense of pleasure in being the only sober one in a world of drunkards. He didn't even care about earning Divine City merit points anymore. Earning Divine City merit points was not as enjoyable as watching the show. The Human Emperor Network's reminder had been sent, and it was up to each person to decide what to do. If you wanted to take the risk, go ahead, but be responsible for your own life and death. If you didn't want to take the risk, then wait. Of course, going in didn't necessarily mean death. After all, the secret realm was quite large, and the maple trees might take some time to reach you. Most of those who escaped the secret realm were god kings, not many gods. Many gods were powerful enough to hold off the walking maple trees, even if they couldn't defeat them. In the same secret realm, if someone held off the walking maple trees, others wouldn't encounter them. It had to be said that encountering such gods was a stroke of luck, but the luckiest ones were those who were in the same secret realm as geniuses like Shaoxing and Xingjian. They could not only hold off the walking maple trees but also kill them. After receiving the message, many people who were still in the secret realm but hadn't encountered walking maple trees wisely chose not to come out. They knew that if they hadn't encountered walking maple trees by now, they probably wouldn't in the future. They took advantage of the 2 days to collect all the blood-red maple leaves in their secret realm. Changing secret realms would be a matter for 2 days later. Lin Moyo also received the reminder from the Human Emperor Network and couldn't help but say, the Human Emperor Network's influence has indeed penetrated here, but not very deeply. The reminder appeared half an hour after he killed the walking maple tree, which was not in line with the Human Emperor Network's usual style. If it were outside, the Human Emperor Network could almost respond in real time. I didn't expect my actions to cause a chain reaction. The Human Emperor Network's approach. Thinking of this, Lin Moya smiled, understanding the deeper meaning of the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network did not stop others from entering, which was also a form of selection, selecting the brave, the timid, the lucky, the powerful, the confident, and the ignorant. The Human Emperor Network's selection was always ongoing, often choosing talents. For the human race, it wasn't just the powerful who were considered talents. Those with exceptional luck were also talents and could play significant roles. But where exactly they would play their roles, Lin Moya was not yet clear. After all, he hadn't reached the upper echelons of the human race and didn't understand many things. But he had this feeling, and he believed his intuition was not wrong. There were still many secrets within the human race, and to understand them, one must have enough strength. Strength equates to status, there is no other way. While thinking, Lin Moya's hands did not stop moving. He continued to collect blood-red maple leaves, and the number in his hands increased. When the number of blood-red maple leaves he collected reached 1,198, the secret realm shook again. A red light flashed in the sky, and the sky turned red for a few seconds before returning to normal. This time, Lin Moyo had experience and knew that others had collected a total of 802 blood-red maple leaves. In total, 2,000 blood-red maple leaves had been obtained. The first change in the secret realm occurred when more than half of the blood-red maple leaves were taken. The second change occurred when more than 2,000 blood-red maple leaves were taken. The first time, walking maple trees appeared. This time, it should be talking maple trees. As soon as this thought arose, a loud roar came from the sky. A giant maple tree, 500 meters tall, appeared in mid-air. It appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. The voice twisted the space, turning into a giant wave that crashed down. Chapter 1688. Chapter 1688, 1688. Chapter 1688, my turf, you have to crawl. The voice was sharp, seemingly hoarse, and extremely unpleasant to the ear. Lin Moya's voice was wrapped in a powerful rule force, crashing like waves. This was the talking maple tree, more powerful and terrifying than the walking maple tree. The skeletal god generals were surrounded by golden armor, which sparkled upon contact with the sound waves but was ineffective. They couldn't block the sound waves, which easily penetrated the golden armor. The soul flames in the heads of the skeletal god generals flickered wildly, as if they were experiencing a storm and could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, the skeletal god generals lost their ability to act and could not receive Lin Moya's commands. This was an attack from the soul level. The sound spread in all directions, leaving no gaps and making it impossible to dodge. Lin Moya's heart tightened, and his soul's purple light shone brightly, instantly preparing his soul world for defense. In the soul world, a soul garment appeared. Although it was not very effective, it was better than nothing. Beneath the soul garment was a layer of earthy yellow light, an effect brought by the Scourge Scepter, stronger than the soul garment. The purple jade soul opened its eyes, stirring the soul force. The talent giant tree swayed continuously, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal transformed into a 9-colored dragon, ready to strike. The talking maple tree attacked with sound, directly targeting the soul. The soul flames of the skeletal god generals were no weaker than those of ordinary gods, at the 4th rank, yet they were still in danger under the attack. If it weren't for the entire undead army sharing the damage, the soul flames would have been extinguished. This showed how strong the attack was. An ordinary 1st-rank god couldn't withstand it, unless they had a powerful soul-protecting treasure. As the soul attack descended, it appeared outside Lin Moya's soul world the moment he heard the sound. A fierce wind blew in the mysterious void outside the soul world, and layers of black mist rolled in, blowing onto the soul world. The black mist was identical to the one encountered after being poisoned, carrying a strong seductive force that could make one's soul sink and also severely damage it. However, compared to the poison brought by ordinary rune beasts, the current black mist was even more terrifying. The crystal barrier of the soul world emitted purple light, fully resisting the black mist. The black mist, seemingly light and intangible, struck the crystal barrier like a dense barrage of heavy punches. The soul world was forcibly deformed by the wind. The rule force was very strong and pervasive. The crystal barrier blocked most of the black mist, but some rule force still seeped in. In the purple soul world, within Lin Moya's soul world, the rule force reformed into black mist, rushing towards Lin Moya's soul body. Lin Moyo had anticipated this and was well prepared. This is my turf. No matter how strong the rule force is, it has to crawl. The talent giant tree swung its branches, turning into countless whips that lashed at the black mist. The black mist was scattered by the lashes but quickly reformed and continued to attack. Whoosh! A soul arrow shot out. The soul shooting bow appeared in the soul body's hand, and the soul arrow shot through the black mist like lightning. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal transformed into a 9-colored dragon, which swallowed a mass of black mist. It roared, digesting the rule force within the black mist. The undead law transformed into pure death force, pouring down like a waterfall onto the black mist, corroding and annihilating it. Under Lin Moya's relentless attacks, the black mist completely collapsed, unable to threaten the soul. I overestimated you. Although the rule force was strong, it could still be worn down if the total amount was insufficient. Especially against someone like Lin Moyo, whose soul had already reached the other shore, the effect was even less significant. The docking maple tree continued to roar, but Lin Moyo had already adapted to its attack. The skeletal god generals were temporarily unreliable. Under its continuous soul attacks, no matter how many skeletal god generals there were, they would only be cannon fodder. Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, and undead flames appeared out of thin air, burning fiercely, turning the sky gray in an instant. The skeleton throne emerged from the flames, and the skeleton king rose from the throne, which then transformed into a giant bone sword in the skeleton king's hand. The bone cloak fluttered behind it, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. The third-rank god skeleton king, with a body over 10,000 meters tall, looked down at the maple tree. Compared to the skeleton king, the several hundred meters tall maple tree was like an ant. The ant-like maple tree had no consciousness and no fear. It instinctively roared at the skeleton king. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. It repeated the same phrase over and over, its voice echoing endlessly in the secret realm. Along with the voice, the soul attack also struck the skeleton king. A brilliant Lost Star River appeared in front of the skeleton king. Compared to the Lost Star River of the skeletal god generals, it was also a bone law but much more turbulent. Countless bones flew out from the Lost Star River, forming an enormous shield that protected the skeleton king. The soul attack fell on the shield and was firmly blocked. The skeleton king raised its longsword, and the god-slaying sword had already been unleashed. The voice abruptly stopped, and the docking maple tree was illuminated by the sword light. 1, 2, 3. The sword light grew stronger, cutting through its body, scattering maple leaves and breaking branches. The voice ceased, and the soul attack paused instantly. The skeletal god generals regained their senses, and thousands of sword energies slashed at the tree. Although the skeletal god generals' attack power was much weaker than the skeleton king's, their sheer number made up for it, causing considerable damage. The docking maple tree exploded in the sword light, shattering into countless pieces. These pieces turned into ancient rune fragments, scattering and disappearing without a trace. A red light shot into the sky, and the sky turned completely red again. It lasted for about 10 seconds before disappearing, and the secret realm returned to normal. The docking maple tree was terrifying. Its soul attack could kill a first-rank god and severely injure a second-rank god, but it was helpless against a third-rank god. A first-rank god, even with a powerful soul-protecting treasure, could only save their life. A second-rank god, with a powerful soul-protecting treasure, might be able to contend with it or even kill it. As for a third-rank god, no treasure was needed. The power of the Lost Star River alone was enough to deal with it. The secret realm's limit was the first-rank god. Among the many first-rank gods, those who could reach the combat power of a third-rank god were very few. On the contrary, there were more who had the combat power of a second-rank god and possessed powerful soul-protecting treasures. Overall, there were still people who could deal with the docking maple tree. It was not invincible. This time, the Human Emperor Network seemed prepared. Just 5 minutes after the docking maple tree was killed, the Human Emperor Network issued a reminder. Due to Lin Moyo killing the docking maple tree, talking maple trees have appeared in all secret realms. Talking maple trees are more dangerous than walking maple trees. Those below the god rank cannot contend with them. Due to the continuous killing of special maple trees, the secret realm has undergone unpredictable changes. It is recommended not to enter the secret realm temporarily. If the secret realm returns to normal, a notification will be issued again. Chapter 1689. Chapter 1689, 1689. Chapter 1689, Change Perspective, Find the Missing Point. The people who had been waiting outside the secret realm for most of the day were completely stunned. After the Human Emperor Network's reminder was sent out, the entire starry sky exploded within just 3 seconds. What the heck, are they still letting us play or not? Lin Moyo actually killed the docking maple tree. My god, how did he do it? Are his puppets really that strong? What kind of puppets are those? Is he really relying on puppets? It feels so unreal. Otherwise, do you think a little guy at the 6th rank of the God King can really compare to a God Sovereign? The problem now is, how long do we have to wait? Who knows? Anyway, the Human Emperor Network will notify us. If you don't want to wait, you can go in now. The discussions in the starry sky were endless, and everyone had their own opinions. Many people were complaining about Lin Moyo because his actions affected them, preventing them from earning merit points in the Divine City. But some people also thought Lin Moyo did nothing wrong. After all, if he had the strength, why not do it? It's impossible to harm one's own interests just to consider others. Lin Moyo is not a saint, and besides, he doesn't even know them. In the starry sky outside the secret realm, space was constantly distorting, and many people were escaping from the secret realm. They looked somewhat disheveled, and some even seemed a bit frightened. Among those who came out this time, there were quite a few god sovereigns. The faces of those god sovereigns did not look good, and some were even injured. Someone went up to ask and found out that they had encountered the docking maple tree. Only then did everyone realize that the talking maple tree used soul attacks. Among all attack methods, soul attacks are the most troublesome. They are difficult to defend against, very powerful, and once injured, extremely hard to heal. These injured god sovereigns didn't know how long it would take to recover. Those with bad luck might never recover for the rest of their lives. Through the descriptions of these god sovereigns, everyone realized how terrifying the talking maple tree was. Even god sovereigns couldn't withstand it. If a god king encountered it, even a minor god sovereign might not have a chance to escape. Such a terrifying creature was killed by Lin Moyo. More people began to believe that Lin Moyo did not rely solely on puppets. I think Lin Moyo himself must be very strong. Soul attacks are all-encompassing. Puppets can't take the attacks for him. His soul must be very strong, at least not weaker than a god sovereign, otherwise, he would have been killed instantly. There are many smart people among the god kings. After learning the specifics, they could figure out that Lin Moyo himself was actually quite strong. In the next few hours, more and more people came out. Among them were many god sovereigns, and they all encountered the talking maple tree. Facing the pervasive soul attacks, these god sovereigns could only retreat. Now, the area outside the secret realm was crowded with people. Nearly 1,000,000 god kings and god sovereigns were waiting, and the number of people still inside the secret realm was dwindling. Lin Moyo picked up the last blood-red maple leaf. Not too many, not too few, exactly 2,500 pieces. The blood-red maple leaves in this secret realm have all been obtained. If there are any more changes, it should be now. Both types of maple trees had been killed, and the sky had turned red several times, seemingly just one step away. Lin Moyo waited for a few seconds but found nothing unusual. It shouldn't be. Did I make a mistake in my judgment? Did I miss something? Lin Moyo believed in his judgment and had great confidence in himself. Obtaining enough blood-red maple leaves should be the correct method. He recalled all the information, especially the data related to the sky turning red. There was very little information in this regard. The sky turning red was not common. In contrast, the appearance frequency of walking maple trees and talking maple trees was much higher. Lin Moyo had read this information several times and could almost recite it. But this time, Lin Moyo combined his own experience and looked at the information from another perspective. He sorted a large amount of information from the Human Emperor Network and the Secret Realm Strategy Group in chronological order. He found that the first to appear were often the walking maple trees. According to the records, walking maple trees generally began to appear around the 6th day after the secret realm opened, and talking maple trees would start to appear around the 12th day after the secret realm opened. When he saw this information before, he didn't think much of it, but now it was different. He already understood why it was the 6th day and the 12th day. It was because of the blood-red maple leaves. Their appearance was not just due to the collection of a certain number of blood-red maple leaves in a single secret realm. It could also be due to the total number of blood-red maple leaves obtained by everyone. Blood-red maple leaves are derived from ancient rune fragments and cannot be infinite. Lin Moyo fell into deep thought, analyzing to himself, the total number of blood-red maple leaves should have an upper limit. When the total number of blood-red maple leaves obtained exceeds a certain proportion, it will cause changes. The first change is the appearance of walking maple trees. Their appearance will significantly reduce the number of blood-red maple leaves obtained. When the proportion of blood-red maple leaves obtained continues to rise, it will trigger the second change, which is the appearance of talking maple trees, further reducing the speed of obtaining blood-red maple leaves. Then the third change is the sky turning red. Once the sky turns red, it will be almost impossible to collect blood-red maple leaves. The sky turning red usually occurs in the last few days of the secret realm. But between the second and third changes, there is a point that people have overlooked, which is the illusion. The illusion appears after the talking maple trees appear. Lin Moyo understood. He finally knew what he had missed. He had missed the illusion. If I'm not mistaken, there must be an illusion in the secret realm now. Find the illusion. Thinking of this, over 1,000,000 skeletal god generals were dispatched to conduct a carpet search of the secret realm. From the sky to the ground, the maple forests, grasslands, barren mountains, every corner of the secret realm was not spared. Lin Moyo felt that his analysis should be correct. All the above analyses, although targeting the countless copies generated by the entire secret realm, actually applied to a single secret realm as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered two types of special maple trees in succession. The maple forest secret realm is a special secret realm with two sets of mechanisms operating simultaneously. Lin Moyo felt that he had found the method to unlock the second stage. The skeletal god generals moved quickly, and in just 2 days, they had almost turned the secret realm upside down. Finally, an illusion was discovered. This illusion was outside a small maple forest, and it was impossible to detect it without entering. As soon as the skeletal god generals entered the illusion, they immediately lost contact. But Lin Moyo could feel that the skeletal god generals who entered the illusion were not dead, they were still alive. Finding it is good. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. Finding the illusion proved that his judgment was correct. At least now he was 90% sure. Chapter 1690. Chapter 1690, 1690. Chapter 1690, The Escaping Little Grass, Tree vs. Tree. The illusion has no entrance and looks no different from ordinary space. Only by stepping into it can one feel its presence. Those who react quickly can immediately use the escape talisman to leave, while those who react slowly will fall into the illusion. Once trapped in the illusion for more than 10 seconds without leaving, the escape talisman will lose its effect. If the soul is strong enough to resist the illusion, then there will be no problem. The danger of the illusion is not high, and not many people get lost in it each year. Lin Moyo activated his soul eye and saw something unusual. Some faint ancient rune fragments were slowly floating in front of him. The ancient rune fragments were like petals, very beautiful. In the soul eye, they emitted a hazy glow, mesmerizing anyone who saw them. Even Lin Moyo was momentarily lost in thought. The power of the illusion has a subtle effect. In some ways, it is similar to the black water of the Black Rain secret realm, but more hidden. The black water can be seen and touched, but the illusion here is invisible and untouchable, making it hard to guard against. Lin Moyo prepared himself again, fully activating his soul defenses, and stepped into the illusion. The invisible ancient runes released an equally invisible force, penetrating Lin Moyo's soul world. The power of the illusion's rules was very peculiar and pervasive. Lin Moyo's steps paused, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he returned to normal. The power of the illusion had no effect on him. Lin Moyo's soul level was too high, having reached the other shore realm. Ordinary illusion power was less effective than a direct attack. In fact, dealing with illusions is simple. As long as your soul is strong and your Dao heart is firm, the illusion will have no effect. After entering the illusion, the lost skeletal god generals reconnected with Lin Moyo. The skeletal god generals stood not far from him, less than 100 meters away. Lin Moyo observed the illusion, a misty world filled with thin fog. Visibility was limited. The fog was full of ancient rune fragments, continuously affecting the soul. Lin Moyo activated his soul eye, seeing through the illusion world. The illusion was not large, with a diameter of only about a kilometer. But for many cultivators, a kilometer area was like hell. No one knew what they would see or experience inside. Lin Moyo scanned the area and walked forward. In the center of the illusion, a small grass was growing. The grass was very peculiar, with only one leaf, shaped like a miniature maple leaf. The grass was blood red, as if dripping with blood. It's not an ancient rune. Standing in front of the grass, Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. The secret realm was evolved from ancient runes, and everything inside was composed of runes. It seemed real but was actually illusory. However, the grass in front of him was real. It had no ancient runes on it. Lin Moyo couldn't understand this grass that had suddenly appeared, which overturned his previous knowledge. Without understanding, Lin Moyo did not immediately try to pick the grass. He searched the surrounding area, covering the entire small illusion, and found nothing unusual. This indicated that the key point was the peculiar grass. Lin Moyo also noticed that within 10 meters of the grass, there were no ancient rune fragments. The grass seemed to have a mysterious power that repelled the ancient rune fragments. Within 10 meters of the grass was a safe zone. How peculiar. A skeletal god general appeared beside him and tried to pick the grass. The skeletal god general grasped the grass and pulled hard. The grass did not move. The skeletal god general, with its immense strength, could not pull out a single grass. The grass remained intact, with its blood-red leaf shining brightly, as if mocking the skeletal god general. After several attempts, the grass still did not move. Seeing that the skeletal god general was not in danger, Lin Moyo decided to try himself. He grasped the grass and pulled hard. The grass did not move. That's not the right way to pull it. Lin Moyo tried once and immediately gave up, realizing that the grass required a different method. The grass was so peculiar that it reminded him of the immortal tree seedling given to him by Zhu Kaiwu. If I'm not mistaken, they should be treasures of the same level. Such treasures cannot be obtained easily. Physical strength was not enough, so he tried using soul power. His soul power extended, forming an invisible hand that grasped the grass. Hee. Suddenly, Lin Moyo heard a burst of laughter. In an instant, the entire illusion exploded. Even Lin Moyo was affected, his vision filled with chaotic images, and his thoughts stalled for about 0.1 seconds. When he regained his senses, the grass was gone. A small crack appeared on the ground, indicating that the grass had burrowed into it. Everything happened too quickly, catching him off guard. Even Lin Moyo couldn't react in time. A red light flashed from the crack, and Lin Moyo quickly retreated. The red light shot into the sky, turning it blood red. This time, the sky remained blood red and did not return to normal. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly, not expecting the grass to escape on its own. He felt a bit disappointed that the treasure slipped away. But the secret realm had already changed, and he had no time to dwell on it. The urgent task was to find the method to enter the second stage amidst the changes in the secret realm. The mission reminder mentioned that the most dangerous stage is when the sky turns blood red. But the source of the danger is unknown. Lin Moyo communicated with the skeletal god generals in the secret realm. At this moment, the skeletal god generals were spread across every corner of the secret realm, and any changes would not escape their notice. Soon, information came back, and Lin Moyo's expression changed. The maple forests had come to life, with the trees merging to form gigantic maple trees. Each tree was over 1,000 meters tall, exuding the aura of a god, with terrifying combat power. Whoosh! A massive branch whipped through the air, crossing a great distance to strike. The skeletal god generals intercepted it, clashing with their swords. With a loud bang, the skeletal god general was sent flying. The branch was also repelled by the impact. But more branches followed, attacking from all directions. The trees in the maple forest merged into giant maple trees, each over 1,000 meters tall. Their branches turned into whips, capable of crossing vast distances to target Lin Moyo. Facing the overwhelming branches, Lin Moyo remained calm. A large number of skeletal god generals appeared around him, slashing at the branches. He also ordered the skeletal god generals near the giant maple trees to launch a siege. The skeletal god generals had a numerical advantage, with 1,000,000 against 100, an overwhelming superiority. The battle was intense from the start, shaking the entire secret realm. Both sides fought fearlessly, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The resurrected golden maple tree god sovereign targeted one of the giant maple trees, its branches whipping like a lash. The branch struck the giant maple tree, breaking off large pieces of bark and branches. The giant maple tree retaliated fiercely, with millions of branches whipping back, both sides tearing each other apart. The battle between the trees was spectacular. Chapter 1691. Chapter 1691, 1691. Chapter 1691, The Secret Realm feels like a sea of blood. Millions of skeletal god generals launched an attack on the giant maple trees. Lin Moya stood still, and now there were no branches crossing the space to attack him. The giant maple trees were struggling to protect themselves. Looking up at the sky, under the blood-red sky, the entire secret realm became bloody, faintly exuding the smell of fresh blood. Coupled with the layers of white bones, it really felt like being in a hell of blood and bones. Lin Moya slightly frowned. He did not dislike the smell of blood, nor did he dislike the feeling of a hell of bones. After all, he himself dealt with these things. However, the feeling here was very strange to him. The blood-red sky seemed not to be simulated by ancient runes but was composed of real blood. It seems that a great battle took place here. Lin Moya pondered. He knew how the ancient runes that evolved the secret realm were formed. They were part of the flesh and blood of a terrifying giant. He had the fortune to witness a corner of that epic battle back then, but he did not know what exactly happened during the battle. Later, when the ancient runes evolved, he only saw the evolution process of the Black Rain secret realm and knew nothing about the other ancient runes. Perhaps something else happened during that time that he was unaware of. The battle between the skeletal god generals and the giant maple trees gradually came to an end. With the overwhelming advantage in numbers, the giant maple trees were completely destroyed. The maple forest was completely wiped out, leveled to the ground. The secret realm shook again, and the blood-red sky became even more intense, with waves of the smell of blood wafting down. The ground shook, and the few barren mountains in the secret realm crumbled, revealing a large number of ancient runes. The rubble from the barren mountains reassembled into giants, 8 in total, each towering 10,000 meters high, standing tall and firm. This was a change that had never appeared in any records, and Lin Moya immediately became alert. The moment he saw the giants, he was stunned. Ancient giants. He blurted out. The appearance of the giants was exactly like the ancient giants. However, in terms of aura and power, they were completely different. The ancient giants were unfathomable beings, and he had no concept of their true strength. But the 8 giants before him were only at the second rank of the god level. With a thought, the skeletal god generals pounced like wolves and tigers. A million first-rank god-level skeletal god generals besieged 8 second-rank god-level giants, and the outcome was without suspense. Lin Moya watched for a while and then lost interest. The difference in combat power was not significant, and the defeat of the giants was only a matter of time. The numerous changes in the secret realm were merely difficulties for ordinary cultivators. Even geniuses like Xiaoxing and Qing Jian would find the siege of the giant maple trees troublesome, but for Lin Moya, it was extremely easy. Now it was the same. Although the 8 giants were powerful, they were helpless against a million skeletal god generals. Sometimes, quantity can lead to a qualitative change. Lin Moya's attention returned to the blood-red sky. His soul eye was already open, and he wanted to see the essence of the blood-red sky. The sky was filled with fragments of ancient runes. At first glance, the blood-red sky seemed to be evolved from these fragments, but Lin Moya felt that things were not that simple. With his current understanding of ancient runes, he could conduct some analysis. These ancient runes seemed more like a barrier, blocking the sea of blood behind them. Yes, in Lin Moya's perception, there was a sea of blood behind the sky. Moreover, he discovered that these fragments of ancient runes could be directly observed. They did not consume soul power, just like in the Black Rain secret realm. In the Black Rain secret realm, he could also directly observe the ancient runes. In the end, the ancient runes in the Black Rain secret realm even actively flew into his soul. Thinking of this, Lin Moya instinctively felt that if he cleared the Maple Forest secret realm, he could also obtain the final ancient rune. At the same time, he knew that those beings at the other shore realm were very eager to obtain the ancient runes. Am I snatching food from their mouths? If I take their ancient runes, will they turn hostile? But last time, they didn't react much, nor did they come to ask for it. It seemed to be tacitly approved. I don't know what they think, but if I can really obtain the ancient runes, I won't be polite. Lin Moya made up his mind. Under the fierce siege of the skeletal god generals, the giants formed from the rubble finally collapsed. They completely fell, their bodies shattering and turning into nothingness. At this moment, the ground of the secret realm was completely leveled. The maple forest was gone, the barren mountains were gone, and only the grassland remained. If there were any more changes, it would be on the grassland. The entire secret realm gave Lin Moya a desolate feeling, even a bit of sadness. The wind blew from an unknown direction, whistling. It sounded like the world was crying, making one's nose tingle. The secret realm seemed to be expressing sadness, but Lin Moya knew it was just an illusion. The ancient runes that evolved the Maple Forest secret realm had a deep connection with the soul. Any slight change could unconsciously affect the soul. As the breeze blew, the grass on the grassland began to fly up. Sure enough, the final change is on the grassland. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, and the skeletal god generals became vigilant, ready for battle again. The grass did not form new rune beasts. Instead, all the grass in the secret realm intertwined to form a green sword. The green sword slashed through the sky, creating a rift. The green sword exploded, and countless blades of grass flew into the rift, stabilizing it. At this moment, a vortex appeared beside Lin Moyu, indicating the exit from the secret realm. The Human Emperor Network's reminder followed. The first stage of the Maple Forest secret realm has been completed. You can choose to continue to the second stage for more rewards. Please note that the second stage of this secret realm is an unknown territory. No one has ever reached it, and its danger is unknown. The escape talisman will lose its effect. Do you wish to continue? Please make your choice within 1 minute. The Human Emperor Network's reminder was as routine as ever. Naturally, there was no need to think much. Lin Moya's ultimate goal for this trip was to clear the entire secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to trigger the changes in the secret realm. Now that he had finally completed the first stage and could enter the second stage, how could he give up? Danger was inevitable, but as a cultivator, how could he retreat because of danger? If he were truly afraid of danger, he wouldn't have come. Staying at home to cultivate would be much better. Lin Moya took a step forward and appeared at the entrance to the second stage. All the skeletal god generals disappeared, being retracted by him. With the second step, he vanished, entering the second stage. In the dark starry sky 10 light-years outside the secret realm, the magnificent and ancient palace remained. The holy venerable suddenly paused and said in a low voice, Lin Xiao has entered the second stage. Lady Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her gentle voice floated out, really? Lin Xiao is indeed remarkable. Elder Lin said in a low voice, I really don't know how he did it. I tried back then but could never find the entrance to the second stage. The holy venerable laughed. When Lin Xiao completely clears the secret realm and writes the strategy, you will naturally know. Lady Yu's eyes also showed curiosity. Then let's hope Lin Xiao can clear it smoothly. Meng Yao is also very curious. Chapter 1692. Chapter 1692, 1692. Chapter 1692, Second Stage, Billion Blood Sea. Millions of god kings and tens of thousands of god sovereigns had been waiting outside the secret realm for 3 days. Over the past few days, the complaints gradually diminished, and the starry sky returned to silence. At this point, complaining was useless. Many smart people had already realized some facts. Those who hadn't come out yet and were still in the secret realm were all extraordinarily powerful individuals. For example, Xiaoxin and Xing Jian Deist were still in the secret realm. Some people had doubted whether they had died, but they were quickly proven wrong. Just the day before, Xiaoxing and Xing Jian Deist had almost simultaneously appeared outside, and then re-entered the secret realm. Both of them had a common characteristic: they were very excited, the kind of excitement that comes after a great battle. Both of them exuded a strong battle intent, making it difficult for others to approach. Needless to say, they must have fought with the 2 types of special maple trees and had a great time doing so. Besides them, several other god sovereigns had also entered and exited the secret realm in the past few days. Although they were not as relaxed as Xiaoxing and Xing Jian Deist, it at least proved that they had the strength to deal with the 2 types of maple trees. This is the difference in strength. On the third day, the Human Emperor Network's reminder appeared again. The Maple Forest secret realm has returned to normal, and everyone can enter. A simple sentence made the quiet starry sky instantly boil. Everyone couldn't wait to rush out, stepping onto the Golden Avenue, and entering the secret realm. Finally, it's back to normal. Wasted more than 3 days, could have earned dozens of merit points. Fortunately, it's back to normal. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to earn any points. Just hope Lin Moya doesn't cause any more trouble. I'm not a genius, I just want to earn merit points. I need to exchange for a magic weapon, still short of 300 merit points. Counting on the Maple Forest secret realm, don't let anything go wrong. Everyone had their own thoughts, but no matter what they thought, the goal was the same: to earn merit points in the Divine City. Lin Moya walked tens of thousands of kilometers through the passage to the second stage before truly stepping into the second stage, entering another world. The power of the Human Emperor Network completely retreated, and the escape talisman lost its effect. For the entire human race, this was an unknown land. He knew he had no way out. Either he cleared this stage, or he would die here. He could only keep moving forward. Once he turned back, it would be a disaster. This was something he knew from the beginning and had already made his choice before entering. The sound of waves and the howling wind came to his ears. He stood in midair. Below him was an endless ocean. Here, the weather was sunny, the sky was clear, and there was a huge sun in the sky, bringing light to this world. Unlike the Black Rain secret realm, which was filled with thunderclouds and had a harsh environment. If it weren't for the ocean below being blood red and the smell of blood in the air, it would indeed be a nice world. Through his analysis and previous experience, Lin Moya judged that the entire complete ancient rune had evolved into a complete world. After the ancient rune shattered, each fragment still carried out the will of the complete ancient rune, thus evolving into one strange world after another. The Maple Forest secret realm was the same. In the first stage, it evolved into grasslands, barren mountains, and maple forests. Among them, the maple forest was the main feature. In the second stage, it evolved into an ocean and a scorching sun. The ocean made Lin Moya feel strange. An endless sea of blood, exuding a bloody smell, looked somewhat horrifying. The blood-colored ocean also confirmed Lin Moya's previous observations. The runes in the sky are blocking the sea of blood. The sea of blood seems to want to break through the barrier of the runes and invade the world of the first stage of the secret realm. And the secret realm is trying to block the sea of blood. Could it be that the sea of blood is not something evolved from the ancient rune, but an external invader? With curiosity, Lin Moya dispatched the skeletal god generals. 100,000 skeletal god generals spread out in all directions at a speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. Lin Moya simultaneously activated his soul eye to look at the sea of blood. There were no ancient rune fragments in the sea of blood, not a single one. Combining his own feelings, Lin Moya was 80% sure that the sea of blood was not evolved from the ancient rune. This further confirmed his belief that the sea of blood was an external invader. In essence, it was similar to himself. The sea of blood gave Lin Moya a sense of danger. He did not enter it, nor did he let the skeletal god generals enter. In an unclear situation, Lin Moya chose to remain still and not take any action. The world of the second stage was much larger than the first stage. The skeletal god generals flew for half a day before reaching the edge. Half a day later, the map of the secret realm was already fully presented in Lin Moya's mind. The secret realm was circular, with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, comparable to a galaxy. In this space comparable to a galaxy, there were no islands, no rune beasts, only the sea of blood. The sea of blood surged with waves, some large and some small. The small ones were only a few meters high, while sometimes there would be giant waves reaching up to 1,000,000 meters. Such waves, with one wave, could submerge most of a planet. The giant waves often came suddenly, without any warning, and at a speed as fast as if a god sovereign had slapped down with a giant palm. The skeletal god generals were hit head-on by the giant waves several times, activating their golden armor runes. In the collision, the golden armor runes shattered, and the power of the giant waves was neutralized. The skeletal god generals rushed out of the giant waves and continued to fly. The attack of the giant waves was very strong, slightly stronger than the full-force strike of a first-rank god sovereign, but not as strong as a second-rank god sovereign. The giant waves flew in the air, and at this moment, a strong wind howled, blowing the giant waves apart. After the giant waves collapsed, they did not fall like raindrops but directly vanished into thin air. Lin Moya kept his soul eye activated and saw that the wind contained a large number of ancient rune fragments. Indeed, the ancient runes in the Sea of Blood are in a battle. I should find the source. Perhaps this is the way to clear the second stage. Lin Moya looked up at the sky and saw the scorching sun hanging high. The scorching sun was blazing, looking extremely hot, but it had no temperature. In the next second, Lin Moya, with 100,000 skeletal god generals, soared into the sky. 100,000 streams of light flew into the sky like 100,000 sharp swords, piercing the sky. The Sea of Blood gradually shrank from view, and the scorching sun grew larger. In the soul eye, countless ancient runes appeared. These were the rays of light emitted by the scorching sun, each containing a vast number of ancient rune fragments. These ancient rune fragments flew in the void, densely packed, forming halos of light. Lin Moya looked at the center of the scorching sun and saw a massive ancient rune. It was also a fragment of an ancient rune, only a part of the complete ancient rune, but much larger and more complete than the fragment in the Black Rain's secret realm. The moment he saw the ancient rune, his soul felt a sharp pain, and his soul power rapidly drained. Lin Moya quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to look a second time. This fragment of the ancient rune was terrifyingly powerful. Suddenly, a warning came from his soul, indicating imminent danger. The halos formed by the ancient rune fragments suddenly flew towards Lin Moya. They turned into billions of sharp arrows, shooting towards him like a storm. Chapter 1693. Chapter 1693, 1693. Chapter 1693, The War Between a Drop of Blood and a Fragment of an Ancient Rune. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly as he rapidly retreated. The rune arrows came raining down like a torrential downpour, numbering in the billions, leaving no room for evasion. Moreover, Lin Moya knew that he had been locked onto. Not only himself, but the skeletal god generals were also locked onto. Whoosh! The wings of the undead, and used for a long time, instantly unfurled and violently shook. The wings of the undead transformed into invisible blades, severing the soul lock. Lin Moya felt a surge of lightness throughout his body as he pushed his speed to the limit, retreating at 150 million kilometers per second. But just 0.1 seconds later, he felt himself being locked onto again. This time, the lock was even more intense than before, but the wings of the undead could still sever it. One lock after another, one severing after another. Lin Moya constantly changed directions, and the rune arrows followed suit, changing directions as well. They were like rabid dogs, having fixated on Lin Moya, with an unyielding determination to kill him. The speed of the ancient rune arrows was extremely fast, far surpassing Lin Moya's, and they quickly caught up to him. The arrows grew larger and larger in his vision. Lin Moya took out a body talisman and slapped it onto himself, instantly manifesting a golden armor. Bang! The body talisman shattered, with just a single arrow strike shattering the golden armor. After shattering the body talisman, that arrow immediately collapsed, but more arrows followed. The attack power of the ancient rune arrows was terrifying, with each arrow no weaker than the full-force strike of a first-rank god sovereign. And now, billions of arrows were coming at him. Billions of arrows equated to billions of first-rank god sovereign attacks, enough to blast him into oblivion. Faced with this situation, Lin Moya remained calm and composed, adopting the oldest and most practical method, using the undead army as a meat shield. The skeletal god generals flew back to him, their bodies radiating golden light as golden armors manifested from thin air, layer upon layer, forming a dense defense. The arrows collided with the armors, shattering countless armors and arrows in the process. Simultaneously, the skeletal god generals unleashed sword energies, attacks at the god sovereign realm, capable of destroying the arrows as well. Lin Moya continuously cycled through the skeletal god generals, withdrawing those without body talismans and summoning new ones with body talismans. A second golden sun rose in the sky as Lin Moya and the arrows reached a stalemate. The skeletal god generals were numerous enough that even billions of arrows found it difficult to break through at once. Even if they did break through, with the defensive power of the skeletal god generals, taking 1 or 2 arrows would not be a problem. Gradually, the number of arrows dwindled. Lin Wuya's heart stirred, and instead of retreating, he advanced, launching a counterattack. Around the fragment of the ancient rune, there were hardly any rune fragments left, making it an opportune time to approach. The skeletal god generals waved their bone swords, unleashing dazzling sword energies, clearing a path for Lin Wuya. The way he had escaped earlier was now the way he would charge back in. The fragment of the ancient rune transformed into a blazing sun, burning fiercely. The previous halos were like its protective umbrella, shielding it tightly. Now that the halos had dissipated, the fragment of the ancient rune was completely exposed. Lin Wuya led the skeletal god generals upstream, shattering the arrows and directly facing the fragment of the ancient rune. The closer he got to the ancient rune, the more he could feel the rule power emanating from it. Lin Wuya did not look directly at the ancient rune, as his current ability was still insufficient to gaze upon it directly. But he could sense the power of the ancient rune, and it was the strongest fragment of an ancient rune he had ever encountered. Its scale was at least several times larger than the ordinary fragments found in secret realms. The higher the degree of completeness of a fragment of an ancient rune, the stronger its power. This time, as he approached, the ancient rune did not react much, as if it had already resigned itself to its fate. Lin Wuya felt a sense of strangeness. How could the second stage be cleared so easily? When he was less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the ancient rune, Lin Wuya suddenly paused. Ha! There's someone there. His gaze fell upon the area behind the ancient rune. Behind the ancient rune, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, stood a person wielding a longsword. Previously, his view had been obstructed by the ancient rune, so he had not noticed. This person swung his longsword, unleashing chilling sword energies. The sword energies were as red as blood, accompanied by a thick, bloody scent. The ancient rune continuously evolved arrows to attack him. The sword energies shattered the arrows one by one, preventing them from getting close. It seemed that the battle between him and the ancient rune had been raging for countless years, becoming a formalized routine. So, he's the one who created the Sea of Blood. But who is he? He looks like a human cultivator, but his aura is only that of a low-rank god sovereign. Lin Wuya observed with curiosity, focusing his gaze. His gaze pierced through the ancient rune arrows and the bloody sword energies, finally seeing the person's appearance. Lin Wuya's entire body trembled as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had seen this person before. Not in the real world, but in the Black Rain secret realm, where the ancient rune had taken him back to witness scenes from countless years ago. It was the swordsman who had severed a finger from the ancient giant. Lin Wuya would never forget him, for in that moment, the swordsman had glanced at him with a murderous intent that left a deep impression. How is he here? Lin Wuya's heart was filled with endless doubts. A cultivator from that era, how could he appear here? Moreover, how had his strength become so weak? He was a being far surpassing the other shore realm, yet now he was only at the god-sovereign realm. As his soul power surged, Lin Wuya carefully observed and finally noticed a clue. This was not the swordsman's main body, but rather a fragment of it. His true core was a single drop of fresh, red blood. Just like the ancient rune, he had been formed from a single drop of blood. Lin Wuya felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the true might of a powerful cultivator once again. The severed finger of the ancient giant could release a complete ancient rune, which could then evolve into countless secret realms, even after shattering. And a single drop of blood from the ancient swordsman could evolve into a billion-kilometer sea of blood while contending with the ancient rune. Just who are these people? They're all so terrifying. What is the other shore realm compared to them? It's truly insignificant. Lin Wuya compared the two and realized the vast gulf between them and the cultivators of the ancient era. The other shore realm was already the pinnacle in this era, but compared to the ancient cultivators, it was not even on the same level. Lin Wuya seemed to gain some understanding of why the other shore realm sought information from the ancient era and pursued the ancient runes. It was because they wanted to break through their limitations and reach the level of strength from the ancient era. Suddenly, Lin Wuya recalled some words that Antares had once spoken, mentioning an invincible cultivator. But in the great world, there was no concept of an invincible cultivator. The holy venerables of the other shore realm were already the strongest known existences. But Antares would not have spoken nonsense, so he must have known something. The dragon race was an ancient race, not one of the 4 source races, but they had never been invaded, and their internal records were extremely complete. Unlike the human race, which had nearly gone extinct, resulting in massive gaps in their records. I should ask Antares about it the next time I see him. Who knows what he's up to now, or when he'll show up again. Lin Wuya pondered in his heart as the black water rune in his soul world suddenly trembled. Chapter 1694. Chapter 1694, 1694. Chapter 1694, must be faster, if not fast enough, you will die. The black water rune trembled slightly, releasing a peculiar message. Lin Wuya's soul sensed the information from the black water rune and suddenly understood what he needed to do. He had to choose between the ancient rune and the swordsman, either help the swordsman break the ancient rune or help the ancient rune destroy the swordsman. Lin Wuya didn't take long to decide. He chose to help the ancient rune and destroy the swordsman. There wasn't any special reason. It was because, in that illusionary scene, the swordsman had shown killing intent towards him. Lin Wuya knew how the other party had discovered him. Even though it was just an illusionary scene and he was merely an observer, the swordsman had still noticed him. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the other party wanted to kill him. For someone who wanted to kill him, Lin Moyo had only one response: to kill them back. In a situation where he had to choose one of two options, Lin Moyo didn't need to hesitate. He would naturally choose to kill the swordsman. After all, his original goal was to clear the secret realm and obtain the ancient rune. Whether for himself or for the human race, he would do the same. Let's see how strong a drop of blood from an ancient powerhouse is. Lin Moyo knew that the gap between himself and the ancient powerhouse was vast, but after all, the other party was just a drop of blood. With a light touch of his finger, the undying flame burned fiercely. Stellar level spell, Summon Skeleton King. A new color appeared in the sky as the skeleton throne emerged from the undying flame. The 10,000-meter tall skeleton king sat on the throne, stood up, and grasped its sword in one fluid motion. To be safe, Lin Moyo activated his origin spell. Origin spell, Strengthen Soldiers. The skeleton king's strength didn't change, but its damage increased tenfold. Facing an ancient powerhouse, even if it was just a drop of blood, it was better to be cautious. The appearance of the origin spell brought about a peculiar aura. It seemed to come from the oldest times, very faint, almost imperceptible unless carefully sensed. Lin Moyo couldn't sense this ancient aura until he reached the other shore realm. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The origin spell came from the source bird, said to be a divine bird born at the beginning of the world. The history of the origin spell was so ancient that it couldn't be traced, so having some ancient aura was normal. But just as the origin spell was activated, the swordsman suddenly raised his head and looked over. His gaze was extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. He stared coldly at the skeleton king and suddenly uttered in a hoarse voice, "Power of origin." His voice was extremely unpleasant, like torn cloth, hoarse beyond measure. A blood-red light shot out from the swordsman, rushing towards the end of the world, destination unknown. The moment the blood-red light appeared, the swordsman fell silent, and all the ancient runes attacks were blocked by the blood-red light. Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Accompanied by bursts of Buddhist chants, the Lich of the Buddha Kingdom appeared beside him. True Sight. He used True Sight to see what would happen in the future. The future scene was a sea of blood. An incredibly terrifying ancient sword tore through the sky, slashing down. He had no power to resist and instantly became a soul under the sword. No, his soul wasn't destroyed. Not only was his soul not destroyed, but even his blood remained intact. His soul and blood were bound by the ancient sword, heading to an unknown place. The future scene ended there, and Lin Moyo broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized that sword. It was the ancient swordsman's sword. How did it come here? Could it be that he is still alive, having lived from ancient times to the present? Lin Moyo couldn't understand such an existence and had no time to ponder it. His heart raced, and the skeleton king swung the god-slaying sword at the swordsman shrouded in bloodlight. At the same time, Lin Moyo activated his second origin spell, Gather Power. He didn't dare to be careless, he had to give it his all. His aura surged, breaking through to the god-sovereign realm. In less than a second, his aura reached its peak, god-sovereign 4th rank. Strengthen Soldiers was also effective on himself. At this moment, Lin Moyo's combat power surpassed that of the skeleton king. A bone sword appeared in his hand, from the skeleton general. He poured all the belief power he had accumulated recently into it. God-slaying sword. Lin Moyo followed closely behind the skeleton king, slashing out with his sword. Two sword lights, one after the other, exploded on the swordsman. The god-slaying sword was unstoppable, and the blood light couldn't block it. The sword light tore the swordsman apart, and his body exploded. The blood light that soared to the sky began to dissipate. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief but didn't let his guard down, using True Sight again. The future scene reflected in his mind. The sea of blood surged with giant waves, and the seawater became clear and transparent. The ocean lost its color, and all the blood gathered in the air, forming a drop of blood. This drop of blood shot towards the sky at an astonishing speed and disappeared. A few seconds later, the sky was torn apart by the ancient sword again. The scene ended there, and Lin Moyo broke out in a cold sweat again. This wasn't over. In the ancient rune world, there wasn't just one drop of blood but two. One drop turned the ocean into a sea of blood, infiltrating the first stage of the secret realm. The other drop became the swordsman, fighting the ancient rune and holding it back. Lin Moyo instantly understood the cause and effect. The blood-red maple leaves were released by the maple forest secret realm itself. They were actually maple leaves polluted by the ancient swordsman's blood. In the eyes of the ancient rune, these blood-red maple leaves were like parasites that needed to be cleaned out in time. If they accumulated, they would pose a threat. Sending out these blood-red maple leaves was actually reducing the degree of blood pollution. So every time the secret realm opened, it was the ancient rune saving itself. Lin Moyo finally understood. Although the ancient rune had no intelligence, it had a self-preservation instinct, just like how it would actively evolve worlds. Lin Moyo turned around and flew towards the sea of blood. The sea of blood was boiling, and its color was becoming clear. The blood within it was gathering. There is only one chance. I must destroy it the moment it forms. In the future scene, the blood would pause for about 0.5 seconds after forming. After 0.5 seconds, it would fly away at an astonishing speed to an unknown place. By then, he wouldn't be able to stop it and would only await death. So everything had to be done within 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds was not short for Lin Moyo. He could do many things in that time. The key was that the blood would form far from his current position. The secret realm was vast, and even if he flew at full speed, he might not make it in time. Even if he couldn't make it, he had to try. It was a matter of life and death, and there was no other choice. The wings of the undead spread, and he poured his soul power into them without regard for the cost. Since the appearance of the Lich of Light Speed, Lin Moyo hadn't done this. Flying at 150,000 kilometers per second was already fast enough, just slightly slower than a god sovereign. But now, it wasn't enough. 150,000 kilometers per second was far from sufficient. He had to be faster, or he would die. He could have the skeleton general or the skeleton king carry him, which would be fast but still not enough. Now he could only rely on the wings of the undead, driven by his other shore realm soul power without regard for the cost. Lin Moya remembered that the space law had appeared at that time. Only the space law could make it in time. With the soul power of the other shore realm and the soul power of the god sovereign 4th rank, the wings of the undead displayed unprecedented speed. The wings of the undead emitted a peculiar light, as if lightning was flowing through them. A huge rift was torn in the space before Lin Moyo, and he plunged into it. Chapter 1695. Chapter 1695, 1695. Chapter 1695, A Close Call. Lin Moyo had once been taken through space by Yukingro. Yukingro mastered the laws of space and used them to traverse space. The feeling was different from using a teleportation array and also different from his current method of traversing space. When Yukingro traversed space, it felt effortless and natural, as if she could go wherever she wanted. The teleportation array, on the other hand, felt rigid, as it was fixed-point teleportation. His current method was more like violently breaking through space, charging through recklessly. Although the goal was similar, it was very cumbersome. Lin Moya crashed into a space rift, and a second later, he suddenly emerged 1 billion kilometers away. Crossing 1 billion kilometers in 1 second was much faster than flying. Lin Moya's entire body sparked with lightning. After a second, he tore through space again and crashed into it. Again and again, Lin Moya approached his destination at an astonishing speed. His soul power was being consumed rapidly, and even the talent giant tree couldn't replenish it fast enough. Faster, faster. Lin Moya urged himself. The seawater below became increasingly clear, with less and less blood, and it was decreasing at an alarming rate. The moment the seawater became completely clear was when the blood drop would condense and form. That 0.5 seconds was a matter of life and death for Lin Moyo. Time passed second by second, and Lin Moyo got closer and closer to his destination, but his heart kept sinking. He realized he might not make it in time. He had already given his all, and his soul power was almost exhausted. The state of his origin spell was also difficult to maintain. At this moment, the blazing sun high in the sky suddenly shot down billions of sharp arrows. A corner of the ancient rune in the sun glowed, and the billions of sharp arrows continuously poured into the sea. The sea surface surged with huge waves, and the retreating blood suddenly stagnated, slowing down its gathering speed. Seeing this, Lin Moya was overjoyed and pursued with all his might. The ancient rune was helping him. The ancient rune had no consciousness or wisdom, but it had instincts. Lin Moyo had just eliminated the swordsman, making the ancient rune acknowledge him. It instinctively felt that what Lin Moyo was doing would also benefit itself. Since the blood wanted to retreat, it would stop it. Even if it couldn't completely stop it, it could at least delay it for a while. A few seconds of delay was a matter of life and death for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo tore through space with all his might and finally reached his destination. The blood was gathering here, forming a huge vortex on the sea surface. The closer to the center, the deeper the color of the blood sea. The farther away, the clearer the seawater. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. I made it. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted. His soul power was completely depleted, and his energy and spirit had dropped significantly, making him feel like he wanted to sleep forever. In this state, other cultivators would be unable to fight, but Lin Moya was used to it. The origin spell was about to disappear, and Lin Moya used all his strength to push his realm to the 5th rank of the God Sovereign. Bang! His soul collapsed. A flash of purple light, the talent activated, and the collapsed soul was instantly reorganized and reborn. The exhausted soul power also returned to its peak state. With a flick of his finger, the undying flame burned fiercely, and the skeleton king appeared in the air. At the same time, 2 origin spells were ready, waiting for the blood drop to fully condense. From not having enough time to waiting, Lin Moyo had helped the ancient rune, and the ancient rune had saved his life. Cause and effect, that's how it was. After waiting for 2 seconds, the vortex suddenly accelerated, completing hundreds of times of acceleration in an instant. The seawater outside the vortex became clear and blue in an instant. A drop of blood appeared at the center of the vortex. Now, Lin Moya's heart moved, and the 2 origin spells were activated simultaneously. The skeleton king was the first to strike with a sword. A sword light shone on the blood drop. Immediately after, Lin Moya's aura reached the 4th rank of the God Sovereign, and he also struck with a sword. This time, without the power of belief, the power was weaker than the previous strike, but it was still enough to destroy the blood drop. Under the sword light, the blood drop kept deforming, on the verge of breaking. At this moment, a soul aura suddenly emerged from the blood drop, giving Lin Moyo a creepy feeling. He felt as if he was being watched. This blood drop is different. There's a trace of a soul inside. The soul is awakening. There was no need to think. Lin Moyo immediately took out the soul-shooting bow. He poured all his soul power into it and shot arrow after arrow. At this moment, there could be no hesitation. Any delay could lead to danger. No one knew what kind of means these ancient powerhouses had. They were too terrifying and strange. Lin Moya didn't dare to gamble. The soul-shooting bow fired arrow after arrow, and the blood drop kept deforming under the attack of the soul arrows. The skeleton king also continuously attacked the blood drop. Facing the giant bone sword, the blood drop seemed so small, but it was incredibly resilient and refused to break. However, under the continuous attacks, the blood drop lost the possibility of escaping, being firmly trapped and unable to break through the void. Unless it could hold out until Lin Moya's power was completely exhausted, but Lin Moya wouldn't give it the chance. Lin Moya multitasked, summoning the skeleton god generals. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless skeleton god generals, numbering in the millions. Whether useful or not, the skeleton god generals swung their white bone swords, carrying the power of the bone law and the undead law, striking the blood drop. Whether it was the undead law corroding the soul or the soul shooting bow killing the soul, Lin Moya didn't know. He only knew that in just 2 seconds, he had shot over 100 arrows, and his soul power was once again exhausted. The blood drop finally shattered, and the trace of the soul inside was annihilated with a scream. Finally done. Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief, his heart trembling as he used True Sight for the 3rd time. Amidst the Buddhist chants, the future scene was reflected back. This time, there were no unexpected events, and he didn't die. Only then did Lin Moya truly relax, knowing that it was really over and he had once again escaped death. True Sight had once again proven its worth. Lin Moya felt that the true role of the Elemental Lich might not necessarily be in combat. Sometimes, in support roles, the Elemental Lich's value was even greater. Lin Moya murmured, "The Elemental Lich has 10 slots. The Buddha Lich can't be replaced, so there are actually 9 flexible slots left. If there's a chance, I should find some special materials to create more special liches like the Buddha Lich. Compared to straightforward combat liches, they might be more valuable. And now that I've reached the God Sovereign realm, I should really understand the laws of space. With the laws of space, I can move freely and be much safer." Looking at the clear sea, with the smell of blood gone, Lin Moya felt at ease. He leisurely ascended into the sky, flying towards the blazing sun. Next, he would collect the runes and clear the Maple Forest secret realm. Without using the wings of the undead or the laws of time, he flew for half a day before finally returning to the blazing sun. He saw the corner of the ancient rune again, but now, there was something new on the ancient rune: a small grass with maple leaves. Chapter 1696. Chapter 1696, 1696. Chapter 1696, a pet hungry for several days. The small maple leaf grass grew on the corner of the ancient rune, swaying gently in the wind as if greeting Lin Moya. It seemed to have shed a layer of shackles, becoming much more lively. Lin Moya sensed a kind of spirituality from it. Although it had not yet reached the level of wisdom, it indeed possessed spirituality. It's a natural spiritual material. The small grass should be some kind of rare treasure, inherently precious. Now that it had gained spirituality, it became even more valuable. Chirp! A crisp sound echoed in the soul world. The infinite fusion spell star descended from its high position, flying down to the soul body. It acted like a pet begging for food, circling the soul body and making chirping sounds, constantly trying to please the soul body. The soul body naturally understood its intention. You want the small grass, right? If so, circle around 3 times. The infinite fusion spell star immediately circled the soul body 3 times, no more, no less, perfectly. Lin Moya smiled. "Alright, I'll find a way to get it for you." How could such a spiritual small grass appear in a world evolved from ancient runes? It was indeed a strange occurrence. However, this was not important. What was important was how to obtain the ancient rune now. Recalling previous secret realms, the ancient rune would inevitably harbor hostility towards him. Only by overcoming the challenges evolved by the ancient rune could he pass through. But now, this ancient rune clearly did not regard him as an enemy. Yet, he couldn't look directly at it. Just a glance had caused his recently recovered soul power to drain by 1/3. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the small maple leaf grass. What a situation. In the soul world, infinite fusion acted like a pet that had been hungry for several days, eagerly waiting. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moya extended a strand of soul power towards the ancient rune. Since he couldn't look at it, he would try to contact it with soul power. As soon as the soul power touched the ancient rune, a powerful force swept over. The ancient rune glowed, and through the soul power, it transmitted a vast amount of illusionary power to Lin Moya. Countless illusions appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. Chaotic scenes emerged, including the transfer ceremony, various dungeons, the divine summer tower, the white god courtyard, his 4 beloved wives, and his teacher. The power of the illusion was pervasive, infiltrating the soul world, trying to drag his soul into the illusionary world. Lin Moya was prepared for this. This secret realm was related to illusions, and he had always been ready. My life is mine to control. My soul, no one can interfere. Retreat. The soul body declared, and the voice echoed like thunder in the soul world, deafening. The talent giant tree extended countless branches, whipping through the soul world. The power of the illusion was formless, but it could still be scattered by the talent giant tree. The 9-colored dragon soul roared, dispersing the illusion and simultaneously absorbing much of its power. The power of the illusion, after being transformed by the dragon soul, turned into soul power, feeding back to Lin Moya. The soul shooting bow appeared in the soul body's hand, and arrows were shot, exploding in mid-air. Lin Moya declared sovereignty in his soul world. This is my world. No one is allowed to give orders here. If you want me to enter the illusion, it must be of my own will. The power of the ancient rune's illusion was shattered and quickly retreated. It seems a bit too easy. The ancient rune went easy on me. Lin Moya was clear-minded. Given the completeness of the ancient rune in this Maple Forest secret realm, its illusionary power should be several times stronger than that of the Black Rain secret realm. His soul power hadn't increased much, and the pressure he should have endured should far exceed that of the Black Rain secret realm. But now, it was so easily repelled, without any counterattack. The ancient rune had gone easy on him. Lin Moya was very sure of this. The power of the illusion retreated like a tide, but the soul connection between Lin Moya and the ancient rune was not severed. Immediately, another peculiar force surged from the ancient rune. Lin Moya had felt this force several times before. It was the force of acknowledgement. The ancient rune acknowledged Lin Moya, equivalent to passing the test. This time, Lin Moya did not resist and openly accepted this force. The entire process was completed in silence. Lin Moya and the ancient rune had a perfect cooperation. The scene before his eyes changed, and Lin Moya felt his soul and body separate again. His soul stepped into the passage of time and space, flying towards an unknown era. He had experienced this in the Black Rain's secret realm, so he was not flustered. He was about to see scenes from the ancient era again, to see the powerful and terrifying ancient giant and the mysterious ancient swordsman once more. The scenes changed rapidly, creating a sense of temporal confusion. After a dozen seconds, the world before him suddenly froze. The familiar starry sky belonged to the Divine City star domain. Two terrifying auras clashed in the starry sky, shattering the stars and breaking the constellations. The battle shattered the entire Divine City star domain. Lin Moya was horrified. This is the true power of the strong. The aftermath of their battle alone is enough to destroy an entire star domain. Even an army of billions of god sovereigns would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs before them. The gap in realm and level is truly insurmountable. The giant and the swordsman, two terrifying beings from the ancient era, were fighting fiercely. The ancient rune on the giant's body flashed, and each strike could evolve a world, with flames dancing and ice filling the sky. The swordsman was much simpler, wielding his sword with blood-red sword energy, each strike causing damage to the giant. The giant's flesh was cut into pieces, turning into incomplete ancient runes, floating in the starry sky. It seemed the giant was at a disadvantage, but suddenly, the giant seized an opportunity and grabbed the swordsman. With a powerful squeeze, the swordsman exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist reassembled in the air, once again forming the swordsman's shape, seemingly unscathed. However, Lin Moya could see that the swordsman was injured. Some of the blood and flesh did not return, scattered in the starry sky. The swordsman seemed enraged, his entire body bursting with blood energy, dyeing the vast starry sky red. Countless sword energies were unleashed, filling the star domain with sword energy. Lin Moya's soul trembled, and his vision blurred. He found himself once again stepping into the passage of time and space. A sense of weakness washed over his soul, as if he had been attacked. Was I killed? Regaining his senses, Lin Moya felt a lingering fear. The swordsman's attack could indeed harm him. If the swordsman had wanted to kill him last time, he could have done so. At this moment, Lin Moya was puzzled. What he saw, was it real or historical? For a moment, he felt a temporal confusion, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. After a dozen seconds in the passage of time and space, the world before him froze again. It was still the Divine City star domain, but the battle had ended, and numerous runes had exploded, scattering across the star domain. The star domain had been completely shattered, with stars destroyed. But because of the presence of the runes, the star domain did not appear desolate. Instead, it looked somewhat beautiful. The ancient rune began to evolve the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Moya saw the ancient rune of the Maple Forest secret realm, evolving the Maple Forest secret realm. Coincidentally, 2 drops of fresh blood flew over and fell into the evolving Maple Forest secret realm. Chapter 1697. Chapter 1697, 1697. Chapter 1697, Will the other shore realm big shot hit me? The blood belonged to the ancient swordsman, containing astonishing power that even time could not erase. Lin Moya now fully understood where the 2 drops of the swordsman's blood came from. So, the result of that great battle was that the swordsman won. If the ancient giant had won, these ancient runes would definitely have been reclaimed. But the ancient giant not only didn't reclaim the ancient runes but also left a severed finger here. The ancient giant should have been defeated but not killed. The swordsman should also have been seriously injured, otherwise, he wouldn't have let his blood spill out. For beings of that level, whether it was blood or ancient runes, they were rare treasures and would never be left to scatter. The most likely scenario is that both sides were severely injured. Lin Moya felt that his guess was probably correct, but countless years had passed, and neither of these top-tier powerhouses had appeared again. They let the ancient runes evolve into secret realms and allowed the blood drops to scatter here without coming to reclaim them. Who knows what happened afterward? Time passed quickly, and the secret realm evolved at a rate of a second per 10,000 years, reaching its end. One secret realm after another took shape, making the starry sky more prosperous. The great world had its own rules, and after countless years, this desolate starry sky became prosperous again. Large fragments recombined into planets, and under pressure, these planets ignited, turning back into stars. This is. Lin Moya suddenly saw a star. This star was gray and white, a familiar strange star. The strange star had not been destroyed in the great battle and remained intact. Seeing the strange star, Lin Moya's pupils contracted. The appearance of the strange star here indicated one thing: the history of the strange star was older than that of the 2 ancient powerhouses. Moreover, the strange star had not been destroyed by either of them, indicating that its level was absurdly high. And the fact that neither side took the strange star away suggested that they couldn't take it. Lin Moya even speculated that the reason for their great battle might have been the strange star. If so, then there were still secrets within the strange star that he did not know. There were too many secrets in this world, from small worlds to great worlds, from ancient times to the present. Lin Moya found that the stronger he became, the more he felt insignificant. There were too many things he couldn't see through or understand. Countless years passed again. At some point, the Divine City Star domain became increasingly prosperous. It seemed that cultivators appeared and began to study the secret realms. These cultivators had various appearances and came from different races. They erupted in great battles, seemingly wanting to occupy this star domain. During the battle, the Maple Forest secret realm happened to open. Someone was fighting in front of the Maple Forest secret realm, and someone died in battle. A seemingly insignificant seed flew into the Maple Forest secret realm. The scene ended there, and Lin Moya's soul stepped into the time-space passage for the third time. His thoughts returned, and Lin Moya reconnected with his physical body. A few seconds later, his soul officially returned. Returning to his physical body, he felt the real power. The feeling of having a physical body was completely different from not having one. That real touch was something the soul couldn't bring. What I saw, was it real or an illusion? If it was real, what kind of power was it? If it was an illusion, how did the swordsman injure me? Lin Moya shook his head. Such matters were too far beyond him to understand, so he decided not to think about them. His gaze unconsciously turned to the ancient rune, showing surprise. He found that he could now look directly at the ancient rune. His soul power no longer drained rapidly, and he could look at the ancient rune without any problem, just like the ancient rune in the Black Rain secret realm before. In the next second, the ancient rune turned into a stream of light. Without waiting for Lin Moya, its owner, to agree, it directly flew into Lin Moya's soul world. Even the small maple leaf grass on the ancient rune entered the soul world together. Yee-yah! The soul body opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was the Infinite Fusion spell star, which had already flown onto the ancient rune and directly swallowed the small maple leaf grass. That's not good. Lin Moya felt that as the owner, he had lost his authority. His spell was too self-willed. The small maple leaf grass had spirituality and clearly resisted a few times, but its resistance was too weak, almost like a token resistance. The Infinite Fusion spell star was like a bandit robbing a bride. After eating the small maple leaf grass, it let out a satisfied yee-yah sound and slowly returned to its domain. It seemed to be full, flying back slowly and even swaying a bit. Lin Moya watched this scene with some helplessness. The ancient rune of the Maple Forest secret realm entered his soul world, making it more lively. While feeling happy, Lin Moya also thought of a headache-inducing matter. The Maple Forest secret realm should be considered cleared, but he had obtained the ancient rune. What would the big shots of the other shore realm think? They had been eagerly waiting for the ancient rune. The reward from the Human Emperor Network was not actually for clearing the secret realm, it was for obtaining the ancient rune after clearing it. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If they come to ask, I'll just tell the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. At worst, I won't take the reward. The reward was never as important as the ancient rune, right? At this moment, a familiar giant hand appeared, and the power of the Human Emperor Network began to penetrate the second stage of the secret realm. But the giant hand looked around and couldn't find the ancient rune. In the end, the giant hand had to disappear without a trace. Outside the secret realm, a large number of cultivators appeared. Everyone was almost simultaneously sent out of the secret realm. The originally quiet starry sky instantly became crowded. What happened again? I just went in, and now I'm out again. Can't we play properly? What happened this time? Really, I just found a blood-red maple leaf and didn't even get to pick it. Is it Lin Moya again? Look, the entrance to the secret realm is closed. Does that mean the secret realm is closed early? What a joke, the secret realm has only been open for at most 10 days. Even if it closes early, it can't be this short. The Golden Avenue formed by 1,000 warships had disappeared. Not only had the Golden Avenue disappeared, but even the entrance to the secret realm had vanished without a trace. The secret realm was indeed gone. Everyone is considered to have completed a Maple Forest secret realm task and is rewarded with 100 Divine City merit points. At this moment, everyone received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Someone seemed to realize something and immediately communicated with the Human Emperor Network to check the announcement. Sure enough, there was a brand new announcement in the Human Emperor Network. Divine City announcement: Junior Lin Moya has successfully cleared the special secret realm, the Maple Forest secret realm. This secret realm will be permanently closed, and related tasks will be cancelled. Everyone, check the announcement. Someone shouted with all their might, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone checked the announcement and then stood there in a daze, unable to speak. Lin Moya had actually cleared the special secret realm. Chapter 1698. Chapter 1698, 1698. Chapter 1698. Even if I have to die, I want to die knowing why. The Divine City announcement, shining golden in the virtual world, was so dazzling. Lin Moya's achievement shocked everyone in the Divine City Star domain. A special secret realm had been cleared. Since the opening of the secret realms, many ordinary secret realms had been cleared. But this was the first time a special secret realm had been cleared. Lin Moya had set a precedent, enough to be recorded in history. In the starry sky outside the secret realm, everyone was in a state of shock, all having the same question in their hearts. How did Lin Moya do it? The entire starry sky became incredibly silent, and the atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. Until Xiaoxing's wild laughter broke the silence. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I, Xiaoxing, am convinced. Qing Jian Deist also laughed loudly. I, Qing Jian, have never been convinced by anyone, but I have to say, Brother Lin, I am convinced. The two of them kept repeating the word convinced, speaking with genuine admiration. Many people couldn't help but feel the same way. Regardless of Lin Moya's strength, clearing the secret realm was a solid achievement. It was truly impressive. Many people were looking for Lin Moyo, but they couldn't find him. Where did Lin Moyo go? I didn't see him. Did he not leave the secret realm? That's not right. The secret realm has been cleared and completely closed. Did he leave before us? That's possible. If he comes out now, he'll definitely be surrounded by people and won't be able to leave. The secret realm had indeed closed, and everyone had been forcibly sent out, except for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was still in the secret realm, and no exit had appeared around him. He also received the notification of the secret realm's closure, but he received a few more messages than others. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the Maple Forest secret realm. Reward, 100 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the Maple Forest secret realm. Reward, 1000 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on clearing the Maple Forest secret realm. Reward, 1000 Divine City Merit Points. Congratulations on becoming the first person to clear a special secret realm. Reward, 1000 Divine City Merit Points. Your Divine City Merit Points have met the requirements for promotion. You can now undertake the promotion task. For specific information, please check the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moya's Divine City Merit Points skyrocketed, instantly gaining over 3,000 points. Combined with the blood-red maple leaves he collected in the secret realm, his total Divine City Merit Points were nearly 5,000. His total merit points exceeded 10,000, meeting the requirements for promotion. Now, he was just one promotion task away from becoming an intermediate member. Receiving these rewards, Lin Moyo couldn't help but feel a rare sense of excitement. This harvest is indeed substantial. What others needed hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve, Lin Moyo accomplished in just a few years. 3 ordinary secret realms, 1 special secret realm, plus some additional rewards, directly pushed his Divine City Merit Points to 10,000. What was extremely difficult for others to obtain, Lin Moyo found relatively easy. The space around him distorted, but no exit appeared. Instead, another person appeared in the secret realm. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Moyo cupped his hands in salute. Junior greets Holy Venerable Hao. Holy Venerable Hao nodded slightly. Did you obtain the ancient rune? Lin Moyo nodded. It entered my soul world on its own. He looked at Holy Venerable Hao, wondering if he would ask for the ancient rune. If he did, how should Lin Moyo respond? Handing over the ancient rune? That was impossible. Although the ancient rune was in his soul world, he couldn't control it. It's easy to invite a god but hard to send one away. Even if he wanted to give it away, he couldn't. What if Holy Venerable Hao wanted to see the ancient rune? He couldn't let him into his soul world to see it. Their relationship wasn't that close, and the trust level wasn't there. Holy Venerable Hao examined the secret realm. You must think we value the ancient rune highly. The ancient rune is indeed important, but not to the point of being indispensable. In fact, the secret realm itself is more important than the ancient rune. You obtained the ancient rune, so keep it well. It may be of great use in the future. Moreover, even if I asked you to hand it over now, you couldn't. His words made Lin Moyo breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, Holy Venerable. Holy Venerable Hao continued to examine the secret realm, seemingly more interested in it than the ancient rune. Tell me the whole process, in detail, without any omissions. Lin Moyo would write a report of his experience in the secret realm and submit it to the secret realm strategy group after leaving. Holy Venerable Hao would naturally see it then, but he came to ask personally, indicating he knew there were things not included in the report. Before Lin Moyo could speak, Holy Venerable Hao raised his hand and pulled a faint red light from the void, turning it into a hair-thin red line that fell into his hand. A faint smell of blood spread, making Lin Moyo feel a chill. The ancient swordsman's blood still remained, hidden so deeply that he hadn't noticed. Holy Venerable Hao looked at Lin Moyo with interest. It seems your experience was quite interesting. Lin Moyo immediately recounted his experience in the secret realm. He spoke in detail, omitting only the part where he entered the time-space passage. He included everything else, including how he used true sight to see the future and narrowly escaped death twice. Holy Venerable Hao listened thoughtfully. He was clearly aware of the ancient powerhouses. The ancient swordsman's blood wasn't limited to just 2 drops, there were likely more in other secret realms. But those drops of blood might not have the same experiences. Lin Moyo had thought about it afterward. The reason for the intense reaction was likely the origin spell. The ancient swordsman had mentioned the power of origin, which should refer to the origin spell. Moreover, in the future scene seen through true sight, the sword that came through the void didn't kill his soul but collected his blood. This indicated that the ancient swordsman wanted to obtain the so-called power of origin through his soul and blood. Lin Moyo could figure this out, and so could Holy Venerable Hao. After a moment of contemplation, Holy Venerable Hao finally spoke. You handled it well. His tone and expression were serious. It seemed there was something he wanted to say but didn't. Lin Moyo said, I was lucky to escape this time. I can't be sure if I'll have the same luck if I encounter such a situation again. The implication was clear. If I encounter this again, I might die, but at least let me know why. Lin Moyo was certain that Holy Venerable Hao knew some important information. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Moyo decided to push him to speak. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Moyo's words, Holy Venerable Hao made a decision. Come with me. He waved his hand, and an incomprehensible rule force enveloped them. The scene changed, and they left the Maple Forest secret realm together. Chapter 1699. Chapter 1699, 1699. Chapter 1699. Don't forget, you are also a member of the human race. Lin Moyo felt himself advancing at an astonishing speed. The Divine City star domain was vast, spanning at least 1,000,000 light-years, with countless star systems. Lin Moya saw star systems receding into the distance, turning into small dots, and finally disappearing from sight. It seemed like they were teleporting, yet it didn't quite feel like teleportation. If this was the law of space, it didn't seem quite right either. Holy Venerable How explained, I forcibly twisted space with the power of rules, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. But compared to the true law of space, it's still lacking. And my method can only achieve the best effect within the human race star domain. Lin Moyo understood. The power of rules, though magical, was not omnipotent. The power of rules was stronger than the law, but it also had to follow certain rules. It wasn't a matter of doing whatever one wanted. As a simple way to understand it, the power of rules could be seen as an upgraded version of the law. Their speed continued to increase, and Lin Moya saw more and more star systems. Moreover, the scale of the star systems was also increasing, with grand and magnificent giant star systems passing by. Lin Moya realized that he was heading towards the center of the Divine City star domain. The closer to the center of the Divine City, the larger the star systems became. These giant star systems often consisted of dozens or even hundreds of planets. In a single star system, there could sometimes be several stars. These stars coexisted peacefully, running along some predetermined routes, without interfering with each other. Holy Venerable How explained, these star systems are the result of the efforts of countless sages of the human race. Without much explanation, Lin Moyo understood what was going on. After the great battle between the ancient swordsman and the ancient giant, the secret realms began to evolve. At that time, many powerful beings fought for the ownership of the secret realms. The final result was that the human race won. At that time, the human race should have been called the Star God human race, one of the 4 source races. Later, the sages of the human race used their great power to move countless stars, forming star systems. Most of the star systems in the Divine City star domain were actually formed later. The star systems that were formed naturally had long been destroyed in that great battle. The human race thrived and multiplied in these artificially formed star systems, becoming a strong race in the great world. Holy Venerable How continued, we have always advocated doing as much as we can with our abilities and knowing as much as we can. When the strength is insufficient, some things don't need to be known. Just like those in the other shore realm, they also have many things they don't know. Lin Moyo asked, what about you? Holy Venerable How chuckled, I naturally have things I don't know as well, but it's a pity. Pity about what? Holy Venerable How did not say. But Lin Moyo heard the sigh and a deep sense of helplessness. Holy Venerable How took Lin Moyo flying for a long time, crossing tens of thousands of light years, and entered the center of the Divine City. As soon as they entered the center, Lin Moyo felt a completely different atmosphere. First was the Human Emperor Network. The power of the Human Emperor Network became incredibly clear here, almost within reach. Lin Moyo couldn't help but open his soul eye and saw a wondrous scene. Lines of law intertwined, and outside the lines of law, a large net appeared. This large net was omnipresent, tightly wrapping around the lines of law. Lin Moyo then realized why the Human Emperor Network could construct a virtual sea of laws. The root cause was that it could control this kind of law. Even if it couldn't control it, it could at least utilize the power of the law. In his vision, a mass of flames appeared, burning like a star, but much larger than any star. Ordinary stars, even thousands or tens of thousands combined, couldn't compare to it. And the power it emitted was the source of everything. This is the essence of the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyo asked in shock. Holy Venerable How replied, that's right. The Human Emperor Network occupied a vast expanse of the starry sky, also known as the core area. Holy Venerable How took him and, at an astonishing speed, plunged into the flames of the Human Emperor Network. There was no imagined high temperature instead, there was a feeling of returning to the womb, very comfortable. The speed suddenly slowed down, and the scene before Lin Moya's eyes quickly became clear from blurry. He found himself in a peculiar space, somewhere inside the Human Emperor Network. Here, clusters of light floated freely. This is a secret realm. Lin Moya whispered. He could tell that these clusters of light were secret realms. Holy Venerable How also showed a slight smile. That's right, these are secret realms, all of which have been cleared. The ancient runes that evolved them have been taken away. Although the secret realms still exist, they have lost their original function. Although they can no longer be entered, we can still obtain a lot of information through studying them. For example, the Maple Forest secret realm you just cleared. Holy Venerable How waved his hand, and a bright light flew out. Lin Moyo felt a familiar aura. It was the Maple Forest secret realm he had just cleared. As soon as the Maple Forest secret realm was thrown out, a giant black hand covered in runes appeared in the space. It was the same black hand that came to take the ancient rune after clearing the secret realm each time. But in the last 2 times, the black hand had returned empty-handed. The black hand grabbed the Maple Forest secret realm, and the runes on it glowed. These runes looked somewhat chaotic, but at this moment, they all glowed simultaneously. Lin Moya then realized that they actually had a specific order. These runes formed a rune array, and this rune array emitted a sense similar to that of the ancient rune. Although it wasn't an ancient rune, it was very close. The key was that it was very complete, unlike the ancient rune, which was only a fragment. The black hand grabbed the Maple Forest secret realm and vibrated at a peculiar frequency. Lin Moya felt that the aura of the Maple Forest secret realm was weakening, and the power inside was being extracted. The extracted power reformed into a fragment of an ancient rune. This fragment of the ancient rune was identical to the one he had obtained from the Maple Forest secret realm, but the fragment before him was slightly more illusory, not as real. Lin Moya watched this scene, his pupils contracting, extracting the ancient rune directly from the secret realm. Holy Venerable Hao said, the ancient rune evolves the secret realm, and traces of the ancient rune are everywhere in the secret realm. Through some special means, we can extract the corresponding ancient rune from the secret realm. But that requires the ancient rune that evolved the secret realm to leave the secret realm, otherwise, this method would only cause the secret realm to explode. You should have already felt that although the ancient rune has no wisdom, it actually has its own instincts and will protect itself. Lin Moya nodded. He indeed had the same feeling. Watching this scene, Lin Moya murmured, so even if I obtain the ancient rune, you can still extract it from the secret realm through this method. Holy Venerable Hao smiled slightly, that's right, so you don't need to think too much. If you obtained the ancient rune, then you got it. It doesn't cause us any loss. If you can research something from the ancient rune, it will only benefit us. Don't forget, you are also a member of the human race. As he spoke, he walked forward, and Lin Moya immediately followed, reflecting on Holy Venerable Hao's words. That's right, he was also a member of the human race. Chapter 1700. Chapter 1700, 1700. Chapter 1700, it seems everything can be explained. As Lin Moya walked deeper into the space, he passed by clusters of light. These lights were once secret realms, some relatively safe, others extremely dangerous. Some people had gained benefits from them, while others had perished within. Eventually, all these secret realms were cleared and brought here. The brightness of the light clusters indicated the strength of the secret realms. Among them, a few clusters were particularly bright, comparable to the Maple Forest secret realm. One light cluster was exceptionally bright, far surpassing the others. This was the only high-level secret realm, the most difficult among all the cleared secret realms. Yet, it was still not in the deepest part of the space. Passing by all the light clusters, Lin Moya suddenly narrowed his eyes. He saw blood, the blood of the ancient swordsman. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A total of 8 drops of blood floated quietly in the space. Each drop of blood was enclosed in a transparent bubble, without any movement. Holy Venerable Hao said, these drops of blood should come from the same person you encountered in the secret realm. Since obtaining them, we have been studying them and have gained significant insights. Lin Moya's interest was piqued. Although he knew what the owner of the blood looked like, studying the blood was beyond his current capabilities. He didn't expect Holy Venerable Hao to bring him here and reveal these secrets to him. These secrets were originally meant to be known only when he reached the other shore realm. Lin Moya guessed that Holy Venerable Hao was telling him this because it might be related to his origin spell. He perked up his ears, waiting for Holy Venerable Hao to continue. Holy Venerable Hao said, you should know that there was a significant gap between the ancient era and the near-ancient era. Many pieces of information were lost, as if the entire world had been reset. Very few things from the ancient era have survived to the present. We have been continuously seeking information from the ancient era. What we currently know is that the ancient era was incredibly powerful, far beyond our current capabilities. These drops of blood belong to a powerful figure from the ancient era. Over the years, their power has diminished. But such a powerful figure, even a single drop of blood or a strand of hair, contains vast amounts of information. We can confirm that the owner of the blood practiced the way of the sword, specifically a time-related swordsmanship. He could break through the barriers of time, attacking the future or the past. His strength is beyond our comprehension. Hearing this, Lin Moya finally understood, so it's a time-related swordsmanship. No wonder it could injure me. Then Lin Moya's heart trembled as he realized something deeper. Could it be that what the ancient rune showed me was not an illusion but reality? The ancient rune took me back in time. If that's the case, then the Divine Summer Tower in the ancient battlefield can be explained. Teacher Meng's Divine Summer Tower also traveled from the future. Lin Moya felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, there was no other way to understand it. He combined all the details he had seen and organized them. Things that were previously incomprehensible now made sense. Holy Venerable Hao didn't notice Lin Moya's thoughts and continued, we originally thought our research had reached its peak. After all, this blood has endured millions of years and is no longer as powerful as it once was. But your experience made me realize that things are not that simple. I am now 70% sure that the ancient swordsman might still be alive and is seeking the power of origin. Holy Venerable Hao's words made Lin Moya's heart tighten. The ancient swordsman might really still be alive. Otherwise, how could the sword that tore through the secret realm space exist? But if he were still alive, why didn't he reclaim his blood? Lin Moya had his own judgment. I think he might be seriously injured. Holy Venerable Hao looked at Lin Moya. Why do you say that? Lin Moya said, when I used true sight, I saw a future scene. The one who came to kill me was a sword, not the swordsman. There are two possibilities. One is that he couldn't come, possibly due to some restriction, and could only send the sword. The second possibility is that he is seriously injured and unable to move, so he could only send his sword. Both results seem the same, but the reasons are different. Lin Moya leaned more towards the second possibility. For such a powerful figure, who could stop him? Could Holy Venerable Hao do it? Lin Moya thought it was impossible. The gap was too vast. Although he had never seen Holy Venerable Hao go all out, he instinctively felt that the difference between them was significant. Not to mention, those in the other shore realm could live for about 50,000 years. No matter how strong a Holy Venerable was, they were still within the realm of the other shore. Even the dragon race, known for their longevity, could only live up to 100,000 years in the other shore realm. But how long had the ancient swordsman lived? Even a drop of his blood could survive the erosion of time until now. If the ancient swordsman were still alive, he might have lived for millions of years. In many cases, the length of one's lifespan indicates the strength of their power. Holy Venerable How pondered Lin Moya's words and, after a few seconds of silence, spoke again. What you said makes sense. The first possibility is not impossible. Because. At this point, Holy Venerable How stopped speaking. Lin Moya knew there were hidden truths he was not yet qualified to know. Or even if Holy Venerable How told him, he might not understand. The fact was, many things couldn't be understood without reaching a certain level. Holy Venerable How ended the topic and said, although you stopped his descent this time, he might already know of your existence. You must be careful in the future. Lin Moya's expression became more serious. I understand, Holy Venerable. I have some questions I'd like to ask. Holy Venerable How nodded. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I can. Holy Venerable How always had a different attitude towards Lin Moya. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Moya was a talented young man favored by Holy Venerable How. But Holy Venerable How treated Lin Moya as an equal. Only a few people knew that Holy Venerable How had high hopes for Lin Moya. I want to ask about the path to the God Sovereign Realm and the other Shore Realm. Lin Moya asked several questions, and as Holy Venerable How had said, he answered everything he could. Through these questions, Lin Moya understood the path he needed to take. Although he was still just a God King, his soul level was high enough to know how to walk this path. Lin Moya was aware of his situation. Many of his experiences were unique, even Holy Venerable How might not have had them. By combining various pieces of information, he could choose the most suitable and strongest path for himself. Lin Moya felt a bit nostalgic for his small world. At that time, Antares had guided him, pointing out the strongest path for him. Without Antares, he wouldn't be who he was today. I really want to go back and see. This thought flashed through his mind but was immediately suppressed. He couldn't go back, at least not now. But before leaving, Antares had cautiously told him, don't come back. I'll come out to find you. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.